Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei lost everyone and become next Black Goku with harem? Part 2. Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Days later, Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei was with the rest of his team. Today was the day they'd recruit the Dragon King Tiamat to their side. Issei knew that today is the day they can head towards the familiar forest. Issei looked at the others and nodded. You ready for this? Issei responded, to which his team comprising of Ophis, Ingvild and Hel nodded in agreement. As Ophis responded, so we will be using the treasures to convince Tiamat to join us, correct? We shall. I know that Tiamat has a favor that she needs to maintain with Ajuka. But that is not going to concern us, since we will be dealing with him shortly. Ophis then retorted, and if she doesn't comply? Then she is to be treated like the rest of the dragons, since I intend to purge them all due to them destroying the beauty of this world. Issei spoke with a serious and cold tone, as Ophis felt concerned by the anger Issei felt for her kind. She didn't blame him, since many actually approved of his arrest and torture in Tartarus, and did betray him in the end, including Drake. Issei looked at her and stated, I don't intend to harm you. Like I said, many dragons are working with the factions, so by extension they are my enemies too. But the ones that don't are still destructive and aggressive in nature, and need to be dealt with accordingly, with the exception of Great Red, Lilith, and of course you. If you don't wish to harm dragons, then that is fine. Issei spoke with a normal tone, not having the special coldness he would usually have. Ophis could only look at him and nod. She felt slightly saddened for feeling slight apprehension towards the dragon slaying. Come here. Issei pulled her in for a side hug, which made her caught off guard, as she looked at Issei with a slight red on her face. As he turned his gaze away and responded, Don't get the wrong idea. Ophis could only look down and smile. She knew that Issei cares for her and wouldn't want her to be sad seeing her current state. She was aware that no matter what, she does hold a special place in her heart. Seeing this, Hel could only mutter to Ingvild, I am so jealous, the treatment he gives her is so different. You can't help it, Hel-sama, she is one of his closest. Ingvild spoke with a slight drop of sweat falling from her head, and a small smile curling on her face, as Hel could only sigh seeing this. She and Ophis are the ones that Issei has tolerated, cared, for the most past. The goddess of death soon grunted, garnering their attention, as Issei released Ophis with her speaking. Hunting down dragons is fine and all, but I have a feeling that Tiamat will be more compliant, since female dragons are known to be subservient towards those that defeat them and are proven to be stronger than them. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Ophis mused, as Issei took note of this, and responded, so to get her on my side, I will have to beat her, correct? Hel and Ophis nodded, earning a smirk from him as he spoke. Well then, let's get going. I believe now would be the perfect time to do so. The team nodded in response, as Issei took one final look at the moon, knowing it is about time for him to head to the location. He only had to wait a minute before he activates the seal and heads to the location. Familiar Forest, Underworld AM. Issei and the group managed to teleport in the familiar forest, where they decided to locate Tiamat as soon as possible. Issei tried to sense the key of the Dragon King and eventually located it. There inside the cave, that is where she is. Issei responded with a serious tone, as he walked towards the cave in an attempt to recruit her. However, before he could, he sensed someone's key that was hiding in the background. He soon fired a key blast in a direction, catching everyone off guard, which sent a man flying. Issei, what the hell? Hel exclaimed with confusion, to which Issei responded, someone was spying on us. The man fell down with a thud, and revealed himself. Issei recognized the man to be Zatuji, known as the Familiar Master. He was a man with a shabby-looking appearance, in his ass having reddish-brown hair with a cap. He wore a sleeveless white shirt, red shots, and a purple band. Seems like a bat was spying on us, huh? The man known as Zatuji was gritting his teeth in anger and frustration, never expecting that he would be found like this. Seems like a bat was spying on us, huh? The man known as Zatuji was gritting his teeth in anger and frustration, never expecting that he would be found like this. He then spoke, seeing his anger, what gonna tell Serkant about our current location? I'd like to see you try. Issei channeled a ki blast ready to kill him. As Zatuji could only grit his teeth in fury, he couldn't even report to Surzek's Lucifer due to being found out about it. Hell and the others looked at the devil in contempt, knowing full well that he was going to ruin their plans. He was going to die either way, but he wasn't going to go down alone. Zatuji was about to curse only for Issei to fire a concentrated beam blast aimed at his chest, making him cough up blood. Ophis then spoke, noting what he was going to say. Don't bother wasting your energy, Bat. You pure-blooded devils are nothing but selfish and deceiving creatures that don't deserve to even breathe this air. Issei, get this one out of my sight. Issei only grinned and responded, it would be my pleasure. He charged up a concentrated ki blast with which Zatuji could only look as he spoke. Goodbye, familiar master. He fired a ki blast vaporizing him completely, leaving nothing behind. The familiar master could only scream in anger and agony from being wiped out and doing nothing about it. It would be too late before he could even tell anyone about Issei's existence in the familiar forest. Once it was done, leaving behind nothing but an explosion followed it up by a dust cloud, Issei spoke. Let's get a move on. The others nodded, as they soon walked across the forest, and eventually reached a cavern, where they could sense a powerful presence coming from the location. They knew that this was the place where Tiamat was. A booming voice soon followed. Who dares to disturb me? Issei turned to the location. As he spoke, someone who wishes to make you his slave. Ophis knew that Issei was provoking Tiamat, since dragons are prideful creatures who refuse to bend the knee to anyone. Hell looked worried, but Ophis responded, worry not, Issei knows exactly what he is doing. Growling could be heard as soon as a gigantic blue dragon showed up in front of Issei. The dragon easily towering over Issei without a problem. It was a gigantic western dragon that had flames emanating from its mouth. Brat! The dragon growled, glaring at Issei. As he spoke, so you came out, Tiamat? I have something for you. You have some nerve of trying to enslave me. I will make you regret it. The now identified Tiamat was ready to incinerate him. She looked at Issei, analyzing his stance and posture, but to her surprise neither did he show fear nor did he show any signs of backing away. She knew that the person in front of her was certain that he knew what he was doing. Regret? I am not sure, but I am here for something. Calling you your slave was my only option to garner your attention, Tiamat, the strongest dragon king. Tiamat looked at him, stopping her flame attack. She scanned Issei again, but she could see that Issei didn't mean to insult her, but to garner her attention. She knew that her pride would force her to come outside if she were to be called a slave. What do you want? Tiamat's voice boomed across Issei, who didn't flinch as he looked at Tiamat dead in the eye. He only brought out his ring and a magic circle came beside him. Issei smirked, while Tiamat was ready for anything that was coming for her. But she widened her eyes when she saw what is next. It was her treasure, the same ones that she had lent to Drake. No. It can't be. Tiamat's voice had disbelief in its tone. She then continued, my treasure. Yes, and it can all be yours. All you need to do is join me in my fights. Tiamat was shaking in surprise. She thought she would never see her treasure ever again. She was happy that it was returned to her back. But she wanted to know who the person in front of her was really. She then asked, regaining her composure. Who are you really? Tiamat asked with confusion, to which Issei spoke. I am surprised that you didn't recognize me. I am quite well known in the underworld. For all the wrong reasons. Tiamat blinked her eyes multiple times, and soon widened them in shock as she asked, Issei Haide? You brought the treasure back to me? I did, and there is something you are unaware of. What Drake has done. Tiamat looked at him, knowing he was the former Red Dragon Emperor. She knew this by no longer sensing Drake not inside of him. Normally she'd be furious seeing Issei here due to his connection with Drake, but now with her treasure returned she was having conflicted thoughts. She didn't want to kill or even hurt someone that returned the treasure back to her. What is it? What did that stupid dragon do? Tiamat spoke with an exhausted tone, knowing he would have done something stupid given his nature. He constantly tried to avoid her, and when an old host of Drake showed up to her returning her treasure, she had to listen to him. She had to at least give him an audience. He lied to you, Tiamat. he didn't lose all of his treasure. Tiamat grew wide-eyed, as she demanded, "Explain." "So he lied to you, during his fight against Albion. He didn't lose his entire treasure, and left behind some of it in the treasury. I used that as a way to track the treasure down, and well, I managed to collect it. I used my key to separately track down all the pieces of the treasure that was then lost, and I collected it. Then I waited for the day I could teleport to you, and well, here I am." Issei responded with a blunt tone, as Tiamat could only growl in fury. She wanted to make Drake and all of his possessors pay for this deception, but knew that she may not get her chance due to Kenji's current strength. Despite this, she was downright furious at Drake's deceptive lies as she exclaimed, "That stupid dragon! I will make sure to rip apart his heart completely. He will regret ever being born." Tiamat exclaimed with anger, as she vowed to destroy Drake. She'll have to train harder to reach the level of Heavenly Dragon. If Crom Cruch is capable of doing this, then even she can do so. She radiated her aura, with only Ingvile being on the edge and affected while Hell, Ophis and Issei were unaffected by the aura, and actually were standing still. Issei has fought and clashed against gods. The aura continued to be released till Issei spoke with a serious tone. "Getting angry won't help. You want revenge against Drake. I will grant it to you." Tiamat stopped releasing her aura momentarily. She turned to Issei knowing he wouldn't just say that to her right away, as she asked, "Why would you want to take revenge against him? Weren't you close?" "Quite the contrary. I wish for you to join me in my war against the supernatural factions. I want to destroy everyone that has ruined my life, including Drake." Tiamat stayed silent for a moment. She knew that Issei wouldn't hate them for no reason. She had to know more before she makes her decision. "You wish for me to become your familiar? Correct?" Issei gave a nod, speaking, "If that is what it takes to bring you to my side, I shall do it." Tiamat spoke with a deep breath. She could see the resolve in his eyes. She wondered if it stayed true to the resolve she would witness in fight. She wanted to follow someone that was not only physically strong but also mentally and emotionally strong as well. Someone who was determined in doing what he wanted and eventually gained his goals. "Fine. I will join, on one small condition." Tiamat mused with a serious tone, as Issei nodded in response, as she raised her claw ready for a strike. She knew that she had to push him to the edge if she needed a response. "I want to fight." She quickly swiped him, sending him backwards, crashing to a nearby wall. Issei seemingly crashed to a wall, with Tiamat turning to the rest and speaking, "Take him away. Come next time after proper preparation. I will be waiting." Tiamat was impressed by the current resolve Issei showed, and that alone garnered her attention and interest. She wanted to see if that resolve was there the next time they have their match. She believed he was not ready to fight against the stronger supernatural forces due to spending most of her time in the human world, or in the familiar forest, only having some contact with the Juka. "I wouldn't be so sure, Tiamat." Ophis responded emotionlessly as Tiamat recognized that voice, and spoke while shaking nervously. "Ophis? Relax, I am not here to interfere in the match, and that is far from over." Ophis only spoke emotionlessly, as Tiamat turned to where Issei had crashed, only to see him standing up, only slightly greased from the attack that Tiamat had struck, with some grazes on his body. He soon started to laugh with joy. He was not expecting Tiamat to desire a fight against him. "Why are you laughing?" Tiamat exclaimed with shock and fury, seemingly insulted by Issei's nature, as he responded after he stopped laughing. "If you wanted a fight, then you could have simply asked." Issei soon transforms into his Super Saiyan form. As he continued, "I'd be happy to oblige with a request like that." He dashed forward and punched Tiamat straight in the jaw, sending her backwards, staggering her for a moment. She was surprised by how strong the punch was. She responded with a claw swipe, which he easily dodged by moving to the side, and fired many ki blasts at her. Tiamat responded by blocking the attacks using her wings, but they were starting to overwhelm her. She flew up in the cavern and reached Issei's level. She started to breathe some flames and immediately fired them at Issei. These were Chaos Flames, Tiamat's own signature flames, which can burn the soul of even Ultimate class beings, and severely damage Satan class beings. They are strong enough to continue burning and won't stop till the target is burnt. Furthermore, as opposed to Drake's own flames, Tiamat's flames suddenly drops the body temperature of the target, causing hypothermia, resulting in the immobilization of a person first, and when the heat strikes it results dizziness, fainting, or even shock of a person, making them unable to move. Additionally, Tiamat's flames can also cause permanent damage, and can even result in dangerous after effects like damaging the immune system and even affect the nervous system and muscle of a body. The only limitation is that it won't do that much damage to God class and above beings as opposed to Satan class beings. Issei immediately responded with several ki blasts, sending the flames away. He flew in the air and charged a more powerful attack at her, pushing her backwards, making her grunt. "Wanna enter the next round?" Issei asked mockingly, earning a furious roar from the Dragon King. She then fired another strong breath of flames towards Issei, who once again dodged the attack and fired a point-blank blast, pushing her back. "Gaia!" Tiamat exclaimed with fury, as she unleashed a claw swipe towards him, strong enough to even destroy a steel wall like it is nothing, but Issei blocked it with his hand, much to Tiamat's surprise. "I am amazed, you are stronger than I presumed." Tiamat responded. She knew she wasn't strong enough to combat Issei in his Super Saiyan mode. Issei only shook his head, and responded, "So are we going to stop or dash?" Tiamat cuts him off and continues, "No, I would like to see what else you are capable of." "Don't stop now, you got it." Issei enjoyed, as he constantly tried to strike her with a barrage of punches and kicks. With Tiamat tried to defend herself as much as she could using her claws and tail, but she struggled to do so. Issei in his Super Saiyan far exceeded her strength. She took several blows to the face, sending her backwards, as he socked her in the stomach, soon following the strike to the face. She coughed up saliva in response, falling on the ground due to her size. She staggered back in response. She glared at Issei with anger, as she unleashed some more powerful flames breaths towards him, which were chaos flames, as he dodged with relative ease as he continued to keep firing more ki blasts, which Tiamat responded by using chaos flames to try and escape the never-ending barrage of ki blasts. Tiamat couldn't help but internally smirk. Like Issei, she was also enjoying the battle, despite being bruised and injured. She knew that Issei was a strong opponent. She leaped in the air, dodging the ki blasts that triggered a dust explosion. Tiamat flew up and unleashed powerful flames onto him, as Issei dodged them successfully, and punched her so hard that it sent her flying tumbling across the caverns, throwing her further inside. She soon staggered, and stood up. As Issei decided to end the fight, he charged a beam blast in the palm of his hands. He then announced, "Ka." Tiamat knew this was the final attack, as she started to breathe flames and also attack Issei at the same time, destroying the cavern walls due to their immense clash. She knew Issei cannot land the hit. He gracefully dodged around, as Tiamat constantly fired any location he stood, only destroying them a split second, as Issei announced, "Me. Ha." He dodged some more flames, turning to Tiamat, leaping around different locations in the cavern. He landed onto a close rock formation akin to a cliff, as it was soon destroyed by another flame blast. He kept leaping around gracefully, dodging the flames. The attacks even destroyed the rock ceilings and fell to the ground akin to a rockfall. Ophis unleashed a barrier to protect her allies. She knew that the whole cavern would end up getting destroyed due to what would result from the Kamehameha wave. Me. Issei's beam grew bigger, concentrating even further. Seeing this opportunity, Tiamat started to concentrate her flames, knowing she would have only one shot at beating Issei. She continued to generate flames, while exclaims, "It's my victory!" She unleashed the flames onto Issei, and tried to attack him, as Issei leaped in the air and twirled his body, maneuvering gracefully throughout the location, and soon closed the gap towards Tiamat. He soon reached right at the location where she was looking at him, her eyeballs turning to Issei in shock, and she gasped in horror, as Issei decided to land the wave onto him. "Ha!" he exclaimed, firing the ki blast, as she was sent flying when the beam struck her, consumed by the entire beam. Once the beam consumed, Tiamat was screaming in pain and agony from being burned by the energy beam. "Ha!" Issei kept exclaiming, pushing onto her, as Tiamat was soon sent crashing to the wall, triggering a massive explosion that caused immense tumbling of rocks onto the entire location. Once the dust settled, Issei waited for Tiamat to come out. There she was. The once proud and dignified Dragon King was battered and bruised onto the ground. She was struggling to push the rocks onto her body. She saw Issei, knowing that he had successfully beaten her to the ground. So enough? Tiamat could only nod. She was beaten by the man in front of her. This meant that she was his master, and she was meant to be with him for all eternity. Issei then spoke, so think am I good enough? Tiamat managed to push off the rocks, but once she did, she staggered to the ground unable to stand up. She was partially on the ground, as she spoke, why yes you are. She then continued, you are good enough, no more than that. As the rules state, I am now yours for all eternity. When a female dragon is subdued and overpowered, they are meant to serve their masters for all eternity. You, Issei Hayato, are my master for all eternity. Since I am considered a familiar, you have gained the power of the strongest dragon king. Use my powers as you please. Issei grinned upon hearing this, as she was now his. Tiamat's body soon started to glow, and her form changed. It had shrunk from her gigantic draconic form to a smaller human form. Issei couldn't help but note that she was a beautiful dragoness in her human form. She was a beautiful woman with a striking and ethereal female figure with a celestial and icy aesthetic. She has long, flowing aqua-green hair adorned with intricate, glowing ornaments that resemble crystalline antlers or wings, giving her an otherworldly aura. Her glowing blue eyes radiate a sense of wisdom and power. She wears a flowing dress or gown that appears to be made of shimmering ice and starlight, with intricate patterns and textures. Her outfit is adorned with celestial motifs, including a glowing circular halo with sharp, crystalline spikes, adding to her divine or mystical appearance. Tattoos or symbolic markings are visible on her thigh, further emphasizing her enigmatic and magical persona. She soon staggered, and spoke with a graceful voice, not lacking the draconic side of her gone. As she spoke with a small smirk, like what you see. She soon staggered, and spoke with a graceful voice, not lacking the draconic side of her gone. As she spoke with a small smirk, like what you see. Issei turned his gaze away. As Tiamat clung to him, she wrapped her arms around his hands. As Issei exclaimed, "Hey, get off me, Tiamat!" Tiamat only closed her eyes and gave a pout, as Hel could be seen annoyed and slight jealousy seeing on how the dragoness was clinging onto him. She refused to leave off Issei's hand and kept clinging to him. Ophice sighed at this. She was worried this feeling would have ended up happening. As she responded, "I forgot this would have happened." "What happened?" Issei responded, trying to pry off Tiamat but failing. He didn't want to hurt the dragoness, even further worried that he may lose his prized ally. Ophice then responded, "When you defeat a dragon, especially a female dragon, they often are attracted towards power. The more power one possesses, the more attracted they become. However, once you overpower a dragon along with the defeat that is involved, that turns attraction into obsession. In other words, Tiamat recognized you as her mate." Issei grew pale by this revelation, as he looked at Tiamat, who had eyes of hearts planted into them. She was breathing heavily, ready to pounce on him at a moment's notice. In Tiamat's eyes, Issei was her mate, and that wasn't going to change. He wanted to flee, but was afraid on what Tiamat would do to him. Taking a deep breath, he knew what he had to do. "Tiamat, that is fine and all, but you know about Drake, right? How do you think he would react?" Tiamat momentarily lost her heart eyes and separated from him. Issei sighed in relief upon realizing that Tiamat's love for Issei is on par with her hatred for Drake. She still had a smile, and responded looking at Issei, "You needn't worry about it now. I will certainly kick Drake and his current bearer." "What was his name again?" Tiamat asked, not remembering his name, as Hel corrected her, "Kenji Hayato." "Yeah, him, worry not. I got that covered, but if you can kick my butt, then why do you need me?" Issei thought for a moment, before responding with a smile. "Drake is scared shitless of you. Your mere presence should be enough to cause him shaking in his whole scaly body. And that is what I am looking forward to." Tiamat nodded in understanding. Even she was looking forward to deal with Drake once and for all. She then responded, "Fine, you gained me regardless, let's go home. I could use some sleep." Tiamat spoke with a smile, seeing that she finally got her new mate, and she was not going to leave his side, no matter what happens. Issei gave a nod, and unleashed a portal using the golden tiger claws and headed back to his home. He could care less if the forest is destroyed, as he would do so at a later date. The day when Underworld falls would be the day the familiar forest falls as well. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei and Chibi Goku having a food contest while Chibi Chi-Chi and Chibi Hella watching from the sidelines with a smile. The next day, Yukai Mansion, Yukai Faction, Kyoto, Japan AM, Yasaka was walking with a grim and gloomy expression. She knew about what Gabriel had spoken to her. She remembered her conversation that happened yesterday between her and Gabriel. She now knew the truth of why Issei became their biggest enemy. Flashback begins. Yasaka had entered the private chambers, with Gabriel inside the room. She had been living here for a few days. As the Yukai Queen asked her politely, "Gabriel-sama, is it alright to speak to you now?" "Yes, Yasaka-sama, it is." Yasaka nodded with a smile, as she took a seat opposite to her and asked, "Are you settling down well? How are your angelic wings?" "They are slowly falling. 2 have fallen as of now." Gabriel revealed her wings to the Yukai Queen, who could only look at them, losing her smile and having a grim expression on her face. She knew that it is only a matter of when she becomes a full-fledged fallen angel, or cadre to be precise. She had begun her stage as a dark angel. Dark angel was an intermediary stage between angel and fallen angel. It was a symbolic gesture of the beginning of the fall that occurs in angels, cadre-class angels to be precise. However, this fall only occurs when someone opposes the one in control of the heaven system, and not by the traditional deadly sins fall. It happens when someone authorized to control the system triggers this fall. "I see, so your fall is inevitable?" Yasaka asked sadly, to which Gabriel only gave a subtle nod to this. It felt like there was nothing that could be done for her. For the time being, that is. So how did this happen? Gabriel looked at her, and clenched her fists in anger. She knew that this was all the doing of Michael and his supporters, implying that he was responsible for this fall. She then explained everything that had happened. "I refused Michael's will. I knew what happened to Issei and why he became a criminal, eventually leading to his imprisonment in Tartarus." Gabriel muttered with grief, as she blamed herself to not realize why Issei was in prison for so long. She was kept in the dark, but it was too late until she realized the truth on his imprisonment. Yasaka then asked, "Why? What happened?" In reality, him being a criminal was due to him failing to beat Trihexa. He was given the sole responsibility and expectation of beating the beast without any help, excluding his former partner Drake. They presumed the flesh of Great Red coupled with the powers of Ophis and Drake would be enough to beat the beast, such that the factions can then use its power to seal it. Gabriel explained this to Yasaka, who could only have a look of horror at this. This meant that he was treated as a criminal for a failure that he couldn't even control. She remembered that his growth was not something to scoff at or look down upon, considering he managed to beat someone like RageRevan Levon Lucifer, a super devil. The only reason Vala and Fafnir were ever able to kill him was because of Issei's hard work that they so callously mocked and looked down upon, deeming him as a good-for-nothing pervert. "No way." Yasaka muttered to herself. This meant the faction sealed him away for a failure that was out of his hands to protect. This meant that Drake abandoned him for no reason other than to find a powerful and compactable host at Issei. Those traitors. Yasaka growled with fury. They are as conniving as a fox, but only worse, where instead of playing tricks, they played with a man's heart. She didn't want Kuno staying with them due to her being young and influenced by them. She was furious at how they toyed with Issei for a failure for her couldn't control. "That is why, Yasaka-sama, I had to come to you. Like me, you are also in the dark of what really happened to Issei, and it would be wise of you to cut ties with them. 'Cause if you don't, then," Yasaka continued her statement with anger, yet there was horror and fear in her tone, "Issei will destroy us all. I know what I have to do now." Gabriel looked at her and responded, "What will you do, Yasaka-sama?" "I will contact Amaterasu-sama. Our factions both need to cut contact with the leaders. We will terminate our alliance contract and ties with them. They may be strong, but we won't let them any territory in Japan, although driving them out will be a problem." Yasaka mused with a serious tone, knowing get rid of the factions won't be an easy task. It will be extremely difficult due to their ties being to their leaders. "Maybe we can ask Issei for his help?" Gabriel responded with a small smile. As Yasaka looked at her, Gabriel then continued, "We will make a non-aggression pact with him, explain our situation to him. He hates them more than anything else, so he would want them dead. You also want them out of our sacred lands, so that way we can benefit both parties. Gabriel's suggestion did make sense to the Yukai Queen, who nodded, taking the advice. If he can get the kills on the Gremry peerage and the other representatives of the factions that will be staying in their homeland, his wrath will destroy them for good. She soon left, thanking the former seraph for her advice, who didn't mind helping them. Flashback ends. Yasaka took a deep breath, knowing this meeting would change a lot of aspects on their allies and enemies. She knew what she had to do now. Once she opened the door, an ethereal presence stood in front of her. This was none other than the Shinto goddess of the sun, Amaterasu. She had the physical appearance as that of a fit young woman with long black hair. Her hair is also tightened towards the bottom to prevent it from freely moving. She wears the standard clothes of a Miko, a Japanese priestess. Let's skip the greetings, Yasaka, and get to the point. You wouldn't have called me here, unless it was a good reason due to how much of an emergency it was. Yasaka bowed in response, and responded, I apologize, Amaterasu-sama, but this is an emergency. I found out on what happened to Issei. Amaterasu, concerned on Issei, asked, what happened to him? Spare no detail. Yasaka raised her head up and nodded in response. Amaterasu knew Issei, given she saw how much his parents struggled to have a child. She had remembered them visiting shrines praying with hopes of having a successful pregnancy, which they did in the form of Issei after several miscarriages. She had been the reason why Issei had been born without complications, giving her blessing to the couple, unaware that Goku Black was the soul that she had reincarnated into. To see him turn this evil didn't sit right with her. She knew Issei of his achievements, and was proud of him, and his fall to the dark side was not something she wanted nor she understood. A man cannot turn evil like this for no reason. Yasaka spoke everything, making Amaterasu saddened and horrified, before becoming downright furious at this injustice. She knew the biblical factions were cruel, deceitful and conniving, but to fall to this low. Even the biblical God wouldn't have wanted this to happen. Those bastards. I knew Issei wouldn't turn evil for no reason. Amaterasu growled. It was taking her every reason to not lose control right here and now. Yasaka then once again bowed and spoke. I apologize, it is my fault that you made an alliance with them, and now we are. Don't, Yasaka. Amaterasu bluntly spoke, as she continued while calming down. It is far from your fault, you were also deceived like me. Yasaka could only nod, as she suggested, since it is my fault, it is time I make things right. I want to propose a non-aggression pact with Issei, and we can convince him to not attack us and explain our situation to him. Issei would want his revenge against them, and our non-involvement could be a way to tell him that we are not his enemies. Amaterasu scanned Yasaka for a moment, before she had asked, this wasn't your suggestion, wasn't it? Well, it was, but... Amaterasu gave a small glare at her, as she continued, after knowing she cannot lie to her patron goddess, not wanting to put her in trouble since Amaterasu has ways of finding out the truth. It was Lady Gabriel's. I see, and what of her? Yasaka sighed, knowing she may get in trouble for housing someone like her in the faction. As she spoke, she was the one that informed us of Issei's truth, and if it wasn't for her we wouldn't even have this plan. She has been exiled for what she has done, and is now soon turning into a fallen angel due to opposing Michael and his followers. Amaterasu took a note of this, and nodded. She then spoke, very well, we will do that. But after a while, since if we do it now, when his hatred is at an all-time high, he may see us as an enemy. Yasaka nodded. She hoped that Issei doesn't see her as an enemy. She knew that there is no way for him to see her as an ally, let alone friend, after what has happened to him. She could only hope her faction is spared, since in the end, there might be no supernatural faction surviving. Issei was sleeping in his room. He soon woke up groaning in exhaustion, remembering the fight that had happened with Tiamat. He also had slept relatively late due to what happened with him. Ugh. Just another day. I hope Tiamat proves useful. Issei mused, only to see a weight being on his body. He soon turned around to see Tiamat sleeping beside him. He was surprised by this, as he exclaimed, What are you doing here? Tiamat slowly opened her eyes, as she spoke, Morning, my dear mate. Issei took a deep breath and groaned in response. he knew that Tiamat must have sneaked inside his room or used magic to enter his room without him finding out about it. He knew that getting angry on her wasn't fruitful, as he got up, gently placing her down, speaking, "Morning to you too, get ready, we have some work today." Tiamat could be seen pouting at the dismissal attitude that Issei had given her. She was certainly going to make Issei hers one day, but she knew that there are others that are also present that want him. One of her rivals was Ophis herself, the dragon goddess. There are two rivals which were Hel and Ophis, both of whom have developed feelings for him. She was not going to let them win and take her mate away from them. She knew that Issei won't accept women that easily, but didn't kick her out, implying that he is tolerating her, which was a good thing to begin with. This meant she had hopes of making Issei hers. "I know there is some part of you that is the old you, Issei," Tiamat muttered to herself, as she watched Issei head to the bathroom to get a shower for his work. This time, he plans on going another one of his big targets. His next targets were Vala and his team. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM. "I must admit, you actually have the guts to sleep beside Issei without ending up getting injured," Ophis commented emotionlessly, as she knew that Issei is not someone that would let anyone sleep beside him. Hel then added, "Yeah, I am surprised too." Hel's tone had slight mix of jealousy and annoyance. She never got an opportunity to sleep with her Issei in such a manner, and now Tiamat was able to do so. It didn't help that Tiamat had a smug smile on her face and Hel was grumbling with slight annoyance. "So what is the plan for the day?" Ingvild asked, trying to change the subject of the topic. As Issei responded, "Ophis, it is time I complete the second part of your promise." "You mean?" Ophis spoke with a tone of surprise, asking, hoping for the thing she was finally expecting as the scion spoke. "Yes, we will be attacking Vala and his team next. From what I remember, they are living in the Pendragon Mansion, with the exception of Kuroka and Lefei, who visit Kenji on a weekly basis whenever they can." "Wait, when did they move?" Ophis asked with confusion, as Issei responded. "They moved a few months after my imprisonment, since they weren't in Ko when I and Hel attacked them. It didn't make any sense since Lefei was part of Ko Academy as a student, so I presumed that they had to return to that place in the aftermath." Issei responded to the dragon goddess, who nodded in understanding. She understood that they might have returned to a more secure place when Issei had killed Azazel and his allies. "So what is going to be our plan?" Hel asked, while sipping her cup of coffee, as she continued, "Will we be striking soon?" "Yes, we will. We will strike in hours from now. And from what I remember, the Pendragon has known to store a lot of treasure inside of their vaults. Gold bars and other jewels are still present in their location, and maybe I will take Caliban from Arthur's corpse as well," Issei commented in response. With a smirk plastered on his face, he knew this would definitely hurt Kenji and his allies even more, and with the divine dividing being in his hands, he can maybe take the treasure that Albion had stored as well. "And before you ask, I want Hel, Ingvild and Ophis to come." Tiamat wanted to retort, speaking, but Issei, "This. I know, and I will take you later when you confront Drake." "You have my word." Tiamat crossed her arms in annoyance, as she huffed away in slight anger, responding, "You better." Issei could only internally sigh. He wondered how did it come to this. Tiamat developed an obsession with him after the battle that had happened just yesterday. Ophis walked up to him and muttered in her ear. She knew that Issei would be dealing with a lustful Tiamat soon enough, and chances of him being assaulted will be increased. Ophis herself was controlling her instincts from not assaulting him, but she fears that it will only be some more months at most before she may lose it. "Issei, dragons are often clingy, especially female dragons. The sooner you accept her feelings the better, else there is a chance that she may assault you, Yuli." Issei nodded, internally gulping at this. He didn't want to hurt one of his allies, but he would have to defend himself from the Uel assault. He looked at Ophis, and she responded, "And if you are wondering why I didn't do so, it is because I have better control over my emotions." Issei nodded. He wondered if Ophis loves him and not in a paternal manner, and something else. He looked at Ophis, who nodded in response. This confirmed his suspicion. Maybe he should speak to her at a later date. "I understand, I will speak to her," Issei muttered back to her. As Ophis gave a nod, he could see Hel grumbling in response, wondering what was going on between the scion and the dragon goddess. He grunted in response, garnering their attention, and spoke, We will have breakfast and then we will plan for our attack. I believe the plan should be easy to understand in my opinion, so you needn't worry about it or rack your brains too much about it." The others nodded, as they had their food with Issei, knowing that the factions will lose a valuable ally today. They all knew that tonight is the day of judgment for Vala's team involvement due to what had happened with Issei and being involved with his imprisonment in Tartarus. Scene change. Pendragon Mansion, United Kingdom, PM. Kuroka and Luffy. Pendragon had returned from the Serafal Memorial Hospital. Their expression was grim, seeing the state of the critically injured Kaneko and several of the ORC members. They were aware that Issei did this and were unsurprisingly furious at the turn of the events. "That bastard!" Kuroka growled with outright fury, vowing to kill Issei for being the sole reason why her sister was in an induced coma due to the sheer brutality that was caused by Issei and Hell. She vowed to get back at him. Luffy calmed her down, assuring her that they will be strong enough to one day deal with him or find a way to weaken him. Once they got back, the guards bowed to them and they entered into the mansion. They were greeted by the rest of the Vala team, comprised of Fenrir, Gogmagog, Arthur Pendragon, Biko and Vala Lucifer. They had all been present in the Pendragon Mansion, in an attempt to reinforce the Britain side of the factions, since Issei's activity was the most recent in the European location. There were two other members, that being current generation Zhu Beiji and Xiao Wujing. But they had been present outside playing with each other. "I am glad you guys made it one piece." Vala spoke with a smile, happy that his two members managed to return successfully to the place they were staying at. Arthur hugged his sister, happy that she managed to home safe and sound. "I am fine, big brother. We didn't encounter him either at the hospital nor at our way coming back." Luffy spoke with a tone assuring him that she was all right. As Arthur looked at her for a moment and nodded in response, he was training hard every single day to protect everything that he had cherished. After Issei lost his boosted gear to Kenji, Luffy, like many others, was also one of the many that had betrayed Issei along with the rest of her team. In the aftermath, while Luffy didn't visit Issei in prison like the rest of her members, she did condemn him like the rest, and Arthur was afraid he may come after his sister along with the rest of her family. Even the rest of the team was training hard to be prepared for Issei's assault. They had only hoped the weapon that Ajuka created may be enough, along with the plan of them trying to take his blood to see his weaknesses. "I am glad, Luffy." Arthur released his sister, as she nodded. "To think that he can attack us at any given time, it is truly frightening, Naya." Kuroka spoke with a slightly worried tone, as Biko responded in kind, "I agree, he needs to be stopped." "Speaking of which, how has been your luck with Kenji?" Biko asked, changing the subject. Kuroka gave a sigh, remembering that she had asked Kenji to give her kittens, but he had dropped the subject for the time being. He was more focused on settling down with the others before she had gotten her turn, which was to be with him. However, when Issei had made his first attack, Kenji put his full focus onto the girls that were the most harmed, which was Rias and the rest of the ORC, both former and current. In the aftermath, Kuroka patiently waited for the time when Kenji would see that even she has fallen for him. Her sister Kaneko had informed her on what kind of a man Kenji is, and even Kuroka saw him as way better compared to Issei, enabling her to betray Issei in the end, thus resulting in the sealing and imprisonment in Tartarus. "It has been well. Kenji is thinking about spending more time with me, and soon we will have the kittens that I always wanted. I will have a happy married life, over that pervert who only saw me for my body." Kuroka spoke with a smile, and a small blush on her face. She always wanted Kenji, who was smarter and good-looking compared to Issei, and was not a pervert. "Perhaps it will never come, Kuroka, 'cause you will suffer judgment tonight." The Vala team turned around to see where the voice came. They knew the voice to be that of Issei's. As soon before anything could be done, the house doors exploded, revealing Issei alongside Hela and Ingvild. Ophis was hidden nearby since she wanted to reveal herself at the very end when her blessing and powers would be taken from Vala. Hel had already sent her undead soldiers from her legions to counter the Pendragon Mansion soldiers, along with Uther and Melina Pendragon, the father and mother of Luffy and Arthur Pendragon. Additionally, the plan was to isolate some members and deal with them accordingly before blowing this place to the ground. "You!" Vala growled, his voice trembling with barely contained fury, as his silver aura began to flare, Albion's presence resonating within him. "You have some nerve showing up here, Hayadu." Issei smirked, his eyes glowing ominously. And you knew this day would come, didn't you, Vala? He stepped forward, his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of condescension. For someone who claims to be nothing like dear old Grandpa RageRevan, you sure do a good impression. All that arrogance and self-righteousness, it's uncanny. The jab hit its mark, and Vala's aura spiked violently. I am nothing like that lunatic. At least I'm not a genocidal monster like you. You slaughtered the fallen angels, the Citri peerage, and even killed some of the Gremry, and now you're here for us. You've lost any right to call yourself a savior. Issei laughed darkly, the sound reverberating through the room, sending chills down spines. Is that what you tell yourself to sleep at night, RageRevan? Keep clinging to your delusions while you can. They won't save you. And besides, when did I call myself a savior? I see myself as a god deciding judgment on foolish filthy bats like you. Issei puts his hand forward in a mocking manner, making Valley bring out his divine dividing with fury. He detested Issei even more now. Biko stepped forward, his staff spinning casually in his hand, though his posture was tense. You really think you can take us all on, Hayadu? You've bitten off more than you can chew, just like always. Hell's icy voice cut through the room. Bold words, little monkey. You're nothing compared to your ancestor, the true Sun Wukong. A mere shadow playing at greatness. Her smirk was sharp as a blade, and Biko's knuckles whitened as he tightened his grip on his staff. Kuroka, ever the opportunist, purred mockingly, I told you, Naya. I made the right choice choosing Kenji over you. He's far superior in every way. Vala's eyes flicked toward Kuroka, a flicker of betrayal and anger in his gaze. Issei, noticing, gave a dismissive wave. Oh, please, Kuroka. Spare me the soap opera drama. Who you're with doesn't matter to me. You were always going to chase the strongest partner, weren't you? He tilted his head mockingly. Let me guess, so you could have stronger kittens, like the little whore you are? Kuroka hissed but said nothing, her usual playful demeanor replaced with simmering irritation. Tell me about it. She has no pride of her heritage, and would even try her luck to get laid with a god if it means having good kids, isn't that right, Issei? Kuroka was seething even more upon hearing Ingvilde's words of mockery as well as Issei agreeing to it, speaking, yes, I totally agree. Vala's energy surged again, his irritation finally boiling over at him insulting his friends. Enough. I won't let you talk down to me, Hayada. You're no hero, you're just a power-hungry tyrant. His wings of light and darkness flared behind him, Albion's voice echoing in agreement. Tyrant, eh? Issei spoke with slight annoyance, knowing that they won't listen to their then come at me, Vala, Issei said, his tone suddenly cold and devoid of humor. He extended his arm, energy gathering around him in a vibrant display of crimson power. Let's see if you're capable of backing up all that talk. Before Vala could charge, Hell interjected with a cruel laugh. My, so quick to fight. Is that anger I sense, or fear? Deep down, you know you're outmatched. Ingvilde, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, her serene voice laced with an edge. We didn't come here to banter endlessly. The judgment has been passed. You've run your course, Vala. Tonight, the dragon of supremacy will fall. Biko and Arthur stepped into defensive stances, the room charged with tension as both sides prepared for battle. But before they could fight, Issei soon responded, Oh, I actually forgot, it is not just us three you are going to fight. Before we entered inside, we encountered two yokais that tried to stop us. One was a kappa-like being and the other was looking akin to a pig. Wait! Vala's blood ran cold. He knew who exactly he was talking about, as Le Fay shouted with anger and anguish, What did you do to Zhu and Sha? Hell walked forward and snapped her fingers. As soon a magic circle showed up, revealing the reanimated corpses of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, both of whom generating fire and water in their palms respectively. You killed them? Le Fay spoke with tears and anger in her tone, as Hell responded, We did. They tried to kill us and now they serve us, in our goals and actions. You monsters! How can you do that to children? Hell only cackled in response, speaking with a cold and mocking tone. She knew that they are nothing but hypocrites for judging them, given that they stood in their way, and the team is not responding to mercy in any manner. Children? They should have been with the yokai instead of joining you lot, and Issei did mention that children will only grow up to be vengeful, so why spare them when they would cause problems? Le Fay and the Vala team was seething in anger seeing the corpses of 2 of their teammates. Not only did the 3 mercilessly kill them without any empathy or care about them. Issei then responded, "Don't bother Hell, they are a bunch of moronic hypocrites. But enough talk, you know about the plan, correct?" Hell and Ingvile nodded. As Issei spoke, "Let's begin. I will enjoy taking Caliban from your hands, Arthur. Come and try, you son of a." Arthur was unable to complete when Issei dashed forward, entering his Super Saiyan in an instant, and kicked him in the stomach, making him cough up. His speed was far faster than he had expected, as he snatched Caliban from his hands. Arthur was sent flying across the wall. As Issei held the blade in his hand, he had coughed up blood and his clothing was tattered by the attack Issei had performed. "Arthur!" Vala team shouted, as Vala entered into his balance breaker immediately, and Biko got his staff ready, attacking Issei at once. Kuroka, Le Fay, Fenrir and Gogmagog tried to assist them, but were intercepted by Hell, Ingvile and the 2 undead yokais, immediately teleporting the 4 with them to a different floor and location of the mansion. "Sorry you 4, but your fight is with us." Ingvile spoke mockingly, as she readied her water-based abilities, much to the anger of the 4. Fenrir immediately lunged on Hell, as the 2 former siblings decided to clash for their allies, and the undeads dealt with Le Fay and Gogmagog. Issei dodged a magical blast from Vala and Biko attacked him with his staff. He dodged the attacks, and fired 2 key blasts quickly in response, as Issei forced them backwards. Arthur tried to ambush him using a small sword, as he shouted, "Give my sword back." "How about no?" Issei channeled his own ki, trying to break through any control the Pendragons have, as the seal of the Pendragon was trying to break, as he fired a ki blast at Arthur, trying to attack him, forcing him to focus on that. The seal was weakening, as the trio of boys who managed to dodge the attack as Vala responded by his gear with Albion responding. Divide X. Issei felt the sudden loss of power, but soon he recovered his ki in an instant, as it soon started to break the seal the Pendragons have, which allowed only their household to use the blade. He soon started to scream, breaking the seal placed inside the Caliban. "Vala, his power, it's too strong." Vala could only look at Issei with anger, with Biko's instincts telling him that he should run away, while Arthur was looking at Issei in anger. Soon the seal breaks through, making Issei use the sword. The sword starts to glow in a bright yellow ki, which belonged to him. The trio of boys looked at it with horror and anger, as Arthur responded with it, "Impossible. Breaking the seal shouldn't be possible by your hands. Open your eyes, Pendragon. Anything impossible." The trio gritted their teeth in anger, as they continued to clash against him in the hopes of taking the sword from him, and returning it back to their rightful owners. In the meantime, Hell continued to circle Fenrir, her expression calm but focused. She understood the reality of her situation. Fenrir was too durable and strong, too unrelenting to be defeated in a straightforward battle. His thick hide shrugged off attacks that would obliterate most foes, and his stamina seemed boundless. But Hell had a plan. She didn't need to overpower him, she only needed to outlast him. "You're stubborn, I'll give you that," she said, her voice echoing across the battlefield. "But even the mightiest wolf can be worn down. Let's see how long you can keep this up." Fenrir growled low, his golden eyes blazing with fury. His massive frame, though battered, showed no signs of faltering. He lunged again, his claws tearing through the ground as he aimed for Hell with relentless precision. Hell dodged, her movements as fluid as water. She summoned a series of magic circles, each one firing a barrage of elemental attacks, flames, ice, and lightning. Fenrir powered through them, his hide scorched and singed but unyielding. He closed the distance in moments, snapping his jaws mere inches from Hell's face. "Close," Hell taunted, stepping back and conjuring a wall of ice between them. Fenrir smashed through it with a single swipe, shards flying in all directions. Hell leaped away, her black dress trailing behind her like a shadow. "You can keep breaking my spells, Fenrir," she called out, her voice carrying a sharp edge. "But how long can you keep this up? How much energy will you burn chasing me while I keep my distance?" Fenrir didn't respond with words, only an enraged roar as he charged again. Hell's reanimated corpses swarmed him, clawing and grabbing at his legs, but he tore through them like paper. Each swing of his claws sent bodies flying, but for every one he destroyed, 2 more seemed to rise in its place. Impressive, Hel admitted, watching him from a safe distance. She raised her hand, summoning another wave of elemental attacks. Fireballs rained down, forcing Fenrir to dodge and weave, while spears of ice jutted up from the ground, cutting off his movements. But even you have limits, Fenrir. Let's see where they are. Fenrir growled, his breath coming heavier now, though he refused to slow down. His claws slashed through another wave of corpses, and he lunged at Hel with renewed fury. She sidestepped, narrowly avoiding his jaws, and countered with a blast of lightning that struck his side. The wolf staggered for a moment but recovered quickly, his resilience almost supernatural. He swiped at Hel again, forcing her to conjure a barrier of earth to block the attack. The impact shattered the barrier, sending debris flying, but Hel was already several steps away, her smirk never faltering. "You're strong, Fenrir," Hel admitted, her tone almost admiring. "Stronger than I anticipated. But strength alone won't win this fight. Not when your opponent knows how to play the long game." Fenrir's growls deepened, his movements becoming slightly less precise. Hel's eyes narrowed, noticing the small signs of exhaustion creeping into his attacks. His swings were powerful but less sharp, and his breathing was audible even from a distance. "Getting tired, are we?" Hel teased, summoning another wave of magic circles. She fired a combination of ice and fire, forcing Fenrir to dodge repeatedly. The wolf roared in frustration, lunging at her again, but his movements were just a fraction slower than before. Hel darted back, keeping her distance. "I don't need to beat you, Fenrir. I just need to keep you moving, keep you burning through your energy. And when you finally collapse from exhaustion, I'll be right here, ready to finish the job." Fenrir snarled, refusing to give in. He charged once more, his claws tearing through the ground as he closed the distance. Hel braced herself, knowing the fight was far from over but confident in her strategy. She would keep him at bay, keep him fighting until his unstoppable strength became his greatest weakness. She dodged another chomp courtesy of her grace. She grew slightly annoyed. She was well aware of her limitations and knew full well that she cannot keep this for much longer. She then thought, if these mortals can seal them and keep Fenrir as their own, then I think I have an idea and control him to make him more subservient. She knew what she had to do. Looking at the reanimated Barrakiel and Penemu, along with Scotty, she mentally gave them the orders. Barrakiel and Penemu will distract the wolf with their light spears. Barrakiel used his thunder spears at the wolf, who was dodging again, continuing to dodge at every step. Penemu and some reanimated surviving fallen angels continued to firing their own spears, forcing Fenrir to once again dodge. He was struggling to dodge at every step, as he soon staggered, losing his balance, and was struck by many spears, making him howl in pain, taking the hit. Looking at Scotty, she gave the order, waiting for Fenrir to stand, as he did so for a few moments, making a powerful howl, but was once again bombarded by the attacks, making him unable to handle any more attacks. The bombardment was enough to create several dust storms of concentrated magic, and Hel was hoping that Fenrir couldn't take any longer. And true to her expectation and hopes, Fenrir had his skin breached. Some spears lodged into his body and legs, making him stagger for a moment, but he was still standing. He refused to give in to her demands, growling at anger looking at his state. Hel knew what she had to do to end his life. Looking at Scotty, she gave a nod. It was time to make Fenrir her slave this time. "Goodbye, Fenrir." Hel spoke, as she looked at the undead Scotty and gave her a nod, telepathically telling her to do what she needs to do. She brought out her winter blade, and rushed towards Fenrir, who tried to escape but unfortunately. Stab! Scotty managed to stab Fenrir in his heart, as he soon made a deadly yet painful howl. The fatal stab was enough for him to perish, but before he could ward off his attackers, Hel, coupled with the others, unleashed a deadly bombardment upon him, making the wolf scream in pain. Hel had a smile on her face upon this, knowing someone that enjoyed relishing her father's death was finally getting his due, along with his action of supporting Issei's arrest. At another location, the battlefield was a chaotic mix of water and destruction as Ingvild Leviathan confronted both Kuroka and Gogmagog. The ground was drenched, streams of water flowing in every direction due to Ingvild's relentless manipulation of her element. She moved with precision and grace, her wings shimmering as she effortlessly evaded Gogmagog's attacks and kept Kuroka at bay. Issei had meticulously briefed her on their abilities, and Ingvild had memorized every detail. She knew their weaknesses, their tendencies, and how to exploit them. Having trouble keeping your flames lit, Kuroka? Ingvild taunted, her voice calm but laced with a sharp edge. She waved her hand, summoning another wave of water that doused the battlefield, further hindering Kuroka's ability to use her senjutsu flames effectively. What's wrong? Can't handle a little water? Kuroka snarled in frustration. Every time she tried to summon her flames, Ingvild was there, drenching her before she could fully channel her energy. Even her poison field, a technique that could turn the tide of battle, was thwarted by the constant deluge of water. It was infuriating. Meanwhile, Gogmagog unleashed a barrage of rockets, the projectiles streaking toward Ingvild with deadly precision. But she was too quick, her wings propelling her through the air in fluid, unpredictable movements. The rockets struck the crumbling remains of the castle, sending debris flying but failing to land a single hit. You're really persistent, aren't you? Ingvild muttered, her eyes narrowing at the golem. She kept her distance, knowing that its sheer firepower and resilience made it a dangerous opponent. Kuroka's voice broke through the chaos. You think you're so clever, don't you? But don't get cocky just because you can manipulate water. Ingvild smirked, her gaze locking onto Kuroka. Cocky? No, I'm just confident. You're the one who's out of her element here, quite literally. Kuroka's frustration reached a boiling point. You're a devil. Why are you siding with him? He's massacring our kind. Torturing them, hunting them down for his own sick pleasure. Ingvild's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with anger. She raised her hand, summoning a powerful torrent of water that surged toward Kuroka. The Nekishu barely managed to teleport out of the way, only to reappear in the midst of another cascade. She growled in frustration, glaring at Ingvild. Spare me your nonsense, Ingvild snapped, her voice cold and biting. You talk about betrayal, but you're the one who abandoned Issei when he needed you most. You're nothing but a pathetic rebound, chasing after power you'll never truly deserve. Kuroka opened her mouth to retort, but Ingvild cut her off, her tone dripping with contempt. And don't even try to appeal to my so-called kind. The devils see me as nothing more than a trophy, an object to be controlled. I've had enough of their arrogance, and I don't want to be part of their manipulations. My freedom lies in their downfall, and I'll ensure it happens. Gogmagog, seizing the moment, unleashed a barrage of laser beams aimed directly at Ingvild. She darted through the air, weaving between the beams with practiced ease. The mansion around them crumbled further under the assault, but Ingvild remained unscathed, her movements a blur of precision and speed. She knew she couldn't keep dodging forever. If she wanted to turn the tide of the battle, she needed to eliminate one of her opponents. Her eyes flicked between Kuroka and Gogmagog, calculating her next move. 2 against 1, Ingvild muttered to herself, a faint smirk crossing her lips. But I've always liked a challenge. She took a deep breath, her wings glowing faintly as she summoned a powerful surge of water. The battlefield roared with the sound of rushing waves as she prepared to strike, her determination unwavering. However, to her and Kuroka's shock, someone tackled Gogmagog to the ground, and it was revealed to be an undead Fenrir, who had the same wounds as when he fought against Hell, as well as having pupilless eyes. What the dash? Ingvild exclaimed, as she could see that Hell flying towards her. She had a smirk on her face, as Ingvild spoke with a tone of surprise. Don't tell me, you. Yep, Fenrir is now my undead servant. Hell responded with a smile, as she released some of her power, implying that she has gotten stronger than before. After reviving Fenrir as an undead, her power grew even more stronger, almost touching the barrier of top's strongest beings. She would soon enter that level and become as strong as Thor and Odin, defeating them for good. Kuroka was shivering and afraid of this development, seeing Fenrir tear through Gogmagog like it was nothing but paper, shredding through its body, as all the while Gogmagog could only scream. Ingvild looked at Kuroka, who was tearing up at this, as she glared at Hell and Ingvild with anger and hatred. Le Fay turned to Kuroka. As she placed a magic circle to defend herself from her undead companions, she could only watch in horror at Fenrir tearing through Gogmagog like it was nothing. Get out of here, alert the leaders. I will hold them off for a while. Kuroka had a smile, as she used her Tuki to charge a powerful attack at all her enemies, as Le Fay responded Kuroka. But, just go! Kuroka shouted at the top of her lungs, as Le Fay had tears in her eyes, and nodded. She prepared a teleportation circle, and was about to leave. Ingvild and Hel didn't let that happen, as they unleashed their powerful magic spells to kill Le Fay, preventing them from escaping. But Kuroka got in front of them. She unleashed a powerful Tuki blast aimed in response, as she knew she would perish from the attack. Le Fay soon got out of there, all the while crying, as Kuroka had a smile on her face, watching her leave. She was soon consumed by both of the attacks, as she screamed in agony, wiping her from the combined attack of Hel and Ingvild. She was soon consumed by both of the attacks, as she screamed in agony, wiping her from the combined attack of Hel and Ingvild. She was soon consumed by both of the attacks from Ingvild and Hel, erasing her from existence, as she could only die an agonizing death for her actions of betraying Issei and choosing Kenji. She met an untimely death, just like her mother did when she was consumed by an explosion due to the experimentation. Once this was done, Kuroka was nowhere to be found and was dead, and Le Fay managed to escape. Hel knew this due to the revenants of Zhu Beiji and Xiao Wujing. The two revenants managed to watch her leave while they were unable to do anything. So did we get them? Ingvild asked, to which Hel shook her head, and responded, only Kuroka. Le Fay managed to escape. On the bright side, only one member is alive, and we got 2 more reanimated corpses to join the Legion. Hel pointed out to the now unmoving Gogmagog, as Fenrir was howling in victory, now a complete undead serving his sister Hel. Ingvild could only nod, as she wondered what will happen next. She could only hope that Issei is finished with his side of the fight as well. She soon revived Gogmagog as her undead ally before she speaks. Ingvild, we need to place seals on this place. Issei wants the Pendragon Mansion destroyed. Ingvild nodded, as she responded with a smile, you got it. In the meantime, Biko, Arthur and Vala were on their knees, exhausted and bruised from the attacks of Issei. He was much stronger, and despite the constant divides, Issei was also not showing signs of stopping. He was breathing heavily, however, and was also bruised, due to the combined attacks of the trio, with Vala's constant divides, and him dodging the combined pole and sword attacks from Biko and Arthur's attacks respectively. Issei looked at them, and spoke, I must admit, for some lowly beings, opposing justice is something that you are known for, yet you don't have the power to do so. We will show you power, Hayadu. Vala spoke with hatred and fury, as he and Albion knew that they had to enter Dabilo's dragon if they had to combat Issei's Super Saiyan. They knew that his ki was still at the maximum due to him not faltering in it, despite him being exhausted from the attacks. However, he failed to notice the smirk that Issei had. As he smirked, Ophis now. Ophis suddenly appeared in front of Vala, much to his shock, along with Albion's shock and fear knowing who was in front of him. Ophis had a serious and cold look, with her having some amount of anger inside of her due to what Vala had done. I will be taking back what is mine, Issei. Issei nodded, bringing out Caliban and stabbing Vala in his stomach, making him cough up, piercing his armor. Ophis does the same thing, placing her hand in his stomach, as she pulls out the power and blessings she had granted him once. Vala Lucifer and Albion Gwyber, you have disgraced what it means to be a dragon. You shall no longer be worthy of my power or blessing, by betraying a fellow dragon who is the sole reason on why you even managed to take revenge against your grandfather for his injustice. Henceforth, you are no longer worthy of calling yourself the Dragon of Supremacy. Same goes for you too, Albion. You are also unworthy of being called a heavenly dragon. Vala could only scream in agony and pain, as Issei ripped out Caliban from his stomach, letting Ophis do what she wants. Arthur and Biko tried to stop Vala from losing his powers, only for Issei to act and swiftly slice them with his sword, pushing him back. He soon leaped in the air, and fired a powerful energy blast aimed at Biko and Arthur, vaporizing them without any mercy. The two could only scream in agony and defeat upon being vaporized before they could react, as they were killed by the attack, leaving Vala as the only survivor of the Vala team, aside from Le Fay, who managed to escape. The reason they were killed was because in their desperation of saving Vala from Ophis, which would have failed either way, and the previous injuries and exhaustion they had to endure from fighting against Issei. After a while, Vala was done. He had lost access to his full potential, and he fell to his knees, holding his stomach in agony. He looked at the sizzling wound that was in his stomach. Ophis felt her powers back inside of her body, as she looked at Vala apathetically. Why? Vala responded with pained anger, as he looked at Ophis with anger and sadness. Why do you support him? Because Issei is the reason why I have gained emotions and am able to have fun and enjoy my life. Not only did you all lie to me about his whereabouts claiming him to be missing but also have the guts to betray him. I will see to it that you all suffer karma for what you have done. Vala was gritting his teeth in anger, as he glared at Issei with hatred in his eyes, as he exclaimed with anger, "You dare turn her!" Before Issei could respond, it was Ophis who gave a brutal slap that sent Vala flying, as the White Dragon Emperor was sent flying across several walls, crashing onto a nearby wall, making a dent across it. Vala coughed up blood upon this. The fact that you still believe yourself to be in the right is just downright delusion. I am glad that I took away my blessing and powers away from you, Ophis exclaimed with anger, as Issei pulled her in for a side hug, as he spoke with a sigh. Now, don't get angry, there is no point in telling this idiot. Ophis could only look at him and nod, as she looked at Vala in contempt. Issei knew this was the first time he had seen her really angry, meaning she was gaining emotion by being with others. Before that she was seen crying due to the betrayal caused by her former friends and family members. Vala was seething in anger, as he knew that he no longer had Ophis's power. Even Albion was beyond furious by this development. As he spoke, "Vali, we need to get out of here." Vala nodded, as he was about to teleport, but Issei was quicker, firing several tendrils of ki blasts aimed at several locations, making him scream in pain and agony. Due to it, as he spoke with anger, "There is no escape, Lucifer." Ophis flew up to him, and released some of her snakes, as they started to bite onto the sacred gear, causing Vala to scream in pure agony and pain. The pain was the same pain when he experienced due to being inflicted due to the hero faction. "Ophis, please stop." Albion pleaded for his host's life, however Ophis didn't falter, as his sacred gear was being extracted due to Issei having plans for it. Ophis also wanted to make sure Albion pays personally for what he had done. This was the plan they had made. They wanted Vala to suffer as much as possible, but they also knew that Albion could move on to the next host, as the divine dividing was much stronger than the Sephiroth Graal due to it having the host of the Albion, the former dragon of supremacy. He was still stronger than Vritra, whose soul was cut down into different parts, and was still sort of divided even when the gears had a single host, hence his obliteration. Once the gear was extracted, she kept it in an orb composed out of snakes to prevent it from moving to its next host, and not letting Albion try and control it. "Well, Vala, now you are just a weak half-devil, the very same kind you personally despise due to how weak it made you. The reason why your father abused you and your grandfather was the reason for your miserable childhood." Vala was gritting his teeth in anger, as he glared at Issei with complete disdain. His hatred for Issei magnified when he was the one responsible for Azazel's death along with the rest of the faction, and now his hatred knows no bounds. But before anything could happen, Issei sensed the presence of Hell and Ingvild, as they both joined him, with Issei speaking. "So is the Vala team dead? The ones you were meant to handle?" "Yes, but Lufei managed to escape." Issei and Ophis took a note of this, meaning the team sacrificed their lives to ensure one manages to escape. Vala could be seen smirking, as he soon started to laugh in complete madness and insanity, as he shouted, "You see, Hayadu! Lufei managed to escape your so-called justice. Even if you defeat me, you cannot escape the factions, and they will certainly enjoy seeing your demise. They will destroy you, you hear me? I will enjoy watching your demise from the afterlife. And I will see to it that you go straight to hell. Yuhaya. Vala started to laugh in madness, with Hell and Ingvild along with Ophis wanting to put Vali in his place, but Issei stopped them with his hand, as he turned to Vala and kicked him in the jaw, breaking it completely. His lower jaw was completely ripped straight from his body. This was meant to shut him up since his laugh annoyed him to no bounds. "Honestly, that attitude of yours, I see, you have become like your father RageRevan and grandfather RageRevan. You are nothing but a filthy bat that needs to learn its place. Except for two devils I know, the rest of you belong in nothing but the darkest depths of hell, where you should be tortured for all eternity. Now, Vali, face judgment. But you won't die in honor, since you don't deserve that." Vala could see a ki blast in Issei's hand, as he aimed straight at his heart, which made him cough up blood. Vala was barely alive and knew there wasn't much time left for him. Goodbye, Vala, may you rot in hell for the rest of your miserable life. Issei brought out the golden tiger claws, as Hell snapped her fingers with any remaining reanimated corpses disappearing, knowing that their job was done. Ingvild and Ophis was the first to leave, as the dragon goddess took one last look at Vala, who was completely helpless and despair-ridden, knowing there was nothing he could do. Hell and Issei were next, as she had exclaimed, "Explode!" The seals surrounding the entire mansion soon triggered, which resulted in multiple simultaneous explosions as the mansion was crumbling, with ceilings and other pillars collapsing right in front of him. He could only curse Issei and his team for being in this situation. He was about to shout, but he was silenced when a slab or rock fell on his face and upper body, crushing it completely, as bones and body organs were squished in an instant. Vala's upper body only had blood forming beside it. The Pendragon mansion was destroyed in a few moments, with any potential survivors getting killed as a result. This included Merlina Pendragon, that had barely survived after her husband sacrificed himself to save her. The factions have lost a valuable ally with the Vala team gone, and Albion and his sacred gear are with Issei and his allies. The next day, ruined Pendragon Mansion, United Kingdom, AM. The news coverage of the collapse of the Pendragon Mansion was shown all across the world. Many wondered who was responsible for such a heinous attack, since its collapse was sudden and unknown. The humans of the world, blissfully unaware of the supernatural, presumed that some faulty explosion relating to an appliance or a terror attack must be the sole reason that has happened. If the latter was the cause, then who was responsible for it? But to the supernatural, they knew who was solely responsible, and were needlessly furious on the ones responsible. Right now, some of the leaders and members of the DXD group were present. They all watched the carnage with outright fury and hatred towards the one responsible for this. They were scavenging for anything they could find, any items, or if they are lucky, a survivor. Once again, he got away with the attack. He is going to regret this, Odin exclaimed with anger present in his tone, as he vowed to destroy Issei, since he was solely responsible for his adoptive son Vali, who he had taken in to remove his criminal status. Not only that, he even killed the last Lucifer. He is going to pay, and we will all make sure he pays with his life. Serzex exclaimed with anger and fury, knowing that with Vala's death he has lost the complete support of the old Satan faction that was still present in the underworld. He was a major key and leader to unite the two worlds. Issei once again managed to slaughter someone of the leaders and is causing the collapse of the supernatural worlds completely. And that's not the worst part. Rhea spoke sadly, still being covered by bandages and other dressings. She took a glance at Kaneko, who was the same, with her ears being covered, and was weeping in sadness and agony, knowing her sister was gone, consoled by Kenji, who was helpless seeing this. Lefei was being consoled by Irina, knowing that she was the sole survivor of the destruction that had taken place. Neither her team survived nor her family. Rias then continued, "Many are grieving for their deaths. He even took away the Caliban away from them." "I know, Rias." Serzex spoke, his tone marred with grief and venom, as he continued, "He has taken one of the prize sword away from them. He is going to regret this attack." Michael, looking at the tense situation, he knew that they need to recover from the damage that has happened. The amount of important lives taken from them is astounding, and was as bad as the attack that had purged the elders and Seraphal Leviathan, if not worse than that. "Everyone, we should return, and find time to grieve and prepare. We cannot fight if we are in a terrible state." Michael responded, his tone having complete grief and seriousness. He knew that Issei won't get away with what he has done. But he also knew that he and his allies have to recover and improve on their mental states if they need to be ready for Issei. "Yes, I agree with the Archangel," Shiva responded, his expression and tone grim from what happened, but he knew that fighting in a bad mental state won't do anything good. The others nodded, but before they could leave, someone called out to them, "Lord Lucifer." A devil soldier came to them, hope brewing from his eyes. As he spoke, "I found something." "What?" "I hope it is something good," Serzex mused, as the soldier having two containers, with one having some blood akin to a test tube, and the other having hair present in it. He then spoke in response, "I was able to use an analyzer that Lord Beelzebub gave me, and the DNA test showed that it was not part of any faction. The blood was not belonging to any supernatural pantheon. Everyone widened their eyes at this, as Zenobia responded, Is it? Is it Issei's blood? Possible. Ajuka mused, as he took the blood and hair containers from the soldier, as the devil soldier bowed, as he continued, But we need to do further analysis to identify it. The others agreed to it, as they had hoped this blood and hair to be Issei's own. That must have resulted in his fight against the Vala team along with the Pendragon family. They knew that if it is, then they can find a weakness to it, which can eliminate him for good. They won't let him kill anyone else. Norway PM. Issei was waiting for someone in Norway. He knew why he was here, and that was due to Hell wanting a date in Norway, the country where Hell was created and came into this world. He was wearing a sleek black suit with a tailored blazer and matching trousers, exuding a formal yet modern style. Beneath the blazer, they sport a cream or off-white turtleneck sweater, adding a touch of sophistication and contrast to the dark suit. The ensemble strikes a balance between elegance and casual refinement, suitable for both professional and upscale social settings. The ensemble strikes a balance between elegance and casual refinement, suitable for both professional and upscale social settings. Keeping his hand in his pocket, he was waiting for his date to show up. He knew that Hell would arrive at this place soon enough. Issei looked at his watch and spoke with a sigh, Where the hell is she? He looked around, not denying that Norway is a good place, but it can be better without the existence of the filth known as the Asgardians. He then mused, I must admit, Norway is quite the place, isn't it? He asked to himself, wondering what he would believe, as he saw many couples enjoying their time around. Normally, the old Goku Black would feel repulsed at this, but Issei was not repulsed. He grew to tolerate, and even grow interested in such things. He knew a lot has changed so far due to being in this new reincarnation of his. Issei. Issei turned around and saw Hell, who was looking more vibrant and radiant than before. She seemed completely different from the one he had encountered in the prison. She was wearing a form-fitting black sleeveless dress, exuding a simple yet elegant style. The dress features a high neckline and smooth fabric that emphasizes a polished and sophisticated appearance. It is well tailored, highlighting a refined silhouette. How do I look? Hell asked with a small blush on her face. Issei remained in a daze seeing her in this state. How do I look? Hell asked with a small blush on her face. Issei remained in a daze seeing her in this state. He never expected her to look so divine and heavenly. But then again, she was a goddess herself, and this was the beauty many supernatural beings naturally possessed. Seeing his daze, Hell only smiled, knowing her appearance did cause some attraction to form inside of his scion mind. She now knew that she held a special place in the scion's heart. She then wrapped her arms and exclaimed, much to his surprise, Let's go! I know of a lot of places where you'll enjoy. Come on, Issei! Issei then responded, Hell, what are you dash? Trust me on this, you and I will be having a lot of fun. And who knows, you might even have some amazing Nordic dishes that you might take a liking to, Hell exclaimed with a joyful tone, as Issei wasn't expecting Hell to be this excited for the date. He could see that she was looking forward to this date for a while now. She knew that Issei has several things that he is going to like. She reached the first location, which was Garangerfjord, which was in western Norway. She was able to teleport using a magic circle which allowed the instant teleportation to the location. It was a fjord, as she looked at it, and responded, Issei, what do you think of this? It is good. Issei responded, as Hell smiled gently and responded, there is more Norway has to offer, Issei. Come, I will make your day extremely enjoyable. Issei could only look and knew that this date was going to be something that he is going to remember. Hell managed to get him to tolerate her, and even befriend her, knowing she was a valuable person to him. Now, she was going to make him see her as more than an ally. They continued to make the trek above, as Hell and Issei continued to look around and enjoy the greenery. Issei looked at the birds that were flying around and heading to the cliff where they can have a better view of the scenery. So Issei wanted to ask? Hell looked at Issei in her appearance, splitting up from Issei and placing her hands behind her back. Yeah, go on. Hell looked at him for a moment, as she asked, will you head back to Ko, once this is all over? You know, to actually start with a new life. Honestly, I did thought of that, but with the recent explosion, I doubt they will be building the academy anytime soon. Issei responded, with a small shrug. He frankly could care less on the academy, but he knew that he would have to make a life forward from here on out. He needed to plan what is going to be next for him. Besides, we still got a ton of time. The factions and by extension those filthy bats will still cause us problems. Issei spoke with a sigh, as Hell could relate with him. She knew why Issei found these bats to be annoying, and they will continue to cause problems until they are purged from this planet completely, and without any mercy. I see. Well, if you do make up your mind of heading to Ko, I wish to join that academy as a student. Hell responded with a small smile, as Issei looked at her and responded, I guess, but then again, weren't you not a fan of mortal kind before? Well, time has caused me to change a bit. Hell spoke while closing her eyes, not regretting coming here since she did develop some small friendships with the locals living in Australia. They had warned her on what creatures can be the most troublesome in this country. They continued to trek until they reached the location where they wanted to go. They eventually reached the cliff where they could see the water that was reaching far inlands. Issei could note the beauty of this place. It was marvelous with only trees, fresh air and water that was traversing in the fjord. He was aware that this place was one of the most popular tourist hotspots, and was expecting people to be present. However, he noted that there is less humans around. As Hell looked at his surprise and responded, I was aware that there are less people during this time. That is why I took you to this location, so that they don't disturb us. Many humans don't come here and often stay in other locations during this time, so that we can enjoy our time together. Hell spoke with a smile, as Issei looked at her for a moment, before smirking. Hell knew more about him than he realized. He then responded, Guess living with me has given you a clear understanding on what I like and don't, huh? Hell gave a slight giggle, and responded, Of course, I know how much you still are not interested in talking to humans. But I am glad that you are tolerating and even interested in humanity to some extent. What can I say? These mortals are the reason why I am here. Plus I did start off as human in this world. Hell gave a nod, as she responded with a smile, wrapping her arms around her, his hand touching hers. But the goddess of the dead didn't mind. Issei had a small look of surprise as he managed to control himself. Hell was awfully even more clingier than usual, something she wasn't before. So Issei, wanna take a tour of the woods? Issei nodded and spoke, I wouldn't mind some peace and quiet before we eat our dinner. Hell nodded, as the couple started to walk toe in toe inside the woods. They knew today would be the day they can relax and enjoy their time together. Issei did promise Hell a date, and she was not going to let it go to waste. Scene change. Gremory Mansion, Underworld PM. While Issei and Hell were having their date and having the time of their life, the leaders and the DXD team were mourning the loss of Vala and his team, with the exception of Lefay Pendragon. They were still in grief on what had happened, and they knew that Issei and his allies additionally gained an upper hand against them yet again. But many refused to give in, knowing that this was what Issei wanted, and they refused to give up. Otherwise, all those that Issei had slain would have died for nothing. They finally had some hope to combat him. The said hope was the unknown DNA belonging to the hair and blood that they had found in the Pendragon mansion. In the Gremory household, Surzex was speaking with his mother about what the situation was looking like. They had just lost Vala and his entire team excluding Lefay, and Grafia was nowhere to be found, meaning she is still captured and is with Issei. Surzex, did you find any trace of Grafia? Venelana asked with worry and sadness, seeing her son's state worsening, being well aware of his state after Grafia's abduction. No, nothing. Surzex exclaimed with anger and anguish, as he continued, We tried Kenji's idea of locating near the Pacific areas, and we found nothing. It is almost as if she had vanished completely out of existence. We heard traces of them in Australia, with many sightings showing her up, but after a while nothing. We aren't even sure if she is in that location. Venelana could only assure her son, by holding him as he could only sniffle with sadness. There was nothing he could do against Issei. He was winning against him every time, and there was nothing that could be done. It's alright, son, we will find a way to beat Issei. I believe that Ajuka is still analyzing the blood alongside Athena, correct? Surzex nodded, as he split up from his mother, and shook his head and responded with slight anger, You are right, mother. We can't quit like this, cause if we do then all those lives he has taken, including Serafal and Sona along with those from Risa's peerage, will be for nothing, and that is something I am not going to let happen. Excellent, Surzex. Venelana responded by keeping her hand on his cheek, and responded, "You are strong, Surzex. Issei is not invincible, and you will beat him, that is something you will." Surzex nodded resolutely, his determination unwavering. Though the weight of recent events pressed heavily on him, he clung to the belief that Issei would one day be defeated. The DNA samples they had collected from him were key, they just needed to uncover his weakness. It was only a matter of time. "I promise, Mother, we will make this right," Surzex murmured as he exited the room, his composure returning while he wiped the lingering tears from his face. His steps carried him down the hall to another door, one behind which his son, Milikas, diligently worked on his magic. Surzex paused to gather himself before knocking. The sound drew Milikas's attention, and the boy's face lit up with joy as he called out, "Father!" Rushing toward him, Milikas looked up with hopeful eyes and asked, "Any news about Mother?" Surzex knelt to meet his son at eye level, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Not yet, my son. But we are closer every day. I promise you, we will bring her back to where she belongs, by our side, as a family." Milikas's expression softened with a small, hopeful smile. "I'll keep training, Father. I'll be ready to help when the time comes." Surzex smiled at his son's determination, pride swelling in his chest. He reached out and ruffled Milikas's hair gently, eliciting a light-hearted giggle from the boy. "I know you will, Milikas. You're growing stronger every day, and one day, you'll stand as a protector of our family and our people. Together, we'll make things right." Milikas exclaimed, his young voice filled with determination. "Together," Surzex echoed, standing tall once more. His resolve was unshaken, his love for his family and people driving him forward. Milikas then asked, remembering that Lord Ajuka had found some blood and hair potentially relating to Issei. "But Father, what would happen if you find his weakness before that? Will you lose to him?" Surzex only chuckled, having to become strong for his son so that he could become an inspiration for him. As he spoke, "Nah, I'd win." Milikas only chuckled seeing this. His father was the strongest devil ever witnessed, and he was confident that he will one day reach the level he is in. Perhaps he may surpass his father in the near future. Milikas only chuckled seeing this. His father was the strongest devil ever witnessed, and he was confident that he will one day reach the level he is in. Perhaps he may surpass his father in the near future. He will get back his mother from Issei, and that was a promise he made to himself. Surzex looked at his son's resolve and smiled. He knew that he has raised a fine son, knowing that he will one day surpass his father, at a much younger age due to his massive potential that he posed, as at a pretty young age he was stated to be much stronger than many devils of his current age. Scene change. Norway PM, you know. Hel responded with a tone was borderline annoyance, as she continued, "When I was joked that we might encounter a bear, I wasn't expecting you to actually wrestle one into submission. Hee hee. I saw the challenging glint in his eyes and he did attack me first, so I decided to humor him." Hel only gave a frustrated sigh, knowing this to be true. She remembered on how Issei performed a German suplex on the poor animal, knocking it out cold, as she remembered him boasting and joyfully enjoying his victory, as she responded annoyed. "Seriously?" Hel responded, as Issei turned to her and asked, "So where next? You aren't hungry?" Hel asked with a surprised tone, as Issei responded, "Not yet, I would love to move to our next location." Issei spoke in response, as he continued, "Plus, I kind of like Norway, and who knows, maybe the next location that you have chosen will interest me in one way, like this one." Issei had a small grin on his face, akin to a smirk. Hel could only look at this for a moment and give a sigh, before having a wry smile on her face, speaking, "Got it, just leave it to me. Our next stop is going to be Alisund, a coastal city where we can enjoy the coastlines, plus we can visit the Jugendstilcenteret, the Art Nouveau Center, and then we will be heading to the Lofoten Islands for our dinner, where we can have a variety of Norwegian dishes. Primarily fish-based, trust me, you'll love them since I did have them once in my earlier visits to the human world." Issei looked at her with a surprised expression as he asked, "You visited the human world?" "Once I did, had to tolerate the very same mortals that I once looked down upon, but I kept it in. I used magic to know some of the fish recipes for father's sake before Odin's squadron of Valkyries led by the Brynhildr of that era, where I had to surrender myself and head with them. This happened around the th century, around the year of. Issei nodded, being aware that Hel was one of the goddesses that was present for several centuries. She was also well inducted in this world for a while, and her traveling to this world was nothing new for her to do so. So Odin sent them after you, correct? Hel gave a nod to Issei's question, and responded with annoyance. That man constantly kept me monitored due to being related to Loki, since according to some dumb prophecy, he kept tabs on all members of my family, and that included my former brother, his children, and of course my father. Not to mention, if I did fought back against them, he would have definitely sent Thor to deal with me, and both of us know on how that battle would have ended. Issei sighed, and responded with a shrug. I guess you are right, his Mjolnir was able to seal his father. But what annoys me is that instead of doing it himself, they used me as a pawn to do so. Hel was surprised. She could sense the anger in his tone, and knew that if anyone was angry at what the factions had done, it was Issei. She was aware that Issei hated the factions for using him as a scapegoat and pawn for their own goals and enjoyment. They had relished his suffering when his use was done and threw him into Tartarus. Normally she would feel depressed remembering her sort of monitored past, which had worsened after her father's capture and eventual demise, but she was surprised. She knew this was a date, and she should be feeling happy about it, not depressed. Deciding to shake the bad atmosphere off, Hel responded, we should head there. Hel grabbed his hand and rushed into the next portal, where they had immediately teleported to the coastal city itself. Issei looked at Hel as she spoke, we are here. Let's buy some tickets and head inside, okay? Hel spoke with a smile, as Issei nodded. He shook his head, shaking off whatever anger he had, as he walked inside with Hel wrapping her arms around him. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Ophis, Tiamat and Ingvild were watching Divine Dividing. As Ophis responded, I will speak to him. I need to gain some information from him. You sure? Want me to control him? Ingvild asked with slight concern. As Ophis gave a smile and spoke, you needn't worry about that. Even if I am weaker than my original self, I can still take him down. Ophis raised her hands and opened the cage, the Divine Dividing, which was comprised of nothing but snakes from Ophis's body. Soon it started to glow for a moment with a voice coming out from it. What do you want now, Ophis? The voice that had spoken was that of a mixture of anger and grief, as it belonged to Albion. The former heavenly dragon of supremacy had spoken, knowing that Vala was gone completely, and his soul would never be in the sacred gear due to it being forcefully removed from his body due to Ophis doing so, and tormenting Vala Lucifer before he demise. I want to know several things. Do you regret what you did to Issei Haida? Ophis asked emotionlessly, as she continued, regret what you have done due to your arrogance and pride of being a devil more than a dragon? Albion stayed silent for a while before speaking with a normal tone, I have none, Ophis. The group was horrified and angered by this. Tiamat was about to destroy the gear in anger, as she growled, you. Ophis stopped her by looking at her and shaking her head, making her nod, as she spoke, turning to the sacred gear. I see, then you have really become a disgrace to all dragons. Just like Vritra and especially Drake. Even then, I have one regret. I had a feeling that Issei might break from the prison that he was kept in. He refused to give up, despite being in despair, and was on the verge of giving up several times. I honestly should have killed him when he was at his weakest, else Vala and the others would have been alive. Albion spoke with anger in his tone, blaming Issei for the sole reason for what he had done. The three girls were furious, with even Ophis being angry at what Albion had said. As Ophis responded with slight anger, I see. Normally I wouldn't do this, but before killing you, I will take away something you cherish the most. Albion became wide-eyed, knowing that Ophis intends to take his treasure, since that was the only other thing he cherished besides his rivalry and former host Vala Lucifer. You wouldn't dare! I won't let you take that away from me. Do you know how much I have sacrificed to gain that treasure? Albion exclaimed with fury and anger, as Ophis responded emotionlessly, and without any care in her voice or even concern for the heavenly dragon, responding coldly. You should have thought of this before betraying Issei. Now suffer the consequences. Goodbye, Albion. Ophis used several snakes to once again seal off Albion. As she spoke to her fellow allies, I will extract the information out from him. You leave that to me. Ingvild and Tiamat nodded, as they left the room, leaving Ophis to deal with Albion, who decided to use her snakes to enter into the gear and torture Albion for the information that he has. She used her snakes to force the information stored in his soul body to gain the treasure that he has kept in store. Once she was done, Ophis destroyed his soul since then. Despite Albion pleading for a second chance, he was killed without any mercy. Ophis had no sympathy for anyone that wants to ruin the honor of dragons with their betrayal, and someone that had ruined Issei's life as well. She looked outside, knowing that Issei and Hel are enjoying their date. A small pout grew on her face knowing that they'd be gone for a while. She looked at herself and responded, "What is this feeling? Is this jealousy?" She looked at the moon and wondered what plans are going to be next, since he knows that something big is going to be happen next. Scene change. Lofoten Islands, Norway, PM. Hel and Issei were inside a restaurant as they were enjoying their dinner, with Issei as usual patiently waiting for their food. They had ordered for several dishes, and Hel knew that majority is going to be eaten by Issei. She knew that he has a massive appetite, and she was going to gain some more information on the recipes made by these mortals using memory magic. "So Issei, how was the art center?" Hel asked Issei, to which he responded, "It was good, Hel. I did enjoy looking at the exhibition stored in the gallery, but I never truly understood why some of the pieces are considered art." Hel didn't deny this. As she knew what this was, she then spoke, "You can't help it. Artistic people have different tastes. They can find art even in some garbages that some gods struggle to deduce. They are truly one of a kind, I guess." Issei mused in response. As soon enough, his food came inside. The first was a dish known as whale beef. The second dish was known as stockfish royal with carrot stew. The third dish was vegetarish lasagna. The fourth was lutefisk, which was a fish-based dish. The fifth was a smalahove. And the last dish ordered was farical. There were several plates of the same dish that were ordered, as the waiter responded to them to enjoy their food. There were several plates of the same dish that were ordered, as the waiter responded to them to enjoy their food. Issei started digging in like usual, and his food with Hel eating hers with a much more peaceful atmosphere. She knew that Issei would like these dishes due to many of them having some form of meat in it. He was rapidly finishing the dishes as Hel responded, seeing this, and responded, "More dishes." She called the waiter, and asked the same dishes, who nodded. He was surprised to see the dishes being eaten so rapidly. Hel knew that the dishes might take time, so she responded. Issei wanted to ask, "What is the next plan?" Issei looked at her, and responded, "I believe that there is a form above Super Saiyan." Hel looked surprised, as she watched Issei munch a piece of fish, as she asked, "What is this form known as? And how can you achieve it?" "From what I remember, this form of mine can only be accessed if I tap into my inner Ozuru. The Great Ape form, remember?" Issei mused in response, as he continued, "Furthermore, no Scion before and after has been able to access this form in any manner." Hel mused in a tone of agreement, as she responded, "True, I mean only Goku is known to access both and Vegeta only did so for. How will you be able to access without a tail? That is something I need to find out, and I know just the person or faction that will help me in this case." Issei spoke with a low tone and dark grin, knowing that he knew that a certain goddess of the moon would help him access that, as he continued, "Furthermore, Scions always reacted to the energy emitted from the moon, akin to werewolves, so this means you know where our next plan is going to be, correct?" Hel gave a nod, being well aware of the pantheon that has ties to the sun and moon, as she knew that he is going to attack that pantheon, which will cause the complete collapse of the pantheon. She knew one thing. Her next fight is going to be harder, since this would involve actual gods, and dealing with a horde of god-class beings are no joke. The reason being is that a god-class being, even if it is a low one, can easily take down a horde of Satan-class beings, and that was the reason why the divine was no joke. And since many would be able to take down Hel before she revived several beings to her bidding, they had to deal with a horde of minor deities before moving to the major ones that would be the leaders of all these divine beings. This is a risky plan. We have to take everyone with us before we do so. Hel spoke her words with a low tone, as Issei gave a nod of agreement. Despite having access till Super Saiyan, he cannot get his guard down or underestimate them. That was why he struggled to deal with Valley until he managed to defeat him all by himself, and Ophis took her powers along with the divine dividing. Issei nodded, as more food came, and he continued to eat his food. Hel continued to watch with a smile, seeing on how he was eating his food with enjoyment. She really enjoyed the cuisine that she had suggested and selected for Issei. Once he was done, Issei has his fill, and soon the bill came. It was a lot of money but nothing for Issei and Hel, and they paid the money, which was Norwegian krone. They soon left the location as some of the humans present were surprised by the amount of food they had, but they decided to say nothing, only watching him leave. Scene change. High at a residence, PM. Kaneko and Lefei were still crying, devastated by the losses that had happened as well as the fact that they are the last surviving members of their respective families. They were watched and monitored by their friends so that they don't do anything reckless. There was nothing they can do. In another room, Kenji was seated privately with Drake. As he spoke, so it is true, you cannot sense Albion, correct? I do, Kenji. And he is no longer there, which means even Albion has fallen to them. He has truly reached a powerful level, and I highly doubt that it was the Leviathan girl and the goddess that can kill or destroy his soul or gear, meaning it was Issei that did so. Drake spoke with slight fear. As for the first time he felt fear, he was still clueless and unaware that Ophis and Tiamat had joined Issei. This is bad. Kenji spoke with worry. So far no amount of training is doing anything to benefit them in any manner. Issei's ki training and transformation was always able to overwhelm him in any manner. Now Vala had also fallen to Issei, and even Albion was slain by Issei, and that alone was terrifying them even more. They were starting to become afraid of Issei. So what do we do now, Drake? Kenji asked, hoping his partner would have an idea to be able to find a way to beat Issei. Drake looked at his partner in a grim tone, and responded, one way, we convert you into a full-blooded dragon. That way your body will be much more powerful and durable than before. You'd be able to use Diablo's dragon without any problems, due to the power granted to you by Lord Indra. So that way we can fight back against Issei. Of course the process will be painful. Drake spoke the last part in a tone of warning, as Kenji responded with a serious tone. Do it, Drake. If it means I can beat Issei and his allies, then I will surely do it. Drake nodded in agreement, as he soon instructed him. He remembered on how some of the girls were still distrustful towards Kenji for keeping secret about Drake's treasure, and they partially didn't want Kenji to be with Kaneko and Lefei, blaming him a little for their loved ones' demises. Kenji didn't blame them for being distrustful in any manner. He understood that they would be mistrustful due to what had happened when Issei had confronted them in the Ko Academy, where he slaughtered his friends. Many of them had ended up dying to his hands. Very well, lie down, and once it is done, you will wake up, not as a human but as a pure-blooded dragon. Good luck, partner, Drake responded, as Kenji lied down on the bed, as he closed his eyes to expect the transformation. Once Drake started the transformation, it hit his body. Soon screams of Kenji were being heard, as his eyes was changing to his human eyes. As it now showed a brief flicker of green draconic eyes. Scene change. Norway streets, Norway PM. Hel and Issei were walking side by side, as Hel had wrapped her arms around him and lied on his shoulder. Issei was used to it, as he didn't mind the goddess of the dead acting clingy towards him. She had a smile on her face, clearly enjoying the date she had set up to the fullest. Issei, before we leave Norway, since the Asgardians would like to pick their noses where they shouldn't be doing so, I want to end this date with something I would like to cherish. Hel responded, as she looked at Issei with a small blush on her face, as Issei looked at her slightly confused, as he asked, what? Hel didn't say anything and leaped to his level and ate him on the lips directly. Much to his shock, she had made sure to him deep enough so that she would cherish it. She had a small blush and a smile on her face, as Issei could only look at him with a look of surprise, as Hel spoke happily, in my life of centuries you were my first. Repay it when you want, okay? Hel ended with a gentler smile, as she walked forward leaving Issei shell-shocked. In his time as Zamasu, Goku Black or even Issei, he had experienced several yes, the last being the most, but this time, though was not forced, and Hel was patiently waiting when she wants to experience a proper and a relationship after that. Issei soon smirked. This goddess has certainly gained more than just his interest and care as an ally, as he spoke with a cheerful tone. Hel, you really are something, aren't you? Issei walked forward as Hel opened a portal back home. She had a gentler smile enjoying the date, with her soon entering the portal. Issei soon followed her and entered inside as well, reaching their home. Hel held his hands. Even if Issei didn't see them as a couple, she sure did see herself as Issei's partner at this point, and she was waiting when Issei is willing to take her in, as his girlfriend. Several weeks later, Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. The girls had resumed their day-to-day lives, with Ingvild wanting to train under Issei, so he decided to help her by infiltrating the government, and taking scrolls and information relating to the Leviathan clan. So Ingvild? How is your progress with training going on? Hel asked the Leviathan princess, as she responded with a small smile. I was able to use Sea Serpent of the End, a move capable of drowning entire cities. It took me several days of training to do so, but I reached the level. That's good to hear. I want you to be strong enough to defend yourself. We will be heading to the Greek pantheon soon enough. Hel responded with a smile of her own, proud of the progress that Ingvild was showing and the massive improvement in strength she was training. Tiamat soon spoke up, speaking of which, you got any idea when we will attack Olympus? I am itching to kill some of these gods. Tiamat knew that Hel was the most closest to Issei, akin to his right-hand woman, much to the Dragon King's jealousy. She was falling behind her two main rivals and she hated this was happening to her. Hel has also been sleeping near him, and making sure that no one enters his room, which is Tiamat when he sleeps since he wants to sleep peacefully. Hel was Issei's most trusted, and that was something Tiamat had noticed. Even Ophis held a special place in Issei's heart, but Tiamat on the other hand did not. Honestly. Hel speaks with a sigh, as she continues, I don't know when Issei will want to head there. He is training his other forms including his evil scion form, so we won't be going till our boss gets ready. Hel spoke the word boss sarcastically. She knew that Issei wanted to master his other scion forms before reaching his next form. The girls were silent about this, knowing that they aren't going to attack till Issei plans to do so. He wants to gain his new form, and they are going to need a plan. However, Ophis had placed some snakes in the factions, and she got intel that the factions are relaxing their forces to rest for a while. She responded after a while, I understand, but this would be the best time. The factions are lowering their guard due to the lack of attacks, so I believe now would be the perfect time to strike. Ophis ended the statement with a smile, as Hel and the others knew this to be true. The group all looked towards Hel, and she looked at them and sighed. I'll get him. Tell Nyx to get some water. They all agreed, with Ophis volunteering to do so, as she knew that Nyx listens to Hel due to fear, and with Ophis saying that it was Hel's command, she would immediately do it without hesitation so as to not suffer the wrath of Hel. Hel went inside, and entered the room where the training of Issei was happening. She could see him training shirtless, as a small blush creeped on her face. She could see his well-muscular body, which was more toned than before. Shaking the heads of those thoughts, she headed inside to call Issei for the next attack. Issei had returned from washing himself. He knew that he will have to attack Olympus next, and the whole faction will fall. He decided to spare some survivors if he is in a mood, but some like Zeus will fall, along with select gods and goddesses that he personally wanted to purge in order to restore the beauty of this world. So Issei. Ophis asked the scion, what is your plan now? Our plan is simple. We know these gods are relaxing their forces. That means they won't be over-prepared, implying that we have a chance to attack them and ravage through Olympus. Using the golden tiger claws, we will probably enter into one of the more hidden locations of Olympus, and there we will start to ravage onto them. Once we are done, we will be confronting the Olympians, and I wish to kill some of these gods myself, especially Artemis, Zeus, and Poseidon. Hel, bombard the palace with bombs like you did with the Pendragon mansion, Issei explained, as Nyx came inside with a bottle of chilled water, approaching towards her current master with slight nervousness. She has gotten used to her new life as his maid and wasn't treated terribly like she was expecting, unless she disobeys an order. Here am master. Nyx spoke nervously, struggling to accept Issei as her new master due to having the pride of being once known as the primordial goddess of the night. Issei took the bottle and nodded. He started sipping some of the water, and responded, Any questions? Master, I have a request. Issei turned to see Nyx. As he looked at her, Issei then responded, Nyx, if you want to fight against the Greek gods, then the answer is no. But I can be useful, please. Nyx spoke with a pleading tone. She also wanted to get back at the Greek gods for being the sole reason why she was amongst the more forgotten gods with barely any worshippers. Issei looked at her and responded, "My answer remains no. I hardly trust you, and I believe that you showing yourself to be alive will cause us more problems than benefits. Maybe in the future, we will ask you to fight." Nyx's hands dropped, and she looked down, her hair covering her eyes. She understood that Issei still didn't have faith in her at all. She spoke with a low tone, "I understand." She walked outside the room and into the kitchen to prepare food, knowing she was still unwelcome in this location. "You know Issei?" Hel responded to her, and suggested, "Maybe we should give her a chance. She has been working hard to prove her loyalty, and her wish to return back to her former status." "I agree with Hel, she is not as scary as before. Maybe we should give her a second chance," Ingvild suggested, not fearing the primordial goddess like she once did when she was under her hypnosis. "It's not that. Nyx can stab us in the back at any given time. That is why I don't intend to bring her. She is not to be trusted, 'cause I trust the rest of the people that I can see." Issei's words made the others realize that the betrayal did hold some trust issues in him. They could see why Issei had more trust in them than in her. Hel was the most obvious pick, since she had absolutely no reason to betray Issei. Both hated the factions and despised them for ruining their lives. That was before Hel fell for Issei. But even before that, she still wouldn't have betrayed Issei. Ophis was another person. She trusted Issei with all of her heart, being the first person she considered as a friend and the one that taught her emotions. Additionally, she was still confused on whether she saw him as a friend or more than that. She was just displaying signs of someone that saw Issei as more than just a friend or family like jealousy. Grafia was easy. She could be trusted due to having her mind wiped and altered completely to make her more loyal and subservient. If she did betray him, it would mean that her memories had returned, which was a % chance of ever returning. Like Ophis, even Grafia trusted Issei with all her heart. And finally there was Ingvild. Like Hel, she also had absolutely no reason to betray him and despised the factions. She knew that being with Issei will help her since she doesn't want to be with the devils. Additionally, she also owed Issei for giving her a place to live along with a fighting chance against the people that would have oppressed or pressurized her to serve their demands. Nyx, who was hearing this, understood what this meant, as she walked away to the kitchen, saddened by the truth. She was aware of being distrusted by Issei, knowing her past of trying to kill him with Samuel, and she didn't blame him for that. She made a vow to herself that she will find a way to gain his trust such that she can help him in any way in the future. "Very well, Issei, but will you consider giving her a chance in the future?" Hel asked, knowing that she can start to have faith in Nyx, due to her diligence and duty in what she does after the first few times where she was forced to do so. Although, in some cases, she still needs her motivation when she does refuse the orders that are given to her. Depends, but she will need to prove herself. Issei responded bluntly. As the others nodded, they knew that Issei might trust her in the future, just like he trusted them to do so. They knew that Nyx will be one of the few that will take time for him to trust. "We will leave in 3 or 4 hours. I want everyone to be prepared for this ride, and the plan will be simple. I will give them some leeway and some hope such that they will fire their attacks onto me." The 4 were surprised by this, as Ophis asked, "Issei, if this..." "Yes, Ophis, if this form truly exists, then I will be needing Artemis's moon-based attacks to strike me, and then I must absorb their godly side inside of me. This won't kill me, but it certainly won't be painless, that I am sure." Ophis nodded, still worried on how the moon-based attacks would harm them. Even the others are concerned about the battle, as they could only hope that Issei knows what he is doing. Scene change. Olympus, Greece, PM. The Olympians were discussing on their latest actions. Issei had slain Vala and his team, along with the fact that he has not been attacking them recently. Several weeks have been passed since there was no recent attack, with his last presence being found in Norway. But that was weeks ago. "We need a plan. Issei can attack us at any time, but our soldiers need to rest. They have been responding with rebels due to how exhausting the guard duty has been." Zeus announced, to which Hera spoke to her husband, "We can give them a break. It won't kill us if we do so. Everyone, just because that brat Haida is not attacking, doesn't mean that we should let our guard down." Athena responded, starting the meeting immediately. She knew that Issei was no joke. If this man can slay someone like Tartarus, Erebus and Nyx without any hesitation or mercy alongside his allies, then there is no way they can take him for granted. Even then, sister, that man and his women have no chance of fighting the might of Olympus. We will defeat him, Artemis retorted, her hatred for the opposite witches of men being in full display. She blamed Issei as a man for causing the fall of the supernatural, and so many deaths that had taken place. Her hatred stemmed from an event happening due to her past causing her to hate a lot of men. Hephaestus spoke in response. I agree with Athena. We cannot take his lack of attacks for our weakness. Hephaestus, please. Hera retorted with slight anger, as she continued, we will be fine, you don't need to speak your words. But mother, we need to prepare our defense against him. We cannot just let him come to Olympus and annihilate us, just like they did for the fallen angels, the Citri peerage, the Valatine and many more. Hephaestus responded with a serious tone, as Hera glared at him, since she had a personal vendetta against her son. But before she could say anything, Zeus spoke up in response. I understand, son, but we won't have soldiers if they cannot be ready to defend. We have to make sure they are ready. Zeus made a valid point, as it silenced anyone that opposed his decision. They knew that an exhausted soldier won't do them any good. Zeus then declared, in that case, we will give them some vacation, and, before Zeus could end the statement, a massive spike in energy was sensed by all the divine beings that were in the Olympus main building. It's him, he is here. Dionysus spoke with a shocked tone, getting out of his drunken state, as they watched outside screams of terror and fear being present from the four attackers as they were laying waste to the Greek pantheon, purging anyone that stood in their way. One was hidden at the back, slaying anyone that had escaped the four attackers. The Olympians were furious and shocked at the carnage, seeing on how Issei and his allies were slaughtering the Olympians, as Zeus growled in fury, that brat. Father, we need to act now. Artemis spoke with desperation as the Olympians nodded, summoning their weapons. They were about to leave to deal with their attackers. Hermes even contacted the factions for assistance. But before anything else could happen, a soldier stormed through the doors, garnering their attention. My gods, Issei and his allies have dash. The soldier couldn't complete as a ki blast entered his divine armor, and he coughed up blood. The ki blast was in the form of a small purple line that had pierced his chest as he fell to the ground dead. Soon enough, four figures showed up from the location, as it was revealed to be Issei, Hel, Ophis and Tiamat. The latter two were in their human forms. Graphia was handling the outside lower gods and goddess. It was more or less a cleanup since many were already killed or beaten by a powerful ki. Issei's evil scion was more than enough. Brat! Zeus roared with anger, lightning crackling in his hands, as he continued, how dare you attack us? Dare? Issei responded mockingly. As he responded, like this, he fired a ki blast that missed Zeus inches from his face, shocking the king of the gods, with many others being surprised by how powerful the ki blast was. Zeus looked at Issei with a mixture of horror and anger, and responded, You. Issei only shook his head, and spoke, honestly amongst the gods, you Zeus take up the weakest position amongst the ones I faced. Hell, if I were to say it myself, Erebus or Nyx would have dodged those attacks. Zeus was angry and furious at the comparison as Artemis responded with venom and spite, You damned man! How dare you call my father weak? I gave my reasons, Karen goddess. If he is strong, then he should have dodged that ki blast. During my fight, Erebus was able to dodge several of my ki blasts, and even attacked me with Sammo. Artemis was gritting her teeth in fury at the insult that Issei had given her, as she responded with anger. Men have always been the problem. That is why I am going to enjoy purging a man like you. Issei only rolled his eyes. He was initially going to kill her, but now he had a better idea. He was going to traumatize her, show her what this man is capable of. He was going to make her so afraid of him that she is going to remember him forever, until the day Issei decides to kill her. He knew on the amount of men she had hunted down for even accidentally wandering into her domain, which less people know of due to supernatural trying to hide themselves from humanity, so they are clueless on what they are threading into. Or maybe, it has been problematic due to women like you, Artemis. Look at the recent trends, gold-digging women, Karens, or even sluts. Yet you still live in the old eras. You must be so proud, aren't you? Hel spoke mockingly, as Artemis was even more angrier, as Issei looked at her and spoke, Don't bother, this whole pantheon is a walking mess of a pantheon. The Greek pantheon was furious in response, as Issei pointed out to each of the gods, We got a serial cheater as a leader. Issei points to Zeus much to his anger, as he continues, a bitch who punishes the victim instead of her husband, who may or may not be her brother. Issei points to Hera, who is also furious, as he continues, and of course, how could I forget, Miss Feminist Karen over there. Issei points towards Artemis, who was really furious, as she was about to lunge at Issei, but Athena stops her from doing something stupid, as he continues. And the worst part is that the blacksmith and the drunk are the most decent people in Olympus. Really tells on how far the Greek pantheon has fallen, and how much of a mess it is. The gods excluding Hephaestus, Athena and Dionysus were the angriest, with Athena knowing that she is not that bad of a goddess, but didn't blame him for his words, knowing she did unforgivable things in the past. And that is why she doesn't mind receiving karma one day, but knew that no one has dared to do so. Brat! You will die here, and we will enjoy your demises! Poseidon declared with anger, as Zeus responded, now die! The two gods were about to charge their attacks, as Ophis stepped in and used her snakes to destroy them with ease, like it was nothing much to the shock of both Zeus and Poseidon, as they noticed her looking familiar, only to realize that this was Ophis, the very same dragon goddess who had gone missing. Ophis? Zeus spoke with fear, as Ophis spoke emotionlessly, and with spite. I must admit, there is no limit to how far the pantheon is going to fall, isn't it? No, Ophis, listen. Artemis tried to reason with her as she responded, this man is only manipulating you for his own dash. Artemis was unable to complete, stuck by a powerful blast by Ophis sending her flying to the ground. She only coughed up blood by the sheer intensity of the attack, as Apollo rushed to her, exclaiming, Artemis! Apollo was worried for his older sister, as Ophis responded, I am not bothering saying this to you, but Issei never wanted me to fight. I was the one that wanted to make you all pay for lying and deceiving me about my Issei. Hel was a bit jealous of this, as Issei looked at Ophis and responded, don't bother telling these retards, they'll never see their faults, and it is time to inflict judgment. Ophis nodded, as Issei took a glance at Ingvild and Hel, who also nodded, as Hel decided to join in. She uses her barrier to isolate three of the gods, that being Athena, Dionysus and Hephaestus, taking them to a different dimension with herself and Ingvild, as the other gods were shocked at this with the rest of the gods surrounding Issei, Ophis and Tiamat. As Issei speaks, Tiamat, please go outside, assist Graphia in eliminating the survivors. Tiamat nodded, as she brought out two draconic wings, flying off into the air. The others could only watch her leave, knowing that the Scion and the dragon goddess would have stopped them. Now then, shall we begin? Issei responded with a sinister smile, as the gods surrounded them, ready to attack. Issei looks at Ophis, and nods. The first transforms into a Super Scion as Ophis's body grows scales and she enlarges, soon entering her draconic form, which she hasn't used in a millennia. Her draconic form was how the Ouroboros dragon is described to be, an endless serpentine-like dragon that was blackish with small shades of purple in color, and the facial was that of a dragon. The dragon easily towered over the gods and even Issei. As the latter smirked, he knew she wanted to show them domination over them. The dragon easily towered over the gods and even Issei. As the latter smirked, he knew she wanted to show them domination over them. Issei soon lunged at the gods, attacking some of them, as Zeus and Poseidon decided to attack him again together, but Issei only grabbed the attack and sent it flying. Is that all you have got? I was expecting a challenge. Issei responded mockingly. As the two gods got angry, deciding to take it to the next level, they attacked him with a much stronger force. Issei only dodged the attack, as he constantly fired a rapid-fire barrage of ki blasts aimed at every location. He fired a powerful ki blast, destroying it. Nearby, Apollo strummed his lyre, attempting to unleash a wave of sonic destruction that rippled through the air. But before the melody could reach its crescendo, Ophis intervened, conjuring searing flames that roared toward the god, forcing him to dodge. Apollo grimaced, clutching his instrument tightly as he muttered, "Damn it!" Seizing the opportunity, Issei closed the distance between them in an instant. His fists became a blur, landing a relentless series of bone-crushing punches. Apollo tried to block with his lyre, but the sheer force of Issei's assault left him struggling to hold his ground. Hera and Demeter rushed to aid their fellow god, but Ophis intercepted, her flames surging forward to cut them off. The fire burned with an unnatural intensity, forcing the goddesses to retreat momentarily. Their frustration boiled over as Hera snapped, "Stand aside, you insolent serpent!" Ophus's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes blazing with amusement. "Sorry, no can do. I can't let you ruin his fun." The two goddesses prepared to counter, their divine auras flaring, but Ophus was faster. She raised her hands, summoning an even more potent inferno. The fire swirled around her, forming a massive dragon-shaped blaze that loomed over Hera and Demeter. "Let's see how well you handle this," Ophus said coldly, releasing the fiery dragon with a roar. She charged up for a few moments and fired a barrage of purple magical blasts aimed at all enemies, with Issei dodging the attack. The gods were being struck by the attacks, with some barely dodging and others taking some serious damage. Issei, meanwhile, grinned as he dodged the stray blasts of Ophus's magic with ease, reveling in the chaos. The gods who managed to evade the initial onslaught were soon met with a fresh barrage of ki blasts from Issei, each explosion sending them further into disarray. "You're all so predictable," Issei mocked as he advanced on Zeus and Poseidon again. "Powerful? Sure. But strategy? You're lacking." Zeus growled in frustration, electricity crackling around him as he unleashed a massive bolt aimed directly at Issei. Poseidon followed up with a tidal wave of divine water, the two attacks converging into a devastating combination. Issei, however, refused to be overwhelmed. With a burst of speed, he maneuvered around the combined attack, channeling a massive amount of energy into his fist. He countered with a single, devastating punch, releasing a shockwave that dispersed the water and shattered the lightning into harmless sparks. "That's it," Issei taunted, his tone dripping with disdain. "I thought the king of the gods would be more impressive." Before Zeus could retort, Issei darted forward, landing a powerful uppercut that sent the god hurtling skyward. Poseidon attempted to intervene, wielding his trident in a flurry of precision strikes, but Issei caught the weapon mid-thrust. With a smirk, he wrenched it from Poseidon's grasp and snapped it in half with his bare hands. "You're nothing without your toys," Issei sneered, tossing the broken trident aside. He spun and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick, sending Poseidon crashing into the rubble. Meanwhile, Ophis continued her domination of the battlefield. Her dragon-shaped flames roared as they pursued Hera and Demeter relentlessly. Hera, desperate to turn the tide, summoned a rain of golden energy spears, each one imbued with divine power. Ophis smirked, raising her hand to conjure a vortex of fire that swallowed the spears whole. "You're out of your league, Queen of the Gods," Ophis said coldly. She raised her other hand, summoning a massive orb of purple energy. "Let me show you true power." With a flick of her wrist, Ophis launched the orb toward Hera and Demeter. The goddesses combined their powers in a desperate attempt to counter the attack, but the sheer force of the explosion sent them both sprawling to the ground. As the dust settled, Issei and Ophis stood amidst the wreckage, their enemies battered and struggling to rise. The gods were weakened, their once mighty presence reduced to desperation. Issei looked down at Zeus, who struggled to push himself up from the ground. "This is the best the gods have to offer? Pathetic." Zeus glared at him, his eyes burning with defiance. "You underestimate us, Hyade. We are far from finished." Issei chuckled darkly, his crimson aura flaring to life. "Good. I'd hate for this to end too quickly." But before he could do anything, someone managed to bound him with what seemed to be chains. As he turned around, he saw Hephaestus using the chains to bind him. He had managed to escape hell and Ingvild. Issei fell to the ground, seemingly losing his ki. Hephaestus then spoke. "It's done, Father. Our backup plan has succeeded." The gods and goddesses were happy that Hephaestus was able to escape hell and Ingvild as well as bring the chains of Gleipnir, which originated from the Norse mythology, and has been developed by them due to their alliance. "Excellent, son! Once again your intellect has shown to be powerful," Zeus exclaimed proudly, as many of the gods and goddesses rose up, and were ready to unleash their final attacks on him. They decided to go all out, as Zeus exclaimed, "This is where you die, brat." "Issei!" Ophis exclaimed in worry, as Issei looked at her and knew this was all part of the plan. Issei had to endure the massive amounts of attacks that were coming his way. He shook his head at her, as she watched, waiting for what is going to happen. "Hey, Artemis!" Issei called out with a tone full of mockery, as he continued, I wonder what caused you to be a misogynistic woman. You must be so pathetic to have lost yourself to a mere giant Orion. You. Artemis growled, remembering what that man did to him, as he continued, what's the matter? Does the truth sting? I guess someone amongst your pantheon must have been involved to do this to the two of you. Then again, it was quite unheard of for a man-hating goddess to have a friend, a male friend. You damn man! Die! Artemis charged up her bow, and unleashed her strongest attack as she shouted, Shooting Star Ortygia. The Olympians unleashed their combined energy blasts, their divine might focused solely on obliterating Issei once and for all, with Artemis firing out her strongest attack. The sky lit up with radiant beams of power, each infused with their desperation and fury. The ground beneath them trembled as the explosions rippled through the battlefield, casting an almost blinding light. For a moment, it seemed as though they had succeeded. Issei's figure was swallowed by the inferno of divine energy, his pained roars echoing across the battlefield. Poseidon's triumphant voice rang out, Die, you damned being! Be erased from existence. Demeter, her face contorted in anger and determination, added, This ends here. Your reign of terror is over. As the light began to fade, Zeus raised his hand, silencing the other gods. His thunderous voice boomed, filled with confidence. You see, brat, this is the fate of those who dare challenge the gods. But their victory was short-lived. From the epicenter of the blast, a bone-chilling roar erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. The gods froze as they felt an overwhelming surge of energy, fierce, primal, and uncontrollable. The smoke and debris were blown away as a massive figure emerged, illuminated by a crimson and rose-colored aura. Issei's body had transformed. His size had grown exponentially, his frame now rivaling the massive dragon form of Ophis. His body was covered in thick fur that glowed faintly with a fiery rose hue. His eyes were ablaze with untamed rage, and his howls reverberated like the cries of a primordial beast. He had ascended into a Rose Ozuru, a form of raw, untapped power that dwarfed anything they had ever encountered. He had ascended into a Rose Ozuru, a form of raw, untapped power that dwarfed anything they had ever encountered. Apollo staggered backward, his lyre trembling in his hands. What is he? What have we unleashed? Demeter's voice shook as she tried to comprehend the sight. A monster, no, something far beyond that. The gods, refusing to succumb to fear, rallied themselves. They unleashed another wave of attacks, each pouring their remaining energy into desperate blasts. Beams of lightning, torrents of water, and waves of golden energy surged toward the colossal Issei. But it was futile. With a roar that split the air, Issei swatted the attacks away like mere annoyances. The sheer force of his roar alone sent shockwaves rippling outward, toppling the gods and shattering the ground beneath them. His massive tail lashed out, striking several gods and sending them flying across the battlefield. He kept roaring, almost akin to a feral monster of unstoppable rage and fury, rage of being killed by future trunks, rage of being betrayed and humiliated, rage of being abandoned. This was nothing but a being of feral rage. Zeus, his golden lightning crackling around him, stepped forward, his face pale but resolute. He had to stop this abomination. I will not yield. Gods, rally to me. We will destroy this monstrosity. Issei's glowing eyes turned to Zeus, his massive hand raising slowly. The gods prepared for his retaliation, but instead, Issei slammed his hand into the earth, creating a massive shockwave that split the battlefield apart. Chasms opened, swallowing portions of the terrain whole, and the gods struggled to maintain their footing. The building of Olympus was destroyed. With a guttural roar, Issei charged forward, his massive form moving with terrifying speed. He slammed into Zeus, sending the king of the gods hurtling into a mountain with enough force to shatter the peak. Poseidon attempted to intercept Issei, conjuring a colossal wave of divine water, but it evaporated instantly as Issei exhaled a stream of searing energy that engulfed the sea god. Demeter and Apollo joined forces, firing concentrated beams of divine light, but Issei lunged upward, his massive claws slicing through their attacks like paper. His tail whipped around, catching Apollo and sending him crashing into the rubble. Demeter tried to assist, but she was brutally clawed and half revealing her mangled body, she fell on the ground bleeding golden ichor, As Artemis exclaimed, Demeter! Demeter could only look in sadness, before closing her eyes. She was the first Olympian to have been slain by Issei. The other gods and goddesses looked in horror, before gritting their teeth in anger. Zeus emerged from the rubble, pushing it aside, battered but defiant. He saw Demeter's death and vowed to avenge his sister. This isn't over. We are the gods. We are eternal. Issei didn't respond, and started to roar even more. His roar was mocking, as the gods started to stand up ready for what is to come. However, a voice rang out. Issei! Issei turned his attention to Ophis. As he looked at Ophis, his vision was a bit hazy due to what had happened. But he sensed her ki and was familiar with it. Ophis had returned to her human form, as she called out. Snap out of it, you are not a monster! Are you going to let yourself be consumed by the feral nature of a Ozuru? Issei stopped roaring and growling, as he looked at Ophis, who stood in front of him with a motionless yet fearless look. She was not giving up on Issei, since she cared for him, more than anything else or anyone else. Oh, Ophis? Issei's voice reverberated, as she spoke with a smile, knowing Issei was still in there. Good, you are still in there. Conquer the beast. That is what I want to see. Issei, you are not like many scions. Fight back and conquer the beast within. Control your instincts and become the one that would inflict true justice. Issei didn't say anything. As he once again started to roar, he was starting to conquer the form. He wasn't going to let his instincts take control of him. He was a scion and a god that would judge these beings. And he is not going to let his own instincts take over him. Soon enough, he had compressed himself and his form changed completely. He had now transformed into Super Scion. The final stage in his Scion transformation. Issei now has spiky black hair styled upwards, resembling a Super Scion transformation. They are adorned with bright reddish-pink fur covering their upper body, arms, and tail, while their chest is exposed, revealing defined muscles. The outfit consists of a gray sash tied at the waist, black loose-fitting pants, and white boots reaching up to the calves. The character has a red tail, typical of scions in their primal forms. Issei looked at the gods, who were seemingly terrified of this, as Ophis looked hopeful, responding, Issei. Is that really you? Issei looked at the gods, who were seemingly terrified of this, as Ophis looked hopeful, responding, Issei. Is that really you? Issei turns to her, and gives her a grin, making Ophis smile and nod with happiness. He really reached his next form, Super Scion. Ophis looked at the gods, declaring, Now you see what you have done. You have awakened Issei's next form, only have made him stronger. Now, as Issei says, suffer judgment for your crimes. The gods, battered but defiant, forced themselves to stand. Zeus clenched his fists, his divine aura blazing once more. This isn't over. You may have grown stronger, but you're still nothing compared to us. Raising his master bolt, Zeus poured every ounce of his remaining power into the weapon. The energy crackled violently, lighting up the battlefield as he hurled it toward Issei with all his might. Now begone from my sight, you damned monster! The bolt tore through the air, its immense power shaking the heavens. Yet Issei remained unfazed. As the attack neared, he calmly raised his hand, catching the master bolt mid-flight with ease. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, but Issei held it firmly, his expression one of pure disdain. The gods could only watch in disbelief as Issei examined the master bolt as though it were a mere toy. Hera gasped, her voice trembling. Impossible! This cannot be, Issei chuckled darkly. You have no idea what's possible. With a flex of his fingers, the master bolt shattered in his grasp, its energy dissipating harmlessly into the air. The gods recoiled in shock as Issei raised his other hand, unleashing a torrent of ki blasts. The blasts rained down upon the battlefield, striking the already weakened gods with devastating precision. Their cries of agony filled the air as they struggled to withstand the onslaught. Among them, Hermes stumbled backward, his usually confident demeanor replaced by terror. No. Please! He pleaded, falling to his knees as Issei's gaze locked onto him. Issei smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. What, no jokes? No clever quips? I was expecting a punchline. Before Hermes could respond, Issei extended his hand, firing a concentrated ki blast that engulfed the messenger god in an instant. The explosion left nothing behind but silence and scorched earth. "Goodbye, Jester," Issei said coldly, his smirk unwavering. The remaining gods looked on in horror, their faces etched with a mix of fear and fury. Ophis, reveling in their despair, raised her hands, summoning a massive wave of purple flames. The flames surged forward, consuming everything in their path. The gods who attempted to resist were overwhelmed by the sheer heat and intensity, their defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. Zeus, his golden aura flickering weakly, growled in defiance. "This isn't over. We will never fall to the likes of you." Issei stepped forward, his voice resonating with power. "Zeus, your time is up. You shall now be indebted to the justice that is long overdue. You're not gods, you're relics of a broken age. Wanna know why?" He soon charged up the powerful move Kamehameha Wave. As Zeus spoke in defiance, "You dare question me on what a god is?" Zeus was furious at this, as Issei continued, "Yes, you serial cheater. Let me educate you on what a true god really is. A god is someone that is unconditional, unbiased and unfazed by the choices he makes. His actions are all precious towards the justice he inflicts on those that have wronged this world, and tarnished its beauty. I have seen gods, and let me tell you, you lot are nothing but ants to what a real god is. You are pathetic disgraces who are nothing compared to what a true god is. Now take this." Kamehameha. He fired the Kamehameha wave and fired it upon Zeus, who only screams in sheer agony and pain, with Poseidon being caught in the collateral of the attack, as Zeus could only curse at their top of their lungs. "No, please. I don't want to die. Curse you, Issei Hayato. Curse you." Poseidon was unable to speak due to the sheer pain he was in, as the two were obliterated from the attacks. There was an explosion. As soon they were vaporized completely, leaving nothing behind. The other gods and goddesses were horrified by this. As soon nothing but dust remained. Issei was in his Kamehameha pose, as they all turned to Issei in anger, with Hera screaming with anger and fury, tears present in her eyes. "Damn you bastard dash!" Issei kicks her in the chest so hard that it makes her look in shock as she is sliced in half. She has a look of terror and shock as Issei fires 2 key blasts, killing her completely. "Damn you bastard dash!" Issei kicks her in the chest so hard that it makes her look in shock as she is sliced in half. She has a look of terror and shock as Issei fires 2 key blasts, killing her completely. Pathetic, all talk and no bite. 2 other gods, namely Ares and Hephaestus, ambush him from the behind as they strike him with their weapons, with one having Samuel's blood in it. Ares then shouted with anger, "Take this, you coward!" Issei dodged their attacks effortlessly, with him barely even putting an effort into dodging, as Ares shouts, "Stop dodging." Okay." Issei spoke mockingly, as he grabbed his weapon and fired a key blast from his other hand and aimed at his head, completely vaporizing him without a second thought, all the while the god of war could only scream in agony. He turned his attention to Hephaestus, and disappeared much to his shock, as he spoke with a serious tone, "For once I agree with that bitch. You all gods are disgusting beings, tarnishing and destroying the beauty of this world." Hephaestus was about to strike Issei in anger, but Issei acted quickly, concentrating ki in his fists, and had performed an uppercut so hard that it sliced Hephaestus in half, killing him instantly, as he soon exploded in response. "He is slaughtering us like lambs." Apollo spoke with fear, seeing on how his family was relentlessly being murdered, as Artemis was shivering with anger and fear, seeing on how Issei was effortlessly murdering her family without any care or mercy. Soon enough, Tiamat, who was in her dragon form in Graphia, also came in. Graphia leaps from her body, leaping from her draconic body as Tiamat responded while returning to her human form. "Issei, all the enemies have been eliminated, including all minor gods and titanesses have been dealt with." "Excellent," Issei responded with a smile, as he turned to Artemis and Apollo, who were all looking with sadness, tears falling from their eyes, knowing that their whole family was slaughtered, with only them and maybe Dionysus and Athena remaining. Issei then turned to Artemis and spoke, "Why cry? Artemis?" Artemis looked at Issei angrily, as he continued, "I should be thanking you for this form of mine. If it wasn't for your shooting star attack, I doubt I would have reached this form. This form was because of my body's unique type of absorbing moonlight and transforming into the Great Eight form." "You bastard! You damned man!" Artemis was about to retort, But Issei responded, "It's true you did this, and I am grateful for your aid in justice, and it is because of you that a man, a creature that you look down upon, has murdered your father and family members, and even had a hand in murdering your mother. Feel proud, Artemis. You did this yourself. It is gods like you, that monsters like me are born. Monsters that are meant to purge this world of its gods. It's false gods, like you," Issei declared with joy and happiness, as he started to laugh at Artemis's misery. The goddess of the hunt could only cry at Issei's words. She hated this. She hated that a man had slaughtered her entire family and even her huntresses that were present in the Olympus at the time being. They had been mercilessly slaughtered by Tiamat and Graphia. The latter was someone who is a traitor to the factions. "Master," Graphia spoke, turning to Issei, as she took a look at his built-in body and had a small blush, as she asked, "What do we do of the survivors?" "We kill one and send one as a messenger." "Ophis, please do the honors. Kill the brother, spare the sister." Ophis nodded with a serious expression, as she turned to Apollo, who was fearful of his life, with him speaking, "And no, please, spare my brother, he is the only family I have. I will never be your enemy." Artemis pleaded with Issei. She was willing to throw away her pride, as she hoped that Issei would show mercy to him. However, this only infuriated Issei. The reason was that this reminded him of a certain fallen angel named Rainier, who also pleaded for mercy when she was cornered and beaten, her allies slaughtered by Issei when he was a slave under the Gremry Hor. Ophis turned to Issei, wondering what he will do. She had hoped that he doesn't spare them. "Kill Apollo, erase him from existence." Artemis grew wide-eyed at this, with her exclaiming upon seeing this, "No! Please!" Ophis didn't listen, as Issei kicked her away, placing her to the ground. As she was holding her cheek in pain, she was injured and helpless due to the combined attacks of Issei and Ophis. The dragon goddess breathed some flames and unleashed them on Apollo, killing him without mercy. The god could only scream in sheer agony as his soul was also destroyed. Artemis could only look teary-eyed, as she shouted, "Apollo!" She was crying seeing her brother perish, leaving her as the only surviving Olympian. She didn't know if Athena and Dionysus had survived. She looked at Issei with anger and despair, as she wondered what is going to become of her. Soon enough, a magic circle opened up, revealing Hel and Ingvild, as they had arrived breathing heavily from their battle against the two deities. Issei took a glance at them, with the two doing the same, as Hel blushed seeing the physique and topless chest of Issei. Artemis looked in horror, meaning if Hel and Ingvild survived, meaning Athena and Dionysus must have perished from the attack. "So what of the two gods?" Issei asked, as Hel responded, snapping her fingers, as a green magic circle revealed the undead Greek deities under her control, much to Artemis's devastation. As she spoke, "Sorry, Issei, Hephaestus managed to escape. It's fine, cause he played right into what I wanted." Issei spoke, making the two understand the situation, as Hel asked with a tone of intrigue, "So what do you want to call this form?" "I'd call this Super Saiyan, an upgrade of Super Saiyan," Issei declared, earning a nod from Hel and the others. Issei took one look at Artemis, and spoke, "Ophis, send her away." Issei soon sensed multiple presences, with this being noticed by Graphia, as she asked, "What happened, Master?" "We have company." On second thought, Ophis teleport the goddess straight to their location, which is outside Olympus borders. Issei responded to Ophis, who nodded since she could also sense them approaching. As she prepared a magic circle underneath her, he looked at the devastated and broken Artemis, who was weeping endlessly, and spoke his final words. He walked up to her, and whispered into her ear, crouching to her level, "Remember this, Artemis, your whole pantheon was slaughtered by a man." The circle soon worked, as Artemis was teleported to the factions where they were at the moment, as Issei activated the golden tiger claws, with everyone walking one by one, as Hel walked in last alongside Issei and responded, "Explode!" The seals soon triggered, as Olympus soon exploded and was destroyed, the seals everywhere purging any survivors that may have survived the initial onslaught. The whole palace and other monuments were destroyed completely, leaving no one behind. Issei had purged his first divine faction successfully. The DXD team, comprising of Dulio Gesualdo, Team/Dog, Suzaku and Baal Peerage, and even some leaders like Shiva and Odin were present, as they could only see a teleportation circle of the Ouroboros dragon, making everyone know it is Ophis. However, to their surprise, the devastated Artemis was released from the magic circle. She was tear-filled as Odin rushed to her and asked, "Artemis, what happened? Where is everyone? We heard of an attack by Issei and his allies." Artemis only could look at Odin with a lost and devastated look before speaking with tears falling from her eyes. "Odin-sama, they..." Before she could complete, the whole entirety of Olympus was in explosions. The debris was sent flying towards the leaders and the team, with Shiva placing a barrier to protect the group from the debris and other materials like shrapnels heading their way. He knew that they were too late in getting to Greece, since Issei has purged the Greek gods completely with the exception of Artemis. He gritted his teeth in anger, knowing him and his allies are strong enough to do just that. Once he lets the barrier down, as he could see Olympus up in flames, with it being completely destroyed, resulting in nothing but rubble. They all looked at in nothing but horror. Another pantheon was driven to the ground. "He is unstoppable." Suzaku spoke with horror, seeing on how an entire pantheon is purged to the ground. As if slaying Valentine was not enough, now they had already slain the entire Greek pantheon with the exception of Artemis. Some, like Lavinia, were angry and vengeful due to what Issei and his team had done. He has relentlessly killed her Vyakuin, and now he must pay for what he has done. But even she knows that Issei is someone that is not supposed to be messed with. She is also afraid of Issei, yet she was helpless of fighting against him. Damn him! Lavinia growled. She hated Issei. She hated the fact that she had lived in hiding due to what Issei had done. She was afraid that Issei can come to them at any given time and slaughter them effortlessly. The prime examples were when Issei and his allies had destroyed Grigori, the Vala team, and now the Greek pantheon. Suzaku held her hand, calming her down. She was losing her temper completely. As she spoke, "What do I do? How can we even stop him? There has got to be a weakness. Lord Beelzebub has been finding day and night about his weaknesses." Lady Athena was also trying to do the same, but now, Tobio ended the words, looking at Artemis's broken state, who was constantly weeping due to what had happened. She had no one left to console, or even help her, and she was completely helpless. "I wish I could clobber that damn bastard myself." Cookie spoke with anger and fury. He was cracking his knuckles in anger. He wanted to hunt Issei down, but he understood Tobio's words, his friend's words, and didn't do anything. Tobio then spoke with a serious yet assuring tone. "Calm down, Cookie. All of us want him dead for good." Tobio spoke with a serious tone, making the man nod in agreement. He was clenching his fists in anger, knowing that they are in a losing battle with no hope to fight against him. "We head back and take Artemis with us. We have to find a way to stop Issei at all costs now. Killing him is an only option, no longer killing, and same goes for his allies." Shiva spoke seriously, knowing that anyone that sides with Issei must be killed. He turned to Odin for his input, but he spoke, "I understand. It is best we kill her off, as she has also killed Fenrir and needs to be stopped. The more she revives her kind as undead, the stronger she becomes. That is why she needs to be dealt with, soon." Odin spoke seriously, making the others nod, as they all teleport away in a magic circle. They had to make plans to prepare for the next assault that can happen to them any time in the day. They let their guard down, and this was the price they had to pay. They even took Artemis back to get her some help. A few days later, Haida residence, Ko, Japan AM, the Gremry peerage, or what remains of them, along with Kenji, had gotten the news of fall of Olympus with all gods with the exception of Hades and Artemis. They were terrified of this, with many fearing Issei even more. "This is bad. An entire location of gods were wiped out by Issei and his team, and we can be next." Rias spoke with fear and terror. "There was no telling when Issei will kill them. He can arrive any time and just use his ki blasts to vaporize them in an instant." The others are also afraid, as Aquino responded. "But we can't just stand here and do nothing. We can't just ask him to kill us at any given point of time." Aquino responded with slight anger, helpless at the fact that her father's killers are still unpunished and continuing to keep killing them without any mercy. She despised and feared Issei a lot due to his actions. Kenji held her in a side hug and responded, "We found his location in Australia thanks to the brave work of our scouts, but no one dares to go to that country due to Issei slaying the Vala team, Albion, and now the Greek pantheon." No one denied Kenji's words. They all knew that his home was in Australia, But at the same time no soldier wants to go there due to the fear of their own lives, and many are rebelling against the decision of even going to the Pacific, with many supernatural beings calling it the death zone. The leaders weren't happy with this, but had to relent knowing this to be true. Issei has purged 2 pantheons completely, and this was not something they are going to let slide, but are afraid of Issei even more due to what he has done recently. Should we confront him head-on? Asia asked with slight fear, wondering what her peerage and family is going to do next. Rias then shakes her head and responded, Oni-sama has made it clear that no one is to head to Australia. We need to prepare our homes for any upcoming invasion. Kenji, how is your progress going on? Rias turned to Kenji and responded, I can use some portion of the infinity power that was secretly stored in the gear by Drake and can enter Dabilo's dragon god for at least hours. Good. Rias exclaimed with a smile, as she continued, but try to train for more. You need to maintain that armor for even more. We are going to need a lot of time if we need to combat against Issei. Kenji nodded in agreement, as he asked, I will, but what about Lord Ajuka's research? Any results? Nothing. Rias responded with a frustrating sigh. The blood does take damage, but it isn't inherently weak to anything. Even Samo's poison was slowly showing signs of not being effective when used over time. Rias then explained, according to Lord Ajuka, the blood is not human, devil, or anything else he has ever witnessed. It didn't match any of the divine blood either, meaning that the blood is something else entirely. Same goes for the hair. Not to mention, his blood and hair strand is stronger than any being that he has seen. The others were terrified of this development, knowing that this was something that they can't do anything about. After the fall of the Greek pantheon and the death of Zeus, the research has increased, even employing devil researchers along with those from other pantheons to assist him in this. However, another research showed that his DNA is sort of resemblance to humans. That is what the research has deduced for now. Rias responded with an annoyed tone. She refused to believe that Issei's blood is closest to humankind given the feats he has displayed, especially given on how most of his feats are either supernatural, or way beyond that. But that doesn't make any sense, Rias. How can his DNA have a relationship to humans? Aquino responded with a frustrated tone, to which Rias looked at her and spoke with a sigh. It is, and my guess about Lord Ajuka deducing this has to be the ape transformation he had shown during his fight against Greece. Lady Artemis is still in trauma, so we cannot get any more information about this. She keeps muttering on that transformation that slaughtered her pantheon. Rias ended the last part with a sad tone. She was aware that Artemis was kept in a proper room for her own safety and sanity, since just the mere mention of Issei gets her violent and afraid, especially during the early days of her stay. All they know is that Artemis kept muttering the words, giant ape. This made everyone conclude that Issei has a sort of ape-like transformation that managed to kill the Olympian gods. Until Artemis is stable and better, there is no way to get more information from her. She was kept in a location far away from the underworld or Ko, since she was afraid of going there, even when Issei didn't show up to those locations. As a result, the factions are unaware that Tiamat and Ophis have joined Issei, due to Artemis's terrible state. They didn't blame her for being the sole survivor of the Olympus massacre. They had no choice but to wait till she is much more stable. Even Le Fay was unaware of Ophis, since the dragon goddess only arrived at the end to siphon her powers and blessing back from Val. This was when the magician was extensively questioned. This event caused many races with the Greek pantheon, like the Cyclops for instance, to hide out of fear of being hunted by Issei. Even monsters with the Greek pantheon were also in hiding, since they refused to show up out of fear of being hunted down. That means, his ape side is the closest we can make? Aquino asked Rias, to which she nodded and spoke. Yes, you are right, Aquino. But it is not enough. It is nothing like human DNA, and only similarity is from small speculation. Until then, we can only wait and train, and prepare for what comes next. I fear where he is going to strike next. He can attack anywhere, and no one is safe till he is dealt with. There is no more capturing him, it is kill on sight. Rias spoke with a serious tone, making the others nod in agreement. They knew that Issei can't be captured, if he is to be dealt with. It is a kill on sight, and there can't be any mercy or empathy for someone like him. Rias is right, and we all have to train. We have to fight back against him. That is our only choice. Kenji added in response, to which the others nodded in agreement. They had to train with Drake speaking. Partner, to stop Issei I will support you in any way I can. Drake responded with a serious tone, making Kenji nod in agreement. He was glad that he has the Welsh Dragon's support in such a dark time like this. They all resolved to train, knowing that resisting Issei might ultimately prove futile. Yet, they couldn't afford to give up. To do so would mean dishonoring the sacrifices of those who had fallen to Issei and his allies. Every battle fought, every ounce of peace won through blood and sweat, would be rendered meaningless if they didn't try. They knew Issei wanted to see despair in their eyes, and there was no way they are going to let Issei win in this manner. They also had to visit Artemis in hopes that they can help her with her troubles later that day. Scene change. Hades' realm, Underworld PM. Hades wasn't happy. To say he was angry would be an understatement. The god of death was furious at what happened to Zeus and his allies. As much as he hated Zeus for working with those filthy bats and crows, he was family regardless. As he growled with fury, "That brat! He will pay for destroying Olympus." Soon enough, a specter approached him, who was Reincarnation, who spoke with a serious tone. "Calm down, Hades, there is nothing that can be done now. They are gone. I know, but it infuriates me. How can 3 people, one of them being a bat, being solely responsible for the deaths of so many gods?" Hades exclaimed with anger, referring to Ingvild as a mere bat, not being happy with the fact that a mere bat managed to assist in slaying a god, which was nothing to scoff at. He hated on how things are going. He hated on how this world was rejecting the divine and was supporting Issei and his allies. This viewpoint was from Hades and not from anyone else. "Hades, calm down. We cannot do anything. All we can do is prepare for what is to come." And Reincarnation responded with a serious tone, as he continued, "We have to make preparations for his invasion. He can come to you at any time. Remember what Tartarus had informed you?" Hades took a deep breath and calmed down. He remembered what Issei had said to him, and was well aware on his next attack. It can happen to him at any given point of time in his life. It could be today, tomorrow, or day after tomorrow, or even after a week, month, or year. It can happen any time. "I do." Hades spoke seriously. He'd be a fool to not take Issei's words seriously and take them as a joke. He knew that Samuel's poison is worthless, which means he is going to need to prepare a powerful attack capable of killing him. He had to do so, else all the souls in the underworld would be released and would end up in an unknown dimension, thus destroying what remains of Olympus, which was his realm, and he was not going to let that happen. Additionally, as long as Hades is in his realm, he is much stronger than he usually is. He can use the realm to make himself stronger and more powerful than before. And I will prepare, over-prepare if I can. But I will make sure that Issei is beaten, once and for all. Hades responded to Reincarnation, who could only nod in response. He had created several devils and other beings as an army to assist him in the war against Issei and his allies, even creating clones of Drake and Albion from their remains to do so. Reincarnation agreed to assist Hades. He was aware that his survival depends on Hades, since there is a chance that his pantheon might be next on Issei's list, and he couldn't return back due to his status as an evil god, so he was stuck with Hades either way. Scene change. Meeting room, Lilith, Underworld PM. Serzex and the remaining leaders had gathered for a meeting. They had to do so after what had happened with Issei, given he purged his second pantheon. Serzex then began, "Everyone, I am glad that you all could make it. We had to. With what was happening, there is a possibility that we could be next." Michael responded with slight fear and trauma, knowing he could be next on the list. The fear amongst the leaders are magnifying, knowing full well that anyone could be next on his list. They are afraid that an attack can happen any time and they could be killed. "Is there a way found out by Ajuka found out on?" Shiva asked Serzex, to which he responded, "We have found a connection with his DNA to have some relation with the human DNA. But his DNA is completely different from human DNA. I don't understand, how can it be possible?" Serzex exclaimed with an annoyed tone. How can Issei's DNA have a relationship to human DNA when their DNA didn't even remotely match? There was only one similarity, and that was the fact that they had some relationship to apes. His transformation could also be attuned to werewolves. Many wondered who spoke, as a magic circle revealing Ajuka had shown up. The magic circle went away as he turned to the leaders, and continued, "His transformation, it doesn't match human or werewolf DNA, but it does have relationship to them. but more so towards werewolf DNA. However, when I use silver or silver-based weapons used on them have no effect. Even the weakness that can easily destroy human DNA like nuclear radiation when performed on Issei's DNA don't have that much effect due to it adapting to the weaknesses, something that human DNA cannot do at all. Ajuka explained with a frustrated sigh, as the leaders were helpless and infuriated by this. They knew that Issei's DNA is something else entirely. It was adapting and evolving, countering anything that can harm or destroy it. It was infuriating since in lower dosages it can adapt and evolve even further. They had to find a way to counter his DNA, before he becomes strong enough to adapt to anything they can put forward. Ajuka, try to locate a proper weakness. We need to end his life as quickly as possible, else he will become strong enough to even overpower me or someone like Lord Shiva. Shiva nodded to Surzex's words. Anyone can be next, and they are afraid that they can be next. Things are only worsening, since there is only a lead of his location in Australia and no one dares to head there out of fear of being killed. The fear of this caused them to name Australia and the Pacific Ocean surrounding them, including the islands, to name the entire location as the Dead Zone. No one dared to head to the location out of fear of what could happen to them lest they tried their luck to confront Issei in his home. Not to mention, because of that brat, no one dares to head to the Dead Zone, out of fear of getting killed by him. He really did become a threat far worse than RageRevan or anything we could possibly deal with. Odin spoke with an exasperated tone, exhausted of seeing Issei become far threatening than before. He feared and hated that they could be next on the list due to what he has become, and how strong he really is. We have to do something about this. We have to get rid of him, and our best way will be to prepare an attack strong enough to kill him for good. Shiva suggested to the rest of his fellow leaders, who agreed to the suggestion. They knew that Issei is strong enough to shrug off even the strongest attacks. Or I have another idea. Ajuka mused with a serious tone, having a look of anger, knowing that he can attack his niece and the rest of his devils at any given point of his life. As he continued, maybe we can find a way to inject the DNA into some worthy subjects such that it can help us fight against Issei and his allies. That could be possible, but is highly risky. We need to find someone compatible for it. Surzex mused with concern, knowing that the DNA is still sort of unknown. As Ajuka spoke, we can try with some subject, starting with the recent criminals, the ones that are the worst. We can use them as test subjects since they were slated to die anyway. Ajuka. Shiva spoke with worry, knowing that this can be a problem. But he could see that Ajuka was desperate. They have little to no other choice but to start using test subjects and hope that they could survive is going to cause problems. We have no choice, Lord Shiva. We are his biggest targets, and he can come to us at any time. He will slaughter us without any mercy or care. This research must continue, and even if it reaches unethical means, we have to do so for the survival of the devils and the greater good. 'Cause if this possibility turns out to be true, and that we can beat Issei by this method, then every life lost, every damage he has done, the friends and family that he has slain can be avenged. It would not be for nothing. But if we don't, everything will go down the drain. Ajuka could only exclaim with sadness and devastation. Him killing his uncle Lord Astaroth, as well as Seraphal Leviathan, affected him in a negative manner. The leaders knew that the devils were the ones that had suffered the most, knowing that Issei is actively making their lives miserable at every step. Surzex could also be shaking in anger, remembering the people he has slain and the friends and family he has lost thanks to him. He lost Graphia and Seraphal because of that man, and Rias has suffered fatal injuries multiple times, and it was a miracle that she even managed to recover despite what had happened. Very well, if you want, we can send you assistance if needed. Shiva spoke with a serious tone, as he nodded upon this, as the leaders continued with their plans of dealing with Issei once and for all. They all knew that they had to stop Issei, else he would slaughter everyone else. Their desperations and fears caused them to go this far. They had to stop Issei, else he will purge them all to the ground. Furthermore, Yasaka and Amaterasu had officially left the alliance, cutting all ties with them and refusing to work with them. This was not taken lightly, especially by Surzex, Ajuka, Odin and the now deceased Zeus, all of whom threatened to take her lands by force only for the others to stop them, with Shiva suggesting that if they withdrew nobody will come to help if Issei does invade. But the two ladies made it clear that they will find a way, much to their anger. Scene change. Artemis's room, Logo Islands, Dubai, PM. Artemis was inside the room, being the sole survivor of the Olympus purge, was trying to get some rest with the hopes of recovering. She was the last survivor of Olympus, not including Hades, since he wasn't there during the purge. She was kept in this location in such a manner so that she wouldn't be too traumatized and would get triggered whenever she would be near the locations, often causing her to be a lot afraid and starts to corner herself and curl into a ball if she is near those locations. She tried to sleep only for her to suddenly wake up with trauma. This was another nightmare that she had. The goddess wasn't getting any proper sleep. She then muttered again with this. Artemis was terrified of Issei. That would be an understatement. She was downright fearful of him. Especially after the fact that he had killed her own father, mother and brother, killing them without any mercy. She was terrified of what would happen to her, since Issei can sense her presence, and can come to her at any time. Why? What did I do to deserve this? Artemis exclaimed while holding her head in pain. She was crying knowing that her family isn't going to return. Everything, Artemis. Artemis turned around wondering who said the thing, as she looked around only to see Issei leaning on the walls. The moment she saw him, she was afraid as she fell backwards on her back and on the ground. She rapidly scuttered to the ground and held her head in fear, as she spoke with terror. This is not real. This is not real. The moment she saw him, she was afraid as she fell backwards on her back and on the ground. She rapidly scuttered to the ground and held her head in fear, as she spoke with terror. This is not real. This is not real. A/N. I don't own this GIF or Jujutsu Kaisen. She heard footsteps, and tried to locate her weapon, which she summoned and fired shots at Issei, which phased right through him like it was akin to a ghost. He was able to tank all the hits with the arrows passing through him and striking the walls, creating small cracks surrounding the arrows. Oh, I am standing right here. He grabbed her chin, as she desperately struggled and tried to get to release her, but it was ineffective. No matter what she did, there was nothing she could do. And no, please. I am sorry. Issei only laughed evilly, knowing full well that she is only sorry out of fear and not out of genuine sadness and despair. As he spoke, you are sorry only because you are beaten and your family is dead. Remember this, Artemis, all this is your fault. It is because of you, divine filth that was desecrating this world with their actions and presence, and now you pay for their combined sins alone. I hope you enjoy what comes to you, my dear goddess of the hunting. Issei spoke callously and mockingly, as he enjoyed the despair and tears in her eyes. She was weeping constantly, and was just a shadow of the woman she once was. Let this be known in your head, you made me strong by using the attack. Remember this, Artemis, your whole pantheon was slaughtered by a man. Artemis was crying even more upon this, as she looked at Issei with true terror and fear. She was downright afraid of what is to come for her, as soon a ki blast was being aimed towards her chest, as she screamed with fear. No! Issei had a grin, but all of a sudden, Lady Artemis. Kenji had arrived to the location, as Artemis was cowering in fear. He rushed to the goddess of hunting and asked, what happened? He was joined by Rias Gremory and Asia Argento. As he asked, you were screaming. What happened? He is here. Issei was here. He tried to kill me. Artemis pointed in front of her, but all they could see was nothing. Issei was never there to begin with. Artemis was hallucinating his presence, something she has been doing for a while now. They all looked where Issei was, since they were aware that they could sense his ki if he was there. Kenji then spoke. He is not there, Lady Artemis. Artemis opened her eyes as she spoke. Huh? Yes, Kenji is right, cause if Issei was here, we would have all sensed his presence when he kills someone. He was not there. Rias explained to the goddess of hunting, as she looked to see that her arrows had pierced the walls. The trio understood that she was hallucinating about Issei, as Kenji approached to help her up, but she rejected him by swatting his hand, speaking, Please leave, Security Idano. I don't want to be someone called Hayada. Artemis exclaimed with anger, as she curled up into a ball. Just the presence of Issei Hayadu, or anyone related to him, triggers her fear and anger. But let me help you. I am not like my cousin, I won't hurt you. He once again approached her, with a peaceful expression. As Artemis looked at him, he then continued, I will only help you till your bed. That's it. Plus, I have Rias and Asia beside me. We all will help you. The girls nodded as Artemis could only accept this help. She was just a shadow of the once proud and deadly goddess that she was. Issei managed to break the goddess's pride and very nature completely. She could only look down, as Kenji helped her up to her bed. Thank you. Now if you can, leave me for a while. Kenji nodded, as he watched her sit and lie down on the bed. He could only look at her broken state and feel helpless seeing the state of the goddess of hunting. He wanted to help her, but Rias kept her hand on his shoulder and shook her head. He could only look down in shame and sadness, knowing that his brother was the cause of the trauma that had happened. So many had been slain by Issei, and they are continuing to die at every step. Once they left, Rias had spoken up. Kenji, it is best that you don't visit this place. But Kenji wanted to retort, but Rias had opened her mouth. No, Kenji. Her state is bad. Once she recovers, you can come. Yeah, Rias. But Asia interjects him, speaking. Kenji, Rias, when Isama has spoken. It is best if you listen. Asia is right. Kenji, you are not to head to this location ever again, until I ask you to do so. Kenji could only remain silent and helpless. He wanted to genuinely help Artemis since he blamed himself for this state, but he could understand the issue. As he left alongside the two girls, he knew that his mere surname will traumatize him. Scene change. West Yukai faction, Kyoto, Japan. AM. Yasaka had heard the news of the fall of the Greek pantheon and was terrified. She was aware on what Issei did to the two Yukai under Valentine, which was slain by Issei and his allies. She heard many wanting retribution for what happened to the two descendants of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, but Yasaka made it clear she was not going to make Issei their enemy. While the Yukai weren't happy, especially the council, Yasaka only had to show them what had happened to all those that tried to hunt Issei down, silencing them completely. And while she was not happy, she made it clear to them that she was not going to make them their enemy. The viewings silenced them completely, and all they had was fear. But Yasaka assured them that they won't make an enemy of him and intend to find a non-aggression pact. She has already begun drafting it, and will make the negotiations as short as possible. Mother! Yasaka looked to see Kuna had arrived. As Kuna asked with a smile, what are you doing? I am making ways to show Issei that we are not his enemies. The first thing I did was to cut all ties with the factions. I made it clear that I don't wish to work with those that betrayed the man. That is the reason why my faction is standing. Otherwise, Chow Chow and the others would have destroyed our home. They forget that they'd be dead a long time ago had it not been for him. Forget Trihexa destroying them. RageRevan would have done so a long time back. Yasaka mused with a serious tone, with Kuna nodding. She remembered on Milikas asking her out on several dates, but she never showed any interest in him. She never liked him, and Yasaka didn't force her either to be with him. Now she was glad that she didn't choose him in any manner. She knew that he was as rotten as his father, and was an ungrateful kid towards the things Issei had done for him. I see, and mother, do you think Issei will listen? Kunu asked with hope, wondering if she can see the man that had saved her mother and was akin to an older brother figure for her. Yasaka could only shake her head and speak. No, Kunu, this is going to be our hardest challenge, getting him to listen, but we must do so, otherwise that day won't be far when we might be the next on his list. Yasaka's tone had a mixture of seriousness and grim, knowing full well what may happen if she doesn't get her non-aggression treaty forward to Issei before the time she and her faction would get purged by him, along with the Shinto faction who may or may not be next. I see. Kunu spoke sadly while looking down, as her ears drooped down, as Yasaka walked to her daughter and calmed her down by embracing her. As she spoke, it's fine, my daughter, we will find a way. All we know is that he is in good company since he is not attacking us always. But it is not too late. At least we can protect those that we care for, since it is clear that they don't value him, or may never have valued him. Yasaka muttered the last part to herself, knowing that she was aware that they must have never valued him due to the fact that they had the audacity to throw him into Tartarus of all places, knowing full well that he may not survive due to the harsh conditions there. And especially without Drake, he will lose his sanity completely. There was not a single hinge of guilt or remorse in the eyes of the factions when Yasaka brought this up, only the fact that she was threatened by this. She was aware that Gabriel had lost more wings and was closer to becoming a fallen angel, but she herself stated that she doesn't mind being a fallen angel, since in her own words, she has never been more free from her shackles than before. But Yasaka wanted her to remain an angel, so her Yukai have been slowing down the process as much as they can, knowing full well that Issei will take down heaven soon enough, so all she could hope is that they have time to do what they were supposed to do. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei was seated in his room, drinking his tea that was made by hell. He wondered what his next plan was. He wanted to attack heaven next, but it was going to be a group effort, so he decided to take a walk soon to deal with some stragglers. I wonder who should I go after, maybe /Dog, the Baal peerage or the Phoenix peerage. They also needed to be punished for their sins. Oh, there is more that I would love to go after. This should be interesting. Issei spoke with a dark grin, looking at the window with an evil smirk, enjoying the panic that is going to follow. Issei spoke with a dark grin, looking at the window with an evil smirk, enjoying the panic that is going to follow. This should be fun. Issei spoke, as he decided to get into action, but not before informing Hell about it. He didn't want to deal with her due to not informing her about it. /Dog Hidden Base, America, PM. Must be interesting, correct? Issei spoke up, seated on his chair that had once belonged to the dining table of Team /Dog. He then continued. The team with the highest success rate of the former faction known as Grigori is now driven into hiding. Despite their best efforts, even the strongest can be beaten, isn't that right? He leans on the chair and places his hand seated akin to that of a king. He looks towards the team /Dog with a grin of amusement. All of the members are dead, killed by him. They were all killed in with barely any effort. Issei remembered on how he had slaughtered all of them. Tobio had several wounds on his body. He had a fatal wound on his chest, and he had his mouth open in pain. He was the first to fall by Issei's hands. Issei remembered him using several ki blasts to weaken his balance breaker, and when he was vulnerable, he used purple ki tendrils to strike his vitals. He dealt with Jean as well, firing a ki blast evaporating the dog before he could be a problem, and struck Tobio in the heart before he could revive him with his sacred gear. Cookie had several blows on his body. With only his lower torso left, he had lost it during a stray ki blast that was aimed at his face. Issei remembered him lunging at him recklessly, causing his death. Issei was not far behind, since there was no trace of her left. Issei had completely vaporized her with a powerful ki blast. She stood no chance against the scion. Shigyun was not far behind. She tried to use her sacred gear to absorb the ki blasts, but Issei used this as a distraction, and fatally stabbed her in the stomach, killing her instantly. She soon collapsed to the ground dead, with the rest following suit. Natsum was the last member to fall. She had several stab wounds and a look of horror from her decapitated head. She was barely able to do anything against Issei. Issei remembered on how he also had killed her without any mercy, quickly using several ki blasts while dodging her attacks, and soon stabbed her multiple times before swiftly decapitating her. Suzaku, the only non-member of Team /Dog who was unfortunately there at the base due to spending time with her lover Tobio Accuse, was the latest to fall. She tried to escape to alert the factions, but Issei was quicker. He ambushed her from the behind and kicked her in the stomach straight in the air before firing a ki blast, completely vaporizing her, as the woman could do nothing but scream in agony, and without any mercy. Now all that remains is going. Issei couldn't complete. As he heard coughing, he soon was alerted to the sound, and it was revealed to be none other than Lavinia Rennie, the ice mage who had survived the onslaught. She was badly injured from serious broken bones and was battered and bruised completely. She was bleeding from several locations including her abdomen. As Issei turned to her and spoke with a grin, "Seems like one survived. Why?" Lavinia managed to get up and speak with a tone of despair and desperation, seeing the corpses, as she exclaimed, "Why kill them? What did we do to you? Are you a fool? Or are you plain stupid, Rennie?" Issei walked up to her and crouched to her level, as she looked at him angrily with tears in her eyes, speaking, "You sided with Azazel and Vala, and instead of showing them the errors in their judgment, you and the rest of Team /Dog not only worked with them, but also agreed to let them do what they want, knowledgeable about their demises. I don't wish to harm humans any longer due to growing to care for them, but for you lot, I can make an exception, since you are no longer any different from a fallen angel, the filthy crows that desecrate this beautiful world with their presence." Lavinia could be seen gritting her teeth in fury, hating the fact that Issei not only effortlessly found them but also slaughtered them single-handedly, and in his evil scion form nonetheless, not even needing to go past base. You Issei cuts her off by firing a key tendril aimed at her throat, making her stop talking and exclaim with pain, as he spoke, "Save me the short talks, Rennie. I know what you will say, that the factions will kill me one day. It has become redundant and boring. Goodbye and good riddance." Issei fires a stronger ki blast, completely evaporating them without any hesitation or mercy. As she screams in pain and agony, the last member of Team Dog has been slain. Issei soon looked at the corpses, and fired ki blasts, completely vaporizing them without leaving anything behind. He intentionally didn't destroy the gears so that he wanted the factions to know, thus using weaker ki blasts, only meant to destroy the bodies. He then smirked in response. "Factions, especially you Aquino, I hope this news finds you well of their passing." Issei was aware that the Sacred Gear system would alert the demises of the current wielders of the Sacred Gear users in Team Dog, since all members had some Sacred Gear, with the exception of Issei, who had an independent Sacred Gear which is not part of the system. He soon used instant transmission to leave, deciding to deal with the 5 principal clans if they do become a problem after Suzaku's demise. The next day, Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM. Issei was with the rest of his team. The fall and collapse of Team Dog was something that happened yesterday, and no outcome has been publicly displayed. He knew that today would be the perfect time to completely destroy heaven as well. "So it is about time we destroy heaven," Issei responded with a serious tone as he looked towards Hell and spoke. "We will be heading to Norse next, so here is our game plan." Hell nodded in agreement. She had become strong enough to challenge Thor and actually give him a run for his money. It took several months since her unlawful bail has happened, and she has gotten a lot stronger. She knew that even then it is not enough to actually beat Thor given Mjolnir and many other aspects, but it should be powerful enough to hold him off for someone like Issei to beat him. She could handle Odin, and Vidar and maybe Baldur, but she knew that her allies are going to assist her in this, especially Ophis and Tiamat, the latter of whom could give even a god-class being a run for her money. Heaven can be gone through 2 ways, either we can brute force our way to the location, heading straight to Vatican City and break the heaven gates to the location, or we can head straight through Purgatory, that is in the underworld, and through there we can head to heaven. But since the underworld is more guarded for the time being, heaven is going to be our best option. Plus I do want to deal with a certain family before heading there. Issei spoke with a serious tone, intending to hurt his former childhood friend in the most delightful manner. He then decided to head to heaven and hurt another of his former lover's loved ones, that being Griselda Quarta. Once we are there, obviously we will alert the rest of the guards, and they will come for our lives, but we will be ready with an army of our own. If they have some level of decency, they'd be grieving on the deaths of their loved ones, but otherwise they wouldn't even know what hit them. Issei spoke, as he continued, "Hell, your job will be to clear as many angels as you can. Your armies should drive them to the ground with relative ease." Hell nodded in agreement again, being well aware that her armies would be enough to overwhelm and dominate them completely. The angels won't be prepared for an assault comprising of gods, and even other beings, all of whom are undead that serve her. I and Ophis will lead the main assault, and Ingvild and Tiamat you'll head to the Garden of Eden and burn it to the ground, destroy it to the ground. You should have minimal resistance due to them focusing on the 3 of us. Issei spoke with a serious tone. As the 2 nodded in response, Ingvild then asked, "So that means you, Ophis and Hell would be the main focuses?" "Yes, they would want to come after me and Hell due to us being the strongest. You and Tiamat will be the lower focus, and I doubt they would come after you, but I believe you should be able to handle the lower class ones," Issei explained to the 2, making them nod in understanding in response, as he then continued, "In case I have a feeling that they'll send reinforcements, but we should clear heaven within an hour given our current strength, but if we cannot, we have to do it as quickly as possible. We will be leaving immediately, since wiping out heaven should be easier than the Greek one. Hence Graphia will stay home with Nyx, got it?" The group nodded in agreement, as Hell responded, "Speaking of which, you have been learning some new moves, correct? Relating to someone called Vegeta, or the prince?" Issei asked, to which a smirk curls up and he speaks, "I did, and it was a success. So you'll be using them, correct?" Issei only looked at her and gave her a grin, making her gain the idea of what is going to happen. She was looking forward to this. He gave a glance at Nyx, who didn't say anything. She wondered when Issei would ask her to join the mission. Little did she know, Her time was going to come sooner than expected. Scene change. Shido family, Vatican City AM. The Shido family, that being Tuji and Mina Shido, were working on opening their restaurant. They decided to do it a little late, since the recent attacks against Issei was too damaging even for them. Honey, I am done with setting the dishes, and we are ready to open. Mina spoke with a smile, earning a nod from Tuji as he spoke. Alright then, we should open it right now. Mina nodded, as she walked towards the restaurant doors and started to open them, only to be met with a surprising sight, as she backed away with fear, recognizing who the man was. The man that was standing in front of them was none other than Issei. Oh, how nice of you to open the door for me, Mina. It's been a while since we last saw each other. Mina was shaking in terror, as she was about to call Tuji, only for a ki blast to strike her in the heart, which it passed through completely. Issei. Mina muttered in horror, seeing the man that was once a childhood friend of Irina and used to play with her was her killer. She had coughed up blood and fallen to the ground dead. That's what you get for being no better than the sinners of this world. Issei looked apathetically at Mina Shido, someone he knew since his childhood, and was aware that this woman was also one of the many that let what happened to Issei fester in, and would probably turn more people to the religion known as Catholicism, and they would turn more mortals into sinners, something Issei was not going to let happen into this new world. Soon enough, Tuji was met with a haunting sight of Mina's dead corpse on the ground and shouted with fury and tears, "You bastard!" He charged at him with his sword in hand, using a magic circle that he summoned with. But before he could even reach close to Issei, a tendril pierced his heart, making him cough up blood. He looked at Issei in horror and fear, as he spoke. "Why you? Oh my, getting fearful, are we?" Issei spoke, crouching to his level, and spoke, "I wonder what would happen if Irina saw your undead corpses." Tuji looked at him in horror, raising his hand and trying to stop Issei, only to cough out blood again. As he looked at Issei one final time, his vision starting to blur. "I can't wait to see her look once we meet again." Issei speaks with a grin, as Tuji soon departs for the afterlife. Or it was supposed to be, as he looked at Hel, who had arrived shortly, as she used her magic to release a green mist, wrapping their bodies up and reviving them as undead slaves of the Shido family. Looked at Hel with admiration and loyalty, now being part of her realm instead of the heavenly realm. "It's done. But aside from spiting Irina, what did you achieve by bringing these people? They aren't going to serve us any purpose?" Hel asked Issei, to which he responded. He knew that if the two did end up dying, they would go to heaven and would alert them to an attack, allowing them to make preparations. Simple. If these two went to heaven, then they will warn the angels of our impending attack, and we cannot let that happen. The factions have been preparing a time schedule of my attacks, which is around PM to PM, which is where the guards and strength of the factions will be at their highest. Additionally, catching them off guard will also make this invasion smoothly. Issei explained to her as she nodded in understanding. He then speaks, "Let's head there. The others must have already begun their invasion." Hel nodded, as she wrapped her arms around his left arm, making him surprised, as he spoke with slight annoyance. "Hela, don't act like we aren't a thing. We just had a successful date." "Come on, Issei. Everyone in the house knows we are a thing." Issei knew that prying her off wasn't an option, since she was too stubborn for her own good. Issei gave a sigh. The woman knew how to make others do what she wanted. "Fine, but once we reach the main gates, we will split, fine?" Hel nodded. She soon placed her head on his arm, making him grumble in even more annoyance, as he soon used instant transmission to Ophus's location. Once they reached the halls of Vatican, as Hel releases herself from Issei, much to his relief, they quickly head to deal with them, seeing the many corpses of the exorcists and the church elders, all of whom were either drenched, burned, or had several snakes. They reach the room where they would head to heaven. Ophus senses them coming. He soon catches up with the rest as the five begin their assault. "Let's go, everyone." Hel nodded, reviving all her legions to assist her, that being the Frostbound Legion, the Bleak Legion, and the Eternal Rhapsody. She was accompanied by the undead Athena, Dionysus, Tartarus, and Tuji Shido, all of whom were ready for their invasion of the heaven. 2 angels were guarding the location. They were already exhausted by the constant guarding due to how stressful the situation has been. "Hey, do you think we will get a break? I am too tired from guarding this place." The other angel responded with slight anger, scolding his comrade. "Hey! Sloth is a sin. You don't want to fall, right? The first angel looked at his comrade with annoyance as he spoke. It is exhausting. I can't keep this up. Before the angel could respond, a voice came out. Oh, worry not. This will be an eternal slumber for you. The two angels wondered where the voice came from, but before they could, two snakes started to consume them alive, making them scream in pain. The one who spoke was Issei, and the one who attacked was Ophis, as he walked to them slowly dying from the damage, as they soon stopped breathing and exploded into feathers. White feathers, to be precise. Let's get the onslaught started, Issei declared as he fired a powerful ki blast aimed at the gates, completely destroying them. The angels inside, who were recovering from the constant guarding, were shocked to see Issei attacking them. The undead Tartarus surrounded the entire heaven with his abyss dimension, preventing anyone from reaching them or contacting them, while also destroying all surrounding locations with laser blasts. Everyone, it's them! Call the Seraphs! They all tried to escape, as Hell commanded the undeads to start striking the angels, with the undead Fenrir and the undead gods leading the charge, with Fenrir chomping several angels, killing them instantly. No! Stop them! I'll please make it stop. Fire some spears onto them. Eliminate them. Tiamat and Ingvild decided to head to the garden to do their job that they were asked to do, while Issei and Ophis went on ahead to confront the Seraphs and deal with any obstacles that get in their way. They all split up, sensing the chaos, using that as a distraction. The angels, both pure and reincarnated, both called upon their allies but were either struck down by the light spears from the undead fallen angels, or they are being struck by magical beams from the frost giants and valkyries. They tried to call for help and were trying to save themselves, but they were too overwhelmed. Hell watched them get slaughtered with ease, as they tried to call out for help or anyone to stop this madness and slaughter. As one angel tried to ambush her with a light sword, it was something she had to do for the sake of her race's survival. Take this, murderer! The angel tried to close the gap between them using a blade, but Hell was quicker. She had generated a small light spear and stabbed him in the gut. The angel coughed up blood. Hell turned to the angel with an apathetic look on her face, as she spoke. You know, when you attack someone, do a favor and not speak or scream, alright? The angel could only watch her, as she brought out the spear and stabbed right in her head, before everything in her vision blacks out. A/N. I don't own this GIF or Justice League, Flashpoint Paradox. The angel exploded into feathers, knowing there was nothing that could be done. Hell looked at her, shaking her head in disappointment. Killing these angels were barely a chore, since it was harder to deal with Athena and Dionysus, who could easily and effortlessly wipe them out. She sighed in response. Weak as they may be, an army is an army regardless. This was Hell's ability, Undead Memory Composition, which basically will let Hell read and learn any ability that she reanimates. The easier the ability, the shorter the time. However, this ability has two drawbacks. One is that she cannot learn the ability of soul-destroying abilities that are developed by supreme-class deities or heavenly dragons and above unless she reaches that level by proper training and improving. And two, the more complex the ability is, the more time is taken to learn and train in that ability. Additionally, she also needs to train to use the ability flawlessly and effortlessly. Hell watched undead Athena mercilessly obliterate some of the angels using her scepter staff to purge them all into nothing but feathers, with Dionysus using toxic wine, whose fumes immediately cause the angels to start coughing and struggling to get any air, as they soon fall to the ground struggling to breathe and cause their death by suffocation after a few minutes. She remembered that this trick Dionysus had used against her during her fight against Athena and Dionysus when she was alongside Ingvild, who tried her best to contend against the two divine beings but couldn't do much against them since her power level was at Satan class at best. Hell managed to protect her and defeat the two divine beings, who were afraid and devastated against the two, who were also injured and breathing heavily. The two were swiftly killed by the undead Fenrir, who assisted Hell in the assault, and turned into reanimation corpses, increasing her level. She watched, as the two alongside the undead Fenrir slaughtered as many of the angels amongst her undead. She knew that these three were the best option for the undead that was chosen. She watched as the undead roared in happiness, seeing the demises of the angels. All of them in the room were slaughtered. Soon getting up, she unleashed a magic circle and released the green mist that surrounded the feathers of the standing angels, reviving them as undeads that are meant to serve her. She smirked seeing this, and spoke. Initially you defended heaven, right? Now you shall destroy it to the ground. Henceforth you shall be known as the Legion of Veiled Light. The angels all kneeled in front of their new goddess. As Hell accepted this, they soon decided to march forward and head towards further inside the heaven. They had stopped when they encountered Griselda Quarta. So you must be Griselda? Griselda gritted her teeth in anger, as she released her wings. Ever since Gabriel had left them, she was mocked and looked down upon for not having a supporting figure. She will make them all pay who caused this to happen, which was Issei and his allies. I will make sure you never pass. Hell only smirked in amusement. As she spoke, come at me, let's see if you can stop me. In another location Tiamat and Ingvild were looking around the heaven gates, dealing with any angels that got in their way. They had dealt with a seraphim that had tried to defend the location but failed to do so. She was killed by being burned alive. Soon they reached the Garden of Eden, where they could see that there are so many plants and trees that are present, including the trees that house the fruit of knowledge and the fruit of life. They marveled at the sight of the Garden of Eden. I must admit, this is actually the first time I have come to this place. Tiamat responded. In her several centuries of life this was the first time she had ever been here. As Ingvild looked around surprised by how much interesting the garden was. Normally a devil, or even a hybrid, wouldn't be allowed visitation to the grounds of heaven. Not only did this harm a devil's body due to holy energy being lethal to devils of any kind, but also the angels that would definitely kill one on sight, along with the exorcists they had employed. Furthermore, only angels could be permitted on the heaven grounds, hence why to enter, any visitor had to wear a halo such that they can enter without any problems or complications. This halo, while being wearable, also had the same energy and aura as that of an angel. So when Issei and company entered the heaven gates, they had used Tartarus to nullify the repulsing effects of the heaven grounds, since his body was a separate dimension on its own. This was Hell's plan, since she was aware that using Tartarus would protect them from any interference and annoyance that would hamper this vision. Tell me about it. I can't even visit this place unless I am part of the Alliance. It is kind of ironic that a devil is here, in the place of worship. Ingvild responded with a smirk, as she took a fruit from the tree and placed it in a subdimension. As she asked, wonder if Issei would have problems if I take a fruit? I don't think he should, but if you want you can take some. Since I will be burning this place down to the ground soon enough. Tiamat spoke with a shrug, as she watched Ingvild take a few fruits from the heaven garden, which was the Garden of Eden. It's done! Ingvild spoke cheerfully, as she walked towards Tiamat, who responded, stand back, it's time I end this once and for all. Tiamat generated chaos flames from her palms and unleashed it onto the garden, burning it to the ground. The burning garden had burned all other locations surrounding the very garden itself, like towers and monuments, and other locations. Ingvild looked at the scene with amazement. She could see how potent and powerful Tiamat's flames were. She was aware there was a reason why Tiamat is considered the strongest amongst all dragon kings. So these are what you call chaos flames, correct? Tiamat gave a nod, responding, correct, these are the flames that can keep burning unless I want to stop them, and there is no plan for me to stop them in any manner. Let's go, Ingvild. I believe Issei must have started his confrontation with the angels, and I believe Dulio is the trump card that he has stored with him. Tiamat responded, earning a nod from the Leviathan princess. As they kept proceeding ahead, they soon left the burning grounds the way it is, as they had done their job successfully. Heaven was going to fall tonight, and there was no one that can stop the inevitable. Issei and Ophis had soon encountered the three great seraphs, with their wings out in the open. Ophis was handling Raphael and Uriel, while Issei dealt with Michael in his Super Saiyan form. All of the three great seraphs were ready to pounce on him in an instant, as Michael spoke, his tone brimming with fury. How dare you attack us, Haida Issei? Dare! Issei fired a ki blast which barely evaded Michael. He couldn't even react due to how fast the ki blast went by him. Issei then brought a blade with his ki and stabbed Michael in the stomach, making him cough up blood. Like this? Michael was angrily looking at Issei, as he continued, I am tired hearing the same thing over and over again, so try something else. He fired a powerful ki blast at him, making him barely dodge the attack. Issei was surprised by this, as he soon used a light sword trying to strike him, making him back away, and then used healing magic to heal the wound, as he looked at Issei angrily, only for him to smirk. Interesting, guess you have something else meant for me. Issei only shook his head, and spoke then again, you aren't exactly the strong type, so I'll do you a favor and make this quick if you want. Like hell I will go down quietly. You shame your grandfather and your parents by the actions you do. They would be weeping in agony if they hear your actions, Michael exclaimed angrily, as he didn't visit their souls and would inform them in the future. Issei lost his smirk and became serious. He looked at the archangel with seriousness and fury, as he spoke, so that means you are using my grandfather's soul, huh? And I believe my parents' souls are also here, correct? He immediately closed the gap and fired a powerful ki blast that struck Michael and sent him flying before he could react. He coughed up blood, as he responded, it's time I set things right? You won't. Dulio now. Issei turned around to see Dulio ready with a bubble which he fired onto him, but Issei fired a ki blast that completely destroying it. He soon fired many more ki blasts aimed at Michael to keep him at bay so that he doesn't him. This triggered explosions all the while forcing Michael to defend himself from the attack. Impossible! Dulio exclaimed with shock, as Issei sighed and spoke, I was unaffected by your bubbles once before. It can break the will of someone fighting, and at this point, he immediately closed the gap and sucker punched Dulio in the gut, making him cough up blood, as he continued, I am strong enough to effortlessly swat Surzex like he is nothing like a fly. What makes you think that your bubble can affect me? Dulio's bubbles formed by his Speranza Bala di Sapone allowed the user to make the victim lose his will to fight. He did use this technique when he had sparred with a weaker Issei, but this Issei can destroy the bubbles before they make contact with him. Dulio tried to enter into his balance breaker, but Issei did not let him, as he kept rapidly punching him before he could respond, socking him in the head at every step. He soon landed a knockout punch sending him to the ground, making him stagger on the ground. Each blow showed him either spitting out blood or his teeth being broken without any mercy. He continued to sock him, till Dulio's balance started to falter. Issei was not even using his full strength to do so, and he fell to the ground. Before anything could happen, Issei fired a ki blast completely obliterating Dulio Gesualdo without hesitation or effort. Dulio's death shocked and horrified Michael and the others, while Ophis looked at the two seraphs, who weren't even able to lay a single dent on the dragon goddess. Ophis was leagues ahead of them. What's the matter? Surprised to see this happen? Ophis responded looking at the two seraphs, as she continued with slight anger, you see it now, don't you? The old biblical fool was a paranoid freak, which, don't call father that. You stupid snake! Raphael shouted, only to be sent flying by a purple magical blast courtesy of a very angry Ophis. She hated being called a snake since while her appearance in her dragon form had some snake aesthetics, she was nothing like a snake who backstabs and betrays others. Never call me a snake. Ophis responded emotionlessly, but there was anger in her tone. She soon unleashed a barrage of snakes onto the two seraphs, that being Raphael and Uriel, who struggled to keep up with them, as she continued, you betrayed the man that had broke his bones for your sake, and bore sweat and blood for your sakes. You only had comfort in your lives, and the least you could is thank him. But alas, that was too much to ask, wasn't it? You not only left him for dead, but made him suffer by throwing him in Tartarus. You truly are no better than the beings that wanted him dead, like the Cows Brigade. We are nothing like them, you damned snake, ahhhhhhh. Uriel tried to exclaim in response, only for Ophis to unleash several snakes, with some of them biting his body, making him screech in pain, with one snake even biting his privates. Ophis got angrier at the attitude, as she responded with a tone of annoyance and fury, never call me a snake, don't you pigeons understand basic English? The two seraphs were furious at this, as Ophis responded emotionlessly, oh my bad, you two are dumbass due to betraying Issei. Even then, you know what they say. The devil was also once an angel. Ophis unleashed several snakes that continuously started to chomp the two seraphs without any mercy, causing them to scream in pain. They were completely consumed by the snakes who were biting and chomping on them, as they couldn't even speak their final words. They were completely killed by the snakes surrounding him. In the meantime, Michael looked at this scene in shock and horror. In just a few minutes heaven was taken down by a scion and a dragon goddess. He started to feel fear by how powerful they are, and on how outmatched his forces are. He was going to inform the demises of Team /Dog due to the sacred gear system informing him as such. But it was too late. Issei had already commenced his attack and started slaying them without any mercy. So Michael, how does it feel? Losing everything that you cared about. This invasion took us barely an hour to do so. You must be feeling so proud that the invasion of your location took us the least amount of time. Michael could be seen gritting his teeth in anger and fury, as Ophis joined him. The two looked at the man apathetically, knowing that he was no better than those filthy bats due to the modifications present in the system allowing the angels to commit certain sins. Besides, I wanted to ask you, where is Gabriel? I can only see the three of you here. Where is she? Issei asked with confusion. He didn't sense her key that was supposed to be in heaven. He did want to confront her about this, but he wondered where she is. You were the reason she abandoned us. She betrayed us because of you. Issei looked surprised, with even Ophis being surprised by this. With soon an amused look grows on his face. She must have gone in hiding, I presume. Interesting. Makes me wonder what caused the most devout pigeon of that biblical fool to abandon her own faith. I highly doubt she would do this out of fear, so tell me the truth. Issei declared with a menacing tone which made Michael lose his anger and become even more fearful, but before he could do anything, Ophis responded. Issei, I have a way to extract information from this pigeon, leave it to me. Ophis released some snakes into Michael's brain, who had a look of fear. Issei remembered this trick was the same Ophis used to extract the treasure location from Albion's soul before killing him permanently. Michael's screams could be heard, as Ophis extracted the information from him. Issei couldn't help but smile, relishing the torture that he was put through. In another location, Ingvild and Tiamat were looking at the heaven system, as Hel joined them with some of her undead subordinates, which included Athena and the newly undead Griselda that was added to her army ranks. So I believe you are done, correct? Tiamat asked, looking at Hel, as she responded, yep, and I managed to take down most of them while the army is clearing any stragglers. I see. Tiamat responded, as the three girls looked at the heaven systems, with Hel looking at it for a moment before responding, girls, I have an idea. The two looked at her, as a small smile grew on her face, with Ingvild asking, what? I have information on how the system works due to killing several angels. Their small knowledge increased my knowledge base by a huge margin when combined, so I was wondering, why not turn all existing angels into fallen angels? Hel had a smirk upon suggesting this idea, as the girls grew wide-eyed, with soon them realizing what they had to do. Tiamat then spoke, I presume you are going to rewire the system? I am. Hel cracked her knuckles and stretched her body, as she responded with a cheerful tone, let's get this started. Hel levitated to the system's controls. As she started to work her magic, she remembered on how she had to rewire the systems, to which she knew that it is only a matter of when all angels will fall for committing the sin of betrayal towards Issei, something they all had to pay for one way or another. Back with Ophis, she had gained the information from Michael's head, about everything, even the blood that was taken away for experimentation. She had informed Issei everything, making him understand what had happened. However, the two knew that they would find DNA belonging to him due to his constant fighting, since he did bleed or lose his hair during these fights. So it was only a matter of time they'd get a way to scramble for his DNA, just like a certain Dr. Gero did. They looked at the broken Michael with contempt, knowing they had no use for him. Honestly, the way they use the blood is solely disappointing. Along with the hair, maybe I should pay Ajuka a visit and deal with him personally. Issei mused, looking at the broken Michael. He did inform him the plans that the leaders are doing. He knew that his next attack would be at the devils or the vampires, but the former seems more likelier. I actually thought they'd use it on Kenji, if they had it, since his human DNA was the most compatible with my Scion DNA. But alas, they are a bunch of morons. Filthy morons plaguing this world. Issei spoke with contempt and disappointment, as Michael could only look in horror, but all of a sudden, he started to scream. His wings started to change upon this, with them looking in shock and horror. What is happening? Ophis asked in confusion, as Issei saw Michael's wings graying. As he spoke, he is falling, but who? Issei grew surprised before growing a grin, knowing exactly who was responsible for this. As he spoke, Hell, why am I not surprised? Ophis looked at Issei for a moment before turning to Michael, who had become a fallen angel. As he spoke, so Michael, guess you have become a fallen archangel, How does it feel? Michael gritted his teeth in anger, knowing that they must have reverted and been reversed the system to the way it was. But before he could retort, a teleportation circle had arrived and the three looked to see Hel arrive alongside her undead subordinates, as well as Tiamat and Ingvild, with Ingvild speaking. We are done, what do we do now? Issei looked at Ingvild and spoke, we destroy heaven. You bastard! Michael growled, as he continued shouting, you may have one, but Lord Shiva and the other stronger gods will destroy you. I will relish your dash. Michael couldn't complete as a tendril struck his throat making him cough up, with the attacker being revealed to be Issei. As he shook his head and spoke, you are no different from Azazel, both headaches to the core. The girls were furious at Michael's attitude but they knew Issei would do something to deal with him personally. Tiamat, please burn this pigeon, I don't want to see him. Issei looked at Tiamat who nodded. She was glad that she was chosen to kill this angel for good, as she unleashed chaos flames while speaking with nothing but contempt for former angel leader. Goodbye, and this is what happens to those that insult my mate. She burned the angel leader who could only scream in sheer agony and pain. Even his soul wasn't spared as he was burned to the ground. Once this was done, Issei activated the golden tiger claws and created a portal outside the barrier. As everyone went inside, Hel used her magic to remove the reanimated corpses from the location and back to her realm. They reached outside, as Issei spoke, so how much time will it take for Irina and remaining angels to become fallen angels? Just a few more minutes, that's it. Hel responded, as Issei looked at the ruined heaven location burning and destroyed, as he spoke with a cold tone, well, it is time to end this. He charged his hands forward, unleashing Ki with his hands, entering into Super Saiyan. The force of the Ki was enough to send aura that made everyone back away. Ingvild was close to passing out, but Ophis grabbed her and generated a barrier to protect everyone. Tiamat then asked, wait, why is Issei using so much Ki? Simple, the biblical fool made heaven pretty durable and Issei wants to burn it to the ground. He wants to spare no place of this location. The others nodded, as Ki started to form in his hands with him growing even more, with every faction feeling it. The gods, even the Hindu gods, were panicking by the sheer amount of Ki. The Trimurti were afraid knowing this was Issei's doing, and the sheer amount of Ki was even enough to make someone like Shiva afraid for the very first time. He had to teleport to the source, along with some of his leaders as soon as possible. Once the Ki gathered, Issei then released the Ki while shouting, Final Flash. He fired a concentrated yellow beam of energy at the whole heaven, completely destroying the complete grounds like it was nothing. It was being consumed without hesitation, purging everything to destruction. Once this was done, Issei then spoke, let's head home. He opened the golden portal back home, as one by one the girls did enter. But once Ophis entered and Issei was about to do so, someone fired a powerful destruction blast aimed at him. Issei responded by firing a Ki blast at the attack, destroying it with ease. It was powerful enough to do so. As he responded, the attack was powerful enough to even destroy a country. You really wanted me dead, right, Shiva? Issei turned around to see Shiva along with some leaders like Serzex and Odin that had arrived. He could see anger etched on their faces. As he spoke, ain't you filth a little too late to save the pigeon? Ah, too sad, too bad. You scumbag. How far are you going to go? Shiva exclaimed with anger, trying to read the motives that he has, but his high increase in Ki was making it hard for him to concentrate to do so. As Issei spoke with a smirk, I can see you probing my mind, nice try. You! Give me back my wife! Issei looked at Serzex who had shouted, as he responded, let me think about it. Nuh-uh. She is quite the good maid for me. And unlike you, she is actually more happier and freer by my side. Serzex growled, as he dashed forward ready to kill Issei with a powerful destruction-based strike, only for Issei to grab his hand and kick him in the stomach, making him cough up. He then spoke, you don't learn, do you? He soon threw him and sent him flying, making him crash into the walls of the building, which caused him to cough up blood in response. He could only look weakly at Issei. Turning to the other leaders he spoke, we will meet again. Do prepare yourselves, cause I can attack anywhere, anytime. He walked into the portal, closing it, with the two gods horrified by this. They knew that the third part in Shiva's vision had been completed, which was the fall of either the devil or the angelic faction. They knew that they had to prepare, else they were done for. The news spread of heaven's fall spread throughout various pantheons. Many were shocked and terrified by what had happened. Issei destroying heaven had major implications to the supernatural world. As soon as Issei left, news spread of heaven's fall spread throughout various pantheons, and it spread like wildfire. Many wanted to eliminate Issei for what he had done, especially the divine pantheons, but the speed at which Issei had taken to do so was staggering and frightening. It only took him an hour to do so, and to do so to a pantheon that was there from a long time to be purged without hesitation. The deaths alone made Issei and his group more terrified. The aftermath of the attack caused many of the civilians from the supernatural worlds to hide inside out of fear. Children refused to play on the streets in fear of Issei hunting them down. The adults couldn't rest or recover in fear of Issei and his allies killing them, or worse, turning some of them into zombies meant for destroying their loved ones and their homes. The leaders tried to reduce the panic amongst the citizens and other people, but the panicked people weren't able to do much since anyone could be next on Issei's list. The man hasn't spared man, woman or child and won't spare anyone and will not spare anyone in his path. Many are regretting betraying Issei at this point due to what he is capable of and what he will do to them. Additionally, the shocking and terrifying news also made the people lose faith in Kenji's capabilities of protecting them and defending them from their enemies. Not to mention, they didn't believe that they would survive due to Issei's onslaught, believing his words to be moot. In a way, history was starting to repeat itself, but not in the way people thought it would. The disbelief also led many people to blame the leaders for causing their demises by sending Issei into the Tartarus, with some believing that Issei should be dead because of his latest actions. They criticized the leaders for their incompetence and overconfidence, believing he would be powerless without his boosted gear. They stated that Issei should have been executed without hesitation rather than be imprisoned in the worst ever cells. All in all, it was chaotic and despair-ridden for the factions. Hayate household, Ko, Japan, AM. Weeping could be heard in the household. This was especially true for two individuals, that was Irina Shido and Zenobia Korda, both of whom were devastated when they heard the demises of heaven along with its fall. They knew this meant that Issei managed to destroy heaven and slaughter everyone as well. Back outside in the hallway, the rest of the group were discussing. They were devastated and fearful to know that they could be on Issei's list next. He actually did it. Heaven has fallen because of him. Ria spoke with fear, completely fearful of what is going to happen to her, and the rest of the factions, given Issei was showing signs of being unstoppable. Even Team Dog, he killed them all. He has no mercy. Akino now showed complete terror and fear, upon hearing that he had killed Suzaku Himejima, her cousin, without any mercy. She knew that the Himejima clan may not act due to how fearsome and terrifying Issei has become. He is a monster, nothing more, nothing less. Kaneko muttered while shivering, knowing that anyone could be next. Anyone could die in the genocide of Issei. Everyone is fearing for their lives, afraid of who could be next on Issei's list. He is worse than a monster. Rias muttered to them, as they remembered Kenji heading to their rooms to calm the girls. It was a harrowing day for everyone involved. They knew that there was nothing that could be done. What do we do? The leaders are planning something, but they don't even know what to do. He just comes and kills whoever the hell he wants. Even my family is afraid that our regeneration won't do anything against him. Ravel spoke with terror and fear, afraid of what would happen to her in the near future. Gasper was still in the hospital, suffering through his comatose state along with Lord Gremory. Worse, the people are afraid like they want his head, but no one dares to confront him. He needs to be stopped. Rias ended the statement, as she took a glance at the upper floors where Irina and Zenobia were weeping in agony upon this. Irina got the news of her parents' demises at the hands of Issei, which she was in denial before the leaders had confirmed their demises due to them missing, implying that Issei had done something horrific to them, and with the destruction of heaven, there was only one thing to deduce, and that was their demises. Kenji walked inside. He had to take care of his harem due to what had happened with the heaven. Even he was afraid, feeling hopeless on this fight. And the testing results was still in the red, with many of the criminals ending up dying even with the evil pieces being used. He called out, "Irina, go away!" Irina exclaimed while crying, as she continued, "I don't want to speak with anyone." Kenji flinched from her angered and furious tone. she detested Issei even more due to him killing her parents without any care or mercy. She wanted blood but was too weak to even do anything. However, Kenji fixed himself, his resolve stronger than ever. He was the only one despite the fear and hopelessness believe they had a chance to defeat Issei. I am not leaving Irina. I will find a way to stop Issei. Irina could only look at him angrily, as she exclaimed with fury, Look at me, Kenji. Irina revealed her fallen angel wings to Kenji. She had 2 pairs of them, making her a 4-winged fallen angel. She then continued with the same tone, of fury and despair. Her parents' death had taken a toll on her, as she was helpless against him. Look at me. I am a fallen angel. Issei had succeeded in breaking me. He has taken the one thing that I always desired, and that was to one day serve the deceased biblical God in his honor by becoming an angel. He took that away from me, making me a fallen angel. I don't understand, why didn't I kill him before he became a problem? 'Cause if we did, we wouldn't be in this situation. Kenji was taken aback. He didn't understand why Irina hated Issei for a long time ago. But he didn't blame her either, since she must have grown tired of his perversion. He could see the words that Irina stated were out of grief and anguish. He took a deep breath and spoke, Irina, come here. No, get away. Irina tried to push him away, but Kenji was stubborn. He held her hands embrace, making her unable to move, as she tried to fight back, exclaiming, Leave me, Kenji. Kenji refused to do so. He waited patiently until Irina stopped struggling, and once he does, he could see that Irina was completely broken. She was the last former angel that had survived the whole onslaught, which was the fall of heaven. Are you finished? Now will you listen to me? Irina looked at Kenji and was about to retort, but Kenji spoke, Irina, no. Listen, when I say I am going to fight Issei to my death, I will not stop till he is dead, and Drake will support me in this fight. But I can't win without your support. If we need to stop Issei, all of us will have to do it together, and I mean all of us have to work as one if we have to beat him. Kenji spoke with a serious tone, as Drake nodded in agreement. Despite the fear in his body, he will support his partner to defeat Issei. He doubted he would ever get a new partner better than Kenji, someone that was able to defeat Trihexa, allowing the leaders to seal him once and for all. But Irina retorted again. But Kenji kept her finger on her lips, releasing her one hand, as he spoke. If we are going to break like this, we are not going to win. Issei wants us beaten, he wants us crippled, and he wants us to lose. But we are not going to let that happen. So Irina. Kenji raised his hand forward and spoke, Will you help me combat that genocidal terrorist? Irina looked at him for a moment, her released hand shaking before she accepts his hand, as she speaks with a hopeful look and a gentle smile. Yes, I will. Irina spoke with tears, as she continued to cry on Kenji's chest, who only embraced her and calmed her down. He gently stroked her back and head to calm her down. She was completely broken due to what had happened with Issei. In another room, Zenobia, who had heard everything what Kenji said, clenched her fists in anger. She wanted Kenji to console her, but she knew that he needed to deal with one person, and that was Issei Hayadu. She clenched her fists in anger, to the point of bleeding. She was downright afraid of Issei, but also fearful, knowing that there was nothing she can do to stop Issei, but she would rather die than show weakness to him. I will kill you, Issei. Zenobia's hands were dripping with red liquid, which was her blood. She had tears falling from her eyes, knowing Griselda died to Issei and his allies. She vowed to make Issei suffer for every single thing he has done. She walked inside, grabbing her ex-Durandal, which seemingly tried to resist, but Zenobia flicked it, forcing it to sort of comply. The sword stopped resisting as Zenobia, making her sigh in relief. Ex-Durandal was always fickle, and when Issei was around it seemingly stopped, but once again it was trying to resist. Good, I don't want you to resist, since I want to crush that man once and for all. Zenobia spoke, as she once again headed to the training room to train until she on the verge of passing out. She has been doing this for a very long time, and she will do so till Issei is gone for good. Scene change. Yukai faction, Kyoto, PM. Yasaka was speaking to Gabriel and one of the leaders, Nararahayan. They were aware that heaven has fallen, and some scouts have informed on what has happened with Irina, the only survivor that is affiliated with heaven and has become a fallen angel. This shocked the angel ex-seraph due to the fact that Irina ended up becoming a fallen. Despite it being long overdue, she never became. But as karma caught up to her, she did eventually become a fallen angel. Gabriel was devastated that heaven fell, the same place that she was raised and grew up in was destroyed without any remorse or empathy. She knew Issei and his allies managed to destroy heaven without any hesitation, but she was aware this was overdue for them. I know this is a bad time for us to speak, but with what is going on, our goal is to head to Issei's location in a few days and speak to him about a non-aggression. Gabriel loses her normal nature and responds, I believe it is for the best. Are you sure, both of you? The Nurarihayan spoke with concern, knowing full well that if negotiations go wrong, it would not only jeopardize and destroy the survival of the Yukai faction but also the Shinto pantheon as well. Yasaka knew this full well to be true, and she knew that she would have to take a risk if she had to get Issei to at least not attack their faction. He hasn't done so far, nor has he shown snooping around Yukai Kyoto territory, and not infiltrating the location in any manner. We have to do so, Nurarihayan-sama, we have no choice. Yasaka spoke with a concerned tone, as she continued, if we don't do this now, Issei will be under the presumption that we all betrayed him. He has destroyed 3 factions as of today, and soon, there is a possibility that we may be next. He can slaughter us at any given time of the day. Yasaka-sama is correct. The sooner we don, the better. Gabriel added in support to Yasaka's words, making the Daiyukai nod in response. He looked at Yasaka, as he spoke. Very well, I will support you in this manner whatever I can. Thank you, Nurarihayan-sama. But I do have one request. Yasaka spoke with a slightly nervous and saddened, with the two looking at her, with Nurarihayan asking, What? In case I don't make it alive, my final order to you. Look after Kunu, and prepare for an oncoming invasion. Please keep her safe. That is all I ask you to do. Nurarihayan and Gabriel grew wide-eyed at the request. The Yukai Queen asking him for such a request was shocking and horrifying request. But Yasaka-sama dash? Nurarihayan tried to retort, but a serious look from Yasaka made him think otherwise. He knew that she was willing to even perish for her kind, and this was something he knew, but he couldn't even imagine her perishing. He was worried about on how Kunu would react. No, Nurarihayan-sama, I know full well on what this entails. I might even die due to what those fools have done to Issei. But I know one thing, and that is I won't die without protecting my home, my kingdom and my family. All I ask you is that you protect the things I cherish the most, which is my daughter and my home, please. Yasaka's tone was pleading. She was well aware that this could be a possible suicide mission. She was well aware of the implications that can happen to her. But there was no way she is going to forego her duty in fear, which was to her faction and to her family. Taking a deep breath, the Daiyukai responded, Fine, if that is what you will. Nurarihayan spoke with a deep breath, as he continued, But please, for our everyone's sake, come back alive. Your daughter still has time to mature and take your place. She needs you, otherwise she has no one. Yasaka gives a nod, being well aware of this. She knew Kunu will have no one if she does end up dying. As she speaks, I won't die, no matter what happens. That is something I promise. Yasaka's words make the two nod, as the Yukai Queen makes preparations of heading to meet Issei. She had to make a non-aggression pact with the former Red Dragon Emperor before it becomes too late. Scene change. Serafal Memorial Hospital, Underworld PM. Surzex watched his father state. Having no signs of waking up, he clenched his fist for the second time in his life, feeling completely helpless, knowing that this was the second time someone he cared for was suffering so much. He could hear the faint beeping of the machines that were checking his pulse and heart rate. He could see some wires also providing him with the necessary nutrients. He hated this. He hated what was happening to the world he once envisioned, where supernatural beings were united as one. He hated that this world was crumbling apart thanks to Issei and his allies doing so. Initially Surzex cared for him, however that was just a facade, since he never truly cared for him. He only saw Issei as a pawn, a means to an end. He was nothing short of a pawn for his goals. He used him so that he could gain what he wants, which was a world where all supernatural beings were united as one. He saw Issei's unique ability, which was to gain allies and rally them to his cause. He knew this ability will be useful, and given his nature, it did work. People were getting on their side one by one. They were all united against any potential threat. But as things go, all things come to an end. When Issei failed to defeat Trihexa, Surzex showed his true colors and imprisoned Issei. His use was completed and had no reason for being free, since he might be a problem due to being replaced. I will find a way to destroy you, you damned being! Surzex declared with fury. He was humiliated 3 times by Issei at this point, and he hated on how strong Issei was becoming. He was getting stronger at a daily if not weekly basis, reaching to the level of wiping out gods, something he never would have achieved had he still had Drake. It was almost like Drake was holding him back, with the boosted gear. He reached a level that no former human should ever reach, and he detested Issei for that. But how? Ajuka's research is also failing at this point. Surzex growled. He wanted to find a way to beat Issei, but that begged the question, how would he do it? He wondered what even powers Issei, knowing that it was similar to the transformations that were in that anime that he disregarded due to being too flashy, and too much for him to watch. He hated that Issei showed characteristics of beings from that show and was purging every single supernatural being for what had happened to him. He didn't deny it, but killing him was the better option. However, he highly doubted that would work, since if Issei can come back once, he can always come back. Surzex, like some others, had some level of fear when Issei returned back from almost dying from Samuel's poison. Not on the same level as the Great King faction, who were terrified of Issei but had some fear. He feared of losing everything in an event that Issei would come to know everything, since he had an encounter with Great Red who might have told him everything. But in reality, it never did happen, and Surzex was happy that his useful pawn had returned to him. Once his use was done, he discarded him when he should have killed him for good. Father. Surzex spoke, taking a deep breath, seeing his father's comatose state. As he continued, I will be back soon. I need to find a way to deal with Issei and fortify my faction's defenses against him. Surzex left the room, as he vowed to make an example of Issei before killing him for good. Despite the fear growing in his heart, it was nothing compared to the abhorrence he had for his former future brother-in-law. He walked out of the room, where he headed to Lilith, where he would speak with his fellow devil leaders. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei was sitting on his couch watching some television. He then responded, I am someone that is meant to provide justice to others, and become the savior of this world. But, Issei looked to see Hel capturing his one arm, wrapping it around herself and her body lying on his chest, and Ophis doing the same, capturing his other side and wrapping his second arm around himself. Hel had taken his right, and Ophis had taken his left arm. He could be seen having a look of annoyance. How did I even get out of this situation? He muttered to himself, as he could sense from the corner of his eye Tiamat looking at him with extreme jealousy. The girls knew that Issei can't do anything about this situation. They forced him to hold them around, and with Hel's nature, he had no choice but to accept lest he hears an earful from her. Ingvild and Nyx were too invested in the show to even bother what was happening. They were enjoying the show too much, and they knew that the show seemed more interesting. He watched the show, looking at some of the fight scenes. He could see the characters fighting against what seems to be a mirrored version of themselves. It did bring back some past memories of his fight against his good counterpart Son Goku. Hel looked at Issei's state, and asked, What's on your mind? This fight, I wonder what was going on. I know that I was able to absorb enough divine aura to improve my own divine ki, when I actually did fight against the Greek gods. Issei explained, as he could feel the divine ki strengthening inside his body. Ophis looked at him and spoke, Your body did take on several attacks at once, so that is why your own divine ki. Yeah, and you better not take a risk like that, alright? Hel responded with slight anger. She approved of him taking Artemis's attack, since this would trigger his new form, which was revealed to be Super Saiyan. Issei could only turn his gaze away and respond, Fine. Hel shook her head and nuzzled to his chest. As she spoke, You are our only hope, Issei. We don't want to lose you. Issei looked at Ophis, who agreed in Hel's words, as Issei only smirked and spoke, I won't, not until they fall for good. Hel rubbed her head, as Issei decided to gently place his hand on her head. He knew Hel loves him at this point, and deeply cares for him. He was started to get attracted to her, at this point. Her fiery and aggressive personality in a way was in line with his Saiyan nature, and it was only a matter of time they clicked. Anyways, this form could be accessed when I am able to get my divine ki under control, which means I will be training for a while. Issei responded with a normal tone. As Ophis spoke, even your Ozuru form was different compared to the ones Goku and Vegeta did, or even any of the other Scions have. It was pink in color, akin to your god transformation. Issei agreed to Ophis's words. She then in continuation, and the fact that your body was able to absorb the divine aura and transform it into ki. Yep, and the god transformation, that is Super Saiyan Rose. I was able to keep up with Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue, and I believe it is powerful than Super Saiyan, which I used against the Greek gods. Ophis looked at him, and gave a normal but emotionless smile. She remembered on how arrogant and callous they were, which caused their demises to begin with. She knew that it was only a matter of when he reaches Rose, and once he does, not even the Hindu gods can stop him, since that level can clash with the likes of Beerus, although it is still a far cry from actually beating Beerus. I am aware, and when you reach a form that level, I doubt even Bakared could beat you in this case. Ophis mused, as the trio continued to watch the show that they were invested in. He took a glance at Nyx. Maybe now would be the right time to give a chance for her situation. Scene change. Hayate Residence, Ko, Japan, PM. Zenobia was being lifted by Kenji, who gave a sigh knowing she once again pushed herself to the limits. Again, Zenobia, you need to rest. Kenji spoke with a slight tone of exhaustion. This was the time she has pushed herself, and not caring about her limits. She was gently placed on the bed. He gently caressed her head and spoke. I will fight alongside you. You aren't alone. You better, Kenji. Kenji turned around to see Ria standing. She had her arms crossed and was leaning across the room with a serious expression on her face. She was aware of what must have transpired and knew that Kenji looked at her with an expression of surprise. She had been starting to be controlling towards Kenji even if he wasn't her pawn in any manner, and the man was starting to notice this to be true. He didn't say anything due to how much he cherishes her and cares for her, but she started to become controlling and even controlled on which girls should be with him. I can, but what brings you here anyway? Kenji asked with confusion. As she spoke, I was here checking up on Zenobia. Thanks, but I will take it from here. Rias walked towards him and Kenji responded. I was the one that brought her here, Rias, and I believe you should be training since you are the one that trains the least amongst us. I'll be fine. Kenji cuts her off speaking. No, Rias, you need to train. Issei can use you against me, and I won't let that happen. I will deal with my knight. You should take some rest. Kenji spoke while caressing Zenovia's head. He was gentle and calm, assuring that he is there for her even when she was at her lowest. Rias was gritting her teeth in annoyance and jealousy as she spoke. Kenji, I told you. I will handle my knight. Your knight? Kenji turned to her, questioning what she just spoke. Was your knight. Now she is my knight and my responsibility. And Rias, I am already tired from training. Now I am not in a mood for an argument. Rias was not happy with the result. She wanted Kenji out to speak with Zenobia personally about something important, but with Kenji around she cannot do so. She was aware that Zenobia will wake up after a while. Kenji, if you don't, I will. Kenji interjects by speaking. You'll do what? Complain to your brother? Kenji gets up and starts walking towards her, which causes her to back away. He was questioning why his cousin even chose to tolerate her. He was getting tired of her spoiled nature and wanted to set something straight. What makes you think I will let you do so? Rias tried to strike Kenji, coating it with her power of destruction, who only grabbed her hand and raised his other hand to start choking her, causing her to struggle with the power and strength of the Red Dragon Emperor. She tried to use her powers to defend herself, but Kenji only strengthened the hold, causing her to gag even more. Kenji was tired of her controlling behavior and decided to set the record. The control of his peerage showed that he was not messing around. This is your only warning, Rias. Don't expect me to take a hit for no reason. I am not the same person that takes blows from a woman just cause they are otherwise. I will defend myself if need be. He drops Rias, who was gasping for air. She never expected Kenji to do this. I am not my cousin Issei, who will tolerate this controlling behavior. I am Kenji Hayadu, the current Red Dragon Emperor and the Dragon of Domination. I believe I will take care of my knight, and I am enough for this. Rias, don't make me hurt you, cause I won't hesitate to do so if it means I have to defend myself. Kenji spoke with total seriousness and coldness. He had his memories recorded to know that he was defending himself if Rias takes it too far. Rias could only glare at him before turning her gaze away. The two went too far with their actions. Leave Rias, don't push it anymore. Rias regained her breath. She glared towards Kenji with anger for a moment, and spoke, fine, do whatever you want. Rias got up and fixed herself and left the room. Kenji was surprised that he did this to Rias. He is someone that wouldn't raise his hand on anyone that he cares for truly, which he has never done. To which Drake explained to him by appearing, Kenji, your nature is that of a dragon, so this means you won't be submitting to anyone's whims that easily. Despite this, I was not expecting the Gremry girl to push you this far. You need to learn to control that nature of yours. I am surprised still and that I actually did this, Drake. Drake looked at Kenji for a moment, before speaking with a sigh, I know, you won't harm her, but at the same time, all I am saying is that be careful of your actions. The situation is already delicate, and any mistake that you do can give Issei an advantage, while you will fall under scrutiny. Do you want a repeat of what happened to your brother happen to you? Kenji shook his head. The people are starting to not believe Kenji's words despite him trying his best to maintain and help with public morale, but the people are afraid of Issei. They are downright afraid of what is going to happen next, and with Issei attacking them at any given second, their fears are magnifying. He walked towards Zenobia and gently rubbed her head, who instinctively held his hand for comfort and assurance. She knew that he was the only person he had left with Irina and Asia, and any of them could die by Issei and his allies at any given time of their lives. Outside the room, Rias managed to fix herself and head to the bathroom. She wasn't a fan of Kenji's sudden change of attitude given that Issei never had the courage of power to raise his hand on her when she was his master. Why? Why is everything going wrong for me? Why is this happening to me? I had envisioned a perfect life, a perfect home. And then, Issei took my happiest day away from me. Now Kenji's change. Rias in her anger, smashed a nearby glass mirror. She hated what was happening to her. I swear! I will make sure that everyone that is responsible for my bad days pay. I will destroy everyone that gets in my way. I, Rias Gremry, the current matriarch of the Gremry family, swears on my name that I will destroy those that everyone that wants me ruined. Rias was releasing some of her aura in her fury. She vowed to destroy anyone and especially Issei one day no matter what happens. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei was looking at Nyx, who turned around with a surprised tone, as she asked, Do you need something, Master? I was wondering if you would want to confront Hades. 'Cause I am going to do so pretty soon. Nyx was surprised, as she could be seen clenching her fists in anger. She remembered Hades was partially the reason why she ended up in this situation. He never bothered to even come to get her after the death of her brother Erebus, and the Abyss god Tartarus, both of whom were slain by the team back when Tiamat had not joined. Can I come, Master? Nyx asked with a serious tone as Issei speaks. But the question remains, will you turn on me? 'Cause if you do, Issei prepared a ki blast, which made Nyx lose her anger and become afraid. She knew full well that crossing Issei was not an option. She knew that Issei hasn't completely warmed up to her, and would deal with her if needed, and if she does try to betray him. However, she shook her head and controlled her resolve. She knew that she had no reason to betray him since she had been treated well and good as long as she did what she was asked to and was treated like a woman and with respect. I won't. If you wish you can ask Ofasama to put a snake inside her body. But you can be assured that I will serve you without hesitation, Master. You are the reason why I can live in peace and in privacy. And I want to get back at Hades. I blame him for triggering the fight, and I want to see to it that he is dead. Then only I can live in peace. Nyx spoke with complete seriousness, as a scoff can be heard from Issei's end, and he responded, Fine, Ophis, if you may? Ophis manifested right behind Nyx and placed a snake inside her body that coiled around her heart, as she took another snake in just a mere moment. Nyx could feel her powers return. She was now once again a primordial goddess. Ophis then spoke emotionlessly, Nyx, your powers have returned, but if you betray Issei, the snake coiled will kill you instantly. Nyx nodded, as she spoke towards Issei with a tone of gratitude and hope. Thank you for giving me a chance, Master. Issei nodded, as he gave a look towards Ingvild, Hel and Graphia who were waiting for him. He then spoke, I and Nyx will be heading to Hades' realm. It is time to purge the strongest Greek god. So none of us will be coming, correct? Hel asked, to which Issei spoke, no, this one is Nyx's personal vendetta. She wants to get back in Hades. And I do want to torture him for poking his nose into someone else's business. If I can, I will get his soul back for your sake, Hel. Hel gave a nod, as Issei gave his hand to Nyx, who took it, as the duo instantly teleported to Hades' realm. Scene change. Hades' realm, Underworld PM. Issei and Nyx reached the realm. As she spoke, let's go. Nyx headed forward as Issei followed her. The duo started to float on the river of Styx AMD. Once they reached the shore, they saw a huge army that was waiting for them. Issei looked at the army and was surprised by the amount of beings present there. Seems like Hades decided to keep a welcoming party inside. Issei spoke, looking at Albion and Drake, and knew these are copies that were created, but he knew that Hades wasn't responsible for this. As Nyx spoke, looking at his confused expression, this is Reincarnation's doing. He is capable of procuring beings that are akin to the original, but they lack their powers. Guess we have to end them as well. Issei and Nyx got ready for their fight, as two figures soon came in front of the armies, with them looking at Issei and Nyx with anger. You! Nyx growled in anger, seeing Hades, as the god of death responded with a sneer. Nyx? Never thought you were alive, and working with the man that destroyed your brother. You should have thought of that before confronting him. You all made the choice of scouting despite knowing the risks, and here you are blaming me for this. To top it all off, you side with the man that killed Erebus. Hades retorted with a mocking tone, to which Nyx clenched her fists in anger, as Reincarnation also mocked her, and to top it off, she is now wearing a costume meant for slaves. Maybe she does deserve to be enslaved. Nyx was about to lash out, but Issei stopped her, and spoke, he is only provoking you. Mr. Angry Mango believes himself to be superior just cause he made copies of the original dragons. And Reincarnation was getting annoyed by the mocking tone and nickname that Issei had given him, with Nyx speaking, oh, you right, master, it does sound like Angry Mango. And Reincarnation was getting angry at this, as Issei spoke, enough talk, let's end this. Issei entered Super Saiyan and spoke, Hades, this is the form that killed your foolish brothers and destroyed Olympus. Hades was now furious at this, his red eyes glowing with hatred, anger and fury. He noticed that this form looked awfully familiar to his Ozuru form that was used, implying that it was this form that had slain Olympus and destroyed it to the ground, as he declared, unleashing his staff, releasing even more Grim Reapers. As he spoke angrily, Issei Hayato, you won't be leaving from this place alive. Hades's declaration was only met with an evil laugh from Issei's end. As he spoke, I would like to see you try, Hades, try to stop me. You will meet the fate of all those that tried to do so. Issei and Nyx looked at each other, as they dashed forward into the army with Hades and Reincarnation commanding them to attack at the same time. The clash shook the very foundations of Hades' realm completely, and only one side will survive tonight. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM. Hel and the others were waiting for him, as they knew it had been a long time since Issei had left to deal with Hades. He should be done slaying the god of the dead once and for all and not have much problems due to him having access to Super Saiyan. I wonder what's taking him so long. Ingvild spoke with a tone of confusion, knowing he should be done at this point. Hel nodded in agreement, while speaking, I believe he should be coming any time soon. Plus we will head to the realm personally in case he doesn't come in minutes. Ingvild hummed in agreement, as soon someone transported right in front of them. It was Issei that arrived safe and sound. The girls rushed to him only to find something surprising, and it was a badly injured Nyx who was groaning in pain. She had tears in her eyes and her maid costume was tattered and torn. Her head was bleeding and torn. Issei held Hades' skeleton staff in his left armpit, and was holding the heads of two people. Upon closer inspection, these were the heads of Reincarnation and Hades. Issei! Hel called out, looking at the scene in shock. Even the others were horrified by what had happened to Nyx and Issei's state, who was also injured slightly from the attack. What happened? Hel asked with confusion, to which Issei spoke in response. I will explain later. First take her in for treatment. Hel nodded, as she took Nyx from his arms and carried her. She then assessed her situation and spoke, she is badly injured. Graphia, get some first aid and healing magic ready. Fast. Grafia nodded and headed inside without hesitation, with Nyx being carried by Hel and Issei holding the staff in his right hand where Nyx was being carried in a bridal manner. Issei looked at Hel and explained while heading to the bed where Nyx was being rested by Hel. Nyx was critically injured when we fought against Hades. The problem was that Hades wasn't alone, and it wasn't just Grim Reapers and the Furies we had to deal with. It was much, much more. The group was surprised by this, with Nyx being placed on the bed and Hel using healing magic to reduce the pain she was in. She had learnt this magic after gaining memories of the angels she had revived as reanimated corpses. So what exactly were you two up against? Ophis asked emotionlessly but was concerned. Hades was a clever god, and despite how evil it is, he is more trickier than many gods. Especially when he was the one that had played both sides at the same time, the factions and the Chaos Brigade. That coupled with his prowess makes him a dangerous adversary to defeat if he does become a problem. Along with Hades and his army, we also had to deal with the evil god of the Persian mythology Ngrim and his army consisting of several copies of dragons like Drake, Albion and Azidaka to name a few. Everyone else was surprised by this, not expected Ngrim to work with Hades, let alone create an army that would serve them. Hel then asked, then what happened? We did slaughter all of them, proof being their heads. Issei showed the heads to everyone else, making them nod. Grafia came inside and who was unaware had spoken. I brought the things you asked me for. Thank you, Grafia, keep it near me. Grafia nodded in response, and she did what was asked. She walked beside Issei and spoke, Master, you were explaining on what had happened. Yes, Grafia. Issei kept the heads down who had a look of fear and terror before they were killed. He then continued, after that Hades blindsided me and used Samuel's poison and tried to turn Nyx against me, which failed spectacularly. She joined me in against Hades much to his annoyance, and then fear given that I was barely in pain due to the poison. I believe the poison this time wiped out what remained of my former dragon side inside of me. The others nodded, relieved that Issei was fine and well. This meant only Artemis had survived, who was the last of the Olympians. Ophis decided to check Issei's body for signs of his dragon side, and she confirmed Issei's suspicions by speaking, yes, the poison destroyed the last of Samuel's poison inside Issei's body. Hel looked at him and spoke, that means, yes, I am now a Scion Shinjin hybrid with no trace of draconic side in my body, so henceforth Samuel's poison is ineffective towards me. Plus, Samuel as a being was also slain, so he wouldn't pose any more problems in any way. I put the abomination out of his misery. Issei responded with a smile, as Hel was overjoyed upon hearing this. With even Tiamat feeling the same, now all they had to do was heal up Nyx and they can then celebrate their success. Tiamat was waiting for the right opportunity to ask Issei out, and when he isn't surrounded by Hel or Ophis. Oh, and Hel, you can revive the two gods if you want as your undead generals. Hel nodded in agreement, as she took the heads and keep it in a separate dimension, knowing that she is going to be much stronger than before. She then spoke. It is ironic, the god of the dead would himself become an undead. Issei nodded in agreement, as she went back to assist in the healing of Nyx, which would take some time and effort to do so. A few days later, Kenji's old house, Shibuya, Tokyo, PM. Issei was once again seated on a porch, in the home that belonged to Kenji, which was where he had stayed before he went to the Hayadu residence to life alongside Issei's former harem. He was joined with Hel and Ophis, as they had bounded two people. These were Kenji's parents and Issei's uncle and aunt, Hayadu and Samaire Hayadu. You know, I always wanted to meet the two of you despite our bad relationships in the past. I honestly never knew that I had an aunt and uncle for almost years of my life. Issei spoke with a mocking smile, looking the two people dead in the eye, who were afraid and fearing for their lives. They were afraid of Issei at this point, who was informed by Kenji on how strong and terrifying he had become. But Issei's smile changes to that of a cold expression, as he continues, I can't call you that, can I? After all, you were the reason why my family was treated as pariahs even before I was even born, right? Issei spoke with barely controlled anger. He could see the old couple being more afraid of the attackers. Hayadu, Kenji's father, was described to be a man with black but graying hair and brown eyes. He was wearing a white checkered shirt which was buttoned all the way to the collar, and wore white-colored pants. He also had worn socks that he was wearing and was seemingly heading to his office when Issei intercepted him. Samaire Hayato, Kenji's mother, and Shu's wife, was described to be a brown-haired woman with green eyes. She wore a traditional night dress which comprised of a pink top and white pants. She had also worn an apron since she was cooking some food for her husband. Issei looked at them with anger and contempt. He asked Office to extract memories from his aunt and uncle, causing them to pass out. When the trio saw what they had done, they were angered by this. But the most furious was that of Issei. You hated my father Goru due to him marrying a lower-class woman like Miki. She didn't come from a privileged family like my father's, and hence you look down on your brother for not abandoning his wife. Issei was about to slam Shu for his actions. His parents' love was something he would never forget, who never abandoned him for his perversion, and still unconditionally loved him. They showed this when RageRevan had captured them and had used them as hostages against him. Issei, please. Jigoro wouldn't want. Issei kicked him so hard in the stomach that it made him cough up in response. Shu! Samaire shouted, seeing the state of her husband, who was holding his stomach in pain due to what Issei had done. She gave a look of horror towards Issei, as he had spoken. Don't you dare speak your brother's name with that dirty mouth of yours, Shu. I remember on how devastated my father was when you refused to contact him. You used your lawyers to take everything away from them, the inheritance that my grandfather had given to both the brothers. But my father didn't want to press charges and let you gain everything due to him, still caring for a piece of shit like you. Issei spoke with barely controlled fury. It was taking him everything to not explode right then and there. Not only that, they had seemingly rejoiced when his parents were killed by Trihexa and Issei lost, which was when Kenji came in and swooped to take the gear and fight against Trihexa and even win. Issei. Your mother wouldn't. Samaire tried to save the lives of herself and her husband, but hell slapped her hard enough to cause her to fall to the ground. You truly are a despicable mortal. I know you are only doing this to save your skin. Hell spoke with contempt, remembering everything that had transpired with Issei was the doing of the factions who managed to find out about Kenji due to doing some research. But them along with Kenji getting involved was their doing. The day that Surzex came to you was months ago, alongside Rias Gremory and her peerage. They even managed to make a contact with that lizard drag. It was months before my Issei had beaten RageRevan with Vala and Fafnir, killing him. They offered to replace me with your son Kenji because apparently Issei's perversion was too much for them and has ruined their reputation. Office spoke emotionlessly, but there was contempt in her tone. The memory showed the trio everything and they were furious. This was a plan that the factions did in the absence of Issei. Drake was involved in secret contacting them from the Sacred Gear system as the leaders and the DXD team decided to get him out of there. They needed an excuse, and that was what they got when Issei failed to defeat Trihexa. The couple were fearing for their lives, as they pleaded with Shu, speaking with a saddened and fearful tone. Issei, please. We only were wanting the best for our son. We didn't intend for them to harm you. Samaire then added, please spare us, nephew. We aren't your enemies. Bullshit. You knew damn well. Issei angrily responded, causing the couple to flinch backwards in fear, almost entering his evil scion form in fury, making them even more afraid. Hell kept her hand and held it tightly, making him realize that the factions can ambush them at any given point. Issei realized this and stopped releasing his aura, as Hell looked at them with anger and contempt, speaking with a similar tone. Honestly, you two should be ashamed of yourselves. You didn't even weep on your brothers and sister-in-law's demise. You mortals make me sick to the core. I agree, the fact that you did this with the added benefit of gaining what your brother had inherited from Juzo Hayato. You truly are detestable. Office spoke with contempt and anger, with the two people making them even more terrified. They were afraid of what is going to happen to them. Issei wants revenge for their past deeds, and they are afraid of their fates that was planned to them. I still remember my father desperately contacted the two of you in hopes of fixing the relationship, but you never picked up his calls, causing him to eventually realize that he had lost his brother and sister-in-law to your machinations. You two have no shame or guilt for what you have done. But you didn't stop there. Oh no! Issei exclaimed with anger, as they couldn't meet the gaze of their attackers, with Issei continuing. Then you sent your son to the very same thing, ruin my life and take everything from me. But in this your son worked with the factions, the people I trusted once. Filthy scum who I would have given my life for to protect. Your entire family ruined mine, and now it is time for some payback. Usually I don't do this to humans that aren't affiliated with the factions, but for you two, I will make an exception. Goodbye, Auntie, Uncle, Issei spoke with a cold grin, as the two girls got ready to execute them, with the two people pleading for their lives. However, all that could be heard was the screams of Samaire and Shahaidu, and soon there was nothing but silence from the couple. Scene change. Haida residence, Ko PM. Kenji was constantly contacting his parents on the mobile phone, but to their avail there was nothing that could have happened. Asia walked towards him and responded, Kenji? Kenji turned around and had a smile, as he asked, what happened? Asia noticed Kenji's smile was fake. She remembered the altercation that had happened between him and Rias. As a result, the two haven't seen eye to eye for a while, with both ignoring each other due to this. Only talking when it is necessary or in front of the leaders to show that everything is fine. The former nun was confused at this behavior. The two lovebirds were now completely not seeing eye to eye. She wanted answers, but both refused to dwell on the subject and often were aggressive, but Rias was more so than Kenji. Something is on your mind? You seem frustrated. Asia responded. As Kenji sighed, Asia was able to see this without a problem. As he spoke, nothing. I have been trying to contact my parents to check on them. I have to make sure they are fine due to Issei attacking anyone at any given time. Asia remained silent, remembering this to be true. Almost anyone can die at any given time. And what made things worse was that Issei was awfully silent, and there was no way that he is going to remain quiet for any longer. Maybe they would be busy at this time. That is why they aren't contacting. Asia suggested in hopes that her future in-laws would be alive and not be affected by Issei in any manner, as she continued. Perhaps we might be disturbing them given that they would be doing something else. Kenji shook his head and spoke, No, Asia, I know my parents very well. They would be available at this time, hence why I am calling them. I can only hope that Issei hasn't gotten to them before I did. Asia nodded in agreement. She could see the tensed and worried expression on Kenji's face. She didn't blame him for that due to what could happen at any given time of their lives, and with Issei, anything could happen for them. Try calling them at another time, maybe after an hour or two. Asia suggested. As Kenji sighed, she may not be wrong in any manner. Maybe they are truly. I guess you may be right. Maybe I'd give them a call after an hour or two. Kenji responded, as he and Asia walked towards the kitchen to get some food for themselves. They could only hope that Issei didn't get to them. At another room, Rias was speaking with Akino and Kaneko about their next plans. They knew that Kenji is becoming someone that is not easier to control. They needed to do something about it. I believe it is time. We need to replace Kenji again. The two were shocked at this, as Kaneko asked, Rias, are you sure of this? Yes, he is not the same loving man I thought he would be. Akino shook her head, and responded, Rias, I believe this is not the time to make a rash judgment. Kenji's attitude is already worked up due to our ex-lover. Plus, I kind of like him. He is way better than Issei. Kaneko spoke in agreement. I agree. Rias had a frown. She was not happy with her two most loyal pieces behaving in this manner. But she did see a point that had happened between them. Akino then added, furthermore, he is the only one that has a chance against Issei alongside the Hindu gods. We cannot abandon him. At least not now. Rias relented. She could see Akino's reasoning, as she spoke, fine, but he is really getting on my nerves. Akino shook her head again and spoke, calm down, just talk to him and speak about your problems. We cannot let him get the idea that you don't love him. Otherwise we may lose him. Alright, you made your point. Now I think I should take a bath. Probably will help me calm down. Rias spoke with an annoyed tone as she left the room. Akino and Kaneko could only look at each other wondering what they should do about this situation. It was clear that Rias was getting annoyed by the changes that were happening to her life. Akino-senpai, what should we do now? He has already killed most of our loved ones. What do we do next? Kaneko asked with fear, knowing full well that she had lost everyone, having no family left aside from the Gremory family due to what had happened with them, being hunted down by Issei. I don't know, we have to prepare for what comes next. He can attack anyone at any given time. Everyone is worked up wondering where he is going to attack or who he is going to attack next. Akino spoke with worried tone, as she looked at what was happening, Everyone was either focused entirely on training or was panicking in fear knowing what would happen next to them. Anyone can die at any given minute, and that alone was making everyone afraid of what is going to happen tomorrow, since no one would be guaranteed alive and well the very next day. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Issei looked at Nyx, who was recovering. The damage that Hades did to her. She was having bandages wrapped around her head and torso, and she was wearing casuals. She looked towards Issei and asked, "What brings you here, master?" Was wondering, what are you going to do now? Will you return back to the darkness given what had happened? Issei asked out of curiosity. He wondered what is Nyx's plan for now. She had no one left, so will she spend the rest of eternity in the darkness dimension that she had once resided? Nyx remained silent for a moment. She had a feeling this question would come. She had started to ponder what she should do from here on out. She was surprised that Issei is willing to let her go. She looked towards him and asked, "Are you willing to release me, master?" "Yes, if you wish." Issei spoke while narrowing his gaze. He then continued, "We will be fine regardless of your choice of staying. You can go back and resume to being the primordial goddess that you were once before. You can have people that still worship you." Nyx gave a small chuckle at this, as it was seemingly sad as she spoke. "Bold of you to assume that I have a worshipper left, master. I am a forgotten goddess. Many don't even remember me. Only a few do. It is always either the Olympians or someone like Kronos or Rhea that are remembered. I am not one of them." "I see." Issei looked at her leaning his body near the wall, as she responded, "I will stay here. I don't wish to return to the darkness anyway. Plus, I kind of like it here, master." Issei was about to respond to this, but soon he sensed some key that was approaching him closer to his location. Sensing his sudden change in atmosphere, Nyx wondered what had happened, only for her to also pick up on the signature, as she asked, "Yukai? What are they doing here?" "We will find out soon." Issei spoke seriously, as Nyx was about to get up, but Issei spoke, "Nyx, stay here." "But master!" Issei shook his head and spoke, "No, stay here. I will deal with them as needed. If you want, inform the others, tell them to prepare for anything." Nyx nodded, albeit she was reluctant on listening to Issei. She was worried on what would happen next. She saw Issei use instant transmission to the location where he sensed the presence. He knew that the Yukai wouldn't be here unless it was for a good reason. Outside the house, Yasaka was stealthily approaching the location. She was accompanied by a few of her bodyguards as she spoke, "We are close. Whatever you do, you are not to attack him in any manner." Yasaka spoke with a low tone and with some seriousness, making the guards nod. They were all Yukai of different types, including a woman which was a Nirana, along with a Tengu, a tailed Kitsune and a monkey Yukai. They all understood that this assignment borders to the survival of both her faction, the Shinto and Chinese pantheon, who also wanted to survive from Issei's onslaught. The latter two also wanted to make an alliance with the Jade Emperor, personally coming to speak to Yasaka about it. He asked her to speak to Issei since his arrival might make him hostile towards him and by extension towards the Chinese pantheon, something he doesn't want since many were ascended humans. The fate of 3 factions lies in her hands, and she cannot screw it up in any manner. "I wonder what brings the Queen of Yukai to my abode." Yasaka felt a shiver when she heard that voice, familiar yet it had a cold tone to it. The Yukai turned around, all looking at the location of the voice. Turning up, they saw him. It was none other than Issei looking down on them. Yasaka gulped, swallowing a lump of bile, knowing full well if she screws this up, she is a goner, along with her daughter and everyone else that she was tasked with negotiating about. She then spoke with a tone filled with a mixture of fear and worry, yet there was happiness since she did owe him for saving her and Kunu from the hero faction. "Issei?" Issei only placed his hand forward and charged up a ki blast, as he had a smirk on his face. The Yukai immediately got in front of her to protect her. As the Yukai queen was looking in horror, she was tearing up at Issei, preparing to kill her without a second thought. "Why? Are you going to kill me without hearing me even once?" Yasaka croaked with a sorrowful tone, to which Issei didn't respond. The Yukai were ready to tackle Yasaka and push her away if the ki blast would have struck them. He soon fired the ki blast with some bracing for impact, creating a barrier to protect themselves, with the others tackling Yasaka and using their bodies to protect her. However, the ki blast never got to them, as they looked in surprise, with the ki blast splitting into multiple parts and heading to different locations. Yasaka was shocked. She wondered what Issei intended to do with the ki blast, only to see it being struck at multiple locations, which was soon followed by screams of terror and pain. Yasaka and the others were shocked at this, seeing that there were several explosions before her, causing several deaths to happen. What? Yasaka asked, confused, looking to see Issei standing on top, as he spoke. This would get rid of any snooping filth that would want to inform us on what had happened. Issei spoke seriously, knowing that they would have report to the leaders about Yasaka coming here, causing them to make more annoyance to him. I see. Yasaka muttered, knowing she could have met the same fates as the soldiers in the location. She was glad her kind weren't the ones that would be meeting the fate of the scouts placed by the factions. So I will ask you again, what brings the queen of the Yukai to my humble abode? Issei asked with a more serious tone, to which Yasaka nodded. She was given a chance to explain herself and spoke. Issei, I wanted to tell you that. Issei cuts her off, speaking. I know, you and Gabriel weren't aware of my imprisonment in Tartarus. And I also know that you two have left the factions. So no need to tell me this. Yasaka nodded in understanding. She could see there was hope in the survival of the 3 factions that she had a task to complete. She then continued, this means that? Not here! Issei commanded, which caused the Yukai queen to flinch, as the Yukai guards were on guard. He then created a golden portal using the golden tiger claws. He then looked at her and spoke, and only Yasaka, that's it, no one else is allowed, so wait outside. But the Kitsune guard responded, but Yasaka spoke, I'll be fine. The 4 looked at Yasaka for a moment, as she gave a smile and spoke, I have faith in Issei. He didn't kill us instantly when he could have easily done so. He didn't do so. I promise I will be back. Yasaka turned to Issei in a serious look, speaking, I'll come, but please don't harm my people here. Depends on what exactly are you here to speak to me about. Remember, we aren't friends by any means. Issei spoke coldly and with total seriousness. Yasaka could only nod sadly, remembering the massive amount of changes that were present in the Issei she knew. She walked behind him and entered the portal. The other Yukai could only watch her leave, wishing her luck in negotiating a non-aggression pact with Issei. Once Yasaka reached inside, she was taken into a location where she could see several people looking at her seriously. She recognized Hel and Tiamat immediately and looked at the others. She sensed one to look awfully familiar, and a lavender-haired woman, whom she deduced had to be the Leviathan princess. She also saw Graphia, who was holding a small cup of tea in a plate, and was surprised to see her alive, expecting her to be dead. The reason Yasaka believed so was because she had left the factions long before Graphia being alive and enslaved by Issei was revealed. She was inside Issei's home, which she looked at it for a moment and spoke, I never managed to get a glimpse of your home. This is where you live now, is it? Yep, I got it from selling Drake's treasure, a portion of it I might add. I believe you recognize most of the people in this place, correct? Yasaka nodded in response. She then spoke with a tone of surprise. I recognize Graphia and Hel, and the purple-haired girl is called the Leviathan Princess, right? Issei nodded, as Ingvild introduced herself. I am Ingvild Leviathan, a half-blooded devil from a Leviathan father and a human mother, and the wielder of the sacred gear Nirid Kairi, allowing me to control dragons. Ingvild's tone was polite. Yasaka could sense that, meaning she was raised in a well-mannered way. Yasaka knew that the devils didn't know about Ingvild even when the Leviathan clan was questioned about her. However, she decided to not dwell on it. The other is the Ouroboros dragon Ophis. Issei spoke bluntly, to which Yasaka shivered upon seeing the black-haired girl, who looked at her with an emotionless smile, making her slightly afraid. She then asked with a tone bordering with fear yet curiosity, Ophis-sama, may I know why you chose to work with Issei? Ophis took a deep breath and responded, because they lied to me. My own ex-family decided to lie to me about Issei and keep me in the dark about him. They are the reason I had not known about him at all, and they tried to replace him with Kenji. I joined Issei on my own terms. He was actually not wanting me to fight against the factions. Yasaka looked at Issei for answers, who once again nodded. She agreed to this, seeing that a very small portion of the Issei that had saved her was still in the new one. I see. Yasaka spoke with a serious tone. She knew that the factions at this point are really screwed completely. Issei and Hel have already become the biggest threats to them, and with Ophis and Tiamat being a part of his team, they are even more worse off than just dealing with Issei alone. So what is it that you want? Issei asked her, as Grafia walked towards her and served her the tea. She took it and started to take a sip of the tea, after which she had spoken. I want to make a non-aggression pact with you and your team Issei, and not only for my faction but also for the Shinto and Chinese pantheon. And I am willing to do anything for it, and I truly mean anything. The team was surprised by this. Shinto was understandable, but Chinese was something new. Yasaka was tasked with such an important task, and he knew that Yasaka mustn't screw up at this. Seeing their confusion, Yasaka spoke up. Your threat is even known across other pantheons that aren't a part of factions, like Mayan, Celtic and of course, Chinese to name a few. While the others are preparing for you and try to kill you, the Chinese are the opposite, since they want to first speak and negotiate with you and not try to harm you. They, like my faction, also wish to make a non-aggression pact with you, Yasaka explained with a smile. As Issei took note of this, he knew he had to purge all the pantheons that had sided against him to purge him and his team, and there was no way he is going to let the filth fester in his new world. So, where is their leader then? Why it is you only? Issei asked to her, to which Yasaka responded. Their current leader, the Jade Emperor, feared that you may go aggressive when he tries to come and harm his pantheon, hence he tasked me with this purpose, since he believed that I was the only one known by him. Issei took note of this. As he looked at Yasaka, he could sense her trembling a bit. He knew that she has got a lot of responsibility that she will have to complete lest she wants her pantheon to be purged. I see. Issei took note of this. As he spoke, fine, but on 2 conditions I will accept this non-aggression pact. Yasaka looked at him with a surprised tone. She never thought she was expecting to do something else as well. She then asked with a surprised tone, why you mean it? I will keep my word. I am not like those filthy beings that don't do so, but you have to accept my 2 conditions and these are non-negotiable. All right? Yasaka nodded without hesitation as she spoke. Yes, I accept. First, by no means will you speak about the events that happened today to anyone excluding the leaders of the respective pantheon. Yasaka nodded in agreement. She was going to keep this a secret anyway since she had no reason to reveal what had happened inside the location. As she asked, even Kunu must not be informed? You can inform the little fox if you want, but she also must keep this a secret. Yasaka nodded. As Issei spoke his second condition, next, none of you will make an alliance with the faction leaders and the other pantheons, no matter what they ask in return. You 3 can make an alliance but the others cannot. Yasaka nodded again. As Issei spoke with total seriousness, failure to keep these 2 conditions and I will see to it that your faction along with the 2 pantheons are cleansed, no exceptions. Yasaka gulped in response. She was given a chance to survive along with the rest of her faction with the Chinese and Shinto pantheon, and she was not going to throw it down the drain. She then spoke. Fine, I accept. Yasaka spoke with slight fear and worry, understanding what cleansed means, implying that he will purge them without hesitation since he would see them as nothing short of filth if she and the other leaders end up breaking the conditions set up by Issei. You can be assured, after knowing what the leaders are capable of, I have zero faith and trust in them. If they can betray you, they can betray me and my daughter, and there is no way I am going to work with them ever again. Even if you don't believe me, I can assure you that I won't work with them. Yasaka spoke with a serious and convicted tone, to which Issei looked at her for a moment, and only nodded. He looked at the others, as Ophis stepped forward and spoke. She is not lying. Ophis spoke emotionlessly. As she continued, in case you don't trust her, I thought I'd let you know. Issei nodded. As Ophis easily read through Yasaka's emotions, he looked at Hel, who also nodded in agreement to Ophis's words. He gave a glance to Yasaka and spoke, very well, I accept this non-aggression. Yasaka nodded, a smile growing on her face as she spoke, thank you for listening. Issei. Scene change. Outside the mansion, Australia, PM. The Yukai guards were patiently waiting for their queen to arrive. As soon a golden portal opened up revealing Yasaka and Issei, both of whom had walked outside of it, much to their relief. Yasaka-sama! The new runner rushed to her, along with the rest, as she asked, you came back safe and sound? Yes, I did, and I managed to succeed in the non-aggression pact. Our pantheon is safe. Yasaka spoke with a smile and took a glance towards Issei, who only nodded. The Yukai guard cheered for this development. As the Tengu spoke, that is our queen for you. She did it! Yasaka was happy, as she soon used a magic circle which would teleport her and her guard back to Kyoto. As she spoke, once again, "Thank you for listening." Issei nodded, as he watched the Yukai Queen leave along with her subordinates back to Kyoto. Issei could only shake his head in amusement. She was willing to do anything for that to happen. Once she was gone, Hel walked out and spoke. "You know, I was surprised by the fact that she came all the way to us for this. And she managed to convince us to spare 3 pantheons. Well, for starters, I know she was the only one of the few that didn't betray me, and I should be thanking Ophis for extracting Michael's memory, telling us about what had happened. So she was already in the clear. I was surprised by her choice of non-aggression though, but it's fine. Plus she did inform us that the other factions are mobilizing their forces except for the Yukai, Chinese and Shinto factions." Hel nodded in agreement, as she asked, "So we will be busy, right?" Issei nodded, as he spoke. "We will start rapidly purging all the pantheons that want us dead. No one will survive, and we will cleanse the filth from this world." Issei spoke seriously, as Hel nodded. The couple went inside as Issei closed the portal completely. He knew that today was a good day since they came to know about a lot of things and on how to plan accordingly. They had to take down the other interferences before they deal with the factions that are part of the Code Treaty, like the biblical factions, the Norse, Vampire, Egyptian, Greek and the Hindu factions, out of which only the Devils, Norse, Vampires, Egyptian and Hindu faction are standing and are alive. They will be dealt with, and no one will oppose justice that is coming for them. Several days later, Egyptian Pantheon, Egypt PM. Issei was flying across a huge pantheon with nothing but death and destruction. He soon reached a location where he met up with the rest, as they had killed the last Egyptian god, which was the sun god Ra. The others had already been slain. "I presume everything is clear from your end?" Issei spoke to the rest of his team, who were joined by the primordial goddess Nyx. She was part of the team at this point, and they were slaughtering all the pantheons that had been preparing against us. The ones that were slain at this point were Mayan, Celtic, Persian, Aztec and the god tribe. All had fallen to their hands. They had killed all of them, slaughtering all the gods that had tried to increase their powers by using the worship of the humans to attack Issei in the future. Even sub-factions like the hero faction and the ones affiliated with each god weren't spared in any manner. Issei made sure to destroy any weapons that they wielded, including the sacred gears. All were purged and cleansed from this world. So instead of them attacking Issei attacked them, purging and cleansing their worlds completely, sparing no one from the judgment. All clear. We slaughtered everyone and dealt with all of them. They stood no chance against the combined efforts of everyone involved. Honestly, we managed to take them all out. Hel responded, with Nyx speaking. "Except for some like Aten and of course Ra, we actually didn't have that much problems." "I see. Well, I cleared my side of the gods, so all of them are dead." Issei responded. However, soon a groan garnered everyone's attention, to which they looked to see a survivor. "Seems like someone survived." Ophis spoke emotionlessly, surprised to hear of a survivor, as everyone turned around to see a beautiful cat-like lady that managed to get up from the rubble. This was Batet, who was a goddess with feline-like traits. She has golden eyes, and short black hair adorned with intricate jewelry. She wears an elaborate outfit consisting of a blue and gold ensemble, complementing her royal and divine appearance. She had 2 cat ears and a tail protruding from her back. Well, we got a survivor." Issei spoke mockingly. As he saw Batet get up with anger and fury, she dashed forward screaming at the top of her lungs. "I'll kill you!" Batet entered into her frenzy mode and was ready to kill Issei. Bringing out her cleavers, she was ready to attack him, but Issei managed to catch her hands and used enough force to drop them. He immediately overpowered the goddess, who, despite having the strengths of literal gods running in her body, she tried to overpower Issei, who immediately subdued her, as she screamed, trying to break free from his control but was unable to do anything. He soon kicked her in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her. The others tried to intervene, but Ophis stopped them, with Hel speaking. "Ophis? Issei has got this, he will deal with the cat goddess." They all looked to see Issei easily overpowering and dealing with the weakened Batet. Issei then spoke. "You are one bloodthirsty goddess, right?" Batet glared at him with tears pooling in her eyes. As he spoke, "No matter, you will become mine. I'll never side with you." Batet angrily shouted, to which Issei once again kicked her in the chest, making her cough up blood in response. He knew what kind of a goddess she is and would be useful to use as a pawn. You don't have a choice. You will be a valuable asset in making justice and as my little pet cat. Issei puts his hand on her and uses memory wipe on Batet, making her screech in pain. She tried to resist, but Issei pins her on the ground, making her unable to escape. Tears were falling from her eyes soon enough, as she passes out knowing that she won't remember a thing due to her memory being altered. So why her, Issei? Hell asked, to which Issei spoke, as he got up and carried the cat goddess in a bridal manner. She is stated to be a once lion goddess that gets stronger the more blood she sheds of her enemies. Her power will be useful, and she will commit to her role that she once was. But at the same time, once she is done, she will return to our pet cat goddess. Hell nodded, as Issei activated the golden tiger claws, and all of them headed back to their homes. Issei managed to head back, gaining their new goddess. They had a new ally that was going to be helpful in their cleansing of this world. The next day, graveyard, a.m. Kenji had walked towards the graves of his parents. He knew who did this and wanted to take revenge against Issei. He could see there are 2 graves in front of him belonging to his parents. Shihayadu, a loving father, son and a husband. Samaire Hayadu, a mother who cherished her family the most. He then spoke with a normal smile as tears were pooling in his eyes. Hey Mom, Dad, I am sorry I couldn't make it yesterday. Your nephew was purging even more pantheons, and now only a select bunch have remained. Kenji spoke with sadness and anger, remaining helpless at what was happening. Gods were being slaughtered like lambs on a daily basis. He has been hunting us all down, eliminating anyone that gets to work with us. Now we are all on the edge, afraid of him hunting us down at any given point and time of our lives. We don't know when we will be next. Kenji spoke with sadness. He was clearly hopeless and helpless at this point. Issei has destroyed every last pantheon and was going to move to the any last of the surviving variants. But he had to remain strong. If he doesn't, then what remains of his loved ones will be gone permanently, and there was no way he was going to let that happen, no matter the cost. He then spoke, but I swear on the 2 of you, I will avenge you and everyone that Issei has slain, no matter the cost. I swear on the 2 of your graves, I won't rest till he is defeated. And that is something I promise to do, no matter what happens. Kenji spoke with his fists clenched, anger brewing inside of his heart. He vowed to destroy Issei at this point. His training bore fruit, allowing him to remain in Diablo's dragon god for at least hours. He walked away, but not before speaking in a much calmer tone and placing his flowers beside their graves. I will be back. When I do, it will be on his confirmed demise. Kenji headed outside the graveyard, as he looked at how bad things are. Soon enough a voice called out, Partner, can I speak to you? Kenji looked at his gauntlet, and it was Drake that had spoken. As he spoke, Go on, what is it? You know what will happen in case you fail to beat Issei. I hope you do, right partner? Drake gave a warning to Kenji, knowing that they will extract Kenji too and find another host that can combat against Issei. He knew that Kenji was a better host than Issei, since he was everything old Issei was without the perversion. And he was worried on who his next host was going to be. But who will they replace me with? Kenji spoke with concern. He was aware of the growing distance between Rias and him, but also between the rest of his harem as well. Slowly and steadily they were keeping their distance from him. Little did Kenji know that Rias was secretly influencing some of the girls against Kenji. However, to her annoyance, several actually started to love him. Who knows? But I don't actually want to be with someone I don't know. You are a good host, way better than many ones, so be careful. They will extract the gear from you just like they once had done to your cousin. The only difference is that they will seal you away till they find a way to do so, since Issei killed Azazel without any mercy along with his entire faction. Drake explained to him with a serious tone, to which Kenji nodded. He remembered that Azazel was his first leader victim who was mercilessly tortured and killed by Issei. There was no trace of his body left, meaning Issei obliterated his body without any mercy or care. I understand, but you know I am already stronger than Issei, correct? Before he escaped from Tartarus, that is. Kenji responded in retort to Drake, who hummed in agreement. He knew that before his escape from Tartarus, Drake and Kenji firmly believed Kenji to be stronger than Issei. This was due to the fact that he had gained his powers from Black during his arrest, allowing him to escape. I am aware, but you better train, partner, before it is too late. Drake spoke with a serious tone, as he cuts off the connection, leaving Kenji alone with no one surrounding him. He could only return home knowing that he had to train even harder to push his limits at every stage, otherwise Issei will kill everyone, and they will be unable to do anything. Scene change. Meeting room, Lilith, Underworld, PM. The news of multiple factions being purged in the span of several days made many afraid. The leaders were feeling terror even more knowing any of their faction could be next. Even Shiva felt even more fear sensing the deaths of so many gods at this point. I believe we need to act quickly, that is why I have called you all here. Serzex spoke with a serious tone. The attacks were no end in sight knowing full well that what remains of his faction can be next. They had to make their next plan carefully. Even the scouts that we sent were all killed by him. The question remains, why did he attack now when he could have done so a long time back? These scouts were there for days. Odin muttered with a shocked tone trying to understand the intentions of Issei. But he was unable to get anything relating to him. His attacks have become more aggressive and erratic as time passes by and the other pantheons are fearing themselves to be next. We don't know, but the fourth event has already happened, and that was the fall of the Egyptian pantheon and the death of Ra, the sun god. Shiva spoke with total seriousness, and the fall of all supernatural pantheons excluding the ones that have made a non-aggression pantheon was inevitable. The other factions came to know this due to Yasaka making it clear alongside Amaterasu that they along with the Chinese pantheon refused to collude with the factions, and any force would cause their downfall due to Issei attacking them at any given time. And worse, Yasaka has made a non-aggression pact with that monster. Elmenhald spoke with a serious tone, and with anger being present in it, she was afraid that she could be next at any given time. She had no regret of betraying Issei, only fear that she could be next, and what made things worse was the fact that Valerie's death was their only way of bringing back all those that Issei had killed from the dead, and now there was no hope at this point. Our best choice of action will be to try and prepare against the inevitable. There is just the four of us left with many of us either dead or have abandoned the factions. Serzex spoke with a serious tone. The supernatural alliance is as good as a dead dream at this point. He hated Issei for destroying the dream where the supernatural pantheons are united as one, against any common threat, and any enemy that would come their way. Almost everyone was either dead or enslaved or had joined Issei willingly. The lack of Tiamat in the familiar forest, and someone looking similar to her human form being found in Australia made many deduce that she was now on the side of Issei. I am aware, but to strengthen our defenses, we will send any allies that we can using immediate teleportation for protecting what remains of the supernatural world, except those that haven't been allied with us. Shiva pointed out towards the pantheons that made a non-aggression pact against Issei and his team. He remembered that even Vishnu and Brahma want to go and confront Issei but didn't know if they will even win against him or not. This was the first time they had been so ready to take him on, which only happens when a great crisis had happened in their pantheon due to Asura's reaching the level of gods. That is something I am grateful for, Lord Shiva. But that begs the question, who will be next? Serzex responded with slight fear knowing full well that there could be an attack at any given time. Can't you use your visions to find an answer? Odin asked his old friend, to which Shiva responded, I am not sure. The next vision showed a burning mansion and the goddess Hel standing beside a figure that was choking a small child before an explosion happened, so I am not 100% sure on who was responsible for this. Many wondered on what Hel was going to do with the child, and the figure beside her. Odin was gritting his teeth in constant fury knowing that Hel was getting stronger at every rate. He was fearful of this, and Hel's full power and unique abilities made her into one of the strongest goddesses of all time. Hence why he had monitored her, and kept her restrained so that she wouldn't get to such levels. He knew that at this point Hel was strong enough to even keep up with the likes of Thor due to her having revived many beings like Fenrir, Athena and Dionysus to name a few, strong gods that can easily boost her powers and capabilities. She was now a threat that can easily perform Ragnarok, which would cause the end of the entirety of the Norse pantheon. I understand, but this child. Could you make out on who it is? Elmenhald asked respectfully towards the god of destruction, to which Shiva responded, no. The face of the child was pretty dark along with the figure. So we don't know which child it was. The other leaders were pondering on what is going to happen next. They were clearly afraid and at any given point of time knowing that Issei will come after them for what they did. It was only now they are regretting ever betraying him. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Ophis was heading towards the kitchen where Hel was making some food. She didn't understand what was going on with her. Ever since she had reunited with Issei, something was happening to her body that she can't quite understand. There was this heat that grew inside of her body that was pushing her to make herself belong to Issei. She couldn't quite understand it. Was it the aura that Issei released causing her to become affected by this heat which causes her to blush immensely and want to wrap herself around him, not wanting or intending to let go of him? She looked at Hel and asked, "Hel, may I ask you something?" Hel turned around and had a smile on her face, speaking, "What happened, Ophis? I wanted to speak to you. Well, it's complicated." Hel had stopped cooking for a moment and put the stove on slow heat. She then turned around and walked towards the dragon goddess and spoke with a calming and gentler tone, "Ophis, would you tell me what has happened? I don't understand why is this happening. When I come close to Issei, I get this sort of feeling inside that makes me want to stay with him and be with him. It is this pull I get when I am near him. I want to wrap myself around him and stay with him, no matter what happens." Ophis explained to Hel, making her understand what was going on. It was clear that the dragon goddess loves Issei a lot, and she just didn't understand this sort of feeling since the being has been emotionless since the beginning of time. "I see," Hel responded, making her realize that Ophis held Issei in a special place inside of her heart. It was more than just regular friendship that these two had, it was far more than that. It was love, and it was this love that was triggering her the attraction towards Issei. "Ophis, the emotion you are experiencing is called love. It is something that all beings are capable of, including myself. There is no being who cannot experience that. Even you are experiencing that." Ophis looked surprised by this. She never truly felt love, and now she was experiencing this emotion when she was reunited with Issei. Hel then spoke to erase any doubt she had. "Ophis, when Issei was away from you trapped in Tartarus, how did you feel? Be honest with me." Ophis turned away. She remembered that staying away from him was also equally straining and disheartening. As she spoke with sadness, "It hurts me a lot. I was away from him for such a long time. I don't know why, but I felt a strange longing I never felt before. Baka Red told me it was loneliness, and I kept asking about Issei, but was lied to every time. I felt this sadness inside of him due to being separated from him." Hel nodded, as she spoke while rubbing her hair, and spoke, "This means that you have fallen for him. That longing means to be united with him. That is why. Speak to him, tell him about this. Speaking of which, where is he anyway?" Hel asked, to which Ophis remained clueless. But someone soon spoke, addressing the question of his current whereabouts. "He has gone to meet Great Red Sama." Ophis and Hel turned around to see Graphia speaking in response. As Hel turned to her and spoke, "When did he leave?" "It's been an hour since now." Hel nodded to Graphia's response, as she looked at him and asked, "Is something on your mind too?" "Why, yes." Graphia spoke with a small blush too. As she had spoken, "I also have started to develop feelings for Issei-sama." She spoke while looking down. Hel and Ophis grew wide-eyed at this. They knew that Graphia developing feelings for Issei was not something they were expecting. They knew she was a loyal maid and ally to them, but her becoming a lover was not something they were expecting, with Hel muttering in response, "Oh, that's not good." Hel muttered, knowing full well what may happen next. Scene change. The dimensional gap? Issei can be seen standing opposite towards a red dragon that was around meters in height. This was none other than Great Red, who wanted to personally see what a scion is capable of. "Alright, Issei, show me what you got." Issei nodded, entering his super scion immediately, as he dashed forward ready to deal with his mentor figure and savior that had gave his own flesh to save him from Samu's poison. He dashed forward in extreme speeds which surprised Great Red. These speeds are something Issei never reached, and he doubted these gods would have been able to reach them. Great Red started by using a claw slash against Issei, who managed to dodge, as Great Red unleashed a powerful flame blast which he again dodged. He then gathered his hands and exclaimed, "Kamehameha." He fired a purple beam energy towards Great Red, who used his wings to block the attack, but he could feel the power and impact of the beam. Issei saw this as an opportunity and struck Great Red in the wings, forcing him back. The impact of the punch was enough to scramble the dimensions in the dimensional gap, affecting it. The two started to clash against each other, with Great Red landing his own punches with Issei doing the same. Each punch was completely shattering the dimensions surrounding them. Amongst them, someone was watching the fight waving a flag that showed an Ozuru version of Issei. She was having a smile seeing the fight. She looked identical to Office except she had her hair tied in a loose ponytail, and wore a gothic Lolita attire, and her body was identical to that of a child. This girl was Lilith, the clone that was developed from Office. Get him, Issei Ni-san! Lilith cheered for Issei. She was happy with the return of her older brother figure, and while she was annoyed that Issei didn't show up for a very long time, she understood his reasons. She was angered by what he had to go through due to the factions, and so was Great Red, who wasn't happy by this revelation that Issei had to go through so much trouble and trauma because of the factions. They both wanted vengeance against them, with Great Red deeming all the dragons that side with the factions as nothing but mere lizards. Once they stopped unleashing blows against each other, Great Red then spoke while taking a heavier breath to compose himself. I must admit, you are capable enough to tank blows that can even blow the daylights out of a high god-class beings. It is no wonder the Greek pantheon's strongest gods fell to you, coupled with several other big names like Aten and Luff whom you personally had killed while your girls decided to deal with the rest. By girls, you are referring to my team, right? Great Red only laughed in amusement and spoke, well, considering you are dating one of them, I am pretty sure that they can be considered your girls. Issei couldn't respond and could only turn his gaze away. As he spoke, shut it. Great Red could only look at him with amusement, the fact that he saw Office having feelings for him a long time back, and just couldn't understand it. If he would have told her, she wouldn't listen to him, and might ignore him. Issei already has proven to be strong, with his Scion Shinjin biology far surpassing that of any being in this world, including the likes of literal dragon gods. He was even more surpassing than any being in this world, and the factions falling was just inevitable at this point. He was relentlessly slaughtering everyone, and the only reason he didn't kill everyone was because of his now deceased parents, and the girls that is there in this world that he cared for. He abandoned his Zero Mortals plan and only performed the Zero Supernatural plan. Great Red also knew that his mere aura alone was affecting the dimensional gap. The clashes were a significant testament of him damaging the nothingness in the dimensional gap. He was able to access this due to taking the sword Caliban from Arthur Pendragon, but not before killing him and his family with the exception of Lefay Pendragon. The dragon god of dreams was satisfied with the combat, knowing there was no way he could beat Issei and his clashes would only increase his powers even more. He then spoke, let's end this with one final attack, alright. Issei nodded, as they both charged up their attacks with Issei deciding to use a combined attack of Final Flash and Kamehameha known as the Final Kamehameha, gathering ki in his hands akin to Final Flash. As he started to speak Final, Great Red channeled flames, enough to even take down a heavenly dragon. He then fired at him, with Issei gathering his energy similar to his Kamehameha wave. Remembering this technique when Vegeto used it against him dealing serious damage to when he was fused with his future counterpart. The gathering of ki was damaging the very fabric of space in the dimensional gap, alongside the attack of Great Red. Kamehameha! Issei exclaimed with fury. The stream of energy was fired from the attack in the position as Vegeta's Final Flash. This was Vegeto's signature move known as Final Kamehameha. The attack collided with the flames, initially colliding with the flames triggering massive explosions, as Great Red tried to overpower him but was unable to do it. The flames were being pushed back much to Great Red's shock, as soon he was engulfed by the attack. Great Red screeched in pain, never experiencing this level of combat with the last one only being Office that was capable of doing so. He however had a small smile on his face knowing that Issei had bested him, implying that he had surpassed him in every manner. Great Red was aware on what this meant for him and his future. An explosion soon triggered at the location where Great Red was. With Lilith watching with enjoyment and amazement, she then cheered for Issei in happiness knowing he had won. Issei took a glance at her and smirked, as he was breathing heavier than usual. That attack took a lot of energy to use. He can only use more before he is out of energy, and he would have to rest to recharge. It is still an estimation however, and he can use much more. The dimensional gap was completely torn by the attack revealing massive ripple effects due to the massive energy blast. Issei looked at his opponent knowing he was far from done. However, to his surprise, Great Red was revealed breathing heavily with one wing torn and even some of his body battered and bruised. The last thing he expected was his defeat at the hands of his successor. This meant only one thing for him, as he cackled in laughter. Ha 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 ha! You really have reached a level that surpassed the likes of gods. Great Red roared with happiness. He had no regrets of even anything else. As Issei had a smirk, even he enjoyed the fight since this was better than any fight that the false gods had to provide him. Even Hades's fight was nothing compared to this, since he actually felt exhaustion in the fight. And it was by Great Red's brute strength. Well, I guess I must follow the mating rule as well. Issei lost his smirk and looked shocked. He was hoping that Great Red was not Hamuel, and was only just joking. But to Issei's surprise, a red glow surrounded the gigantic dragon which was shortening its size. The color of Issei drained all of a sudden. He was not wanting to be with Great Red as well. But to his surprise, instead of transforming to that of a man, the body was soon composed to that of a woman. A woman, to be precise, who had auburn woman with jet red hair and massive S. She also had 2 large horns growing out of her head. Soon enough, clothing surrounded the woman and was now donning a revealing red dress and stiletto heels. It's been eons since I used my human form. The woman spoke, fixing her hair and looking at her arms. She had never used her human form before, only using it once before remaining as the huge red dragon. She turned to Issei, who was confused as hell. He had no idea that Great Red, who was a male dragon, was a female dragon this whole time. This was a plot twist even he was not expecting. You like this form of mine? The woman asked, to which Issei was still in a daze. She couldn't help but shake her head in amusement, having the same toothy grin that Great Red had. As she spoke, Issei, it's me, Great Red. This is the first time you have seen my human form. Be amazed, since you are the first one to see this form of mine. She soon floated towards Issei, who snapped out of his daze. As he spoke, this means that. The now identified Great Red nodded, and spoke, I was a woman my whole life. I was just pretending to be male. What? The hell? Issei exclaimed with utter confusion, to which Great Red only laughing in amusement before pulling Issei for a hug and keeping him there, as she spoke with a smirk. This means I am your mate, and will be in your care from now on. I see. Great Red gave a grin, as Issei could only curse his situation. He took a glance at Lilith, who was still waving Issei's flag in happiness. She gave Issei a tight hug, who could only relent in this. His self-proclaimed girlfriend Hel and Tiamat also used to do this to him, and he tried to push off, but the strength of the goddess seemed to overpower him for an unknown reason, and he didn't want to hurt any of them due to them being allies, and Hel was someone he cherished. After a while, Issei split from Great Red. As he spoke, can I call you Red, since that name suits you better than calling you Great Red? I am okay with it, my mate. But if you want, you can call me Scarlet or Liana. Great Red spoke with a smile, as she didn't mind being referred to as Red, since it was a name that was gender ambiguous, while the others are more feminine-based ones. I think I will stick with Red, but Liana can be used as a nickname. Great Red nodded with a normal tone. As she spoke, on second thought, call me Liana, that is more better for me, since it would be good if I had a more feminine name. Plus I am also planning to join the fight against the factions. So a nickname would be fine. Issei nodded in response, since he knew that Great Red is also stubborn, akin to biker gang delinquent. He then asked, are you sure? Liana nodded, as she spoke, yes, I like the name you chose, and plus, I wish to punish the dragons that still side with the factions. One of the rules that dragons have made to set us apart from snakes is that we aren't meant to betray our loved ones or those that we owe a debt to. Otherwise, what would make us different from any snake? Liana explained her reasons to Issei, making him nod. He looked at Lilith, who was floating towards him. As she spoke, that was an amazing match. Issei and I-san. Issei had a smirk, in response speaking, I am glad you liked it. Lilith nodded, as Liana spoke, since I am anyway joining you, I will be leaving the dimensional gap and heading to your place. Issei looked surprised, as he spoke, wait, what dash? She wrapped her whole body around him and responded, I will be in your care, my scion mate. Issei could only internally curse his luck. He presumed that his harem king dream would be destroyed once he was betrayed, but once again he was gaining a harem, and this time it was one comprised of literal goddesses. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. The girls were glaring at Issei that liked Issei, excluding Ingvild who was having a wry smile, and Nyx who was having an annoyed expression seeing this, as she muttered, "Master, why do you get in troubles?" Liana was clinging to his left hand, nuzzling to it, since he was her mate, and she had to behave like one. Ophis then spoke with a sigh, "Out of all the women that you chose to make a mate of, Baccared was one that you had to choose." Issei was about to respond, but Liana spoke up. "Hey Ophis." Liana responded, to which she continued, "Call me Liana. I am not Baccared, whatever." I spoke to Issei. Ophis retorted emotionlessly and with annoyance, as the girls were having a glare match with electricity surrounding the two girls and them releasing their aura. He then spoke, "Girls please, we don't want to break down the house." Liana huffed and turned her gaze away, as Issei asked, "And you knew she was a girl?" Issei pointed out to Ophis, who nodded and spoke, "Yes, and I was not expecting a fight to happen, let alone you beating her and becoming her mate." Issei was about to respond, when Liana spoke with slight annoyance, "Ophis, you should have confessed to him, unless you want me to take him from you." Ophis was going to lash out at this, but Issei sighed and declared, "Enough." The sudden declaration startled everyone, and he spoke with slight annoyance, "I want to know what is going on." "Liana, why did you say confessed, and what is even going on?" There was a sigh from both Liana and Hel, both of whom knowing Ophis's crush on Issei, who could only turn her gaze away. Hel turned to Ingvild and Nyx and spoke, "Could you two leave us for a moment, and take Lilith out for a while? She is too young for this." Ingvild was about to say something, but Nyx grabbed her and shook her head. She then spoke, "Let's go, Ingvild-sama. I believe that this is going to be tense. Someone needs to keep an eye on Lilith." Nyx spoke with a low tone, as Ingvild nodded. Hel then spoke to Lilith and spoke with a smile, "Lilith-chan, go with Ingvild and Nyx, and stay with them, okay?" "Yes. Lilith will go." Lilith spoke in response, as she rushes to the two, and they leave the room. Lilith wanted to visit Australia and she would enjoy the location. Once they left, Issei then spoke, "What is going on?" "Alright Issei, we need to speak about something. You know that I and Tiamat liked you, correct?" Tiamat nodded in agreement to Hel's words. As he looked at them and spoke, he also was starting to fall for them, especially with Hel due to her strong personality. Issei looked at them and spoke, "Yeah, but then it is about time, Issei, that you start accepting that you have people that love you. I am aware that you don't want to get into a relationship due to what those whores did you." Issei cuts her off speaking, "I am not against a relationship, but are you all sure that you want to be with me?" Hel and Tiamat nodded without hesitation, while Graphia and Ophis were looking down, their cheeks flustering a bit due to this, with Liana speaking with a smile, "And you know my response, my mate." Issei looked at the two, with Hel speaking, "As for Graphia and Ophis, they both have started to fall for you." With Ophis, her attraction stemmed from a very long time of separation and anxiety due to not being able to see or meet you. "I believe you have realized on how clingy she has become, right?" Issei looked at Ophis, and responded, "Yes." Ophis turned her gaze away, with Hel continuing, "This means, you know how much she cares for you, and then you gave her everything that she wanted, and let her do what she wants. It was only a matter of time she fell for you." Issei turned to Ophis, and spoke, "Is it true, Ophis?" "Why yes." Ophis turned to him, and responded, "I love you. I don't know how, but I fell for you. I started to feel for you, when you weren't there, a longing developing in me for your sake. That is why I want to be with you. You never used me or played with my emotions, like the others did, and gave me a home better than the one I wanted." Issei only looked at her for a moment, with many wondering what he is going to say, only for him to take a deep breath and respond, "I accept, Ophis." Ophis was surprised by this, as she muttered, What? I don't mind being in a relationship, and not just with you but also with Hel and Tiamat as well." The two were also surprised, as Issei responded, "So Hel is no longer my self-proclaimed girlfriend but my actual one." The two girls blushed and were ecstatic by this, as Ophis leaped in the air towards him in happiness, with her exclaiming, "Thank you." Issei couldn't help but have a smirk, but this was more gentler than most smirks that he used to put. He looked at the girls, and gave a glance, that their time will come. Batet was in a different room, sleeping like a cat. Liana had a smile, as she realized that Ophis finally managed to get her feelings straight and confess it to Issei at the right time. Despite being a rival, she had immense respect for Ophis, and knew that she will be a good love rival for her. Although, now that is out of the way, Grafia also has feelings for you, Issei. Issei turned to Grafia in worry, knowing he had brainwashed her. Although he felt no regret doing so, he wasn't sure about having a relationship with her just yet, unlike Tiamat and Ophis, who willingly joined her. Grafia, is it alright if we wait for a while? I mean, I want to get to know you less as a maid and more as a woman. Grafia looked at Issei for a moment. She knew that their relationship has been professional, and sometimes they got close when it came to massages and other work that Grafia wanted to do in service of him, and it never reached UAL levels. Grafia sighed and responded, "Fine, if that is what you wish, I am willing to wait for a while, but please don't keep me waiting, master." Grafia ended with a smile, as Issei nodded. He was aware that things in the house will be different from here on out, as Hel and Tiamat didn't say anything and watched with a smile, seeing Issei come a long way from being a genocidal maniac to the sane with more redeeming qualities. Anyways, now that is done, Liana, there are some things you will have to do since you are in this house. Like many others, there are a set of rules that you must follow, and you will do so without exception. Liana was surprised. Not many has commanded her at will like this, as she retorted, "I am the dragon goddess of dreams, you have some nerve of commanding me." "I don't care!" Hel exclaimed with slight anger, making Liana flinch, as she continued, "You have some things you need to do in this house, and you will do so without hesitation. Otherwise you are always welcome to go back in the dimensional gap." Liana was even more stunned. A goddess was able to command someone like her, as she turned to Issei, who responded, "Liana, don't bother. Once Hel makes up her mind and choices, she doesn't change. I tried and failed, and she knows how to push her agenda." Liana was helpless, as she turned to Ophis, who only shook her head. As Liana relented, there was nothing she could do, as she muttered in a defeated tone, "Fine. Grafia, would you help me in tonight's dinner? And you too, Tiamat, I could use 2 extra hands." The 2 girls nodded, and headed inside. Tiamat was glad that she was in a relationship, while Grafia knew that there is time for her case. The 3 girls left, as Ophis asked, "Issei, how do you deal with her? To be honest, her feisty attitude always gets me annoyed and irritated. Her way of doing things does irk me. But I don't know how to say this, but I like this side of hers." Issei spoke while turning his gaze away, a small red tint growing on his face, as the 2 dragon goddesses were surprised by Issei's side, with Ophis responding to what Issei said. "Why though?" Liana agreed with Ophis, as she added, "What is it exactly that attracts you to her?" Liana specified on why Issei was attracted to Hel instead of anyone else. He then spoke, "It is because scions are wired that way. We like strong-willed women, and we only get attracted to them. I tried to resist, but couldn't for much longer." Issei explained to the 2 women, as they understood. Liana realized that his scion nature did change Zamasu for the better, affecting him, and when he was reincarnated, he changed even more for the better. She was glad he did, otherwise even she wouldn't have been able to stop him. "That aside, what is next, my mate?" Liana asked in response, to which he spoke, "We will attack the devils in days, and we will ravage them completely, destroying many of the devils. I want to teach Ajuka a lesson and make an example out of him for disrespecting my blood by using it on the criminals. I plan to train for a day before heading to the location." Liana nodded, as she nuzzled on his hands, responding happily, "I will look forward to it." Ophis nuzzled to his chest, as Issei looked at them and sighed. He had lost his harem and he now has regained a newer one, a better harem and a loyal one, that will stay with him, no matter what happens. He knew that now, no one can save the factions from them, and he is looking forward to their terrified faces when they know that they had to deal with 2 dragon goddesses. The next day, Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM. Issei had finally woken up. He looked to see Hel was sleeping besides him. She had become his girlfriend. She had soon woken up, and spoke, "Morning, I see. You too." Issei spoke with a smirk, as he got up. He could see Hel was in her bra, which she must have worn to entice Issei with her appearance. Issei wouldn't deny it. Hel was one of the more good-looking women in the supernatural world, And that is saying something since many women in the supernatural world are considered as beauties. She sensed Issei staring at her body and spoke, like what you see. She spoke with a smirk, as Issei turns to her with a smirk and speaks, guess you are pushing all boundaries. Why not? She pulls Issei towards her with her strength, and speaks, after all me, Liana, Ophis and Tiamat have officially become your new harem. She nuzzled back to his body, as Issei rubbed her head. She enjoyed cuddling beside his strong muscular scion body. Feeling the muscles on his arms and chest, she enjoyed being around him. But she loved him due to many reasons, and unlike the girls that betrayed him for Kenji, she is not going to do so. So you ready for the invasion? Issei asked with a smile, as Hel responded with a nod looking at him speaking, I am, and so is my army. But I wish to slay the Valkyrie under his peerage personally. She is my prey. Hel's tone had anger in it. She wanted to get back at the Valkyrie for being the one of the people that had a hand in breaking her family. Rasweiss? So you hate her as well? Issei asked with amusement, to which Hel nodded, and spoke, of course, before you were with them. She is also responsible for sealing me away. That annoying pest of a Valkyrie is someone I am going to relish killing and making her an undead slave. That is going to hurt Odin and even her grandmother Gondel. Hel spoke with a sinister grin plastered on her face, enjoying what is going to happen to both Gondel and even Odin. Issei smirked and responded, all right, she is all yours, but our targets are going to be Ajuka and Serzex's brat Milikas. I want to see the despair on that Siskin's face when he knows that he had lost 2 more of his cherished people. Hel nodded, as she nuzzled to Issei and responded, but I want to wait for more minutes, let's stay here for a while. Issei shook his head, with an amused look growing on his face. He then spoke, fine goddess, you win, but only minutes, okay? Hel giggled in response. She was not going to waste any time with Issei. Issei was her scion for all eternity, and no other man would come before her. Issei was the one she loved the most, despite his flaws. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM. Issei looked at his team, and responded, our first target is going to be Ajuka Beelzebub. Since I want to take away the DNA samples have taken away from me, he is wasting them in filthy criminals. I actually thought he'd be smart, but in reality it is disappointing. Issei spoke with a normal tone, but there was annoyance in it, as Liana spoke with a smile, mind if I deal with him? Once I teleport him to the dimensional gap, he'll be easy picking. You can, but make it more dramatic. I want to introduce you in a manner that will make them really terrified. I want them to realize that they are fighting the Dragon of Dreams. Liana looked at him for a moment, before grinning happily as she spoke with a cheerful tone, consider it done, my mate. Issei gave a nod, as he turned to Hel and spoke, me, Grafia and you will be heading to my former in-law's place. I want to take down Serzex's little boy down a notch, from what I heard. He has been talking a lot, so it is about time you silence him. Issei turned to Grafia, who nodded without hesitation. She didn't see Milikas as anyone important due to the manipulation. Her memories showed that she had no children and Serzex must have brought a son through unknown means. She detested them, as well as the entire Gremry family, for being the sole reason why her life was in misery until she met Issei. Ironically, Grafia was grateful to them for meeting her master, and the man she had fallen in love with. I understand, master, but you did say that he was mine and Serzex's son, what of it? Issei looked at her for a moment, and responded, it's kind of complicated. You see, Serzex intended for you to be his son's adoptive mother, since he could never get to you. He decided to go for another woman that looks similar to you, you know, silver hair, red eyes, and thus gave the birth of Milikas Gremry. Was he that desperate? Grafia asked with shock and horror, and Issei nodded, as he spoke, you are a beautiful devil, Grafia. That was why he was behind you. Grafia looked surprised, before having a slight blush on her face, as she turned her gaze away at the compliment. The other girls could only look at the devil maid in amusement, knowing that Issei made a backhanded compliment towards her. Master. Grafia muttered, slightly embarrassed on what she had heard. Her master and future boyfriend called her beautiful. However, before Issei could say anything, someone called out, Master Sama. A figure pounced up on him, and started to sit on Issei's lap. This was revealed to be Batet, who had adjusted to her surroundings. She no longer wore any jewelry, and just her usual costume. I want to sit on your lap, Naya. She started to lie on his lap, which caused some of the girls to look at Issei in jealousy. Issei also had a small blush when Ba'at behaved this way. She looked at Issei, and started to rub her chin towards Issei's shoulder. She behaved completely like a cat, instead of behaving like a dignified cat goddess. Issei smirked, as he turned to the rest, with him speaking, "Oh, it's alright, I don't mind some playful cattiness." Issei placed his hand, making the cat goddess move towards it, as he started to rub her chin, with Ba'at accepting the rubs, with her purring in response. She enjoyed this in response, as she exclaimed, "Naya!" Issei couldn't help but smile seeing this. It was as if he owned a talking pet cat that would listen to his every command, as he started to pet her in response, rubbing her other head, which made her roll over to Issei, exposing her belly. Issei couldn't deny it, she was having a good body. She moved her hands in a cat-like motion, closing it and speaking while rubbing her hand over her head. "Naya! Ba'at wants belly rubs. Please give." Issei looked at the others, surprised by the immense trust she has for him. Hel looked at his confusion and explained, "You see, when a cat trusts you, they'll expose their underside. The underside is a cat's most vulnerable side, and they will only show it if they trust you a lot." Issei nodded, as Liana added, "What you did yesterday with her, showing her love, care and affection made her really attached to you. There is no way she can't trust you after that, my mate." Issei decided to give the belly rubs that she wanted, as she responded, "Thank you, Master Sama." "Naya," Issei smiled, as he continued to do so, letting Ba'at enjoy the belly rubs completely. After a while, Issei then spoke, "Anyways Ba'at, I need you to do something for me, but for that please leap down, I will give you some more pets later on." Ba'at looked at him, and responded with a smile, "As you wish, Master Sama." Naya, she leaped down from his lap, as she sat on the ground beside Issei in a cat-like manner. She stretched her arms and pulled herself on Issei, as he spoke, "Ba'at, I want you to get into action." "As in? Naya?" Ba'at asked in confusion, as Issei responded to her, "I want Sektet out, and my order is for you to slaughter any devil except for Grafia and Ingvild that you come across and consume their blood. Don't show any mercy." Issei's eyes glowed a menacing tone, which made Liana realize that the devils are done for, especially the civilians. She understood that Issei really hated those devils and didn't blame him. Ba'at only looked at him for a moment, before having a predatory smirk. Her claws had arrived in her hands growing from her fingers, as she spoke with a cold tone, "That's it? I shall happily oblige Master Sama's orders." "Naya, excellent." Issei spoke with a sinister grin, as he spoke, "In case, keep 2 cleavers for extra measures, murdering them." "That won't be needed, Master Sama. My claws shall bathe in their blood, Naya." Issei shrugged and responded, "Fine, up to you." He looked at the others, and spoke, "Well, we should get started. Ingvild, nix clear as many devils as you can. Tiamat, it is time. Today you'll have a confrontation with Drake." Nix and Ingvild nodded, with Tiamat having a small grin on her face. She was looking forward to confronting Drake from a long time, and she was going to enjoy tormenting him and his host. She enjoyed this a lot. "Oh, and Ophis and Lilith will be staying in the dimensional gap, since I want to make your introduction dramatic as well, and plus you will need to keep an eye on Lilith till she comes with me." Issei spoke with a normal tone, making the dragon goddess nod. She didn't mind taking care of her little sister. He then wrapped his right leg and placed it on his other one, as he responded, "Well, ladies, let's begin the fall of the devils. We will be leaving in 1 hour from now. Also we need to wait for Lilith to wake up, and she will soon do so. So do prepare and make this a battle that the devils will remember for all eternity." The girls nodded, as Ba'at nuzzled to his leg. All what was seen on Issei's face was a cold and sinister grin. He was going to enjoy making Serzex's life miserable by taking everything from him before killing him for good. He was going to show him that it is futile to resist true judgment. Scene change. Ajuka's laboratory, Lilith, Underworld AM. Ajuka was walking to his laboratory. He cursed that nothing was happening to him, and the only leads were the demi-beings he had created. They were death row inmates who managed to survive the initial testing and were only a select few, but none of them had massive ki like Issei ever possessed. "Damn that being!" Ajuka cursed with all of his heart, knowing that it was only a matter of time before he comes here and starts to purge them all for their signs, as he responded. I should have killed you when you were at your weakest. Worth the try, but you never did, ain't that right? Ajuka asked him. Ajuka turned around to see Issei leaning on the laboratory walls, much to his shock and horror. He started to walk towards him and enter into his Super Saiyan form. Super Saiyan, I believe that is enough for you. He prepared a ki blast. As Ajuka gritted his teeth in anger, he used Kankara formula to revert the ki towards Issei using his own weapon against him, only for Issei to fake out and close the gap, smacking him in the stomach, making him cough up in response. He angrily glares at Issei, before receiving a kick from him towards his face, causing him to flip in response. He soon charged a much powerful ki blast, and aimed it at his stomach, sending him flying as he screeched in pain. Oh Ajuka, you are so easy to trick. Soon enough, Ajuka was seen grunting in pain. Taking this opportunity, he fired a barrage of ki blasts towards the sleeping pods that housed the demi-scions, causing massive explosions, killing them instantly. Ajuka managed to get up, and responded, No. My research. He turned to Issei with anger. As Issei spoke honestly, I was expecting you to use the blood on Kenji. It would have given him a boost, but you are morons. I am actually disappointed in you, ass to mouth. Issei spoke with contempt, making Ajuka even more angrier, as he shouted in response, You will die here, in my laboratory, Issei Hayadu. Commence self-destruction sequence. Warning! The laboratory is going to self-destruct in a few moments. The announcement blared across the screen, as Ajuka quickly escaped in a magic circle, having a smirk on his face. Issei looked confused before he sighed and spoke. Did this moron forget that I have instant transmission? He placed his 2 fingers on his head, and teleported out of their back to where he was. He knew that Ajuka would have been claiming of his victory over them. Once he left, the laboratory exploded into multiple fragments, enough to even kill a god-class being due to the exploding chemicals and other dangerous materials present there. Ajuka knew that his laboratory along with materials was gone, but he was aware that if it means that Issei will die, then so be it. He sacrificed everything to defeat Issei once and for all. He reached outside the location and responded, Everyone, it is showtime. Scene change. Surzex's office, Lilith, Underworld PM. Ajuka had a confident look on his face. If the explosions didn't kill him, it would severely injure him. He had to report this to Surzex. As he reached his office and spoke, Surzex, I have some good news. Ajuka was surprised. As he looked at Surzex gone, he checked around where he was, and looked to see him heading outside. He was surprised, since this time he would be busy fortifying the defenses from his office and watching over every nook and corner of the underworld. However, before he could call out, he sensed a massive power spike, as he muttered, And no, it can't be. Ajuka spoke with fear, as he hoped that Issei didn't survive the explosion, let alone escape. He rushed towards Surzex, and he was horrified to hear that Issei not only survived the explosion, but was unscathed. He almost fell to his knees, knowing that he had sacrificed his lab for nothing. The centuries of research he had done on several projects were all ground to dust in just a matter of moments. He was furious at this. Issei looked at them with a smirk on his face, relishing the angered faces on both Ajuka and Surzex, as he spoke. Well, look who has come out of their dens. I am pretty sure that without the elders in charge, there is no one to stop you guys. I mean, politics is a bitch. Surzex and Ajuka were furious at this, knowing that the man in front of them was the reason why all the elders were killed. Surzex then responded, You will not get away with this, Hayada Issei. Issei's eyes narrowed and he developed a sneer, as he spoke, That is what they all say, but here I am to deal with you bats once and for all. That is why I am here. To end what I started. Surzex and Ajuka were even more angrier at this, as he continued, You should be thanking me, Surzex Lucifer. No, Surzex Gremory, your dream would have always remained as such, if it wasn't for me fighting all those that opposed your and the remaining leaders' dream of unity and peace. It would all be nothing but dust. They looked at him with murderous eyes, vowing to destroy him at all costs. Issei then responded with a smirk, You should be ing my boot, saying, All hail Issei Hayadu. All hail, you. Surzex growled with barely controlled anger, as Issei grinned and spoke, Why does the truth sting? All you did was sit on a bench and barely did anything. only fighting like once in a while, and letting the youth, especially me, do your dirty work. But enough of that. If I can make the alliance happen, I can destroy it as well. Surzex and Ajuka snapped. There was no way they are going to let him destroy what remains of the alliance. I swear. Surzex was furious upon this, as he continued, I will kill you, Issei Hayadu. I would like to see you try, but hey, let's truly begin the challenge. Issei snapped his fingers, as the world, and within just that, the whole dimensions changed, revealing a portal behind Issei. Team DXD manages to join Surzex and Ajuka, with Rias and the others looking at Issei with barely controlled fury. Kenji was taking everything to not kill him right now. Soon enough, a gigantic dragon arrives right behind Issei. Everyone was shocked at the arrival of the Dragon of Dreams arriving behind him. Their anger changes to complete terror when they see that the Dragon of Dreams has sided with him. No! You managed to get Great Red to your side. You must have lied to him. Rias opened her mouth, to which a blast struck straight to her, sending her flying, with many shouting in fear and shock at this. Rias Wani-sama. Asia rushed to heal her, as the attacker was revealed to be Great Red, who was furious at what this woman had spoken, as Liana, Great Red, announced, Don't you dare lie to me, Bat. You have some nerve of downplaying my mate's actions and trying to humiliate him. You need to be punished. Liana, Great Red, unleashed a barrage of flames, forcing Surzex and Ajuka to block the attack, with many others trying to do the same. They struggled to keep up with the barriers, knowing that the Dragon God of Dreams flame attack, which could easily take down a heavenly dragon, he managed to make Great Red his ally. This is bad, Kenji announced, struggling to maintain the barrier, as Asia desperately tried to heal up Rias, who was barely awake. It just took one blast to take down the current matriarch of the Gremory family. They were confused on what it meant by Great Red being Issei's mate, as Great Red stopped the flames, looking at them with contempt and anger. They still struggled to keep the flames off their bodies and to prevent the attack from striking them. It is time. Issei raised his hand, and glowed with massive amounts of ki, and exclaimed, Devil Extinction! He soon unleashed purple ki blasts aimed at several devils across the location. Once they did, all they saw was several ki blasts heading at multiple locations. Many devils were struck by the attacks, as they all shouted in pain by being disintegrated. They were consumed by the attacks, with many screaming, No, please save us! Lord Surzex, help us, protect us! Kenji, stop him! Ah! They all were purged in just a matter of seconds. The blasts went to other directions, all the while Surzex could only shout in horror and agony, No! Stop this! The others could only watch in horror, desperately trying to stop the attack and saving what is left of the devil kind, as they all angrily looked at the two attackers. They knew that if they attack Issei, Great Red would save him. Houses were being exploded from the attack, since the ki trailed their aura and killed them without any mercy. Devils of all classes were killed, from low and reincarnated devils all the way to Satan-class devils were all slain without any mercy or care. After Issei was done, he then spoke, addressing the others, I told you, if I can make the alliance happen, I can destroy it as well. And I am here to do just that, fix everything I have done. The devils were furious at this, with Akino exclaiming with fury, We should have dealt with you long before you would become a problem. Indeed, because of you I lost both of my parents. Irina shouted with anger and tears, revealing her fallen angel wings, which caused Issei to laugh with happiness, seeing that his former childhood friend was suffering in such a manner. What's so funny, bastard? Zenobia shouted with tears in her eyes. She was furious at how callous and remorseless Issei was, as he responded after not laughing, Funny? It is incredible on how you failed to see what you have done. Ironic, that is why you fell, Irina. Didn't you parents teach you too that betrayal is one of the biggest sin of all time, reserved for only those that would end up in the coldest depths of hell? The two girls were furious at this, with Zenobia being the angriest, with blood dripping from her blade. She was clenching her blade so furiously as she wanted to tear him apart with her bare hands. Anyways, we should get the rest, Liana, if you may. Liana, Great Red, nodded. Using the transformation magic, she transformed to her human form, her clothing forming beside her, as she stood beside Issei. Many were shocked to see Great Red being a female, as she spoke with contempt. Bear witness, bats, this is my human form. I was always a girl, and Issei is my current mate, someone who I love without condition. I hereby declare all dragons that side with the factions to be nothing but snakes and lizards. You are no longer worthy of being called as dragons, and all your titles will be revoked. That is my decree, Liana declared to them, and they all were horrified with the dragons being the most affected, as Drake protested in anger, "You can't do this to us. We refuse to accept this. The fact that you listen to this genocidal maniac and not listen to us is really not acceptable." Fafnir agreed to this. He also saw Issei as nothing but a pervert, hypocritical coming from someone who wanted Issei panties as payment for his services. Liana could only shake her head at this, as Issei spoke, "And you, Drake, are a snake, who will betray anyone for their own goals. You won't take accountability. But enough of that, it's time we end things." Soon enough, the rest of his team arrived beside him with the exception of Tiamat, since Issei asked her to wait. Many recognized Hel and Ingvild, but there were new members as well, only for them to widen their eyes in shock and horror. "Ophis? You are also working with them?" Surzex shouted in horror, as she spoke. "Yes, I am, in fact we all are." The devils were fearful now, knowing 2 dragon goddesses are on Issei's side. Furthermore, they saw that even Batet, the Egyptian goddess, and Nixtat have sided with him, the latter wearing her armor and godly killer virgin clothing for the fight. He turned to Graphia, gritting his teeth in anger, speaking, "Graphia, you should be on our side, and with us. I will never be with the man that forcefully tried to marry me, and for his own obsession replaced me with a woman which was silver-haired and had red eyes to make a son." Surzex was horrified, and so was the rest of the devils. They were afraid of betraying with Issei. He then turned to Issei, who spoke, You turned my wife against me. I don't know what you are talking about." Issei speaks with a shrug and releasing a small tongue. His playful tone angered the Crimson Devil, with him radiating his aura with complete fury, as he was ready to pummel Issei. Issei scoffed at his outburst and turned to Batet and spoke, "Have fun, Batet." Batet nodded, with her speaking, "Leave that to me, Naya. I will slice all those devils to pieces." "Naya!" Batet leaped away from the location and dashed around to hunt down any of the surviving devils. She was going to enjoy relishing killing all these devils. Issei then spoke, "Well, Hel, if you bring the 2 undead back, I want to really hurt them." Hel nodded, as she summoned all her undead, including Griselda Corda and Tuji Shida. The girls were horrified by what they were seeing, with Zenobia and Irina weeping upon seeing them as undead corpses that have been summoned thanks to Hel. "Well, Irina, Zenobia, my former friends and lovers, I would like to introduce you to Hel's new undead, your former loved ones. How does it feel to have a reunion?" The 2 were gritting their teeth in anger, as Zenobia rushed towards Issei in a blind rage, screaming in fury. With her ex-durandal in her hands, she vowed to kill Issei in her fury. Once she reached close to Issei, she was fatally stabbed by the undead Griselda Corda, who only groaned seeing her ward. She lost her fury and became despair-ridden. "Foolish and reckless as ever, you falling first is unsurprising." He prepared a key blast, and fired it at her face. Zenobia screamed in agony upon experiencing this. She was killed without any mercy and horror, as everyone could only watch seeing her death. All that remained was dust of the night of Kenji Haida's peerage, with Irina shouting, "Zenobia! No!" Tears were falling from the eyes of the 2 members of the church trio, with Kenji gritting his teeth in anger, tears pooling in his eyes. He entered into his Dabilo's dragon armor, not requiring the chant due to his powers, and dashed towards Issei. However, before he could close in the gap, Ophis came in between and changed her hand into snakes. While speaking, "I will be taking back the powers that was left behind. Issei was and will always be the true owner of these powers." The snakes went inside both the gear and Kenji's body, with both Kenji and Drake screaming in pain. The powers were being absorbed by her completely in just a few moments. As she spoke with contempt while watching his armor changed into that of crimson armor, he could only watch in horror, as all the training he did was down the drain. "Why? Ophis, why did you dash?" Drake tried to retort, only for Ophis to continue making Drake roar in pain and agony due to her snakes still entering his body and gear. Ophis then spoke, I told you this once, Lizard. Issei is the owner of this power, not you, and definitely not Kenji. He soon fell to the ground after a while, defeated and completely done for, with the two Satans realizing that Kenji cannot fight, and hence he had to be saved, something they couldn't do due to his current position. They had to leave him behind. He is not too valuable for the time being. Issei could sense them escaping, with Surzex taking the peerage behind, but Issei shouted, Hell, do it now! Don't let them escape. Hell nodded and commanded Tartarus to surround the entire city, making it a dome. Their teleportation outside the dome failed, much to their horror and anger. Before Surzex could attack the undead primordial, Issei dashed forward and punched him in the face, sending him back. He looked at Kenji, who stood up, anger in his eyes. He refused to give up no matter what happens. Kenji then responded, I will destroy you. Before that, Kenji, I wish for you to meet someone. Meet your worst nightmare. Issei looked at Hel, who nodded, as she contacted Tiamat to arrive, who was finally happy to make her presence known. Drake and Kenji wondered who this person was. As soon a magic circle appeared and woman appeared with a cold atmosphere arrived. The familiar blue-haired woman made Drake even more pale, as he recognized her. Drake was shivering with fear, as Tiamat spoke with a grin, O heavenly Drake. Please no. Tiamat only responded, You lied to me? I did no such thing. Drake retorted, as Tiamat's grin widened and responded with a cold tone, You dirty boy. Drake could only grow pale at this, as he exclaimed with downright fear. Issei could swear that Drake almost pissed himself out of fright. Kenji, use your magic, and get us out of here. Instant teleportation. Tiamat rushed with blinding speeds, tackling Kenji to the wall, making him exclaim, Arg! Issei looked at Hel and Ophis, who went to deal with the Gremry girls and other beings that were with them. Liana herself dashed forward in blinding speeds, deciding to deal with Ajuka, who dodged into a portal and came out into another one. Liana decided to once again try and attack him with Ajuka, using teleportation to escape her attack. He was growing frustrated at that there was nothing he could do to counter him. Liana herself was getting annoyed. She tried again to attack him again, but he once again teleported to another location. So you wanna play that way, huh, little chicken? Liana vanished into thin air, as she opened a portal behind him, with her grabbing him from behind and taking him to the dimensional gap. She was going to deal with him personally. Surzex could only watch with horror, as Issei spoke, Now that is out of the way, let us truly begin. Surzex had no choice. He entered into his true destructive form, and showed Issei what he is capable of. In just a few seconds Issei was surrounded by pure destruction. As Surzex commanded, You will die here, today. Issei looked at the destruction trying to consume him, with the others looking worried, while the ones on the devil's side were confident at the fact that Issei is going to die. Ophis was worried she will have to intercept, but Asia was already in her balance breaker, keeping her busy, forcing her to deal with her, which she did by unleashing a barrage of snakes, making the nuns scream in pain and agony. Fafnir came out to deal with Ophis, only for him to be intercepted by the undead Athena, Fenrir and Luff, who all assaulted the Dragon King at the same time. Hel was dealing with the rest, using the undead legions to deal with the combined effort. Surzex looked at the screen in hoping this would kill him, but only for Issei to start gathering his ki. And this was no ordinary ki, this was divine ki. He started to generate even more ki, causing the entire location to shake in response. Surzex then responded, Impossible! You should have been disintegrated by now. Surzex shouted in disbelief, as he added more and more power of destruction to kill him, but his ki was way too strong. Eventually Issei screamed even more, and the outburst shattered the complete dome he was in. When it did, everyone stopped their fighting. His hair raised up with it, also changing color from yellow to pink. His ki was not sensible by anyone excluding the goddesses present. They all looked at Issei in amazement. As Hel spoke, he did it. He has truly reached the level of Scion gods. Issei's new transformation was Super Scion Rose, and his ki was overflowing, despite the others including the Super Devils unable to sense his ki. But they could feel his aura. What do you mean, gods? Issei is no god, he will never be one. Rias retorted with anger, refusing to believe Issei has become a god. What do you mean, gods? Issei is no god, he will never be one. Rias retorted with anger, refusing to believe Issei has become a god. Hell and Ophis only looked at her, and Hell responded mockingly. And you wonder why Issei hates you? Rias gritted her teeth even further, as Fafnir fell to the ground with a thud. He couldn't handle the combined assault of the three undead beings. Asia tried to rush to her, but Ophis closed the gap and fired a blast that sent her flying. Asia! Irina tried to rush to her, but was intercepted by the undead Tuji, causing her to clash blades with him. Rias and the others were handling Hell, who was effortlessly dealing with the others. Ophis decided to deal with Asia personally. She commanded the undead to fight against the Gremry and Hyade Peerage. Even Nyx and Ingvile joined in taking individual opponents, while she focused her attention to Rosweiss. Hell! Rosweiss exclaimed with anger, to which the goddess of the dead responded, Been a while, I have a score to settle with you. Back with Issei, he was handling Surzex, as he tried to once again use Ruin of Extinction only for Issei to break free. As he spoke, Don't you see, it is futile to resist. Damn you! I will kill you! Surzex shouted, as he used his complete powers to destroy Issei only for Issei to kick him in the stomach, his powers effortlessly overpowering Surzex's own destructive energy, as he followed it up with a barrage of kicks and punches overpowering Surzex's own effortlessly making him cough up at every step. Graphia and Lilith were watching from a distance. Instead of fighting, she decided to wait till they head to the Gremry mansion where they will confront Milikas and Venelana Gremry. He could only look at Issei, who was grinning in response, as he spoke. What do you think of it? Quite the color, huh? I will keep the name of this one as its old, Serpent. It is called Super Scion Rose. That's right. I have now reached Super Scion Rose. Ironic considering the color crimson is also associated with roses and the Gremry family. Issei ended the tone with a mocking one, as he looked coldly at him with Surzex radiating his aura in anger, with him shouting, We are nothing alike, monster! Issei laughed in response, and spoke, Of course, how could I forget? You are nothing but a filthy bat, and I am the bat exterminator. Surzex was seething in fury, as Issei responded, Entertain me, Serpent. He was ready to make Surzex suffer before he heads to kill his son right in front of his eyes, as he burns his mansion in front of him. Scene change. Falbium's office, Underworld, PM. Batet was seen seated on a number of corpses, all of whom were devils. They all were slaughtered like lambs by the goddess of cats from the Egyptian pantheon. She was seen seated with her legs on the seat. The goddess can be seen licking her hand, cleaning the blood from her body, akin to a cat. She enjoyed slaughtering all these devils for her master's sake, as she looked at the final target, and that was Falbium, who was badly injured. He was bleeding from his head to toe. His armor was broken, and he had several claws marks on it, akin to that of a cat. His head was bleeding, and his one arm was torn, along with one leg. She continued to lick through her whole body, as she lied on her lower body and licked her abdomen. He looked at Batet with complete fear. The goddess was skilled in taking down her prey effortlessly. Despite Falbium's barriers, she patiently waited to make his guard down. She then struck him in several locations and broke through them using her strength. She tortured him, attacking at several different locations. Falbium tried to get up, as he had to escape before the goddess can kill him. He tried to use the magic circle, but no sooner did he try to use magic, Bastet's ears perked up and she stabbed Falbium in the gut using her claws. Eahaha! Falbium screamed in pain. As Bastet's eyes glowed darkly, she then spoke with a cold tone. Sorry, devil, but I don't leave my prey alive. Naya! Master Sama has asked me to kill all devils, and I shall fulfill his commands. Falbium could only look helplessly, as she removed her claw and raised it up, as she swiftly sliced off his head without any effort. The goddess had easily overpowered the Satan-class devil without any mercy, blood splashing on her entire body. Bastet's other name was Sektet or Sekhmet, which was called the Lion Goddess. She was the vengeful manifestation of the god Ra, and she was stated to be the more aggressive and ruthless as well as genocidal side of Batet. While Batet was motherly and kind, Sekhmet was the polar opposite, ruthless and cold-blooded. She looked to herself surrounded by blood, which had splattered when she killed Falbium. She looked around and sighed. As she spoke, I need to clean this too, Naya. I don't wish to take a bath. She undressed herself, removing all clothing, and started to lick across her entire body, even her ass and other private areas. Scene change. Dimensional gap? Liana was barely affected, as she looked at her opponent with slight mocking tone, as Ajuka was struggling to even lay a finger on her. Liana was leagues ahead of what Ajuka was capable of. He was battered and bruised from the constant attacks by the dragon goddess, unable to land a single attack on her. He looked at her with fury, as he fired several more magical attacks at her, only for her to generate a magic circle and unleash her flames on him, making him use his barrier before he was socked in the stomach by the dragon goddess. Ajuka coughed up blood in response, as Liana immediately clawed him in the face, making him scream in pain. She then spoke coldly. I saw everything, and from his memories, you all were involved in the torture of him in Tartarus. So not only the fact that you used him for your gains, but all of you relished in his torment. If you have some goodwill left, then you should be ashamed of what you have done. Liana spoke with anger, making the super devil even more angrier, as he responded with spite and disdain. We should have killed him when he was at his weakest. Else many of us would have still been standing. Even if we failed to kill him, the Hindu gods will so dash. Ajuka was unable to complete when once again Liana clawed him in the face, making him screech in pain and terror, with her speaking. Guess I have to torture you to make you repent. Liana spoke coldly, before having a smirk on her face. I don't mind doing this to you, you deceitful bat. Liana kept on breathing flames upon him, as he continued to scream in pain. She decided to make him pay for everything that he has done to Issei. It was the least she can do for her mate. Scene change. Lilith, Underworld, PM. Kenji was battered and bruised from the relentless assaults of Tiamat, the Dragon King, who was effortlessly beating him. Without his Dabalos dragon, he was much weaker than before. Tiamat then spoke, pathetic. You know who would actually put up a way better fight? Issei will. Kenji in his anger tried to attack her, but Tiamat only grabbed his hand and kicked him in the stomach, breaking some of his armor and making him cough up. She kept on striking him in several locations, making him cough and gag up from every attack. Due to this, Tiamat was relentless. She kept beating up on him, landing several blows to his face, along with pairing with a punch aimed at his gut. Her speed was fast enough to do so. Kenji could only gag and get beaten up in response. The power that you live on, have some respect for your former cousin. He is the reason why you were able to get to levels that you are in before. Kenji in his anger only released even more of his draconic aura, making Tiamat back away momentarily and get some gap from him. She wondered what else is this new Drake's host capable of. Oh look, the hatchling has some last straws left, not bad. Tiamat had a smirk that she had grown on his face. Kenji charged at her with anger, as she only dodged the attacks. It was a struggle, but nothing compared to Issei when she decided to spar with him, who was able to defeat her in his Super Saiyan state. He was at best comparable to that, keyword being comparable, and much weaker than that at worst. Damn you! Kenji's strikes started to become predictable, making it easier for her to easily evade the attacks. After a while, Tiamat stopped dodging, grabbing both his hands and landing a kick aimed at his face. The blow made him gag, sending him flying to the rubble, making him cough up. She kept wailing on him till she was satisfied with her revenge. She didn't stop since she wanted to make Drake suffer. And the best way was to make him watch his favorite host suffer all the while he could only watch. She not only did this for Drake losing her treasures, but also for him abandoning and letting Issei suffer, who was her mate and boyfriend for such a long time. At another location, Rosweiss was struggling against Hell, with the goddess of the dead speaking. Honestly, without Issei you would have never been able to defuse the armaments. Rosweiss in her fury started firing many more magic circles of various elements, to which Hell only responded with a barrier, as she commanded some of the angels and fallen angels from her legions to strike at Rosweiss, causing her to escape from the attacks, albeit barely. You cheater dash! Rosweiss was unable to complete when several attacks struck her from the undead at the same time, courtesy of Hell, making it harder to dodge at every given second. Hell closed the gap, and placed several explosive tags upon her, which made her look in horror as she tried to defuse them. Hell was quick, as she landed a kick to her stomach, making her cough up in response. You know, I have heard some interesting things from you. And in my eyes he should have left you to Euclid Lucifuge, If anything, he deserves a rebound like you than even Kenji, and especially Issei. Rossweiss was furious at the words the goddess of the dead had spoken to her, as she shouted with anger. Shut up! She fired more circles, but Hell only spoke one word, explode. The seals on her exploded, making Rossweiss scream in pain, as the others could only watch with several from the peerages screaming, Rossweiss. But before they could do anything, the other undead along with Nyx and Ingvild decided to deal with her, as they were forced to once again resume their fighting against the two, gritting their teeth in anger and helplessness. They didn't even have Samuel's poison due to Ajuka self-destructing his laboratory, causing it to get destroyed. They were unprepared against Issei when he ambushed them, causing several to get killed. Rossweiss was battered and bruised, she had lost her armor and was completely charred from the attack. Even Fafnir fell to the ground dead. He was slain by the three undead he was forced to fight against that overpowered him even at his best strength. Now it is time for some payback. Rossweiss tried to escape, but Hell summoned a light spear and fatally stabbed her in the heart, making her cough up, as the others could only watch. Another member of the Haida peerage was slain by Issei and his allies. I am looking forward to see the looks of horror on the faces of both Gondel and Odin when they see you as my slave. Rossweiss was losing her vision, as she soon started to perish from gaining the fatal wound. Hell released the green mist upon both Rossweiss and Fafnir, turning the two into undead slaves. Asia and the others from the peerages could only tear up at this, as Ophis spoke. Now do you see, witch? This is the price of betrayal. And for witches like you, you deserve a fate worse than death. Ophis unleashed her flames on her, making her screech in pain, causing her to scream in pain. She was being burned alive as the flames were searing through her body, her sacred gear only delaying her fate even further. Asia! Rias shouted in horror and agony, as two people were killed back to back, with Rossweiss turning into undead slaves. They could only look at the rest of Issei's allies in anger, who could barely do anything against him. Back with Surzex, he was unable to lay a single hit on Issei, in his currently Super Saiyan Rose form, which had easily overpowered the likes of his true destructive form. He was basically on the edge and his destruction was fizzling out. How? How could I lose to the like of you? Surzex shouted in anger and fury. He was helpless and powerless since any destruction was swatted of like nothing in front of Issei. He continued to use ki to deflect any and all attacks that was aimed at him. He continued to keep striking him in several locations and was able to hit even when Surzex's body was composed of pure destruction. The Scion looked at him and responded, I told you before, it is useless to resist. Issei dashed forward and unleashed a rapid barrage of punches and kicks, making Surzex unable to block. He tried to do so, but Issei's speed was too much, coupled with the punches and kicks that was higher than him, was unable to do anything about it. Surzex was pushed backward, as Issei quickly gathered ki and fired a point-blank Kamehameha while exclaimed, Kamehameha. The attack immediately struck Surzex, causing him to scream in pain due to getting hit by such a powerful attack. This triggered an explosion which made Issei back away, as he knew that Surzex isn't done yet. When the dust settled, it revealed Surzex broken out from his power of destruction form. He stood no chance against Issei in his Super Saiyan Rose, as he glared at Issei with hatred. He tried to land a punch against Issei, but he only grabbed it, and twisted his hand. Pathetic, how futile. Issei was about to end this battle, but leave him alive, only for a portal to open up right above them, revealing Liana, who had a smirk on her face. Ajuka? Liana revealed some green hair that remained of him. She then responded, burned. His soul was burned. I made sure there was nothing left for him. Surzex was tearing up at this. He not only was unable to do anything, and now even Ajuka is dead. He then spoke, no. This cannot be. Now 2 Satans are dead, first Seraphal and now Ajuka, as the rest of his team joined in. Issei looked at their broken states, as his team joined him. With Ajuka's death, they knew that they had achieved one of their goals. Well then, let's end this, with a bang, heading to one of the places there. He gave the signal to Hal, making her nod in understanding. Tartarus was gone, and Issei then fired a ki blast before anyone could react, distracting them. The explosion gave them enough cover for him to escape. Once the dust settled, Surzex and the others noticed that Issei and his team was gone. The Crimson Satan looked at the DXD team battered and bruised. He could see Kenji barely alive from Tiamat's relentless brutality, with several bones broken and his armor completely crippled. Even Rias herself was not looking good. She was bleeding from several locations, and even her privates weren't spared. She was a crying mess due to an onslaught from Nyx. Akino and Kaneko were also badly injured. Both of them were also bleeding from several locations, with Akino's hair being torn and Kaneko losing one of her tails and ears, bleeding due to the combined assault of Nyx and Ingvild. Additionally, both the girls were drenched, and had makes made by holy weapons which were burn marks. Gritting his teeth in anger, he then spoke with anger, "Curse him." But before he could do anything, a magic circle opened up, and he widened his eyes in horror. "No! I need to head there, fast." Surzex responded, immediately healing whoever he could by his phoenix tears, commanding what remained of his soldiers by calling them out. They healed up the wounded, including Kenji. "How many forces we have left?" The soldier responded with slight fear. "% of the devils have been slain by the extinction attack. The former pillar killed many of them without any mercy. Gather what remains, and we head to my house. My mother had informed me that she has already engaged Issei and his allies. We need to head there and save whoever he can, fast." The soldier nodded, and gathered what remained of the soldiers. Rias and the others what remained joined in, as she spoke while crying. "Oni-sama, they killed Rosweiss, Asia and Zenobia. What are we going to do now?" Surzex held his sister. He had already lost Grafia to Issei, who had somehow managed to influence her against him. But no, with his new rose form, the chances of them beating Issei is dwindling by the second. "We won't let him kill anyone else. Now gather what remains of your peerage and Kenji. We still need him if we have to fight against him." Kenji walked to him, healed up by the phoenix tears. As he spoke, "I am ready, Lord Lucifer." "Good." Surzex spoke, as he looked at the battalion gathering, as he immediately created a magic circle and teleported to the Gremry household. Scene change. Gremry Mansion, Underworld PM. The whole Gremry Mansion was up in flames, courtesy of the 3 dragonesses in the group. Issei decided to burn the mansion completely, making an example of the location. The whole fauna and flora was burned to the ground, with many of the guards long dead from the onslaught. Inside the mansion, Hel was confronting the former Gremry matriarch Venelana Gremry, who was struggling to keep up with her enemy. She then spoke. "You know, Issei saw you as a second mother, someone that actually would have cared for him." Venelana was furious, as she responded, "He has no right to call me a mother." "You're right, a mother." Hel closed the gap and socked her in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her, as Venelana angrily responded by kicking her and coating her legs with power of destruction, only for Hel to move her head away, speaking, "A mother is not a traitor." "Shut up!" Venelana shouted, as Hel kicked her in the shin in response, making her stagger to the ground. The blow was strong enough to easily make her fall to her knees, as she responded by unleashing a roundhouse kick, making her jaw break. Venelana glared angrily at Hel. The goddess of dead was leagues ahead of her, easily reaching the top strongest beings at this point due to reanimating so many beings, including gods and godlike beings like Fenrir. She got up and punched her extremely hard, coating her hands with power of destruction. "Damn you!" Hel easily dodged, seeing the attack, and immediately responded by bringing out a light spear and fatally stabbing her in the gut. Venelana coughed up blood in response, losing her anger, as Hel spoke. "You know, I can easily kill you. Perks of being a goddess that even makes Odin wet his pants. You are a mere ultimate class devil, Satan class if we are really pushing it. What makes you think you can stand up to someone like me?" Venelana had a pained expression on her face, as she was helplessly looking at Hel, with her speaking, "And no, I will let Issei decide your fate, although I will be glad to revive you as a zombie if asks, especially to hurt your children, that made my boyfriend's life miserable." Hel spoke with a sinister grin, relishing on the fact that she is going to enjoy making her suffer a death worse than death for giving birth and raising the 2 bats known as Surzex and Rias Gremry. She soon dragged her by the hair, making her scream in pain, as she headed to a room where Issei was confronting Milikas Gremry. He was dealing with Issei, while at the same time watching Grafia cheer for Issei to defeat her own former son. "Damn you! What did you do to my mother?" Milikas shouted, as he attacked Issei with a powerful power of destruction attack, as he effortlessly only fired a ki blast, and destroyed the attack like it was nothing. He soon punched him in the stomach, so hard that it made him vomit out his lunch. Gaia! Milikas screamed in pain, as Issei soon landed a kick aimed at his chest, making him cough up blood, as he backed away. Grafia is my beloved servant and my future lover, as well. There is nothing you can do. Milikas could only look to see the cold expression on Grafia's expression. She had completely forgotten about him. The bond they had for so many years was gone thanks to what Issei had done to her. Mother. Grafia only responded by saying, "Don't call me that, and I will never be a mother of a child that he had with another woman, and that man who is obsessed with my beauty. Because of him, I had lost my pride and had to serve Issei, but I should be thanking him. Else I wouldn't have found someone like Issei." Grafia spoke coldly, and with contempt, making Milikas cry upon this. He was truly helpless seeing that Grafia completely despises him with all of her heart. Why you? Issei soon fired several tendrils on him, making him cough up blood and scream in pain. His anger was gone, and he had fear in his heart. The boy was downright fearful of what is going to become of him, and what Issei has planned for him. Issei soon entered into a pose, triggering an explosion, with the dust soon consuming him. Grafia rushed to him with happiness, with Lilith tagging behind her. As she spoke, "Master, you did it!" Issei nodded, as the dust settled down, revealing a broken Milikas. He was down for the count, and was weeping in agony. He could only remain in fear, afraid of what is planned for him. He knew that he is going to be killed or enslaved sooner than later. However, soon enough, someone came in. As Issei and the others looked at Hel grabbing a fearful Venelana by the hair, as she spoke, "Issei, shall we?" "You bet, the Siskan is not far away." Issei looked at Grafia and spoke with a smirk, "You ready for this?" "I am." Grafia responded, as she took one final look at her supposed son, an ice blade generating from her hands ready to end his life once and for all. He looked at Hel, and she walked to him and slammed an explosive seal on his back. They soon teleported outside, reaching the rest of the team. As they reunited with the rest of the team, with Ophis speaking, "So it is time, right?" Issei, Hel and Grafia nodded, as Lilith looked forward to seeing the demises of the two of Issei's most hated people. They decided to end the lives of Venelana and Milikas Gremory, in a way that Serzex and Rias will remember. Soon enough, Serzex and his family with devil soldiers had arrived, but they were too late. "No!" Rias exclaimed in horror, seeing the state of the home she grew up in, as well as the devil guards that had been slain alongside the maids. "Over here, Bats and Crow!" They all looked to see Issei holding Milikas by his throat, and Venelana staked on a cross, with several holy iron nails aimed at her limbs. She was attached to a cross in a twisted manner that symbolized the medieval era. "Mother! Milikas!" Serzex shouted with anger and fear, seeing the states of his loved ones in this manner. As many tried to charge at Issei, but a barrier prevents them from getting in. The one who did the barrier was Ophis and Liana, both of whom not letting them get near their targets. "I must admit, you took quite a while to show up, right, Bats?" Issei looked at Serzex and the others with contempt, with Serzex demanding, "Let them go, Issei. Let me think about it." Issei spoke mockingly. As he spoke, "No. But if you want, you can save them from me, filthy bat." Issei spoke callously, making Serzex grit his teeth in anger. He was once again helpless against Issei, and was unable to do anything but watch. He wanted to make him suffer, but time after time, he overpowered him, making him a sitting duck. "How pathetic you are, Serkan Wimari, unable to do anything to save your own mother and son, right?" Hel responded, as the Satan was desperately trying to destroy the barrier with the rest of the devils joining in, but they were unable to do anything about it. They were helplessly watching Issei torment and eventually kill their loved ones. "Now then, Tiamat, finish our first victim." Tiamat nodded, as she unleashed flames on Venelana's body, with the woman screaming in sheer agony seeing her getting burned like this. Tiamat made sure to hold her flames back, so that she could leave her body intact. "Mother!" Serzex and Rias screamed in shock and horror, as they desperately tried to break the barrier by using what more power they already have remaining from their combined fights. Milikas could only cry seeing this, as once the flames died down, it revealed the charred Venelana Gremory, who was barely alive. She was unable to get up, with her losing her vision and breathing her last. Issei then spoke, "Hel, do the honors." "I'll be glad to." Hel responded, as she unleashed her green mist upon Venilana, which soon acted and revived the former Gremry matriarch as an undead zombie. She broke through her restraints and groaned in response. All the while, the others could only watch, with the Gremry peerage and Surzex tearing up seeing the zombified Venilana Gremry. Rias fell to the ground seeing her mother nothing short of a walking undead corpse that serves her enemies now. Now then, let's end this with an explosive finale. Issei spoke, as he lifted up Surzex, who demanded with a teared-up rage, "Give my son back, you damned monster!" He shouted with anger, as Issei spoke mockingly, "Oh, I wouldn't come anywhere near him if I were you." He seems to have come down with a terrible case of explosions. Issei looked at Grafia, and gave her the signal, as she walked to her son ready to kill him once and for all. She had her ice blade ready. Milikas was only crying, just praying to Satan to release her mother from Issei's manipulation and control, but nobody heard him. "Grafia, please open your eyes. That is your son!" Surzex shouted from the barrier pleading for his wife to reawaken, but she was emotionless. She had a serious look knowing that she had to what her master asked her to do. "Goodbye," Grafia muttered seriously, fatally stabbing Milikas in the heart, making him cough up blood. The Grafia that served Surzex was completely erased due to memory wipe, and Issei also made sure to wipe any feelings or motherly bond that she had with Milikas using the memory wipe ability. "No!" Surzex exclaimed with pain and agony seeing his own son die like this. Milikas was losing his vision, as Issei looked at Hel and asked her, "Hel, would you please end his life?" "With pleasure." Issei threw off Milikas to the ground, with Surzex rushing to catch him forgetting about the barrier. Seeing this, Hel snapped her fingers causing Milikas to scream before exploding with a thud. The explosion completely consumed the weakened boy. Surzex only looked in horror and passed out from the sheer shock of seeing his son die like this. He couldn't take it anymore, his own wife being involved in his son's death. Issei could only scoff at seeing Surzex's state, and speak, pathetic excuse of a father, filthy bat. He looked at Grafia who agreed to what Issei had spoken about Surzex. Even she was expecting to see some level of rage on seeing his own son perish at the hands of Issei. The barrier was lowered, with Issei activating his golden tiger claws, as he watched the whole devils completely being chaotic, Rias desperately trying to wake her brother up, and the whole faction being a mess. Well, it is quite enjoyable to see their states. I was looking forward to this. The others nodded, with Ingvild speaking. "Wait, where is Baudet? She should be here by now." Before Issei could respond, Baudet had arrived with a normal appearance. She had worn her clothing due to being in that for a very long time. Only when she is cleaning herself by licking herself, she removes them, and when she sleeps. "Master Sama, I am here." As soon as she had arrived, her scent was even more visible than before, which caused some like Ingvild and Hel to gag a bit, as Issei spoke with a smile. "Let's head back then, since everyone is here." The others nodded as Issei activated a portal with the golden tiger claws. He took a glance at Hel and Ingvild and also got a whiff of Bastet's scent being more pungent, implying she licked herself to clean the wounds. He had to give his pet cat a bath. Hel removed her revenants, and they all headed there, with Rias and the others watching them leave helplessly. The devils were slain, and it was a massacre, with 2 Satans being slain and the Gremry family either being killed or incapacitated like Surzex and Zeocidus. Rias was the only one alive from the family along with the rest of her peerage. Soon enough, Odin, Shiva and Elmenhald arrived, and could only watch in horror seeing this happen. Upon asking the account of what had happened, Shiva clenched his fists in anger. The 5th vision had come passed by. But he was furious that Issei went after a child to get what he wants. He vowed to destroy his soul at all costs, otherwise he will destroy all supernatural worlds. Unaware that Issei has reached the level of Scion gods, Issei looks at the water that was filled in the tub. He checked the temperature, and could see the heat of the water to be perfect. He then spoke, "This seems perfectly fine, thanks Ingvild." Ingvild only responded with a smile, speaking, "It was not a problem frankly, asking me to alter the temperature, just some perfect fire magic and that's it." Issei nodded, as he spoke, "All right Hel, send the cat inside." The door to the bathroom opened, revealing an annoyed Hel who had her hair disheveled due to dealing with Baudet. She utterly refused to enter the bathroom to have a bath since she hated and feared water, violently hissing and clawing anyone that forced her to do so. When she heard of taking a bath due to her smell being strong, she refused to let anyone come into contact. Since they didn't want to harm Batet in any way, they had no other choice. Hel summoned some of her undead and subdued her using Athena and Venelana, as she personally carried her to the bathroom entrance and held her there. Batet was chaotic to say the least. She refused to head there, with her biting and scratching her in every manner, with her barely evading the attacks. She was able to subdue her and control her till she was called inside. I am not dealing with her again. Please take her to the bathroom yourself next time. Hel dropped her off and teleported outside. Issei looked at her and sighed, knowing he will have to appease her later on. Turning to Batet, the cat goddess was shivering and curling herself into a ball. He walked up to her and spoke. Batet, it is time for a bath, Master Sama. Batet retorted with a feared and tear-driven look, I don't want to go in the water. Batet, you smell, and bath is for your own good. It is just water, it is harmless. Issei even responded, you drink water on a daily basis, right? But Batet responded with a saddened tone, I will drown, that is why I am afraid. Batet looked down. The feared cat goddess being afraid of water was something even he was not expecting. Issei looked at Ingvild and motioned to leave them be, as she nodded. She knew that Issei is the best person to handle Batet, since he was able to handle her smell while she couldn't. Her body that was cleaned by her saliva produced a much stronger odor, and it was suffocating due to smelling too much. Batet. Issei kneeled beside her and lifted her up, much to her surprise, as she looked at him wondering what he is going to do. When he started to walk towards the bathtub, she held him tightly and exclaimed, I don't want to go. Please! She exclaimed with fear. It was hard to say that she was the same cat goddess that had once slaughtered many in the name of Ra and later Issei. She hugged Issei by the neck, his face being smothered by her body. The bad smell made him gag. Now Issei could have pushed her off, but he had a better idea. He quickly removed his clothing, including his undergarments, as he entered into the bathtub, speaking, Batet, would you let loose of me? Batet was nervous, but she complied. She was surprised to see Issei was completely, as she asked with a small blush, Master Sama? Look, if you are taking a bath, we will do it together. Do you trust me, Batet? Batet nodded without hesitation. She trusted her master more than anything or anyone else. As he soon spoke, I am not going to drop you abruptly, but slowly and steadily. Okay. Batet nodded, as he started to undress her in response, with the cat goddess not minding, since she trusted Issei a lot, more than herself. He removed her lower garment as well, revealing her bare body to Issei. Easy, once you enter, it will be easy, and don't let go, okay? Batet didn't say anything and nodded. She closed her eyes in fear, afraid of drowning. Soon, when her body touched the water, a shiver went through her body, making her jolt in response. Issei soon gently landed her body inside the water, which made her much calmer. She then spoke, it is not bad, Master Sama. Told you, guess you are worried for nothing. Batet nodded, as she spoke, can you please hold me? I don't wish to drown. I plan on cleaning you anyway, so please reveal yourself to me, okay? Batet nodded. As Issei did what he had to do, he removed any dirt or girth present in her body, as when he touched her she started to moan in response. She spoke weakly, Master Sama, it shouldn't take a lot. Issei was warned by Hel to not touch some locations which might end up arousing her too much, and causing her to possibly Yuli assaulting her. Even if it is a myth, it is best to not take a risk. He cleaned her placing some soap in her arms and cleaning them, as she stifled the moaning, not wanting to cause problems to Issei. Once this was done, Issei then spoke, now I'll have to clean your underside. It will be a bit of a hassle, so bear with it, okay? Batet nodded, revealing herself to him. Issei managed to control himself, as he decided to clean her quickly, placing soap on her body. He made sure to not make it too uncomfortable for her, and clean her quickly. Batet kept feeling aroused by this, but controlled her instincts. Moans of the cat goddess were heard. Fortunately, they were low enough to not go out of the bathroom due to Batet controlling herself to do so. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, PM. Hel was patiently waiting for Issei to come out, which he soon did, with a towel wrapped up under his lower body. She walked up to him, and responded, how did it go? Issei only smiled, showing Batet, who was sleeping on Issei's chest. She had a towel wrapped up to her. She was purring happily on Issei's chest, experiencing the warmth of Issei's body and enjoyed experiencing it. He then spoke. Hell, would you fetch me a pair of clean clothing? My hands are kind of full. Hell smiled and responded, sure thing, piece of cake. Hell used magic to get some clothing for herself. As she holds it with her hands, and the duo head to her bedroom. It was a room meant for cats with even a proper cat bed. There were several cat toys that were brought yesterday to make sure she has enough time to play with even if Issei doesn't come. He chose toys that Batet particularly would have liked. He places her gently on the bed, and removes the towel, and makes her wear the clothing while not disturbing her. Normally Hell would reprimand him since Batet was a woman, but it didn't make sense for two reasons. One, Batet trusted Issei more than anyone or anything else, memory manipulation or not. A cat's trust is not easy to gain, let alone Bastet's trust and love for her master Issei. 2. Issei had already given a bath, and touched her privates to bathe her, implying that he saw her body. They're done, now we leave her be for rest. Issei spoke, as he walked away from the room. Hell followed him suit, leaving Batet to sleep alone on the bed. As she asked, Issei, I am actually surprised by the amount of trust she has for you. How do you do it? I don't understand. You do know that all I did was manipulate her memories, right? Hell shook her head upon Issei's interjection. As she spoke, even then, I refuse to admit that memory manipulation can induce such fierce loyalty in someone. Let it be Grafia or Batet. Both of them have care for you, the former of whom even having feelings for you. Not to mention, the two trust you a lot. With such fierce loyalty I have never seen before. I don't think memory manipulation alone can just do it. You really are something. The patience and actions it takes to keep them loyal to you is... I don't know how to put it. Hell was surprised by Issei's unique skill. Despite being a scion that was initially hellbent on genocide, his new incarnation not only stopped going after mortals and only the supernatural beings, but also he has allies that are willing to join him, both brainwashed and not brainwashed. Issei couldn't help but have a smirk. He turned to Hell, and pulled her closer, causing her to blush, making her confused. But before she could do anything, Issei turned to her and ate her on her lips, with her speaking in surprise. Issei, HMPH. She tried to call out his name only for the to cut her off, and she saw this state of hers. Only for her to melt in the and return it, wrapping her arms around him and returning the completely. They continued to for a few moments before splitting up, with Hell looking at him, a look of longing and loving being on her eyes. As Issei spoke, don't think about it, just leave it be. Plus, you did want to return the favor, right? Hell could only nod, and have a smile. It took her several months of waiting, but she didn't mind. However, their moment was cut short when someone called out to them. Hey, no fair, you can't just hog my mate to yourself, goddess. Issei and Hell split up, turning to Liana, Ophis and Tiamat, all having a look of jealousy. The one who exclaimed was Liana. Issei looked to the three girls, with Ophis responding with jealousy. When will you us? Tiamat adding with her own extra anger as well. Yeah, all three of us are also your lovers. We also need yes as well, like you did with Hell. Issei turned to see Hell backing away, letting Issei get the smoke with a cheeky laughter on her face. He could only curse his state, not heading to a more secluded room to do the wait, all of you. Issei looked at the girls who were steadily approaching him like a pair of hungry raptors ready to lunge on him. He raises his hands trying to stop them. A/N, kind of like this. They soon leap on him, with each dragoness wanting to take the first one. As Issei accepts his state, knowing that he doesn't want to harm him, he accepts them one by one and lets them enjoy their time with him. Hell looked at this. With a small smile on her face, she knows that there are people that care and love him unconditionally. She watches on how Issei cares for every one of them, with his Zamasu side being there but Issei also being resoundingly present in him. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei entering into his Super Saiyan Rose form to destroy a powerful guarded door. The next day, Lilith, Underworld AM, Rias was present in the Citri household, the same place where Sona Citri and Seraphal Leviathan along with Sona's peerage were properly buried after their initial burial. They were placed in the same home that they had grown up with. She was alone with her peerage and Lady Citri, the only one that is conscious amongst the household. with most of her family either dead or in a broken state due to Issei's relentless attacks. She was with her peerage, or what remained of her peerage. She had a sleepless night, with her hair disheveled and her eyes red due to constant crying. She was completely drained out, and unable to do anything. Same could be said for Akino and Kaneko, all of whom were completely despair-ridden. What now? Rias. Akino asked with a low tone, losing what hope she had of stopping Issei and his allies. She could only curse her past, knowing full well that Issei shouldn't have even been involved at this point. We stay and rest, he won't attack us, hopefully for a while. He relishes in our suffering. But he can attack anyone, at any given time. Rias spoke with terror in her eyes. She was downright afraid and he would come for them at any given time. But we can just do nothing, there is something we have to do to stop him. Kaneko mused in despair. She has lost any and what family she has left. She cursed Issei for being the sole reason why her sister is dead and why many survivors are in a broken state due to what Issei has done. What do we do, Kaneko? My brother is broken, my father is in a comatose, my sister-in-law is in complete control and my other family members are dead except Grafia, who is working with that monster. Rias exclaimed with tears in her eyes. Issei and his allies purged all members of the Gremory clan, including Rias's great-grandmother Kaisis Gremory. Runia's was also unknown since her corpse was never found. And to add it all off, Lord Falbium was also found dead. The trio of girls turned around to see Kenji standing with his arms crossed. Issei was winning at every step, and there was nothing he could do. That alone infuriated him. What? Are you serious? Please tell me there are survivors, Kenji. I could really hear some good news now, Rias exclaimed with devastation, as the Red Dragon Emperor could only nod in response, making the three girls horrified. Now only one Satan was left, with Kenji speaking. His condition was bad. Autopsy reports showed that he was tortured to death before being ultimately killed by someone with claws. It was like a vicious animal tortured and mauled him to death for his own satisfaction. The same could be said for all the devils in that building. The attack costed us % of the current devil population that we had. Rias fell to her knees, with Akino shivering at the sheer massacre. Kaneko was silent, looking down in fear and terror, afraid that anyone could be next in Issei's onslaught. On the bright side, amongst the Seorg Baal and his peerage were survivors alongside the ones in the hospital. Only a handful of houses remain, which is around houses, and Lord Agars along with his daughter Sigvera are also survivors. Due to what happened with your brother, Lord Agars is the acting leader. Rias felt a little bit relieved upon hearing that her cousin and one of her closest friends survived. Honestly, I wish that I let him die by Rainer's hand a long time back. It is because of him that I suffered so much, and should have left him to die. I shouldn't have ever reincarnated him as a devil, else my family would have been fine. Rias exclaimed with despair, making Kenji only remain stunned at this. She was regretting ever saving Issei at this point, with Akino speaking. I agree, I have nothing left because of him. Akino spoke with agreement, with Kaneko nodding in agreement. Kenji wanted to respond, but soon Irina barged in with fear in her eyes. She also had a sleepless night, with her eyes droopy and bloodshot from the constant crying and wailing due to the death of her two closest friends. Everyone, I got some terrible news! Irina exclaimed with fear, as Kenji rushed to her and spoke. What happened? Both the vampire and Norse factions are attacked at the same time. Issei is attacking two factions together. The two factions have asked for what remains of Team DXD for help. Irina exclaimed with fear, to which the four were horrified at this. They all were furious that more of their friends are going to perish thanks to Issei's onslaught. That bastard! He is not giving us time to recover! Akino shouted with fury, lightning crackling from her body due to her fury and hatred against Issei. She wants him to suffer, as Kenji speaks. We need to go, now! Kenji was about to leave when Irina called out, No, we can't. The four were shocked at this. As Irina spoke, Lord Agars has made it clear that none of the devil and fallen angel side of Team DXD will go. You Kenji are our last hope. He has asked you to stay here as well. You are the only one aside from the Hindu faction that can hope to fight against him. Kenji clenched his fists in anger, as Drake roared in anger, They were once again helpless, knowing that they had just been attacked, and Issei is now barely giving them any time to recover what they have lost. The others were helpless at this, knowing that another one of their friends will be killed soon, and there was nothing they could do. What about Elmenhild? She is gone to protect her kin, right? And who are they dealing against? Rias asked, to which Irina responded, Great Red and Ophis, alongside Lilith. They are all dealing with the vampires, and Lord Agar's fears that it will only be a few more minutes before the faction is completely consumed by their flames. Irina explained to them, making them crestfallen knowing that the vampires are gone, with some of the girls weeping due to Elmenhild perishing. The situation for them seemed truly hopeless. Scene change. Vampire faction, Romania, PM. The whole mansions of the vampire faction were in flames, with many vampires being burned alive either due to the flames of the mansions or because of the sunlight that was seeping in due to the barrier being destroyed. I must say, these bats didn't even hold a candle to us, just a small blast and their barrier gone, and then, some flames and their mansions burned to the ground. Liana spoke with a small tone of boredom. This seemed like a cleanup for them. Not an actual battle due to how many vampires barely held a candle. I agree, Issei wanted just the two of us to clear the location since he wanted to deal with the Norse first. That is a bigger threat as opposed to the vampires and werewolves. Ophis responded. As Lilith spoke, I agree, Issei Nichan said that we can join him once we are done cleaning up them. Soon enough, a bat was trying to fly off, with them being a horde of them. Ophis looked at it, and fired a beam blast aimed at the stream, forcing a scream to follow. Ayaha! The bats soon formed into a singular entity which was revealed to be Elmenhild Karnstein. She was heading to warn the factions of the attack in hopes that she would survive, but it was too late. Guess one managed to escape, huh? Liana spoke mockingly, as she used her draconic wings to reach her, with Ophis and Lilith following suit as well. She then spoke, so what, going to warn the factions, right? A bit too late, right? Elmenhild was furious at this, as she hissed at them only for Liana to kick her in the stomach, making her cough up blood. She was holding her stomach in pain, as Liana responded, Don't glare at us, you are solely responsible for what is coming to you. You! Elmenhild weakly groaned, as Ophis grabbed her by the neck and responded, Honestly, I still remember on how Issei saved your faction from Valerie's brother Marius Teeps, and had been the reason why your faction had survived. He had assisted the Gremry peerage alongside members of Team DXD, and this is how you thank him. What I will never understand is why you chose to throw him in prison when all you could have done is erased his memories and let him live a normal life. Since I doubt you whores never loved him in any way from the beginning. Ophis's words made Elmenhild shoot a murderous look at the dragon goddess, only to be kicked in the stomach by Liana, who had a look of anger, as she spoke, Honestly, it is pathetic and foolish, but then again, the fact that all of you had to rely on a teenager to beat a dragon god like being like us by just merely training for a year speaks volumes on how callous, repugnant, and foolish you are. Liana, let's end her life. There is no way she is going to be repentant. Plus, if we get to the Norse pantheon quicker, we can end them and head back home, Ophis suggested to Liana, who nodded, as she breathed some flames and unleashed it on Elmenhild, who could only scream in agony by being burned alive from the attack. No! Please, I am sorry! I won't betray Issei again. Ayaha! Elmenhild screamed her last words before being burned alive completely. She was barely any effort against the two dragon goddesses, as they watched the faction burn to the ground. Liana then asked, Want to end this with a bang? Sure. The two started to breathe their flames, a much more powerful, and cast a wide array of flames to completely destroy the vampire faction, scorching them to the ground. They could see several vampires being burned to death along with the low-class ones and the undead beings. They knew that the undead can finally get some peace after suffering for so long. Lilith soon floated beside them, and asked, So shall we head to the Norse pantheon? Of course, let's go. Liana spawned the dimensional gap, and teleported them directly to Asgard, the home of the Norse pantheon. Once they entered there, they could see the entire pantheon was up in flames due to the initial ambush that Issei had generated. Many Asgardians were afraid of Issei due his new Super Saiyan Rose form. They were terrified that they could die at any given point of their lives, and now is the time, their Ragnarok. If Loki were alive, he would be proud of what is happening. Well, what do you know, he has already began his judgment. Ulfus nodded in response, as they flew to eliminate any gods they could encounter. They could see Batet dealing with Sif. Liana went to deal with any other surviving gods. You are quite tough, Naya. Batet spoke mockingly, dodging a strike from Sif, who was getting annoyed by how flexible and evasive the cat goddess of the Egyptian mythology is. She then shouted, You traitor! How dare you betray your own father? Sif shouted, as she unleashed a magical beam at Sif, who only sliced it apart with her cleavers she used to carry. This was on Issei's suggestion since he wanted to eliminate gods and goddesses this time. I have only one person in my life, and that is Master Sama, Naya. Sif barely dodged a cleaver strike from Batet, who was rushing in speeds way faster than before. She was getting faster at every step, due to her tendency of acting like a lion predator when on the hunt. She took several hits from Batet, making her groan in pain. She kept striking her at different locations, making her stagger. She had to protect her every body, and tried to use divine aura to prevent her from getting attacked, but the cleavers she wielded were too powerful. Soon enough, Batet realized that she was weakened, and she didn't seem to be faking out. As a result, she had unleashed her fatal strike aimed at her head. But Sif was only pretending, quickly generating a barrier. She was skilled enough at hiding this, as she used a barrier forcing Batet to back away. A look of annoyance plastered on her face. Sif then spoke with a smirk. What, think I was done? Batet lost her annoyance and smirked. I was not expecting this, Naya. But I know for a fact that you got more strength than before, expected from a goddess that has married Thor. Naya, alas. Fur started to grow on her body, and armor started to appear on her body. She knew that she didn't have to hold back anymore, as her cleavers go away. Her appearance changed into that of a humanoid lioness. Sif could only watch in horror, as Batet transformed into her Sekhmet persona, the bloodthirsty vengeance of Ra. Sekhmet was described to be a powerful anthropomorphic lioness warrior standing in a battlefield. She has a fierce and determined expression, with a flowing mane that appears to be made of fire. She wears ornate golden armor with Egyptian-style elements, including a decorative chest plate, gauntlets, and leg guards. She holds a large, double-headed battle axe in her hand, symbolizing strength and combat readiness. She holds a large, double-headed battle axe in her hand, symbolizing strength and combat readiness. Grr. Batet Sekhmet could be heard growling. This transformation is something she hasn't used for a millennia. She then continued, Well, Sif, what do you think of this form of mine? Batet Sekhmet's voice held a mixture of both male and female, but the latter was still prevalent in her voice. The male side was due to her lioness side being shown, instead of her kitten side, and she no longer speaks in her verbal tick, which is Naya. Sif was gritting her teeth in anger, knowing Batet was holding back against her, as she was ready to continue the fight against her. She charged at her, with Batet easily dodging her attack due to her enhanced speed, and with a quick gash stabbed her in the stomach, making her cough up blood. Jaya! Sif looked in horror, as Batet Sekhmet literally was much faster, stronger and more dangerous in this form. She could easily overpower even some gods and goddess, although she would lose to someone like a high god being like Zeus, but not before damaging him severely in her Sekhmet persona. Grr. Batet Sekhmet looked at Sif apathetically. Before she could do anything to defend herself, she was swiftly and quickly decapitated effortlessly. With blood splattering from the decapitated head, with her backing away to not get dirty, she didn't want to take 2 baths in one day. Just the thought of baths made both Batet and Sekhmet nervous, as she would grumble at the mere thought of it. Only when Issei was around did she feel comfortable doing it. Her head fell to the ground, with Batet Sekhmet roaring in joy at the sight of her prey finally conquered and vanquished. Once she entered into her Sekhmet form, she was nearly unstoppable, with only Issei's team members, with the exception of Ingvild and Grafia, being able to stop her. Thor was fighting Issei, who was in his Super Saiyan form. He sensed his wife's presence fading, with him shouting, Sif! He turned around to see Sif's decapitated head and Batet Sekhmet roaring in joy seeing her demise. Issei sensed this and ambushed him from the behind, which caused Thor to block the attack. Huh? Issei asked, confused. He was not expecting him to block that. As soon Thor erupted in fury. His wife was slain by these people and he was not going to let that slide. Lightning creaked through all locations, with many of his soldiers also backing away. He fired ki blasts to prevent lighting from hitting him. He knew Thor had entered his berserker state. Lighting surrounded his eyes and his entire location, making him the embodiment of lightning itself. I will make sure you die tonight. Hide Issei! Thor shouted with fury, as he commanded Mjolnir to strike Issei, which it attacked Issei. He didn't intend to seal him away but kill him. He continued to push though Issei, Batet Sekhmet, was ready to attack Thor, but Opha stopped her, shaking her head. She then spoke. Issei is only giving him the false idea of victory. Take a look. Ophis pointed to Issei, who seemed to be struggling at first, before a smirk grows on his face, as he enters into Super Saiyan Rose, and starts pushing back the Mjolnir. The hammer was starting to break apart by the combined force that was crushing the armor at the center. It was effortlessly being crushed by the combined forces. Impossible! You should have been crushed to death! Thor shouted in disbelief, seeing on how strong Issei really is. Issei then laughed and responded, Here is the thing, Thor. Issei crushed the hammer Mjolnir into pieces. The same hammer that was once used by both of them was crushed to the ground, into several pieces. He looked at Thor and spoke, Don't underestimate your opponents, especially not a scion like me. Issei dashed forward and closed the gap in mere seconds. Thor tried to punch him, but Issei dodged and unleashed a punch aimed at the gut, making him cough up. He tries to attack him, but Issei kept dodging every attack. He dashed around every location, before striking him multiple times, pushing the god of thunder backwards. He looked at Issei in anger, as he generated a scythe from his hand by pulling his ki, shouting in fury. Once he did, he revealed his scythe, twirling it around like it was nothing. A/N. I don't own this GIF or Dragon Ball Super, so what do you think of it, Thor? Thor only got angry, as he kept on unleashing his lighting on him, with him swatting it like it was nothing, causing explosions in the surrounding areas. He soon closed the gaps in blinding speeds, throwing his scythe up and unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire punches at his gut, making him cough up. He used lightning on him, only for the scythe to fall down, and Issei struck him, forcing him to dodge. Now my turn! Issei responded, as he sliced apart his stomach, making him cough up, a cut forming on his belly much to his horror. The scythe was able to pierce the barrier of his thundering body. How? Thor exclaimed, as he continued, How can this be? How, you ask? Issei responded mockingly, as he decided to show Thor. He used his scythe to break the dimension itself, as he fired an attack on him only for him to dodge, with him speaking, Pathetic! Getting a little too cocky after attaining this power of gods that you have obtained? Thor spoke mockingly. As Issei didn't say anything, Thor could soon sense something was wrong, and he widened his eyes in horror. The very barrier that Asgard was formed in, the very dimension, was ripped open by Issei's attack. Thor looked agape by this, as Issei explained, You see, Thor, this attack of mine can rip apart the very dimension of Asgard itself. What could you possibly do if you get hit by this? Thor could only look at this in total fear. He realized what kind of a monster Issei really is, if he can easily break through the very fabric of space that had been used to build this very world, this very reality. Since Asgard was built on a very strong foundation, then he has no chance against him. Issei quickly saw this as an opportunity and decided to slice his very head apart. With Thor defending himself with lightning, Issei started to dodge the attacks with it hitting the surrounding area. He soon closed the gap and swung his scythe aimed at his head, which started to pierce the lighting barrier that had surrounded him. He kept on pushing with lightning crackling at the tip, with Thor exclaiming, Impossible! You have no idea what is possible! Issei responded as he kept on pushing, screaming in response, the scythe pushing through the lightning that was protecting Thor's body, and eventually, with a perfect and precise push, the scythe eventually reached the end of the head, and swiftly, his head fell off from his torso, which caused a massive explosion, pushing Issei back. He twirled his scythe, sensing Thor's ki, which was fading away. It was still at the same location as when the dust settled. Two things fell to the ground, which was Thor's torso and his decapitated head. The other gods looked in horror at Thor being beaten. He was the strongest god amongst them, as many were starting to retreat upon seeing this. but they were slaughtered by Batet, Sekhmet, Ophis, Issei, Ingvild and Graphia and Tiamat, who was slaying Vidar and killing him. After a few moments, all gods were slain, with many breathing heavily. Killing all of them was not that easy, but they managed to do it. Ragnarok had truly arrived for all the gods. Wait, where is Liana? Issei asked, to which she had soon arrived, calling out, Here. Liana had arrived, revealing 2 decapitated heads belonging to Frigg, Odin's wife, and Baldur, Odin's son. She then explained, these 2 were going to escape to head to Mt Sumeru to bring the Hindu faction here. I managed to kill them before it was too late. Issei then responded with a smile, Thanks, Liana. Liana gave a smile. As she spoke, I believe Hel is dealing with Odin, right? Yes, she wanted to deal with him personally. Not wanting for any of us to intervene, she was confident in defeating him. I was able to convince her to at least let me intervene if things do get south, but I have faith that Hel is strong enough to beat him. Issei spoke seriously, as Ophis responded emotionlessly, You believe in her a lot, don't you? She is my lover and my second in command, I trust her a lot. Now let's go, we have a match to witness. Issei spoke, as they all nodded. They all decided to head where Hel was fighting against Odin. Scene change. Odin's palace, Asgard, PM. Odin was clashing against Hel, who was able to keep up with the All-Father at this point. He was struggling to effortlessly dispatch of his former granddaughter, due to how many beings she had reincarnated. I can't believe you would want to destroy your own home. Odin spoke while twirling his spear staff Gungnir, as he continued, I never wanted you to go this far. You shouldn't be surprised, Odin. You knew damn well why I hated your very rule. Hel exclaimed, as she unleashed a barrage of magic spells towards him, as Odin barely dodged them. Hel slowly brought out a light spear and attempted to strike him, which he managed to evade. His age was catching up to him, and he knew that gods can get older in this world. This was why he was unable to keep up with Hel, who was far stronger than she had ever been in her life. As she continued striking Odin again, Odin barely dodged, with the strike even hurting his beard. You stripped me of my life, kept me under constant surveillance out of fear of my growing strength. You knew damn well why I am considered dangerous due to my ability to gain the memories and learnings of the dead, allowing me to become even more stronger. You even didn't let me visit the human world. Hel shouted with anger, knowing how controlling Odin was with her life. She was constantly monitored by his Valkyrie squadron. He hated what had happened to her entire life since she was constantly controlled, having no sense of privacy. She socked Odin in the stomach, making him cough up, as he backed away. He soon unleashed several ravens and got into position, releasing several rune magic that had explosions on impact. Hel only dodged them, and destroyed anything that came near her with her bare fists. There was pain, but she was downright furious. She despised Odin with all of her heart, and wanted him to pay for everything he had done to him. She had lost her first family because of Odin and his allies, but it was Odin that had accepted the execution of Loki. Regardless of how Loki felt for her, he was the reason why she came into life, and she had owed him for that. Odin could sense the anger and frustration on Hel's expression. He almost had regretted being this controlling, but he had to, lest she becomes like her father, which she unfortunately did. He could see Hel dash forward, but before she could land a blow, Odin was quicker, as he slammed her in the backside, making her slam to the ground and slam his spear next to her, chaining her to the ground. I can't move. Hel noticed the runes belonging to powerful ancient Nordic magic. As Odin was breathing heavily, this was his last resort to deal with Hel or Issei if they ever came, to hold them enough so he can slay them. Indeed, it's over, Hel! Odin exclaimed in response. As he took a breath to compose himself speaking, he sensed his son and many others die. He knew that soon he would be the last Asgardian left, not considering Hel since she has long left the realm of Asgard. My pantheon is dying because of you and your friends. Haven't you done enough damage? Taken enough revenge from me? Thor is dead, because of you. Baldur and Vidar are dead because of you. Is that not enough? Odin exclaimed with fury. He hated that his pantheon is going to completely collapse because of Issei and his allies. Even if he did defeat Hel today, he still had to deal with Issei and the rest, and he knew that his survival was next to none. At the very least, he can hurt Issei by taking the person he loved the most. Good. Hel responded with a mocking tone. Her hair was a mess, and she was a bit bruised from the attack. She then continued, I am glad that the bastard Thor is dead. He had it coming. Upon hearing this, Odin slammed her with his Gungnir, making her gag. He continued to slam her at every blow, making her suffer at every step. Hel was patiently waiting. She knew when she had to strike him. Once Odin decided to unleash a final stab aimed at her head, Hel had a smirk, as she grabbed the staff with her bare hands. What? Odin asked with shock. To see her standing up again, she was able to hold off the spear staff to her hands, with Odin trying to get rid of the grip, but Hel was too strong, as she spoke with a sadistic grin. Now my turn. Hel used ancient rune magic that she had learned from Rosweiss after reviving her as an undead, to make Gungnir hers. She snatched it off from Odin's hand, and twirled it around as she kicked him to send him flying. I will use this just fine, Allr. Odin gritted his teeth at the insult, as he unleashed a barrage of elemental magic, primarily water and electricity, to take down Hel again. But she was quicker. Using the same weapon that Odin used, she deflected the attacks, and shouted, You! I will see to it that you never win. You think that you can control me? Seal me away in some locked-up prison, then you are wrong. Hel dashed forward at speeds faster than Odin could detect due to fighting against Hel for hours, and slashed him multiple times in the gut with Gungnir. She kept doing this, till Odin screamed in pain from the constant barrage of attacks. Odin backed away, at this holding his chest in pain, with Hel looking at him, her blade glowing with explosive magic that she learnt and was her speciality, as she spoke. This one's for you, father. She dashed forward with Odin preparing a powerful barrier to protect himself, the explosion creating a ripple effect that destroyed the complete mansion. Hel was constantly pushing in, with Odin struggling to maintain the barrier, as Hel shouted with fury. I will never kneel to the likes of you, Odin. Hel shouted, as the barrier broke and Hel landed a fatal blow aimed at Odin's chest, triggering a massive explosion that had completely destroyed the palace completely. The once pristine palace was nothing but rubble that had fallen over many locations, with some barely missing the two. Odin screamed in agony upon receiving the blow, the shout reverberating across the entire mansion. Once the dust settled, it revealed Hel standing over a broken Odin, who had been defeated and fallen to the ground. Her hair was even more messy, and was disheveled. Her clothing was torn, revealing some of her chest to him. Her lower skirt was in tatters, and completely dirty. She was bleeding a little due to the blows that she received from Odin on her face, and was slightly grazed. Odin was a different story. His monocycle had been broken, glass entering his broken eye making him constantly groan in pain. His clothing was next to gone, and was a broken mess, with it being exposed and bleeding in several locations. His bones were broken, especially his both arms, his legs and some of his chest bones. He was bleeding from his head completely. He was in no condition to fight. Hel looked up, determined to finish what she had started. She had been looking forward to this for a very long time. Hel! Wait! Odin responded, trying to muster up what strength he had left to not let Hel kill him, as the Gungnir started glowing, much to Odin's horror. Hel then spoke with a cold and shrill tone. It's good to go, isn't it? Odin was terrified, but before he could respond or plead, he was stabbed in the head, which had killed him instantly. He soon stopped breathing, which causes his vision to blur. He soon closed his eyes, dead on the ground. Hel fell to her knees. It was as if a huge weight had been passed from her body. Her broken family had been finally avenged. Her father's death had been avenged, and now she can close the chapter to her life. Issei and the rest had arrived, as Hel sensed them and turned to them with a smile, speaking, Odin is dead. The others had a relieved expression, glad that Odin was gone for good. With his death, all Asgardians had been purged. Issei walked up to her, and kneeled to her, as she lied on her boyfriend's chest. You did well, Hel. Issei spoke with a smile, as she gave a smile in return, and continued to rest on his chest. She wanted to be beside Issei for a while, as he lifted her up in a bridal manner and walked up to the girls, who didn't want to ruin this moment between them. Now, all that remains is burning this place to the ground. Ladies, would you do the honors? Issei spoke, looking at Tiamat, Ophis and Liana, who all nodded in agreement. As they all headed outside, the three dragonesses nodded, and unleashed powerful flames that completely burned Asgard to the ground. Hel watched from Issei's arms, who was holding her in a gentle manner. She was looking forward to the day that Asgard would be destroyed for all the humiliation and despair she had to endure because of the Asgardians that lived there. The group had one final look at Gondel, who was able to barely survive, watching the place she called a home perish. She looked at Issei and his crew with anger and hatred, knowing they are the ones that had slayed everyone that she cared for. Unbeknownst to her, someone was creeping up on her. Gondel, who was already weakened and damaged, failed to sense it, when suddenly, she was stabbed in the back, making her cough up. The attack was aimed at her heart. She turned around to see something truly horrifying, with her muttering in horror, and no. The person that stabbed her was the undead Rosweiss, who groaned in response. The Valkyrie fell to the ground dead, as she closed her eyes, being burned in the endless burning pyre of Asgard. Hel had a smile, knowing she had controlled Rosweiss to do just that, as she snapped her fingers and removed the undeads from the location. She can walk and fly around, even fight for a while longer, but she just wanted to be in the embrace of her love. She wanted to be with Issei. Issei, upon seeing this, asked, "You aren't going to revive Odin and Gondel as your servants?" Hel shook her head, and spoke, "No, I wish for them to burn in the pyre. Just like you had Azazel, whom you despised with all your heart, I also had despised the two, since it was Gondel that arranged my seals and improved upon them. Additionally, it was her that kept watch on me." Issei nodded with a smile. As he spoke, "I believe we should head home. We are done here. Let's go." Issei turned to Hel, who nodded, as Hel wrapped her arms on him, since he would be needing to use the golden tiger claws to create a portal back home. Issei and Hel were the last to leave, as the goddess took one final look at Asgard before speaking. "Thank you, Issei." Hel nuzzled to Issei's chest with him nodding, as he walked into the portal and left the location completely. Since he was satisfied with what he had done, 2 factions had fallen, and that was enough for the day. 2 days later, Lab Ruins, Lilith, Underworld, AM. The news of the fall of 2 pantheons was heard well. The devils and Hindu pantheon were afraid, with both being next at any given time. Shiva and the other Hindu gods were fortifying themselves, since Issei may attack them at any time. Many were losing hopes, but not everyone wanted to lose hope. Kenji being one of them, he wanted to see if there was any Scion blood, in the hopes that he could become as strong as Issei. Someone had to contend against him. He had to do so, since none are in a mood to do anything. "Partner, you know there is nothing but wreckage here, right?" Drake suggested his partner with lost tone. He knew that Issei was strong enough to slay Thor of all people, since none survived the complete carnage and purge of the 2 factions. It made worse when Ophis and Great Red or Liana joined Issei's side, being well aware of everything. "Well, it is not wrong to have hope. 'Cause unlike Irina and several others, I haven't lost hope. I am not quitting till I find my damned cousin's blood." Kenji continued to scourge the ruins in hopes to find anything that would help him fight against Issei at this point. There needs to be something he needs to do. Drake only remained silent. After a while he spoke. "Lord Beelzebub destroyed his entire laboratory in a bid to defeat Issei, but it ended in nothing but futility. He managed to survive, and basically bring the devils to near extinction. Now only the Hindu pantheon is left as our ally. That is why I need to eliminate my cousin. Once I do, maybe we can restore everything that is back to normal." Kenji spoke with hope, knowing that once Issei is defeated, his allies should lose their motivation to do this, and they had to do, since Issei can attack them at any given time. 2 days have passed since his last attack on the 2 pantheons, and they had been slaughtered like lambs. They had to do so. Else everyone would be murdered or slaughtered. They are the only ones left. "Kenji, you are forgetting 2 things. First is the loss of the Sephiroth Graal, the only sacred gear that is known to revive someone. And the second is the destruction of the sacred gear system when that monster attacked everyone in heaven, sparing no one." Kenji could only grumble in annoyance, remembering the genocide that had taken place when Issei and his allies had destroyed heaven completely. It was the second fastest invasion that Issei and his allies had done so, completed in just 1.5 hours, with the vampires being first, done by Liana and Ophis alone, who completed that within minutes. That alone terrified Drake, regretting ever betraying Issei and wanting to kill him before he could be a problem. "Drake, If you want to remain non-motivative, then please stay quiet and leave me alone. I will find something that can hope to beat Issei once and for all. Kenji continued to look for it. He had spoken in a rude tone due to what had happened in all these days. Kenji had no one left except for some, who he was starting to have doubts in about the Gremory peerage due to their distance, since unlike Issei, who initially blindly trusted them back when he was their pawn, Kenji was aware that something was up. Drake could only watch sadly and helplessly as he watched Kenji look for something that could beat Issei once and for all. He could only hope that Kenji gets his mind ready for the inevitable battle that is going to happen against Issei and his allies. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM. Issei had finally gotten up. He had finally gotten some rest and did some training for his last few battles. He knew that the fall of the devils is going to happen relatively soon. He was topless, and was only in his lower garments. He turned around to see Hel sleeping blissfully, even more so than before. The extermination of the Norse pantheon was the most enjoyable to the goddess of the dead, and she relished killing Odin once and for all. She was also topless, not wearing her bra, displaying her S to Issei, as she soon woke up, speaking, "Morning I see. Morning to you too, my goddess." Issei pulled his girlfriend towards him and had her in the center of her S, causing her to stifle a moan, as she placed her hands on him, smiling gently. She then spoke, "Someone is letting the Ozuru take control of him." She gently rubbed his head, calming him down. She closed her eyes, knowing that she has fallen in love with the man she saw as her most hated due to what he had done to her father, being the sole reason why her father was sealed. The last her old self would have expected was to fall in love with him, which she never did. While being a scion, she gets exhausted from his repeated desire to fight and not be interested in romantic things like she wants him to do so. They often argue, with Issei losing almost every time, forcing Hel to get what she wants. But she loves him more than anyone else at this point. He is the reason that things she could dream of came out to be true. Her father being avenged from his unjust murder, Fenrir paying for his betrayal, and Asgard being destroyed. She initially wanted to perish after drinking, but Issei changed that, and showed her a purpose for her living, which was initially vengeance, but it turned to care for him. She opened her eyes slightly and responded, "Speaking of which, who will we attack today?" Hel asked, as she continued, "It has been quite the peaceful time for us. We will plus." Issei wrapped his own arms around her as he spoke. "I would like to indulge myself in some softness." "Of course." Hel responded while making a soft chuckle. She was his most trusted he had, as they stayed like this for a while, around minutes till Issei separated from her. The couple started to make out for a while, French ing each other, which they split up after a while, as Hel asked, "Shall we wake up? The others would get worked up if they see this." Yeah, no need to remind me." Issei grumbled, causing Hel to slightly giggle at this. Hel picked up her bra from a table near their bed, and started to wear it. Issei also wore his shirt, and sat on the bed, with Hel asking, "So will we be attacking today?" Issei only responded with a smirk, speaking, "The devils will fall today. I am going to make sure every last one of them is purged. If you'd like." Hel wrapped her arms around him, causing him to shake his head, being used to it at this point. She then spoke, "Want me to bring the 4 girls to you alive? The ones you despise the most, Rias Gremory, Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tuja and Irina Shide?" Issei gave a nod, and responded, "You can, don't let them escape. My targets are going to be Surzex Lucifer and my ex-cousin, but before that, I would like to have a chat with Indra. Heard he has been snooping around my private property a lot lately. Trying to report when I'll attack his faction. The same god that threatened to kill you if you had stepped out of boundaries?" Hel asked, to which Issei spoke, "Yeah, gods like these think that they can get away with whatever they do. Plus, I have read stories of him outright and personally dealing with them by sending apsaras to do his dirty work." "I see." Hel responded. She had heard of Indra's escapades and knew that Indra needed a well-deserved karma. She then spoke, "So you'll be going at it alone?" "Yep, Indra needs time to concentrate to use his teleportations, and I know just the thing that can mess things up for him." Once again, Krillin's technique would be useful for this. Hel took note of this, as she asked, "Which destructo disc?" "That and many more. Solar flare is the one I would go for. I want to see Indra disoriented before I kill him, make him show that he can't get away with his actions, and that all actions have consequences, something that should be confronted sooner or later. Hell turned to him, and responded, consequences? Now that you mentioned it, you never did go through or suffer the consequences, right? It is because I am the consequence. Their biggest enemy and problem. They ignored my plight, spat on my suffering, mocked my despair, and now they suffer for what they have done. Out of all the factions, I was expecting the Hindu faction to help, but even they ignored and let the factions do what they want. Now they fear and hate me, ignoring what they did, Issei responded, as he continued making Hell understand his anger towards the divine and unjust. All my life, I have seen on how some of these gods and supernatural beings think that they are beyond consequences, thinking that nobody will harm them due to how untouchable they are, due to them being, well, gods. That is not even mentioning the fact that they actively try and harm those that are stronger than them, like their attempts to harm Ophis and Liana, and other innocent beings. They are controlling, and they need to know that they can no longer get away with this, 'cause I won't let them. Hell could only nod. She could see the side of Zamasu that had once hated all beings without any prejudice, and the only difference here is that Issei is not completely hateful like Zamasu was. He still held anger due to what had happened to him. He had lost his parents due to Trihexa. Instead of helping or comforting him, they throw him out and discard him as pathetic when he failed to beat Trihexa, with Kenji doing so. And they didn't stop there, they trapped him in Tartarus, a place that is considered and meant for people like RageRevan, Levon Lucifer, or Euclid Lucifuge, which showed the injustice that he had to endure. He also had to deal with visitors either mocking or laughing at his suffering. To add cherry on top, many saw him as a pariah. The girls that he had cared and loved unconditionally saw him as a pawn and replacement. The leaders did the same, except they had no care for his well-being and mental state at the time, and expected him to handle their problems. Sorry, Hell, just thinking about them annoys me. Hell could only hold him tighter, assuring him that she is not going to betray him in any manner like they do. As she speaks, then don't. It is only a few more days and then we can live a normal life, right? Issei gives a nod of understanding, earning a smile from Hell, who is going to make sure that Zamasu remains the way that he is and changes for the better, and not fall to his old self. She will change him, no matter what it takes. The couple then discuss with the rest of the team to prepare for their confrontation with Indra, as they agree to split up and deal with two tasks. One is the fall of the Devil faction, and dealing with Indra. Scene change. Indra's palace, Swordlock, Mount Sumeru, India, AM. Indra was seen having a glass of alcohol. He was confident that Issei won't be able to reach here due to the amount of barriers he had set up. However, to his surprise, he had heard a knock on his door. Who can it be? Is it Shiva? Indra asked to himself, as he opened the door. To his shock and horror, it was Issei who was holding the head of his strongest Apsara Rumba from his hand. She had her spine ripped out from her body. Why you? How did you dash? Indra tried to retort angrily, only for a ki blast sending him flying, as he threw Rumba's head on the ground and spoke. I believe we have a conversation that we need to speak about. Your actions against me, you brat. He fires a blast of thunder from his Vajra in an attempt to kill him, with Issei responding by entering into his Super Saiyan Rose, where the thunder strikes him. Indra has a grin on his face, as he responds, this conversation is over. Quite the contrary. Issei fires a ki blast which Indra barely blocks, as he turns to see Issei unaffected by the attack, as he turns to Issei in anger, with him continuing, it is far from over. He tried to escape with a magic circle, but Issei punched him in the gut, making him cough up. He had to warn the other leaders of Issei's presence here. He then speaks, we have to have a talk about on how you gods think of yourselves as pinnacles, when in reality. Issei kicks him in the shin which makes him stagger, speaking, you are a nobody. Indra in response, channels a powerful lightning blast at Issei, who only responds with another ki blast. He once again tries to teleport upwards in his chambers and prepares to unleash a deadly storm on him. Hindu gods. Issei cursed with slight annoyance, as Indra shouts, die! Opposer of Dharma! He once again unleashes a storm of lightning, intending to kill Issei before he could get a chance to strike back. He knew he couldn't overpower him when he was in his Super Saiyan Rose form due to its ability to reach Saiyan gods, something he hated that a mortal had reached the level of gods. Dharma? Indra looked in horror to see Issei behind him. As he continued, what a joke! He fired a ki blast aimed at the god's gut, making him cough up, as he looked in horror and anger seeing Issei take him down. He then spoke, gods like you shouldn't even mutter a word about Dharma. Cause you are nothing like the ones in the stories. Cause you are nothing like the ones in the stories. He threw him to the floor of the mansion, where he was coughing blood. Issei soon leaped down, and spoke, you talked big about killing me in cold blood, not caring for the others that may get affected about the situation, and look at you now. I barely even tried and you are on the ground. Indra gritted his teeth in anger, as he unleashed a storm barrage at Issei, which he leaped in the air. He continued to do so till there. He then reached the location and placed his hand to his head and exclaimed, solar flare. Indra was struck by blinding light before he could react, making him temporarily blinded, groaning in pain. Hard to stay focused when you are disoriented, right Indra? Issei responded mockingly as he grabbed the god and threw him, sending him flying across, crashing several pillars, making him groan in pain. Issei's tone grows serious as he speaks, think you can go on like this forever? Issei flew to him, who was glaring angrily at him, as he continued, living like this with no consequences. He soon prepared a powerful ki blast ready to evaporate Indra out of existence. There are always consequences. Indra was furious, as he charged at Issei, making him dodge and fire the ki blast at him anyway, making the thunder god screech in pain. He could be seen groaning in sheer agony due to the attacks, as he turned to him in anger, and he looked to an escape route. There was no way he could beat Issei, since he was caught off guard, and unprepared against him. His army being missing showed that he already dealt with them in secret, proof being Rumba's head, which he had mercilessly killed without any mercy. Unbeknownst to him, Ophis was preventing anyone from entering into this location by using a powerful barrier to prevent anyone from interfering. Where do you think you are going? There is no escape. Indra used his power to teleport to another location, as he tried to escape. Issei then responded, I hate Hindu gods. Indra was barely alive, using healing magic to heal the wound that was given to him by Issei. The stomach wound was his first focus due to the damage it had. He could stop the bleeding before getting himself healed. I need to get out of here, before he gets to me. Indra responded, as he tried to escape with it. He looked to see nothing but corpses of Apsaras and Gandharvas that were slaughtered by Issei and Ophis. He clenched his fists in anger, as he responded, you are not going to get away with this. Actually, I do. Indra looked in terror, as he in his anger tried to punch him, only for Issei to dodge and create several afterimages of himself surrounding Indra. As Indra tried to coat electricity from his hands and tried to punch him, but was revealed to be a projection, as Indra muttered in horror, no. Before Indra could react, Issei kicked him so hard that he was sent flying to the wall, making him cough up blood. This time, he felt truly helpless and powerless, since for the first time a mortal, who was not a divine reincarnation of a Hindu god. He looked at Indra's broken state, and responded, think you can do whatever the hell you want? Get away with your crimes and let the people suffer. People like me suffer. Well, no more. Indra was gritting his teeth in anger and helplessness, but before anything could happen, Ophis arrived next to him, with her speaking emotionlessly, the Hindu gods are arriving, they have sensed you. Almost done with him. Indra was even more furious, as he exclaimed, you think you have won? I will just be reborn as another being and kill you permanently. Indra responded angrily, to which Issei and Ophis looked at each other, and responded, I see. Issei spoke coldly, as Ophis walked forward and spoke, let's see if you can say the same if your soul is destroyed and eaten alive. Ha ha! Indra laughed in response. He was overconfident and arrogant in believing that his soul would survive one day, as he responded, you two will never have the power to kill me for good. I will always come back. And then, OFF, Indra was kicked in the stomach by Issei, which made him gag so badly, as Issei responded, you gods whine too much. Let's see on how long your soul survives. Ophis nodded in agreement, as she spoke, indeed, it is time for the age of gods to end permanently. Nobody needs callous and hypocritical beings like you in this world, since you will only cause more harm. Ophis' words made Indra angry, as she sent some of her snakes to enter into his body and had to his soul, which started to bite on him, making him feel phantom pain. as Issei responded. You believe your soul will survive. Once I destroy the Swarglock system, there will be no gods reincarnating. That is something I promise. Issei prepared a powerful ki blast. As he spoke, is the soul almost destroyed? I will remove my snakes now. Once you do, it won't be possible to repair his soul for reincarnation. It needs to be in proper condition to do so. Issei nodded, as he waited for a few moments, when all of the snakes were outside. As she spoke, now, he fired a ki blast that started to make Indra scream in pain and agony. He couldn't even curse due to this, and was completely vaporized without hesitation, leaving nothing but dust behind. Once he was done, Issei then spoke. Let's go. I believe the attack on the devils has soon commenced. Ophis nodded, as she held his hand, and Issei used instant transmission to get out of there. Back outside, Shiva felt the presence of Indra fade away. He knew that this was Issei's doing, as he felt aghast that one of his own gods had been slain. Even the other gods were realizing this. As Agni, the fire god, spoke, Indra-sama has been killed? No, this cannot be. Vayu responded, as Arjuna fell to his knees and responded, No, father. Shiva knew that Issei had killed him, and by the time they could get to him and save him, it was too late. He could only look at the others, as he responded, Vishnu. Brahma. We need to prepare a barrier, a stronger one that would prevent him from sensing our presences. He can head anywhere due to sensing our presences. We cannot let him get to another god. The two gods nodded and agreed to work upon a way to stop Issei from murdering them all. Shiva vowed to destroy Issei's soul at all costs. Father! I have some terrible news. Ganesha rushed to Shiva, as he asked, What, son? The devils are under attack. The dragon gods have decided to once again attack the underworld. Ganesha exclaimed with fear, making the gods realize that they are going to lose another of their allies. Shiva looked at the others and responded, Slight change of plans, prepare a squadron. We need to save whoever we can from the underworld. Then we prepare the barrier. The other gods nodded, and rushed to prepare an army. They had to get there as soon as they could, else all devils will get slaughtered. Scene change. Lilith, Underworld, PM, minutes before the call. Issei looked at his team, and responded, It's time, we end this. The girls nodded. Everyone had joined the fight. Hel, Ophis, Nyx, Ingvild, Graphia, Lucifuge, Batet, Tiamat and Liana. They all had looked at the devil faction with contempt and anger. As he spoke, split into several teams, and deal with them accordingly. I plan on dealing with Serkant personally. I will take on Kenji and Drag then. Tiamat spoke, as a blue glow surrounded her, as she entered into her draconic form. With Liana speaking, I will handle the Baal peerage then. You know me, I will bring those four to you on a silver platter. Hel responded, as the two girls left in teleportation circles. He turned to Batet, Ingvild and Nyx, whom he spoke to. You girls will clear up the rest of the devils. Make sure no one survives this time. Leave it to us, Master Sama, Naya. Batet responded with a smile, as the trio headed to the locations, killing any devils that they could find. Issei was left with Graphia and Ophis. As he spoke, Let's go, and Graphia, you can leave Serkant to me. I will defeat him for him, Master. Graphia watched with admiration, as she felt like wanting to hug him. As he sighs and speaks, Graphia, come. Graphia nods as she hugs him with all her happiness, as she exclaims, Thank you, Master. Issei looks at her, and rubs her head. He couldn't believe that his memory manipulation would have given him a maid that is devoted and caring to him. He looks at Ophis, who had a small smile, but was slightly jealous seeing this scene. I won't disappoint you, Master. Graphia exclaimed with happiness, as she soon splits from him. Ophis then speaks, Issei, let's go, we have to finish them. Issei nodded, as the trio heads to the underworld main office to confront Serzex and his allies. He could see them discussing their next plans. Lord Agar's, Serzex, and some of the other lords were present. They all were discussing about what to do now, since Issei has already taken down two factions. Serzex was ready to take his revenge on Issei and Graphia, both of whom were responsible for his son's death. He didn't know what Issei did to his former wife, but he knew that Graphia he loved was long gone, and she had to be eliminated. We can't just sit here and wait for him to purge all of us. Serzex exclaimed with anger, as Lord Agar spoke, I understand Sirzex, but he is already strong, we can't just charge at him like this. I agree with Lord Agars, you are our last hope for the devils, along with Kenji. We can't lose any of you. Zikram Bale, another survivor of the Elder Massacre, responded, as Sirzex gritted his teeth in anger upon realizing what is happening. His kin is on the verge of extermination. Maybe we can then get rid of that human then. Sirzex responded, to which the other devil leaders asked, why? He shares the same name with Hayadu. And once I am done with Issei, I will make sure that no Hayada is alive. Sirzex spoke with contempt, since after his mother and son's demises, he has started to hate all Hayadas. Especially Issei Hayadu. And Drake? Zikram asked, to which Sirzex responded, I will be the new host, just like I controlled and manipulated Kenji and his family into replacing Issei. I will replace Kenji. The good thing, Drake will agree, since I am far superior and prestigious than both of them. Sirzex spoke with a tone that borderlined arrogance and condescension. He had no empathy or regret for killing either of his brother-in-laws, both former and current. Well, doesn't surprise me, you really are a cunt, aren't you, Serkant? Sirzex and the last two devils were looking at the person who spoke, as it was revealed to be none other than Issei, who was accompanied by Grafia and Ophis, all of whom had a cold look on his face. You! What are you doing here? Sirzex shouted, as he spoke, revenge. At this point it should be obvious, right? Bastard! Sirzex shouted, as he fired a power of destruction only for Issei to fire a ki blast that sent his power of destruction flying, completely consuming the attack. Issei then spoke, mockingly. I don't know if you know this, but Indra is long dead, I just killed him before coming here. The three devils were even more terrified. Issei had already killed a god stronger than them. They were starting to lose even more hope in front of them. Take one each, Serkant is mine, okay? Issei brought out Caliban and asked the two to deal with the devils, as they nodded. Grafia dealt with Lord Agars, and Ophis against Zikram Bale. Zikram already lost his hope. He knew that he stood zero chance against Ophis in any manner, but he had to fight. For the sake of the devils to live for another day, he had to do so. He soon gathered as many power of destruction as he could, and shouted, for the sake of all devils, you will fall! Zikram declared, only for Ophis to sigh, and change her hands into a snake, as she immediately flung them against it, consuming them. It only took her some minutes to do so, as he spoke with disbelief. Impossible, that was everything I had. Ophis didn't say anything and unleashed a breath of flames that incinerated the Bale alive, as he screamed in pain upon his death. As she spoke, devils, arrogant, but fearful, beings that aren't supposed to exist. She looked to see Grafia was struggling against Lord Agars, who was using his time manipulation abilities to stop her attacks, which made her really annoyed. You should be on our side, Lord Agars exclaimed with anger, knowing what Grafia had done with working for Issei, as she retorted with her own anger, I will never be my Serkant's side. Master is the only one I fight for, and love, and nobody else. I will only fight for his sake, nobody else. He only cares for me due to my beauty, and my master is not like that. Grafia's declaration made Lord Agars even angrier, but before he could use his time abilities, he was sent flying by a purple energy blast sent courtesy of Ophis, who had a serious look, with Grafia looking at her and responding, Ophis, I am. Don't be sorry, I am just making this quick. Grafia nodded, as Ophis then spoke, want to do it together? Grafia nodded, as the two girls looked at Lord Agars at contempt, and respond by unleashing a powerful ice beam, along with purple energy aimed at Lord Agars, who tried to slow it down but the power was too overwhelming, which caused his complete obliteration. He screamed in pain from being purged by the combined attack, as Sirzex could only watch in horror. He was dealing with Issei in his Super Saiyan Rose, and was unable to land a single hit on him and was sent flying to another location. But Issei decided to go even further. It's time I show you the extent of my hatred. Issei started to increase his power, as he looked at Ophis with a serious look, with her speaking to Grafia. We should leave, the whole building is going to collapse soon. Ophis' tone was serious, but low. Grafia, realizing this, nodded. She soon left the room alongside her. Once they left, Sirzex took a last look at his ex-wife, before turning to Issei in anger. as he continued, "Now witness your judgment." Issei started to increase his strength, releasing his aura with fury. Despite not sensing it, Surzex felt it completely. He could feel the aura shattering the entire building. Issei was going past Super Saiyan Rose. Surzex was filled with fear seeing this. He entered into his true form just to remain alive. His mere power was forcing him to enter that state just to survive. He cursed Issei for getting this strong, and he was helpless in this. He saw Issei's hair color flickering shades, changing from a pink to a more darker shade, glowing due to the change. He was closing his eyes and gritting his teeth due to the strain in this. He soon felt the right strain, as he soon screamed in all his might, as he intended to go even further beyond just Super Saiyan Rose. He screamed with all his might, releasing massive amounts of ki, shattering every field of the location. The whole building was destroyed in just mere seconds, forcing Surzex to use a barrier to defend himself. Once the building collapsed, Surzex managed to get up, pushing the rubble near him, and to be met with a surprising sight. Issei's hair had changed. He had succeeded in going past Super Saiyan Rose. His hair had become a darker shade of pink, and his eyes had become more refined, and his ki had its own glow on it. This was his next form, Super Saiyan Rose evolution. Surzex was pale by this. He had a form beyond Super Saiyan Rose. He used his Ruin of Extinction on him, but Issei only fired a ki blast that destroyed it like it was nothing. Surzex was pale by this. He had a form beyond Super Saiyan Rose. He used his Ruin of Extinction on him, but Issei only fired a ki blast that destroyed it like it was nothing. Back with Ophis and Graphia, the dragon goddess commented, "I can't believe it, he went beyond simply just Rose. Rose was enough for Serkant, this is just, how do the kids call it, overkill for him." Graphia responded. As Ophis nodded, she could sense the god ki has improved vastly than it was when he had used Super Saiyan Rose. Even if she and Liana worked to beat him, it wouldn't work. True, and if Trihexa were to be released, not even that abomination would stop him. Ophis commented, as they watched Issei contend with Surzex, who could do little to beat or stop him. Scene change. Seraphal Memorial Hospital, Underworld, Lilith, PM. Hell was facing against the last of the Gremry Peerage and Irina, who were unable to lay a finger on them. She then spoke, "Issei is weak? Yet you all forget that he was the one that got you this far to even begin with." Akino gritted her teeth in anger, as she exclaimed, "Shut up!" She unleashed a powerful thunder, with her deflecting the strike, as she continued, "Tell me, Akino Himejima, was it worth betraying him? Torturing or tormenting him?" Hell dashed forward and unleashed a roundhouse kick, sending her flying. Rias then shouted, "Akino, you will pay for this, extinguished star!" Rias exclaimed, as she unleashed a powerful attack. This allowed her to concentrate power of destruction. But Hell was quicker. With a quick dash forward, she unleashed a brutal gut punch that made her lose her concentration. That attack. You should be thanking Issei for getting this far. Otherwise, you would have been that chicken's cum bucket. Rias was glaring at her in hatred, as she shouted, "Damn!" Kaneko and Irina tried to ambush her, but Hell easily dodged the attack and grabbed Irina and slammed her to the ground, as she brought out a light spear and struck Kaneko in the leg, making her screech in pain. She was on the ground, crying in pain. "Kaneko!" Rias shouted, seeing her state. As Hell spoke early on, Issei took 2 light spears courtesy of that crow Rainier. He was still able to beat her ass, but look at you, on the ground weeping. Kaneko gritted her teeth in anger, as Rias once again used her extinguished star, but was powerless as Hell threw a light spear aimed at her gut, making her cough up. That spear attack, it was the same what had unleashed upon Issei to get him to this world. And he survived. Rias screamed in pain, due to the holy properties of the spear. Hell was able to replicate holy attacks that both angels and fallen angels would have been able to use with proper precision. She fell to her knees, defeated, as Hell commented, "How pathetic, just one spear is enough to defeat the great Gremry devil." Rias gritted her teeth helplessly, as Irina and Akino tried to ambush her, but Hell only unleashed a barrage of magical attacks on them, surrounding them with so many magic circles, and unleashed them upon it. They screamed in pain, as the attack exploded on them. Rias and Kaneko could only watch in horror. Once the dust settled down, they fell on the ground, their bodies bouncing from taking serious damage. They were bleeding, battered and bruised. I was requested by Issei to bring you all in alive, and I will do just that. Hel spoke, as she unleashed some chains due to reviving several Valkyries and bound them in that. She then used holy magic to prevent them from escaping. She then spoke, honestly, you made a very big mistake betraying and torturing the very man that is the reason you have happy lives. They all were gritting their teeth in anger and helplessness. But before Hel could bring them in, she sensed a massive presence, overwhelming even more than before, as she spoke, is that? Don't tell me. Hel realized what this meant. He has gotten beyond Super Saiyan Rose. She wondered which form Issei has unlocked at this point. But she will only come to know if she sees it in person. Ha! Rias exclaimed, as she continued, my brother must have beaten Issei. His presence is nowhere to be sensed, isn't it? Rias exclaimed with happiness. She was unable to sense his presence. Even the other three girls were happy with this development. Hel only turned to her and spoke, are you a dumbass? What? Rias muttered, as Hel spoke, oh right, how could I forget? Issei's ki can only be sensed by gods and those that have reached the level of being similar to gods. You cannot sense it, no matter how much you try. The girls that were with Kenji were furious at this, with Hel soon summoning her undead and speaking the words, slaughter everyone in the hospital, don't let them escape. Hel responded, as the undead nodded and spread out, as Hel responded, well timed to bring you lot to your ex-lover. The four girls were furious at this. They were ambushed by Hel and taken down. She didn't let anyone escape, and all that tried to escape were killed. They were helpless against them in any manner. Scene change. Bale Mansion, Underworld PM. Liana dodged an attack from Coriana, as she soon landed a kick aimed at her stomach. She was sent flying, as Seorg shouted, Coriana. Seorg dashed forward. He was already in his breakdown of beast armor. But to her surprise, Liana effortlessly blocked the attack, when she sensed a massive amount of divine ki just spreading apart. Grinning, she responded, well, what do you know, growing beyond Super Saiyan Rose. She turned to the Bale King, and responded, tell me, Seorg, do you thank your mother's savior in such a manner? It wasn't Issei that saved him, it was his gear. In response to this, Liana kicked him in the gut, knocking the wind out from him. She continued to do so, until Seorg was on his knees, as Regulus pleaded with Liana, Great Red Sama, please don't kill Dash. Liana kicked the armor, destroying some of it in anger, as she responded, don't you dare save his skin, lion. It was Issei that made the techniques, and this is how you thank him. You disgust me. She kicked him again in the gut, making his armor break. She continued to do so, until his armor completely broke. Regulus had split from him. As Liana responded, it is time to end all of you, permanently. Liana started to breathe flames for a moment, before she decided to lay waste to them completely. The entire peerage screamed in pain. As Liana walked through them, they all were incinerated without any mercy. Seorg tried to grab Liana, and he did, only for Liana to kick him so hard that he was sent flying. As she spoke, only one man can touch me intentionally, and that is Issei Hayadu. His jaw and bones broke, or what remained of his body, before he was incinerated completely. Liana soon looked inside, as she still had some Bale to deal with, including the mother Missa Bale. She refused to let anyone survive the attacks. Scene change. Sigvara's secret room, Underworld PM. Sigvaria was sent flying to the ground, by Ingvild and Nyx, as the goddess of night walked forward and grabbed her by the neck. As she spoke, did you really think you could escape judgment? Sigvara was glaring angrily at them. Today was the day that the underworld will fall. As Ingvild responded, she is not going to regret, it is best we end her. Nyx nodded in agreement, as she unleashed a powerful darkness that consumed her completely. Ingvild also joined in, unleashing the sea serpent of the end upon her, making her scream in pain and agony. The heiress of the Agars was also killed by Issei and his allies. Nyx soon sensed a massive influx of divine ki that had increased substantially. Nyx, what happened? Ingvild asked Nyx, to which she responded, Issei has achieved a form above Super Saiyan Rose. I can sense it from here. The devils are really done for. Ingvild nodded, as they cleared out a lot of the underworld, slaughtering any devil that could come across. Tonight was the day they would clear out any and all surviving devils. No one will survive the onslaught. Scene change. Lucifad, Underworld PM. There were tons of corpses, with them all having claw marks on their bodies. They were all devils that were slaughtered in brutal manners. Some limbs were torn off, some eyes were torn off, and many of them had a look of horror or despair in their eyes. Sitting on the roof, someone was licking the blood from her hands, revealing to be none other than Batet. Once again she had enjoyed killing some more devils like her master asked her to do so. Wow, I wonder where should I head next, Naya? Batet got on all fours, and pushed her hands forward stretching akin to a cat, closing her eyes to let her muscles relax. She soon got up, and took one last look at the corpses. She enjoyed shedding their blood, as she soon leaped from building to find her next corpse party. Batet is a good pet cat, but when her master calls for it, she does become a fierce lioness that slaughters all those that hate Issei. She will do it for the sake and love for her master Issei. She continued to leap from building to building, heading to the next devil city to continue this genocide till all devils are slaughtered. However, her ears suddenly perked up, stopping at the sudden influx of divine ki. As she spoke, "Was that Master Sama, Naya?" She smiled happily upon this, as she responded, "Wow, Naya! Master Sama has become stronger, Naya." She looked happily, as she watched an army of devils rushing towards her in an attempt to take her down. Seeing this, her claws came out as she grinned manically, speaking, "More blood to drink, Naya." She leaped from the building and rushed to the devils. Even without wings she can easily scale heights of more than meters without a problem due to how athletic and evasive she is. She lunged at the devils, intending to have a clash of blood and flesh that would satisfy her desires. Scene change. Ajuka's laboratory ruins, Underworld PM. Tiamat was walking towards a beaten Kenji, who couldn't even lay a finger on her. She grabbed him by the head, and spoke, "You know, for someone that spawned from those two bastards you are alright. Curse you!" Kenji exclaimed with fury, knowing that she had ambushed him and had no chance against him. Even with using Drake's powers to assist him, Tiamat was still able to beat. He wasn't able to use Drake's powers to the fullest and was unable to do anything about it. "Tell me, do you really believe the girls and Drake are people to be trusted?" Tiamat responded with a smirk, as Drake wanted to say something as he shouted, "Don't listen to her, Kenji, she is only toying with you." "Am I Drake?" Tiamat only responded, as she continued, "You will listen to a liar, really, Kenji? He betrayed Issei, along with those whores, and let me tell you, betrayal is forbidden and frowned upon in dragon culture, and only disgusting beings like snakes do it. Kenji, listen! She is only trying to break your spirit." Tiamat shook her head, and spoke, "No, Drake, you lied to me about having my treasure. The fact that you still believe that you are in the right shows on how callous and repugnant you are, and honestly, you deserve to be in that gear." Drake was furious at this, as Kenji asked, "What do you mean by lied?" Drake stated that he lost your treasure? "That is true, to some extent, but also a lie. Issei found out my treasure and returned to me." Kenji was surprised by this, as he asked, "What? That's impossible. A pervert like him wouldn't do so." In response, Tiamat slammed him to the ground, making him groan in pain. She kept her leg on his chest, making him cough up, as she "Don't call my mate a pervert, is that clear?" Kenji could only grit his teeth in pain due to what was happening to him. She then crouched to him, and spoke, "He did, and I am grateful to him. He is the best man I can ask for to be my mate and lover instead of that deceitful Drake, whom I had feelings for long before he had lost my treasures. I refuse to believe it. This has to be a lie. Rias and the others told me that they are repulsed by his very nature. He is a disgusting freak according to them." Kenji exclaimed in disbelief, to which Tiamat could only shake her head at this, as she spoke, "I will drag you to him if needed, see if what you say is true." With that, Tiamat dragged him to the location where Issei was fighting against Surzex. She could sense Issei's aura all the way here, and knew it has gotten much stronger than before. Surzex was unable to land a hit, his devil clothing was torn and he was bleeding from his gut and eye. As he tried to strike him once again, with Issei blocking it, he soon fired a ki blast that completely vaporized his hand, making him scream in pain. "I told you, it is useless." Surzex looked at his broken hand in such a state, as he looked at Issei with a mixture of horror and fear, as he spoke, "Still you wish to resist? You!" Surzex growled, as he shouted, "You have taken everything from me, just like you did to me? Issei retorted as he started to slap every time he opened his mouth, and continued to do so. My parents died because of getting in a war that you leaders should have fought. He continued to slap him till he was satisfied, as he remembered his parents' death, and the subsequent injustice this man had done to him. Serzex got angry at this disrespect and unleashed his aura, losing what fear he had before, as Issei brought out his sword Caliban and ignited with his violet aura, as they both clashed against each other, with Serzex using his power of destruction, as he shouted, "You have ruined everything, purged millions for your own satisfaction." Issei only gritted his teeth in anger. His peace was nothing but a lie. All he wanted was control, and wanted to use others like him as pawns, but this ends now. He even did so with him, but never again. Issei didn't say anything, and respond, "You are delusional if you believe that you are still in the right." He was starting to see the parallels to his old incarnation Zamasu in Serzex, and was annoyed by this, as much as he hated to admit it. He was starting to hate his old self, a little bit that was. Issei entered into his ox stance, as he soon stabbed him in the heart, making him screech in pain. He soon responded, "It feels chaotic. How could someone as weak as you get this far without a sacred gear? You have killed gods. It is impossible." Issei removed the blade, as he shouted in anger. Looking at Issei with anger, he vowed to destroy him. "Damn you! How dare you strike a devil king, and disrupted peace?" Serzex shouted in anger, as he unleashed a barrage of ruins of extinction on him, trying to kill him for good at a close range. Issei managed to escape the attacks, and enter into his final stance. It was time to end Serzex's life for good, as he declared, "I don't care about you, Serpent, or your so-called peace. Now be gone." Issei unleashed a downward strike, aimed straight between his legs at the center, as he decided to slice him in half with the holy blade. Serzex made a blood-curdling screech due to feeling his nether region being split apart from the holy blade, as he continued to pull the blade up, slicing his abdomen and stomach in half, as he screamed when the blade reached his neck and face, and "Oh! How can this be? Damn you!" Issei screamed as well, as he continued to push the blade up, slicing the Gremry XR in half, with him screaming in pain, as he was sliced in half completely. Issei soon pulled the blade up, and got back into his stance, as Serzex could only scream in agony. He was sliced into two halves and was on the ground, barely alive. He was down for the count and was burning due to the holy element in the blade. Issei got into his stance, as he spoke, "Enjoy your new stay in hell, Serpent." He was then joined by Ophis and Graphia, as he returned to his base form. Ophis then responded, "So it's over?" "Not yet, we still have those traitors we need to deal with." Issei took one last look at Serzex's body, which was being burned due to the holy element. "I believe that wouldn't be needed, right?" The trio looked at Hel, who had brought in the 4 prisoners alongside a 5th one who was Le Fay. They all had been captured by Hel. As she spoke, "I managed to get them, including a 5th one who was Le Fay." They all had a look of anger, before turning to Serzex's burning corpse, as Rias shouted with tears, speaking, "Oni-sama, don't bother, he is dead, being burned to death like the callous traitor that he is." Rias could only weep in sadness. Upon seeing this, she soon got up angrily and responded with tears in her eyes, "I should have never saved you from Rainier. Ever. I should have let you bleed to death and dash." She was unable to complete when Issei slapped her really hard, and sent her flying as she exclaimed, "Dogia." She crashed to a nearby wall, as he spoke, "Or maybe you should have killed her, before she could become a problem. Otherwise I would have never been here, but you won't admit, would you?" Issei turned to the others, who were despair-ridden at this, when Issei walked towards them, and spoke, "You know, Himejima, your daddy's death is something I relished watching. He should be my boot when I fixed your relationship with him." "Damn you!" Akino growled, as he spoke, "I wonder if you would betray Kenji now that you are done." "It matters not, I did develop a liking to him, but if he cannot beat you, then he is of no use to you." Issei narrowed his gaze, and turned to the others and asked, "Do you all believe that too?" Irina and Kaneko nodded without hesitation while Le Fay was conflicted, as he narrowed his gaze and spoke, "I see." Issei sensed a presence and smirked, knowing who it is. "And you, Irina, How shameful my so-called childhood friend and guardian angel has fallen, hasn't she? Issei responded mockingly, causing Irina to try and spit on him only for Issei to slap her really tightly, making her almost fall to the ground, as he spoke with slight anger. Some women your parents have raised, I am glad they are dead. Irina was on the ground weeping, as he turned to Kaneko and responded, and you even did the same to me, even when I tolerated your beating and tried to fix your bond with Kuroka, gave you a home to live in. You truly belong to the streets like your whore of a traitorous sister Kuroka. Kaneko was helpless at this, weeping in helplessness and anger, as Issei shook his head in annoyance. He should have abandoned them a long time ago and become a stray. They should have been long dead if it wasn't for him busting his ass for their sake. He decided it would be the perfect time to reveal the presents. He turned to someone and spoke, so you brought him here too? Tiamat? The girls turned to Kenji, who had a look of horror and was despair-ridden, as he realized that they never loved him if they can betray him with such callousness or lack of care. Akino then responded, Kenji, this is not what it looks like. Akino tried to reason in the hopes that she isn't found out. Issei turned to Ophis, who nodded. As she headed towards Tiamat, they had to extract the sacred gear. Why yeah, we still love you. Irina responded. As Kaneko nodded, Lefei could see Kenji losing what little hope he had left for the girls, hoping that they didn't betray him. He turned to Rias and asked, Tell me, Rias, do you agree with them? Rias stayed silent out of fear. With Issei speaking, See Kenji, they don't love you. They are true devils. They are greedy beings who only care for themselves. Even these crows only care for themselves. Batet, Ingvild, Nyx and Liana also joined them. They had managed to clear out all devils, purging them to extinction, excluding Grafia and Ingvild, the last of the devils. And you know what happens to filthy beings like them? Issei prepared a powerful ki blast. As he responded, We destroy them, since I am pretty sure that Lefei is just like them. The four girls had fear. As Irina responded with fear, Issei, don't do this, we are childhood friends, right? Yes, you like my body, right? You can have with me. Akino responded, with Kaneko nodding. Lefei remained silent at this, knowing their fate is sealed completely, and Issei will kill them without hesitation. The girls that loved Issei were only disgusted by this. Even Ingvild and Nyx were completely disgusted by this. Some, like Liana, Ophis and Tiamat, were ready to incinerate these whores completely. Issei took a deep breath, and responded, begging, How pathetic. You truly disgust me. Begone. The girls had a look of fear, excluding Lefei, who accepted her fate, as several tried to scream at this, being obliterated completely. They tried to plead but were unable to do so. Kenji could only look in sadness, knowing these girls loved no one, and were truly rotten to the core. He turned to Rias, who was crying in fear and despair, knowing that she is going to be next on the list in Issei's massacre. He saw Issei walking towards her, making him ponder on what is going to be her fate. Well, Rias, I always wanted to see you suffer, and I am glad I did. Rias then responded angrily, I saved you and this is how I am repaid. You are a bigger devil than Dash. Issei kicked her in the chin, making her head turn sideways, cutting her off. Her jaw dangled from the blow. As Issei spoke, You truly are unrepentant, and I know that because your father and brother made you that way, taking up any blame for your screw-ups, causing you to become spoiled, even more than most mortal spawns. I will enjoy this. Issei kept kicking and punching her multiple times, breaking every single bone in her body, with Rias screaming all the while due to the sheer torture. Once he was done, Rias was a broken mess. She had several fractures, and more bruises on her body. She was bleeding from all locations. Goodbye, Gremory. He fired a powerful ki blast that had obliterated her completely, as she could only scream in agony. Issei intentionally made the ki blast in such a manner that it melts her flesh away and her blood. As it slowly killed her from the attack, he wanted to make her suffer before killing her. Once she was done, there was no trace of the heiress of the Gremory clan left. The whole clan and all of its members were purged. Once this was done, Issei turned to the others and nodded. Now then, only you are left, Kenji. Issei turned to Kenji, who had no reason to live anymore. He turned to Ophis and spoke, Take the gear away. I and Tiamat personally want to deal with Drake. Ophis nodded, as she started to rip the boosted gear, painfully apart from Kenji's body, who could only shout in agony, but it lasted for a mere while. He turned to his former cousin weakly and spoke, "Finish me. I don't want to live anymore." "Very well, goodbye." Issei fired a ki blast that had quickly killed him without hesitation, as Kenji could only close his eyes, accepting his death. Once this was done, he turned to his former partner Drake, who was captured by Ophus's snakes, as Issei spoke. "Hello, Drake." Issei spoke with contempt. As Drake didn't say anything but could only look at Issei with anger, he had lost everything thanks to him. His reputation, his title, and now what other hope he had. He had nothing left. Not gonna speak or insult? No shitsei insults? That's new. Growling could be heard from the gear, as he then exclaimed, You truly are the worst host I have had. I detest you. Feelings mutual, you treacherous lizard, you are the reason why I had to suffer a lot before I had people that I care for." Issei ended with a smile, turning to his girlfriends who all had a smile, and to those that had feelings for him like Nyx and Graphia, with budding ones developing from Ingvild and Bothead as well. "I should thank you, lizard. Had you not betrayed me, I would have never found the people that love me for who I am." Drake was seething in rage upon this. He detested Issei with all his heart. As he turned to Ophus and spoke, "He is not going to have a shred of repentance. He should pay for his sins." Ophus nodded, as she sent some snakes in the gear, making him scream in pain. As Ophus turned to Tiamat and Issei and spoke, "Prepare your strongest attacks if you want to make him suffer. Liana, open a portal to the gear mindscape. This is the time we end Drake, permanently. Make him pay for all the sins and actions against dragonkind. He has broken a major law." Liana nodded, and responded with a grin, "Gladly." She used the magic to generate a portal to his mindscape, showing a bounded and helpless Drake who was screaming in pain. As Issei and Tiamat looked at each other, with a smile, as Issei asked, "Ready?" "Always." Issei charged up his ki, and unleashed his final Kamehameha with Tiamat breathing her chaos flames to do so. "Final Kamehameha!" Issei shouted, as Tiamat followed it up. "Chaos flames!" she shouted, as the attacks came towards him, making the former heavenly dragon of domination scream in pain. His screams were blood-curdling, as his whole soul was being destroyed and was also being ripped, with Ophus's snakes entering to destroy his soul and pull it out to take the full brunt of the attack. Once this was done, an explosion took place. As they waited for the dust to settle, there was nothing left, as Ophus's snakes returned to her body, as the gear soon lost what glow it had, since the gear's glow signaled Drake's presence. "So what now?" Issei turned to her and spoke, "We return, the devils have been judged, and now only one faction remains, the Hindu faction." Ingvild spoke, to which Issei nodded. "The Hindu gods are the last to fall, and he will destroy any sub-faction that is affiliated with them." Issei soon generated a portal that would take him back to his home in Sydney. The boosted gear, which was in his Ophus's hands, Issei asked for it, as he pondered what he should do with the gear. Since it still had Drake's power, he decided to keep it as a trophy and remembrance on how he got back at his so-called partner, and destroyed him completely. Now only one faction is left, and the story's end is upon us. The Hindu faction had arrived a bit too late to rescue the ones that had survived. It was nothing short of a genocide. They returned hopeless, knowing they are next on the list. Shiva got angry, but felt helpless knowing the amount of lives that have been taken, due to Issei and his allies. They had to retreat to prepare for their final confrontation. They are the only last defense against Issei's complete genocide of all the factions that want him dead. Taking one last look at the devils, or what remained of their world, he vowed to stop Issei at all costs, otherwise, he will destroy the concept of rebirth and Dharma. He will become the supernatural world ender, and there was no way he is going to let it happen. We retreat, prepare for our final battle, and if he doesn't come, we will destroy him, in Australia. Shiva spoke with total seriousness, making the others nod, realizing on how grave the situation is and what would happen next. He had to make sure Issei is destroyed one way or another. He teleported back, as the two proceeded to prepare for any oncoming invasion. They all had to do so, since Issei will destroy everything if that is the case. Shiva saw Issei as a true destroyer of this world, and there is no way he is going to let his place be taken by a mortal from two human parents, no matter what happens. A few days later, Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, AM. Issei looked at his team. They were all ready for the final attack. Today was the day they commenced their final attack against them. Issei knew that Shiva was no joke, so if he had to have fun with him, he will have to destroy any hope, or will they have for living in this world. Everyone, we attack today. They have made a barrier that would protect them from me sensing them, although it is not perfect since I can sense a very small portion of their ki for a while. I have also been training with the new form I have. I believe you all have been training as well, right? Issei asked, to which all the girls nodded. With Hell speaking, we have. The Hindu gods will be our strongest opponents so far. I agree, this won't be a fight we will miss, since they are going to be our strongest opponents. Ingvild spoke, training her powers to at least reach low god class level thanks to gaining Ophus's snakes to assist her. She then spoke, we will have to give it our best shot. The others nodded, with Nyx speaking, even with Indra's demise, we can count the fact that they are anything but low-level gods. Their weakest is stated to be low to mid-god class level, implying that we have to deal with them. Our weakest is low-level god beings. Nyx pointed to Graphia and Ingvild, who were the weakest of the group. They knew that they had to at least reach the level of gods if they have to win against them. Issei looked at them and nodded. The two girls knew of their shortcomings. As Graphia spoke for them, Master, don't worry about our shortcomings. We won't hold you back against them. I am aware, but I have a plan to take our many gods. Issei spoke, as he continued, the barrier that surrounds them protects from attacks that have levels of at least low god class level, so our goal is to reach that level in a matter of moments, which is possible by Super Saiyan, Rose and Rose evolution, and a strong enough Kamehameha wave to wipe out many of the gods, allowing you two to clear up as many as you can. The two girls nodded in agreement, as he continued, once we are done, this is where the real fight would begin. By the barrier's destruction, the gods will show up, including the big comprising of Shiva, Vishnu and Brahma, along with their families. Issei responded with a serious tone, as he continued, if you are wondering, I believe that the three of us comprising of Ophus, Liana and myself should be good to deal with the big gods. I want to deal with Shiva personally for being the reason why things even became this problematic. Issei spoke with a serious tone, as Ophus responded, but I am not sure if my power would be good enough for dealing with one of them. Issei only turned to her with a smile before speaking, Ophus, remember the technique that I and Hell taught you? The fusion dance. Ophus and Lilith looked at him and remembered this, while Hell turned away with slight embarrassment remembering the dance that she had to teach the girls. Liana looked at her state and chuckled a little, making her even more embarrassed. The two girls nodded in agreement and understanding, with Lilith asking, will this make both of us return to our original powers? And how long would we have for our fused state? Ophus asked, to which Issei responded, you will have a minimum of minutes, but if you can use your infinity powers, you both can extend the time even further. You will return to how strong you were before that bat RageRevan caused the plan to split you into two. Perhaps, you might even become stronger than before, Issei explained to the two girls, causing them to nod in agreement. They remembered the dance and knew that if they succeeded and synchronized perfectly, they will have the perfect chance. If you are wondering, you two can practice your dance in the training room, try to get a perfect version, and then we will leave immediately. Ophus and Lilith nodded. They were in agreement on practicing and perfecting the dance, since Issei did inform them about what happens when even a slight location was messed up, like a messed up finger or even a messed up leg position. They also had to perfectly synchronize their auras and magic in order to achieve this technique. Liana, you can handle Vishnu, let the fusion of Ophus and Lilith deal with Brahma, and Shiva is someone I will deal with. With Indra dead, they lost a lot of their workforce, so we can use this opportunity to strike them when they least expect it. They would expect an attack any time, but they will be relaxed during the early day due to our patterns of attacking. Issei explained to them, making everyone nod in agreement. Hell then continued, so who am I to deal with? Parvati, weaken her enough such that she can't assist Shiva in any manner, but the wife of Shiva is no joke, she could easily take on Zeus in her full power if needed. Hell nodded in agreement. She can take on Shiva with her army of zombie gods and goddesses that she had revived during her multiple pantheon purge spree, making her stronger than ever before. At her current strength, she could easily take on Drake and Albion due to the amount of people she had revived as her undead slaves. Even Fenrir the god killer was restored to %, implying he could take on these gods. He could deal with Shiva's children or any gods or goddess that have been produced by them. I understood, leave her to me. Hel spoke with a smile. She was confident that she could take her on or stall her off till Issei deals with Shiva, permanently. However, when me and Ophis went to deal that god Indra, he told us that all our efforts are going to be futile if we don't find a way to deal with reincarnation that these Hindu gods possessed. Issei pointed out, which was agreed to by Ophis, as she added, I agree, they can just reincarnate as humans or worse something else to try and constantly take their revenge in order to restore their dharma. Ophis put an emphasis on the word dharma in a kind of a mocking manner, due to finding it hypocritical at this point since the Hindu gods aren't the same variants as seen in their stories. They have changed for the worst. I might have an idea about it. Hel responded, as she continued, when I revived my earlier legions I know exactly where it is, and on how to deal with the rebirth system. Once the system is shut down or destroyed, we can kill them for good. Although, it would take them several years to get reincarnated, minimum is at least years. I know this to be true due to gaining their memories. I see. Issei took note of this, as he continued, well I guess it can be destroyed then. Indeed, it is just like the heaven system that was destroyed when we took down heaven, that's it. Hel responded to this, as she continued, I believe your rose would be good enough for it, more or less even overkill for it. Issei nodded. He remembered Artemis's presence was gone, meaning she was taken to the Hindu faction for safekeeping. He then spoke, well then, everyone, let's begin our final attack. They all nodded, as Issei looked at Ophis and Lilith who decided to practice their fusion dance to reach to perfection. It took them 3 tries, with the first 2 ending in failure, one being fat and the other being extremely skinny. But Issei loved them regardless, making them even more motivated. After they defused, which took a total of hour to do so, since they didn't use their infinite to extend the time. Once they got split up, the 2 responded while dancing. They walked in a crab-like manner towards each other, speaking fusion, their hands interjecting perfectly towards each other, before they moved to the side. Ha! They exclaimed, as their fingers and other postures were aligned to this. As soon as this happened, a bright light surrounded them. The 3rd time was a success, with Ophis and Lilith fusing perfectly into a dragon goddess that had massive amounts of power sensed by everyone present. The light almost blinded everyone, with many covering their faces. They did it! Issei exclaimed, as the others nodded. When the light died down, Ophis and Lilith were fused into one and looked into completely different. She now had long, flowing dark purple hair cascading around her. She has striking violet eyes and a soft, alluring expression with a slight smile on her lips. She is wearing a deep red, silky robe that is slightly revealing to them. The clothing was changed due to their shape-shifting abilities, so this technique worked. The fused woman responded with a combined voice of Lilith and Ophis, as she turned to Issei and spoke with a smile. How do I look? You look good as always. The woman gave a blush upon this, as she turned away. The other girls grunted upon this, with Issei having a small flinch. Liana then walked to her and asked, so, do you feel stronger? I feel complete, that is what I can say. Stronger will be when I fight against those gods. The woman responded, after losing her blush. Hel then responded, that is fine and all, what do we call you? I would rather be called Complete Ophis, or just simply Ophis. But if you want Ophilius would also be fine. The woman responded, as Issei spoke with a normal tone, then it's settled, we will call you Ophilius to distinguish between Ophis and the current fusion state you are in. Ophilius nodded in agreement, as Issei opened the portal using golden tiger claws, and responded, everyone ready? They all nodded, as they headed inside one by one and head to Mount Sumeru to have the final confrontation against the gods. They all were ready for the final battle now. Scene change. Mount Sumeru, India, PM. Issei had managed to teleport to the location where the gods are. As Issei entered into his Super Saiyan and prepared a Kamehameha blast, he got into position and shouted, Kamehameha. The blast was strong enough to shatter the barrier like butter. The power of Super Saiyan was strong enough to do that. The barrier shattering alerted all the Hindu gods, with many starting to panic upon this. Hell now! Hel nodded, as she summoned all her legions at once. In just mere moments, an army of undead beings had arrived. All the beings killed and revived as undead corpses by hell so far in their journey had joined in, from Scotty's legion all the way till them reviving Rossweiss and the devils in the hospital as undeads, to make them serve her. Now everyone, go and destroy every last Hindu god. They all nodded, and rushed to them, ambushing the gods when they least expected. As a result, a small portion of the gods were killed without even realizing it, alongside Apsaras and other beings. However, soon someone decided to ambush them, as Issei unleashed a powerful ki blast to deflect it, with it being sent to another location of gods, killing them in an instant. You never learn, do you? Shiva. Issei turned to see the Hindu gods looking at him in anger, as Shiva then spoke, you won't stop. Until all of us are dead, don't you? You brought this on yourself. Choosing to side with the very same beings that had me tortured and imprisoned. Yet you refused to take accountability or refused to see your actions. Parvati looked at him with responded, you deserve to be in prison, after what you did, you deserve that. Funny, I wonder why you are saying this. Schizophrenic goddess. Issei spoke mockingly, unaffected and used to the insults that these people throw at him at this point, as he continued, is it because of fear or my actions? Parvati was gritting her teeth in anger, as Hell responded, it is definitely fear. Although it is undetermined whether it is before your genocidal nature, yet they still believe that they are in the right because of their philosophy. They don't even follow the philosophy that they themselves make and think they are above karma, which is why they can do whatever they want without consequence. Ophilius responded with slight annoyance at this, making the gods angry, as Brahma responded, who the hell do you think you are? To judge us? Yeah. You are just an unknown woman. You have no room to judge us. Kartikeya responded, as Ophilius was getting annoyed at this. However, Issei stopped her and responded, are you sure, Kartikeya? She doesn't look a least bit familiar? Even by aura-wise? The god looked at Issei with surprise, before widening his eyes in horror, speaking Ophis? More like the fusion of Ophis and Lilith combined into one. My name is Ophilius and I shall be the one to bring you judgment. Ophilius floated in the air using her power, and radiated a massive aura aimed at the Hindu gods, making them really afraid. They were too upon realizing that even Ophis managed to become complete, forming the entity known as Ophilius. Liana soon joined them, cracking her neck and muscles, and using her dragon wings, to reach in the air, speaking, Ophilius, should we take one of our targets? You bet. Ophilius spoke while nodding, as Ophilius went after Vishnu, tackling him to a dimension far away from here. She only had 30 minutes at worst-case scenario, before she had to beat him, since she may endanger Lilith. She wanted to avoid that. Liana did the same, grabbing Brahma by the neck before he could react and threw him into the dimensional gap, as he looked in horror at how fast this woman is. Brahma-sama, Vishnu-sama! The gods screamed in horror, seeing on how two gods were just taken out of the location, while Shiva looked at Issei in anger, with some gods pondering on how did a mortal manage to do it. Your opponent is me, for arms. Issei entered into Super Saiyan Rose evolution, and grabbed Shiva by the neck, making him struggle as he flew up into the air, and flew enough into the stratosphere. He knew that any higher may have a chance of potentially killing him due to being unaware if he can breathe in space. It was to not take a risk. Father! Ganesha, Sarasvati, Lakshmi and Kartikeya shouted in horror seeing this, and on how Issei just dealt with him in mere seconds. Parvati tried to assist her husband, but Hell ambushed her much to her surprise. She was surprised by how much stronger Hell had become, since she was classified as a low god class being by many beings. The kids wanted to help their mother, but Hell was quicker, bringing in several gods, including Fafnir and Fenrir, to assist them, as they all were forced to combat them. The elemental gods tried to help them, but they were handled by the rest of Issei's team, comprising of Batet, Graphia, Ingvild, Nyx and Tiamat. They were forced to combat the five, while trying to save what remains of their faction. Scene change. Ophis's dimension PM. Ophilius and Vishnu were clashing against one another, as he summoned his first avatar, using storms and barrages of water and trying to drown Ophilius, who only responded by unleashing powerful flames, and destroying the first avatar. Damn you! Vishnu cursed, seeing Ophilius managing to effortlessly take down the first avatar, as he summoned his second avatar to assist him, which he tried to crush Ophilius, who only used her one finger and yawned, as she flung the heavy avatar in the air, and destroyed it with a powerful purple blast. Is that all? Ophiuchus spoke mockingly, making Vishnu even more annoyed, as he brought out his third and fourth avatar, with one trying to tackle Ophiuchus in an attempt to crush her, with the fourth one trying to slice her constantly with it. But Ophiuchus was only gracefully dodging them. Ophiuchus decided to end them, by unleashing her flames, burning the two avatars without much efforts. As she knew that Vishnu was only stalling for some purpose, she had to act quickly and end the battle. Seeing this, Vishnu had to take it to the next level, since each of these avatars can easily destroy gods if they wanted to. Vishnu brought out his fifth, sixth and seventh avatar, all of whom decided to attack once and take out Ophiuchus, but she was quicker. She quickly transformed into an endless serpent, and quickly unleashed her powerful flames, which burned them alive without any hesitation. Vishnu could only watch in horror with of his avatars being taken out of the fight in just mere minutes. Returning to her human form, she dashed forward and unleashed a gut punch, making him cough up blood in response. Pathetic, is that what the preserver has gotten? Vishnu got angry at this, as he angrily responded, "You snake! You should be ashamed of betraying us." However, this only made Ophiuchus angry, as she responded by this, "Don't call me snake, false god." She slammed him to the ground. The full power of Ophiuchus was in complete show, as she decided to not hold anything back and decided to purge Vishnu. She hates being called a snake, and depending on who it is, she can be either merciful or merciless. She entered into a huge draconic form of hers, which had more purple scales surrounding her body. This was something she wouldn't be able to access as she was when she was Ophiuchus without Lilith. You hurt Issei so much, by not doing anything and letting him suffer. And you call yourself a karmic god, a good god, a preserver. You should be ashamed of yourself, Ophiuchus exclaimed with fury. Seeing on how apathetic they are to their own mistakes, she started to breathe her most powerful flames, that will easily destroy Drake and Albion like they were nothing. Vishnu tried to defend himself with a barrier, but the flames easily overpowered the barrier, causing the god to scream in sheer agony and pain. Due to this, he could only remain helpless, as his end was met by the dragon goddess of infinity, Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus returned to her human form in a flash of purple light, and soon returned back to normal. As she spoke, "That's what you deserve, goodbye preserver." Ophiuchus watched, as Vishnu stopped screaming, soon passing away to the flames, ending his life as well. He couldn't escape due to how powerful the flames are, as when the flames settled down, there was nothing left for the preserver god, as Ophiuchus responded, "Out of all the gods, I actually liked you Hindu gods the most, since you represented what true gods are. Alas, time can change people for the better or for the worst." Ophiuchus soon split up. Since the minute time limit was done, she had no reason to keep on fighting, splitting up to Ophiuchus and Lilith. As Lilith responded while embracing her, "We did it, Ophiuchus One-chan." Ophiuchus rubbed her head, and spoke emotionlessly indeed. Ophiuchus had a smile, as the two looked at the dimension they were in. As she spoke, "We will stay here for a while, let those gods remain clueless. I am pretty sure that Liana and Issei will beat their opponents." Lilith nodded. As she rested on Ophiuchus, the two remained in their dimension for a while, seeing the aftermath of what had happened. Scene change. Dimensional gap? Liana was looking at her opponent with complete apathy, as Brahma struggled to beat the dragon goddess. As she spoke, "Creator, mind if I ask you a question?" Brahma threw a chakra aimed at her in response. As she spoke, "I see. Very well, guess I have to beat you the truth out, old man." Liana soon glowed a bright red in color, transforming into her great red form. As she roared in fury, she unleashed a barrage of flames, forcing Brahma to block it with a barrier. "I will ask you one final time, was it worth leaving Issei to suffer in prison?" Liana, Great Red, unleashed a claw swipe that shattered his barrier like it was nothing, making Brahma struggle to even defend himself from the attack. She soon socked him so hard that it made him gag. She was getting annoyed by how arrogant these gods have become due to changing times. There was a time, the Hindu pantheon was one of the most noble and kind-hearted pantheon, but with times changing, the pantheon had changed for the worst. They knew that once Issei reached his Super Saiyan, they have no chance of beating him, yet they still would have tried to hurt him. She hated that her hatchling, and later her mate, had to suffer through so much agony, and she was in the dark due to the factions hiding from them, and Ophiuchus about him. Even the Hindu faction, one of the most divine and noble factions, fell and became the very thing their old selves would have despised. God never changes. Whoever said that lied. They change, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worst, just like human beings. Damn you! Brahma shouted, unleashing a barrage of spells upon the dragon goddess, who only blocked it with a simple barrier, as she unleashed more flames, causing him to back away and dodge the attack. Liana, Great Red, easily towered over him, as he looked at her in anger. I see, it is truly saddening on how you Hindu gods have fallen. Goodbye. Liana, Great Red, spoke, as she breathed flames powerful than Draig's own flames, and incinerated the creator god like it was nothing. Brahma could only scream in pain due to this, as Liana watched him perish. Soon the flames consumed the creator god, killing him as well. He soon perished from the flames, with Liana, Great Red, returning to her human form. She then shook her head and responded, well, this is it for you, Brahma. Liana decided to wait for a while. Resting for a moment, she did fight for a while and took a god like Brahma down. She decided to join the others after a while. Scene change. Stratosphere, PM. Shiva was unable to land a hit on Issei, who was much more powerful than before. He used his destruction power on him. He was easily able to avoid or block the attacks. They have been fighting for hours at this point. As Issei spoke, what's the matter? Can't combat a true god? You are no god. Shiva unleashed a punch that tried to send him flying, but it barely even affected Issei, with only a shockwave being sent surrounding him. The punch can easily blow off the head of a Satan-class being, as he turned to Shiva, who had a look of surprise before he punched him clean in the jaw, breaking the destroyer's jaw completely. Shiva had a look of anger, as he fixed his jaw, and glared at him with anger and hatred, as he fired a barrage of destruction blasts aimed at him, but Issei deflected every single one of it. He brought out his thrisser and struck Issei, but Issei responded with bringing out Caliban and deflected it. The resulting shockwave caused the whole location to shake, with clouds being separated from the blow. They continued to clash against each other, with no side budging an inch, until Issei managed to strike him in the gur with the blade. Shiva screamed in pain the attack, as he tried to take off his head with the thrisser, but Issei grabbed it, managing to overpower Shiva completely in this state. As he spoke, nice try. Issei soon aimed a blow aimed at his shin, causing him to stagger, as he fired a point-blank ki blast that almost vaporized him, making him scream in pain even more. The god of destruction felt helpless against the Scion god. Once the dust settled, Shiva was still alive and standing. He was not going to go down like that. Issei could only be seen laughing. He could end the fight in an instant, but he wanted to fight against Shiva, his fighting instincts of a Scion wanting to make sure that he has a good fight before he takes the destroyer down. Soon screams were heard, garnering the attention of both Issei and Shiva, as they turned down to see the first of Shiva's children fall. Issei had a serious look while Shiva had a look of horror. Back down, Parvati watched in horror, as the undead Fenrir was ragdolling her son, Kartikeya, while the others who were battered and bruised were only watching in horror. They were all bleeding, and seeing the first god to fall, which was Kartikeya, made them watch in horror, as he soon split the god in half. No. Not my boy. Parvati muttered in horror. As Hel got ready, she had to be prepared if Parvati were to be enter into her Kali form, that borderline top strongest beings, barely missing by a margin. Her skin started to change a bright blue color, multiple hands had formed, her eyes became pale white, and she wore many golden ornaments. She had black hair. She then glared at Hel with anger and hatred. This was Parvati's strongest form, her Kali form. I will make you pay for this. Kali lunged at her with a maddened tone, trying to kill Hel, who managed to block the weapons with a fatal attempt at her heart. She struggled to overpower the goddess for a while, as she used her other weapons to strike her. You will die. Kali had her tongue out like a mad goddess. When in her Kali form, she goes into a frenzy state. She struck all of her weapons aimed at Hel's vital points in an attempt to kill her in a brutal manner, as Hel was taking the hits in a brutal manner. Hel was unprepared for her sudden transformation, as Kali was laughing, torturing Hel in her own maddened delight. Hel was bleeding and coughing up blood, struggling to keep up with her. She had several wounds, in her clothing and in her body, gashing wounds that made her yelp in constant pain. She had to think of something fast, otherwise she may end up getting killed. In the meantime, Issei watched this with a worried look, knowing Hell won't survive, but Shiva saw this an opportunity to strike him with his third eye, which had opened. Once Shiva opens his third eye, everything will get destroyed. The attack caught Issei off guard. As he was gritting his teeth in pain, Shiva had a cold look. If this kills Issei, then everything can be restored. Issei knew that if he dies, those that he cares for will be beaten now. He could see Shiva soon developing a small smile, and that alone made him angry. It made him angry that he was able to get away with whatever he has done. He despised on how these false gods were getting away with so much, and letting innocents like him suffer. He was left to rot in Tartarus for a year, and these gods were enjoying life, enjoying the fruits of the hard work he had done so. Soon he started to yell, at the top of his lungs. He was going to overpower the very concept of destruction itself. He was not going to let himself being destroyed. The aura of his body was increasing and adapting to the surrounding the location. The pain was fading away at every step, and he was starting to overpower the destruction that Shiva had possessed. Impossible! Shiva shouted, as he continued, you should have been dead. Shiva continued to use his full power to kill Issei, but he could see that Issei's hair was growing. His rose hair was growing, and his fur was coming, and his tail was regrowing. Shiva watched with horror. His third eye didn't do anything. Everyone stopped their fight, with Hell looking in worry, as she hoped he would survive, otherwise, everything would be lost. She was battered and bruised, and injured. Kali's onslaught did catch her off guard. Soon an explosion took place, forcing Shiva backwards, as he watched what was going to happen. When the dust settled, it revealed Issei, alive and well. He had transformed into Super Saiyan Rose. It had the same hair color as Super Saiyan Rose Evolution, and had the appearance of Super Saiyan with his fur changing colors from red to dark pink. It looked like Super Saiyan, except it was a Rose or God version of Super Saiyan. Now Shiva, allow me to witness the power of a true God. Now Shiva, allow me to witness the power of a true God. Shiva felt fear seeing this. He was starting to see on how the other gods fell to this man. His body, his very body is adapting to anything that tries to kill him and doesn't succeed in doing so before it can adapt. This form was a result of that. Issei was far powerful than any being in this world. The other gods felt his divine ki, and those that sided with Shiva were afraid of this. His divine ki was even more than the Super Saiyan Rose Evolution. While the ones on Issei's side smiled in happiness, as Hell called out, Issei, you really did it, didn't you? Issei turned to her and gave a grin, giving her the answer she needed. He had managed to perfectly master Rose Ozuru to its completion. He had been training this power ever since he unlocked it, hence he was able to unlock Rose Evolution, and now Rose. He got into his stance ready to end Shiva once and for all. Hell was happy seeing this. Despite the beaten-up expression, she soon turned her attention to Kali, who was furious at this, using healing magic to recover. Her body was as good as new due to the healing magic that she gained from reviving so many beings as her undead. As she responded, if my boyfriend didn't give up, then there is no way I am going to do so. Come at me, you schizophrenic goddess. Kali only got angry and roared at this in anger. Lunging all of her attacks at her, she used all of her weapons to slay him. Hell grabbed her hands, and the rest of her attacks were blocked by several magic circles that surrounded Hell. The circles were having chains that kept all of her hands in place. Impossible! Kali exclaimed in horror, as Hell looked at her with a smirk, and soon 2 more circles were revealed from the attack. Several thousand seals were placed on her body. Hell had a small smile. Remembering the seals she used to use, she hasn't used them in a while now. Now then. She placed them. As Kali was unable to remove them, she tried to do so, but the strength was strong enough to do so. She then shouted, "Explode!" An explosion took place, making Kali scream in pain from the attack. The massive damage she had taken, soon enough, it revealed Kali, who had dropped some of her weapons. She tried to get up, but Hell didn't let her recover, and she slammed more explosive seals on her using magic circles. Hell was surprised that Kali managed to survive that, but there, explode! Kali once again screamed in sheer agony. She tried to protect herself, but with seals literally attached to her body from suffering a massive explosion. When the dust settled, it revealed a beaten-up Kali, who was reverting back to her original form, which was Parvati. Hell herself was breathing heavily, the combined attacks took a toll on her, with the onslaught that she had to deal with due to taking on Kali head-on. The goddess managed to slay a powerful demon that even the gods normally struggled to do so. Even Shiva had struggled to do so at one point before he trained himself to reach the levels he is in today. Just to make sure you don't do anything. Hel used the chains of Gleipnir to seal her body, making her unable to move. She struggled to do so, but she was unable to move. She tried entering into her other form, her Durga form, but Hel kicked her in the gut, making her cough up, disorienting her focus. Sorry, this is where it ends. Parvati could only glare at her with hatred, as screams were heard garnering everyone's attention, as Fenrir and Fafnir had killed the last of the gods, with both Sarasvati and Ganesha falling to them, both having their heads ripped off by them, with Athena and the other gods ganging up on them. No. Not my children. Parvati cried upon seeing this. With only Lakshmi standing strong, she was badly beaten from the combined efforts of all the undead, as Lakshmi was tear-filled seeing on her siblings were massacred by this. This cannot be the end. The goddess of beauty and wealth of the Hindu pantheon could only watch, as the undead started to eliminate the gods one by one. The other minor gods were slain by the rest of the group. Agni was dealt with by Ingvild, whose master of water easily took him down the notch, while Vayu and Samudra was taken down by Nyx. The other gods were taken down by the rest of the group, with Batet, Tiamat and Graphia taking down as many gods one by one. It's over, Parvati, now let's begin the questioning. Hel responded, looking at the defeated Parvati, who could only grit her teeth in anger. Back above, Shiva was trying his best to defeat Issei, but he only grabbed his hand and kicked him in the stomach, making him cough up. Shiva kept trying to rapidly punch him and try to kill him, but Issei just stood there, taking the punches like it was nothing. He looked in horror seeing his unmoved expression. He wasn't serious at all. Once Shiva was done, Issei spoke. Now my turn, try to keep up. Issei leaped in the air and started to rapidly punch him, his speeds faster than anything imaginable. His emotionless look was something that Shiva could see. Issei had no regrets, nothing. Shiva was able to block the first few punches, but before being overwhelmed by the attack, every punch felt like a truck hitting a human being. It was shattering every bone and limb in his body. Shiva coughed up blood from every blow. He then thought, is this the power of Issei? I can't even take a single blow. I can't believe this to be my end. Losing by the hands of a mortal, he was unable to take any more, and was about to pass out. The punch even shattered several of his facial bones like cheek bones and shattered his skull. Issei, upon sensing unable to handle it, stopped. That's it. I expected more, Shiva. Issei spoke emotionlessly, as he brought out his scythe and unleashed a strike aimed at the destroyer. When the blast was aimed at his gut, making him scream in pain, there was an explosion that shattered the whole location, as Issei twirled his scythe and entered into his stance, as he could be seen battered, bruised and bleeding from several locations. Your third eye is where your major strength lies, correct? Issei dashed forward and placed the scythe straight at the location, as there was a massive ripple, with Shiva screaming in sheer agony during the attack. As Issei responds, let's see what happens when I destroy the destroyer. Issei had a smirk, as Shiva responded, by screaming in anger and helplessness, and oh. Stop this! Issei kept pressing the scythe inside his eye, with Shiva screaming in even more agony, as the other surviving gods watched in horror. As soon a massive explosion took place, making Issei take some distance. The explosion easily caused ripples in every location, with all of Issei's team using a barrier to protect themselves or gaining some distance, while the Hindu gods all took even more damage, making them scream in pain. Hel managed to temporarily remove her undead reincarnations. The buildings were destroyed, with some even falling to the ground. They were all destroyed due to the destruction of the eye. Hel and the others looked in surprise, as they watched Issei managing to get some distance, as she asked, what happened? I tried to destroy his third eye, to see what happens. Everyone looked at the dust cloud, revealing Shiva, who had fallen from it, with his third eye completely damaged and gone due to the side effects. Only a small dimensional hole was where Shiva's eye was. Is his eye gone? Ingvild asked, to which Nyx responded, I think that should be it. Shiva could be seen crying in pain, knowing his third eye was gone, as Issei responded, well, it is time to end this. Issei was walking towards Shiva, who started to back away in fear. This was just similar to the vision he had noticed where the Hindu faction was going to fall permanently. Issei then responded, "How pathetic. I destroyed your third eye, and look at you running away like a coward. Guess everyone fears death to some extent. Even false gods like you." Shiva was gritting his teeth in anger seeing this from happening, while this was happening. He was truly afraid of Issei at this point. "Leave my husband alone! Monster!" Issei turned to Parvati, who was reaching to Issei, dragging herself towards him. However, someone had kicked her in the air, much to her shock and surprise. The person was revealed to be Hel. "Issei, leave this goddess to me." Hel responded with a smile, as Issei nodded. Tiamat stood beside her, and responded, "Mind if I join?" "Sure." Hel responded to her, as the two ladies looked at Parvati with anger, as Tiamat took a deep breath and unleashed chaos flames, with Hel unleashing a storm of flame and wind magic aimed at Parvati, making her scream in pain. The whole combined attack made her skin and flesh burn due to their power. She screamed in sheer agony from this, as Hel looked at Lakshmi, who had fallen to the ground, passing out from the bleeding she had suffered from the effects. Fenrir soon lunged at her and chomped off her head from her torso, as the gods could only watch in fear and agony seeing this. Hel used some of her green mist to revive the 4 children of Shiva as undead zombies, as they joined the undead legions. The undead Fenrir roared in happiness, as the other gods started to fall one by one from the attack. Any divine being that was a part of the Hindu faction was getting slain as well, being caught off guard as well. Shiva could only watch the end of his world with terror. It was just like the vision that he had foreseen, his family passing away at the hands of Issei. Getting slaughtered like lambs, like they were nothing. It ended in the same way that it was happening. The only difference was that Issei had allies that had helped him achieve this goal. But he was sure that even without them, Issei would have won regardless. "This is not fair! This is not fair!" Shiva shouted, as Issei grabbed him by the neck. As the struggling god tried to break free from his control, he watched his wife also fall to Hel and Tiamat, incinerating her alive. It was a repeat on how his first wife Sati was slain before she was reincarnated into Parvati. Issei soon declared, wanting to see the destroyer gods suffer. "Rejoice, Shiva, all this happened because of you gods thinking yourselves above everyone, and look at what happened. Your children and wife are gone." Issei's serious look changed to that of a smirk, as he continued in response, "Your pantheon is purged to complete annihilation. No god survived any attack that had happened, and because of you, I gained the motivation to gain immortality by consuming the true version of the miracle drug Amrita. I should be thanking you for motivating me to become this strong, stronger than my old powers." Shiva was gritting his teeth helplessly, as soon enough 2 portals opened up, revealing Lilith and Ophis from one, and Liana from the other. "Oh, you two came?" Nyx asked, to which the 3 nodded, with Batat speaking, "And where is Ophilius Naya? The fusion only lasted for minutes, we had no reason to keep it longer, which was why we had split up." Ophis explained to Batat, as she nodded, and responded, "Well, I have had my fill slaying these gods, Naya." She licked her hands, which caused some to gag in response, seeing on how Batat was behaving like a cat. Once she was done, she asked, "Where are those 2 gods, Naya?" "Dead, Batat, both of them are slain." Ophis responded emotionlessly, with Liana nodding in agreement. They know that if Liana and Ophilius manage to come out, this meant the other 2 gods are dead. As she rubbed the cat goddess's head, making her surprised as she spoke in response, "Naya, you did good." Batat purred in response, enjoying the pet, with the other girls watching this with a smile, as Issei turned to Shiva and responded, "Tell me, Shiva, was it worth letting me suffer?" Shiva could only look at him hatefully, and he looked at him firing a destruction blast, or what remained of his power on him, as Issei only dodged it, and it went flying. Turning around, he saw the attack barely did anything. "I told you it is useless, you failed to understand the futility of the situation, you brought this on yourself. Look behind you, look at the people that have sided with me. Do you see your mistakes?" Issei asked his question, as Shiva could only struggle to keep up, making him unable to do anything. He was too weak to do anything. Hel walked forward and spoke, "I have no regrets working with my Issei, you all betrayed him, and for what?" just cause of his failure of beating the beast when all of you should have done taking the beast down. Shiva couldn't even meet her gaze, as she continued, for a god that is worshipped by so many mortals, looked up by so many people, even other supernatural beings, as one of the most benevolent gods and goddesses. How far have you fallen? Do you realize this was your doing? Shiva was starting to see the error of his ways, but it was too late. Everyone he cared for was gone, slain by the team beside him. Issei then responded, he won't, he is just like the others. I do. Shiva spoke with a low tone. He was realizing that he could save his faction a long time ago, but he chose to work with the people that want Issei dead. His fatal mistake costed him everyone in this world. Well then, don't speak about regrets, cause once we are done here, we will destroy the entire Hindu pantheon. Nothing will be left behind. Issei threw him in the air, and charged up a powerful beam blast as he shouted, Final Kamehameha. Shiva closed his eyes, not even resisting the beam blast as it struck him. He was completely having no trace of him left behind. He looked around. All Hindu gods are slain. The last of those that destroyed the world's beauty was gone. He then spoke to the others. Only one thing left to do now, right everyone? They all nodded, as Issei opened a portal outside Mount Sumeri using the golden tiger claws, with Hell using magic to do away with the undead legions. As he spoke, well, let's do it together. All the girls nodded, with the exception of Batet, who didn't have a ranged attack, causing her to sulk in response, as Issei brought her closer, with her speaking, Master Sama, Naya? Use your blood magic on my final Kamehameha. Batet beamed at this, as she responded, yes, Naya. Everyone used their most powerful attacks aimed at the territory of the Hindu faction, with Liana using a powerful flame blast, Ophis using a purple magic beam, with Lilith joining aside her, Hel using her own powerful magic blast comprising of all elements and all pantheons, Tiamat used her chaos flames, Ingvild using her sea serpent of the end, Nyx using her darkness magic, Graphia using a powerful freezing magic, and Issei and Batet using a combined attack. Bloody! Batet shouted, as Issei continued final Kamehameha. Batet combined her blood magic inside of Issei's final Kamehameha. HAA! Everyone shouted at once, with the combined attack heading straight to the Hindu pantheon territory, as it was completely destroyed and burned to the ground. Even the system of reincarnation was destroyed, with the end of the Hindu reincarnation and dharma being done by their own beings. Issei soon returned to his normal self. As he settled down, using Super Saiyan Rose was exhausting to say the least. Well, this is it, the world's beauty and goodness has been destroyed. No more gods are here to desecrate this world, or any supernatural being. The others nodded, as Hel approached him and rested on his bare chest, with Batet leaping on his lap and resting herself akin to a cat, while the others watched seeing this. The others also sat down beside him, with Liana resting on the other side of his lap and Ophis lying on his back. They all took one last look in the horizon, as Issei held the two girls in front of him with a smile. The battle was finally over. Or was it? Years later, Issei's house, Sydney, Australia AM, Hel had finally woken up. It has been 5 years since the fall of the Hindu faction. She looked to see the bed empty, causing her to sigh. She couldn't help but feel lonely without Issei, who had vanished a few days after the fall of the Hindu faction. The EXE beings decided to invade their world, and they almost had killed Liana, and even Ophilius couldn't stand a chance against them, even with permanent fusion. He had managed to teleport the whole fleet to a different location with the help of golden tiger claws, causing them to look in horror, after which he wasn't seen again. They were in sadness, but had hoped that Issei would return one day. They couldn't let themselves be affected by his disappearance, and knew that he would return one day. Hel got herself dressed and headed outside. The house did seem less lively without him around. Her thoughts were soon snapped out when someone called out to her, "Morning, Hel!" Hel snapped, looking at Ingvild, who had called her. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, as she looked at her, and responded, "Something on your mind?" "Nothing much, Ingvild, just kind of pondering what is going to happen next. While in the 3 years we did manage to take down any factions that were hiding or were plotting our demises, like the Nagas, Sumerian faction and Filipino faction to name a few." Hel responded with a normal tone, as she sat down on the couch. She missed the movie nights and fun nights with Issei, and while they still had some, it was kind of empty. They even dealt with Artemis, putting her out of her misery since she was too broken to do anything, constantly living in fear due to what had happened. She was the last goddess that was left behind after Issei, and his allies purged everyone, killing them all. Badet was the second most affected alongside Liana and Ophis. She became depressed without Issei. The others kept her company, but without Issei it was hard to keep her happy. She needed her master back. Well, we did spare the moon-eating dragon Bakunawa, who surrendered without a fight, not intending to fight us like the rest of her pantheon. I was surprised that she was a woman and a dragon similar to True Ophis, or Ophilius, which was a name for True Ophis to distinguish between current Ophis and True Ophis that was made when she had combined with Lilith. When they permanently merged, however, they can split themselves up whenever needed. Ingvild responded, as she turned to Liana and Ophilius, who had approached them from the dimensional gap. So any news, both of you? The dragon goddesses shook their heads, with Ophilius responded, no, none of that. I agree, the last we checked, which was 3 days ago, he was nowhere near Earth. The two of them spoke sadly, as Hel responded while shaking her head, he is still out there, he never gave up on us, then why should we do this? We should continue to look for him. He will come back here, that is something I know of. The dragon goddesses looked at him, as Liana responded, very well, we will all locate him. Ophilius nodded in agreement. As soon as someone called out, the food is ready. They all turned to see Graphia, who had released her hair and open alongside Nyx, who had a shorter haircut, reaching till neck length. The two girls didn't leave Issei's place and continued what they were doing, as Hel responded, yeah, we'll be coming. Hel and the girls were about to head, when the goddesses from the group sensed the presence, with Badet coming out, speaking, that presence, Naya, could it be? They all headed out, with Ingvild and Graphia alongside Tiamat following suit. They all rushed outside to see a man wearing black GI and spiky hair. As he spoke, years in this place barely has changed. Aside from your hairstyles and power levels, that is, been a while, everyone. The girls recognized the man. It has been 5 years since they have seen his face. They all looked at him, with several having tears forming in their eyes. It was none other than Issei, who survived his battle against the EXE. As soon as the girls saw him alive and well, they all tackled him and pushed him to the ground, as they exclaimed, at once, Issei. Issei couldn't handle all of their weights all of a sudden and fell backwards. He didn't mind dealing with the girls, as he spoke. I am glad I was not forgotten. A part of me feared that, and I am glad that it didn't happen. Issei looked at the girls, who had tears in their eyes. They missed him a lot. As Issei responded, I believe we should speak inside. I will explain everything on what has happened. Issei managed to push back against their weights and stand up. He was then guided by the girls. They all were happy that Issei had returned, with many scrambling to gain his arms. But Hel and Ophis were the ones that did so for each of his hands, making the other girls really jealous, even those that have developed feelings in the time he was missing for the years. Once settling down on the couch, Graphia had went inside to prepare some food along with Nyx, who did the same. As Hel asked, I see, so what happened, after the 5 years you were gone? To start with, first I was sent flying all the way to the end of the universe, when I used the tiger claws to beat the Evies that had come and invaded us. Do you remember that day? Hel nodded, and responded, of course I do. We all did. It was haunting. I almost died for the very first time. Liana spoke with slight fear. She was terrified of the Eevee leader Regalziva, and if it wasn't for Issei, she would have died right then and there. Even Ophilius was a bit nervous upon this, when she remembered the fight against the mechanical life form, and almost dying by his hands. Well, it turns out, I was sent to the edge of the universe. I had no idea what was going to happen, except the fact that I was surrounded by 1,000 eddies, all of whom intended to kill me. Issei spoke, remembering the dreaded battle that had happened. The girls realized that he was fighting all alone against him. Issei. Tiamat spoke with worry and sadness, as Liana smothered him between her speaking, I am glad you came back to us alive. But how did you? Issei slowly pushed her gently, which made her wrap his head on her from the behind, and spoke, fortunately my forms were enough to kill many of them, but Regalziva, he was a menace of his own right. Without my Super Saiyan Rose, I would have definitely lost against him. He was extremely powerful, but I managed to beat and slay him. Issei brought out his ring, and removed the head of RageRevan, which shocked many. Liana was the most surprised, seeing that Issei managed to defeat someone like him. Tiamat picked up the head, and was shocked by this, as she asked, "This is his head?" "Yep, I ripped it off his body. I defeated the god and ripped it from his body. He was far stronger than Shiva, and made him look like an ant. Shiva could be beaten by Super Saiyan but I wanted to make an example out of him." RageRevan: "No, that was not the case with him," Issei explained, as Tiamat kept the head down. "It was like a trophy of victory for them. Just like the two dragon-based sacred gears that they had, like the boosted gear and the divine dividing." "And after that?" Hel asked, worried for her husband's state. As he spoke, "I had to find a way to head back, and it turns out that it would take a lot of time. Plus I was curious, since I was at the end of the universe, or the edge of the universe. After which I had traveled across the universe, and it turns out, I found something I never expected to see again." "What did you see?" Tiamat asked, as Issei responded, "Can I eat some food first? I am kind of starving. I have been hungry for a few days." Hel and the others smiled, knowing this was the same Issei that had gone since the 5 years. Hel only giggled, and responded, "I will get the food, just wait for some time, K?" Issei nodded, as Hel led him on the cheek and went inside. It just took her a few moments to whip up several dishes. When she came outside with several plates, and several undead beings holding the plates alongside Nyx and Grafia. She then spoke, "It is nice to have you back. Eat slowly, alright." She spoke with happiness. There was one person she loved eating her food, and it was Issei. She watched him gobble up the food like it was something he had never got to eat properly. The girls pondered on how he survived without having food for so long. They watched him eat like a howling beast. "Does Master Sama always eat like this, Naya?" Batat asked with a tone of surprise. She had longer hair than before during the time skip, as Hel giggled and responded, "During my initial days of staying with him, yes, but I was able to change his habit to make him more civilized." Hel mused, remembering on how she basically had to bulldoze and tame the scion to make him more civilized, since his scion biology had made him more feral and aggressive, but it was better as time passed by. "I see, Naya." Batat never saw this side of Issei, as she watched him eat plates of food all in one go, as he sat down, and responded, "I am full." Issei took a breather and responded, "So you all want to know what I saw, right?" All the girls nodded, as Issei got up and responded. He then spoke, "Follow me." Issei spoke, as the girls headed behind him. He then spoke, "Ophilius, would you place a barrier surrounding the entire planet, and take it to a different location?" "Sure." Ophilius responded, but she asked, "Did you not notice my fusion is permanent?" "I did, but I am not forcing you to split up, it is your call to do so." Ophilius gave a smile, and nodded. She blanketed an entire barrier that covered the entire world. As she spoke, "It's done." The dimensions changed, and they were in a separate dimension with everyone being present. As Issei spoke, "Is it isolated from this world?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Ophilius asked, to which Issei didn't say anything and revealed the thing by waving his hand. The thing he had spoken about, much to everyone's shock, was revealed, with everyone seeing it for the very first time. Hel then asked, "Are those the—" "Yes, the Super Dragon Balls. These bad boys are the size of a planet or moon, so that is why I asked you to take the entire planet away from the location. These Super Dragon Balls will cause complications if the humans found out about it." Issei explained to them, making them all shocked and surprised. Ophilius and Liana were the most shocked, knowing that the wish-granting being that would surpass them by miles, and even destroyer gods like Beerus and other true destroyer gods. They looked like the original Dragon Balls, except they were much bigger, the size of a planet at approximation, and there were all of them, with each having a star indicating which star Dragon Ball it is. They were golden color balls with a star-like pattern on them. "So will we see Super Shinran soon?" Grafia asked, remembering Issei telling about the dragon to her. As Issei spoke, "Yep, we will, and I had to visit a kingdom to get it." Ophilius suddenly flinches upon this, as Issei asked with worry, holding her shoulder, "What's wrong?" "Someone is infiltrating my dimension. The signature is draconic." Issei widened his eyes upon realizing who it is. He remembered on how he gained the Super Dragon Balls to begin with, as he responded, "So she survived, huh? Who? Who are you talking about?" Hell asked with concern, as Issei turned to Ophelius and spoke, "Lead us there, Ophelius." Ophelius nodded, as she flew to the location and Issei and the rest followed her, with Issei explaining, "When I found the Super Dragon Balls or heard rumors of, I had to head there, and it turns out they actually had it. The kingdom was none other than Arcadia, a kingdom that had managed to supposedly bring unity towards the entire galaxy. Turns out, it was a major lie. To put it in short, they were major racists and superiorists that would even make the supernatural factions blush. Did you steal from them?" Liana asked, to which Issei nodded and spoke, "Not exactly, nor was it my intention. I wanted them to make some wishes for you girls and my own personal wish. But it turns out the ruling party of that kingdom refused my wishes, even when I offered them a bonus of even destroying the terrorist faction that has been plaguing them for years. Why would they refuse such an offer?" Ingvild asked, to which Issei responded, "Their own form of arrogance. They believed that the Super Dragon Balls should remain sealed. I wasn't happy with this, and decided to fight against the entire kingdom. I soon confronted their entire military and their so-called 1-5 and crushed all of them. Destroyed every last one of those that stood in my way. I forced their elders to hand me the key, torturing them till I got what I wanted, and eventually killed them so that they don't bother me again. I became the destroyer of Arcadia, and despite me asking them to surrender many times, they still fought against me. I destroyed all of them, and took the Super Dragon Balls along with all the artifacts, including things that can easily destroy our world, that these Arcadians are using for their own gain." Issei explained to them, as they all nodded in response. Ophelius then responded, "There she is." Issei gave a nod, as he headed there. He should have realized that an Arcadian would have survived, and she must have trailed here while hiding her signature. He then looked at the person who was destroying it. "So you managed to track me here, right, Juniper Arc?" The woman turned to Issei in anger. She had just broken into the dimension and turned to Issei with hatred in her eyes. She is described as a brownish golden-haired woman, wearing a dark-colored dress. She wore a hat like a hoodie that covers her hair, and a brown belt with golden ornaments holstered around her hips. Her sleeves are also well decorated. She wears white gloves, black leggings, and golden heels. "Hayada!" she shouted in anger, dashing forward to punch him, as Issei transformed into Super Saiyan, rose immediately, and blocked the attack before kicking her in the gut, and responded, "I told you, it is useless." He fired several purple tendrils aimed at her chest, and got into his stance before it caused an explosion. Issei soon turned to see Juniper with a look of anger and hatred. As he spoke, "You still oppose justice, and because of your own arrogance, that costed you everything. You!" Juniper exclaimed, as she had a bright golden glow as she entered into her armor and brought out her spear. She knew that she doesn't stand a chance in her base form. "Guess you haven't learnt. Allow me to demonstrate on how futile it is." Issei took a deep breath and only shouted once, as decided to go all out, which was a form beyond Super Saiyan rose, Aya. His hair suddenly changed and his ki became different. His hair changed from pink to pure white, with his eyes also changing color, having silver-colored irises. His body was covered in whitish-pink aura, fire-like energy, complete with sparkling particles of a magenta color. This was Mastered Ultra Instinct, a form gained when he fought against Arcadia's Big Three and slayed of them. This was Mastered Ultra Instinct, a form gained when he fought against Arcadia's Big Three and slayed of them. Issei had a calm and serious expression, as he spoke. "Let's see if you can handle this." Juniper lunged at him, as Issei got to the other side, and Juniper looked in horror, several strikes at her abdomen shattering the armor like it was nothing. Juniper recovered and tried to ambush him from the behind, only for Issei to dodge and unleash several more strikes, making her cough up. As Issei fired a ki blast aimed at her, which she used a magic barrier to protect herself, as Issei fired two more large ones, causing it to break. She screamed in sheer agony upon this, as she was unable to do anything once he had unlocked Mastered Ultra Instinct. Once an explosion happened like usual, she had lost her armor and had seen, as she was unable to hold a candle to him. Issei headed to her and kicked her in the air, and decided to leave her in the air. He had grabbed the struggling Empress or ex-Empress by her throat, and responded while watching her struggle for life. Honestly, did you really thought you could take me on? Your Arcadia tried that, and look what happened. Your planet's destruction followed and killed % of its people due to their supposed arrogance. Although looking back, you had it coming given how arrogant and on how you see yourselves as superior to the other people, and look what happened. You called me an outsider, and this outsider destroyed your whole world. Juniper could only tear up at this, knowing she was the last of her people. Kill me then. You have already destroyed my world. My family. Everything. Juniper exclaimed while struggling to break free, as Issei kicked her in the stomach causing her to pass out. Issei then responded, maybe killing you is not worth it. The rest of the group soon arrived with Issei, as Ophilius asked, that power? What was that? I couldn't even see your strikes or punches. From what I remember when I was known as Zamasu, this is the power known as Ultra Instinct, a level that surpasses God of Destruction from my old world. How I got it was when I fought against the Big the first time, including her, and used it to avoid all of their attacks and gracefully dodged them, eventually beating them and supposedly killing all of them. Issei turned to Juniper's unconscious body, and continued, I was not expecting her to survive the whole ordeal. I wonder what I can do with her. The others pondered as Issei knew that she could break free from the brainwashing any time, unlike Graphia or Botet since she was far stronger than both of them. They were amazed by Ultra Instinct, and how powerful it is. On second thought, it is better off if I kill her before she can cause us any problems. Issei was charging up a ki blast. He decided to make her death painless, as he fired it at her causing her body to get completely vaporized without any trace left. The last Arcadian was also slain, without any mercy or care. I guess you slayed the last Arcadian, huh? Hell mused, to which Issei spoke. This gullible dumbass brought it on herself. Had she handed the Super Dragon Balls, she not only would have kept her kingdom alive, but also would have them returned and she would have dealt with the Black Arms. On the bright side, at least one of them is fulfilled. Issei spoke coldly, as they turned away, Issei's hair returning back to normal with Ingvild asking, so what exactly is Ultra Instinct? To put it in easier terms, it basically is sort of separating your reaction speed from your brain or spinal cord, and letting your body do the attack. Responses take time, and this form reduces that even further, with each body basically immediately reacting to any attack. This allowed me to combat the Big at the same time, dodging any spells or attacks they had used, including the same one that was used to seal me. And like I said before, this power even eclipses that of the powers used by true God of Destructions like Beerus and other destroyers. I lost my old GI when I entered this form for the first time, Issei explained to Ingvild, who nodded. They eventually reached the location where the Super Dragon Balls were. As Issei explained, we will have one wish. The power of the Super Dragon Balls can extend across the multiverse, so use it wisely. The girls nodded in response. As Issei floated in the air and responded, he decided to speak the language of the gods. Emak trof enivid nogar dna tnarg ym psi peas and carrots. The Super Dragon Balls started to glow, as the Super Dragon Balls combined, as a gigantic dragon that easily towered the entire planet. A pure yellow color with a gold tone on his body, has bright crimson eyes, large bat wings instead of the feathery ones around the species he was designed from, coincidentally has no legs, and spikes around his tail. He is incomprehensibly gargantuan in size, spanning an entire planet due to it reducing his size. This was none other than Super Shinran, the dragon inside the Super Dragon Balls. The group marveled looking at Super Shinran, with Ophilius and Liana feeling like bowing due to the immense power and strength the ethereal dragon possessed. The group marveled looking at Super Shinran, with Ophilius and Liana feeling like bowing due to the immense power and strength the ethereal dragon possessed. Even Tiamat felt like bowing in response. The three immediately fell to their knees and bowed knowing that they were nothing but mere ants to the ethereal dragon. Woi evidinamus emera. Atats roiaut sesi. Is this the language of the gods? Liana asked silently towards Issei, who only nodded. She was aware that Issei knew about this due to using it twice using different set of Super Dragon Balls. Issei then spoke, you ladies should rise up, Super Shinran won't do anything. The three nodded, as they all looked at the dragon, as Issei speaks, so do you girls desire a wish? They all discussed for a while after which, Hel responded, "No, you can ask your wish. We all have our wishes already granted. We have no reason to ask for any wish. Being by your side and you granted us our wish that we all desired." Ophelius agreed and responded, "Yes, indeed. You granted us that wish. I guess you could say that you are our Shinran." The others nodded, causing Issei to give a slight giggle. They all had their wish granted. Bata then spoke, "You returning to me, Master Sama, was my wish. Naya, being free from the underworld politics and enslavement due to my heritage was my wish." Ingvild responded with Graphia nodding in agreement, speaking, "Mine was to be with my master, and not being wedded to a man who only wanted me for my body." Liana then added, "I wanted a mate who is stronger than me, and loves me for not being a dragon of dreams, and well, that was my wish. I wanted emotions, and you gave me that. Along with a new home." Ophelius responded, with Tiamat speaking next. She was happy being with Issei. "Mine was to get my treasures back, and get back against Drang, which did come true in the end." Tiamat responded with a smile. "With Nyx speaking, I never had a wish, so it didn't matter or occur to me, but I am happy here." Hel was the last person to speak. "You granted my biggest wish, that was to have a loving person that wasn't fearful or controlling of me, and allowed me to get revenge on all those that wronged me. In other words, you can wish, we are done with ours." Issei couldn't help but close his eyes as he spoke. "Everyone, very well, I shall do the wish then." Issei floated in the air and spoke his wish in the divine language. Iratsersknerti Arituef Durau DNA of Ivor LLA Sneeb Tot Eridelic YB Yuzamaz, K Kalbi Yakoji DNA 8 Styrne. Disari YB once, the dragon nodded, and responded, "Roy Sasi Era Detnarg. Irutuef Sknert Durau Si Duratsar, DNA LLA Sneeb Evan Neeb Deviver." The dragon glowed for a moment, and it soon transformed into the super dragon balls as they scattered across the entire universes. Once this was done, Ophelius returned the dimensions back to normal. "So shall we head inside?" Issei asked, to which Hel responded, "Sure." "What did you even ask for, Issei?" Liana asked, to which Issei responded, "I asked them to restore the original timeline that was erased by Zeno, and whose worlds were ravaged by my incarnations and those Endrids. Trunks is going to get his biggest surprise ever." Liana gave a smile. As the couple walked inside along with the rest, they had already seen the Super Shinran, and that was enough for them to see a legendary being like them. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei meeting Chibi Draken. A few weeks later, Hayata Residence, Ko, Japan PM. "Sir, here is where you have to sign." The person spoke with a normal tone, and a smile, turning to Issei, as he could see several things being moved out. This were all belongings like refrigerators, televisions, and many other electrical appliances that were being sold back to the shops. These were extras and additionals that belonged to the destroyed Gremory family. He decided to sell them, intending to erase every trace of them from existence. He watched as the company fell apart with no leadership. The company eventually became bankrupt and sold itself to a larger company, erasing the company's name and legacy to completion. Issei didn't have to do anything, and let ruin come to themselves. Issei did what he was asked and signed to end the deal. He sold his entire house where his old family used to live along with those whores and cheaters. Even his so-called cousin used to live there after they imprisoned him in Tartarus. And with them gone, he decided to sell his house. Once this was done, the person spoke, "Pleasure doing business with you." Issei gave a nod, as they watched on how his old home was being sold. Hel stood beside him speaking, "So you decided to sell this place, huh?" "Yep, I had no reason to keep it, since I don't plan to stay here and there is no one that is going to do so," Issei commented, as he speaks while keeping hands in his jacket pocket. He was not wearing his GI like he usually does. Instead he wore clothing similar to the ones in the date clothing. "Well, I am looking forward to my newborn." Hel motioned her womb. Her stomach had increased a little bit. As Issei gave a smile, "They already have done the deed," and Issei took her virginity, which she didn't mind. She remembered the intents they had during this, and Issei even accidentally used Kamehameha due to the intensity of the almost destroying their house due to this, which fortunately it did not. The moans she made, the mere memory that is, made her blush intensely. She never knew that scions were intense even in bed, just like in battle. although I am surprised that the others didn't get pregnant when I did the deed with them. Issei motioned to the other girls that weren't pregnant unlike her, to which Hell responded, dragons and devils have low pregnancy rates, so it was hard to get them pregnant, and you only did with them once, taking all of their virginities. So it would take some time for them to get pregnant. Plus, I was kind of lucky to get pregnant, I guess. Issei responded, as he looked towards Hell, and pulled her in for a hug, making her surprised at this, as she turned to him. Issei? Issei spoke with a slight blush and responded with the words, "Thank you for everything, Hell." Hell became a blushing mess and turned her gaze away. There was nothing but silence between them before Hell having a small smile on her face. This was the first time ever he had thanked her like this. He did appreciate her before, but this felt different. She didn't say anything, and wrapped her arms around him, holding it tightly as she spoke with a smile, knowing they can live peacefully now. Issei, shall we go and meet with your perverted friends? Ex-perverted friends, from what I heard even they got their own fiancés. Issei corrected her, as she giggled and responded, I guess, let's not keep them waiting then. The couple walked towards the restaurant where they are going to meet their friends Matsuda and Motohama, both of whom have their own fiancés now. Issei and Hell met and greeted them, as the couple enjoyed speaking to their future wives, who were Haze for Matsuda and Yui Kates for Motohama. As they all had a good time speaking about their situation, they were able to recognize Issei despite his advanced and changed appearance. And they happily invited him when Issei reminded them about the antics they used to do, earning a smack from their lovers. Matsuda soon asked, Yo Issei? Issei turned to him, and Matsuda asked, Ever wonder where Rias and her friends were? They just mysteriously vanished. Yeah, even Sona and her friends just went away. Aika too went missing after suddenly a few days later after the Gremory went missing. You know where they are? Motohama asked, recounting their sudden disappearance. To which Issei and Hell looked at each other, and only gave a smile, recounting that they and the rest of their true allies were responsible for this. Who knows? Issei commented with a slight mocking attitude, to which Yui asked, But weren't you the most closest to Rias given she was once your girlfriend? Yui? Issei may be a bit uncomfortable due to being reminded of what Rias did. Haze warned her, to which Issei spoke with a smile, It's alright, I could care less what she did with my cousin. Wait, Kenji's your cousin? Matsuda asked with surprise, to which Issei nodded and spoke, He was my cousin. We never actually saw eye to eye due to family issues caused by our parents, so we never really were that close to begin with. I see. Matsuda responded, as Issei spoke, plus, I did find someone better in my life. Issei pointed to Hell, who had a small smile on her face, as she wrapped her arms around him and spoke, It is true, I was there when he needed me the most. Lucky. Motohama responded, only to be promptly smacked by Yui out of jealousy, which made him groan in pain. The others giggled upon seeing his state. Hell soon split up from Issei as Issei spoke, Anyways, I had no contact with them after they dated Kenji, and when I decided to leave Ko for studying in Australia, I had lost contact with them, which was where I met Hell. We soon hit it off, and well, here we are. Issei spoke while hiding truth about the supernatural side of things, making the others nod in understanding. Haze then asked, Hell-san, does your hair well? It's natural, and not dyed. My parents had unique hair colors and mine is a combination of theirs. Hell responded to her with a smile, as she continued, And please, just Hell would be fine, no need for formalities. So you came here to see your house, right, Issei? Yui asked, no longer seeing him as a pervert but a changed man, and was happy with this, as Issei responded, Yep, I was planning to sell it since it brought back some bad memories, with the added thing that no one was living here. I already have a home in Australia. Plus I did want to meet you all after so many years, explain on why I also suddenly went missing before my graduation. True, you did receive your graduation degree from the board due to you completing your projects and exams in just one day. Yui spoke, as Issei gave a smile. Hell giggled, remembering she had used her magic to help him clear those exams. Cheating as it may be, Issei wanted to finish off his studies and he was able to quickly finish them. Speaking of which, how about we go to the karaoke after this? Just like we did when all of us were together? Motohama suggested, to which Yui responded, Oh, that's a great idea. I will call Kaori with us, she will be happy to meet you. Issei, How long will you be here before you'll return to Australia? Issei looked at him and spoke. I will be here for more days before my flight heads back. I have some places to visit. Great, then let's all go. Hell, you don't mind, right? Hayes asked, to which Hell nodded, and spoke. Sure, I don't, but let's eat our food and then let's go. The others nodded, as they enjoyed their food, and they were happily enjoying their food and were having their food. They had fun for the day, and they were going to enjoy today. Scene change. Unknown location AM, in what seems to be Hell. It looks like the DXD faction, or what we know as the Alliance faction. They are in Hell, including Issei's former harem, who turned their backs on Issei for being incompetent in defeating Trihexa, which made them scream in pain. Why do they scream loudly and in pain? Yep, you could say, they are all being given appropriate punishment for their actions. Help. Let us go. Ag. Get us out of here. Ha-ta. That is the cry of those who this time are being punished in Hell. Then a ball of light entered Hell and showed its true form that they all knew. Yep, Bible God. Who is known as the creator of the universe. Father. Michael spoke, who was now sentenced to the cross and was surprised to see the figure of his Lord appear. Who are you? The God of the Bible asked Michael, which surprised Michael. Even all the alliances were shocked to see the Bible God, who looked cold and flat to them. I'm your son, Father, Michael said. You are not my son. My son died in the battle against Trihexa. You are just a piece of trash that I regret creating. God of the Bible responded with contempt, as Michael responded with despair. But why are you so cold, Father? What makes you so cruel to your own child? Michael asked. And without further ado, the Bible God showed a hologram of where the indifference and what everyone in the Alliance was doing to Issei. Many people don't know that the God of the Bible is watching over them from the shadows. I purposely faked my death to see whether you would maintain your friendship and alliance even if we failed or not. But it seems, I was wrong. You killed and attacked innocent people like Issei. The God of the Bible responded. First, let's reveal the shame of the DXD faction, specifically Rias group. Then Rias is shown where she likes to sleep in Issei's bedroom while Issei is fast asleep. There was even a scene where Rias snapped at Issei when Issei said the president is the president. First, Rias Gremory. The second child of Venelana Baal, or Venelana Gremory and Zeoticus Gremory. One of the women who likes to sleep in Issei's bedroom. And dares to say Issei is a useless person and a pervert. But also one of the women who is thirsty for power. God's words made Rias speechless because of the brutal reality. She had multiple stakes latched onto her body, including her. The other girls were all tortured in a similar manner, with them being in constant agony due to this. Then Akino Himejima, the daughter of her father named Barakiel, and Shuri Himejima, one of the girls who has a UAL disorder, where she likes to be treated SM because of her own parents' genes. Not enough there, she also stated that Issei is a walking dildo in front of Ravel Phoenix. Akino was silent upon this. She had no choice but to accept what was coming for her. Then, we have Zenobia Quarta. Oh. One of the girls who wants to have a strong child. From someone who has strong powers. If it doesn't fit, it will be thrown away. Isn't that what you did, even bringing condoms to Co-Academy? God called out Zenobia for her hypocrisy, which made Zenobia speechless because when she was alive, Zenobia often asks to have with Issei, considering that Issei has a strong power because of the Red Dragon Emperor inside Issei. Not because she loves Issei completely. Then we have Irina Shido and Asia Argento. Both have the same personality as Zenobia. And they like to say that Issei is an incompetent person and is unable to defeat Trihexa. Then there are cats like Kuroka Tuju and Kaneko Tuju. I'm sure your mother would be ashamed to call you her daughters. After being verbally taunted about their behavior, all of the DXD members were speechless. And for you, Michael? What good reason can you come up with now? You abandoned Issei because he was incapable of defeating Trihexa? Didn't I, as your father and God, say that I respect someone even though they have tried? Didn't you hear me and think that my words went in one ear and out the other? God asked Michael. Michael and even the other angels could not look at their God and Father because what their God and Father said was all true. They preferred to dump Issei and replace Issei's position with Kenji, who has just entered the supernatural. And now they regret their actions. including those who turned their backs on Issei and his family. For now, enjoy your torture. You do not deserve pity, and you should be punished very severely. God spoke his last words, as he left them and turned his back on them. As a result, the punishment was continued. And they screamed loudly again. There was even a terrible punishment where their eyes were gouged out. There are also baths and boiling pus, and many variations of punishment in hell for committing very great crimes. Once God left the location, he smirked. A bright glow had consumed him. He transformed into what seemed to be a beautiful woman. The woman was described to be a slender and very youthful woman with blue eyes and black hair. She gave an aura depicting death, yet it was gentle, something that Issei was familiar with, thanks to Hades, especially in the current times. The woman wore a black and white kimono based on the attire with a large visible scar right above the woman's chest. The woman was none other than Izanami, the goddess of the dead of the Shinto pantheon. She had a smile on her face. When she realized Issei was sort of like her grandson, she was not happy with how he was treated unjustly by the factions. She had no contempt towards her own family, including Izanagi, who had ran away seeing her destroyed appearance. She knew Amaterasu still saw Issei as her son, irrespective of what he had done, and she was informed about this. She was glad that she took up the torture of those hypocrites, including the gods, and decided to keep them there for all eternity. I hope you enjoy your eternal damnation. Izanami walked away. As soon someone arrived beside her. He was a fairly humanoid appearance. He is extremely slim and has light gray skin, almost bluish in color, with spiky black hair, thin blue-gray lips, and sharp, pointed teeth. His limbs are abnormally long, and he wears rings on his fingers. He has large, round yellow eyes with bright red irises and retractable feather-like wings on his back that enable him to fly. My lady, the preparations to torture them with unique medieval-era instruments are ready. Izanami gave a smile and spoke. Excellent, please prepare them next. Ryuk. The identified being was a Shinigami, beings that served Izanami, as the being bowed and nodded in agreement, and headed inside to prepare the next ways of torturing them. Once he left, Izanami spoke with a sigh. It's a shame that everyone couldn't be here, but I don't mind since they are in their own torment serving my future granddaughter-in-law's own hell. I will have fun with the ones here. The factions were trapped in Yomi, the Shinto hell meant for beings like them. This was their torment and eventual fate where they will suffer till the end of time. Izanami decided to take a look at Issei, who was enjoying his life with his lovers and true human friends. She wondered if Issei will ever come to visit Yomi. She will be glad if she could visit the outside world with him. She gave a smile to her grandson, speaking. I wish you a happy life ahead, Issei. Izanami spoke, as she headed back to her throne waiting for when Ryuk will be done, and then she can begin the new tortures for them. She has a ton of torture for the souls that she is going to relish in for a long time. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.